Chapter 181. The next day, after breakfast, Yang Qing and Lengyi drove to the department store. Husky saw them arrive and immediately ran over. "Sister, how's it going? Do you have any medicine?" Yang Qing nodded yes. "But they want quite a lot." "What do they want?" "As long as the Lin family can provide it, I think they won't be stingy," Husky said immediately. "1 box of naphthalate mesylate for a cruise ship, 3 asthma inhalers for a small yacht," Yang Qing said. Husky was stunned for a moment, not expecting them to exchange the medicine separately. She thought they only needed 1 item. "What, is it not okay?" Yang Qing asked. "No, I can't make that decision. I go back and talk to Sister Kai right away, and have her negotiate," Husky said. "It should be fine. I didn't think it through before. These 2 kinds of medicine should indeed be exchanged separately. If you only have 1 kind of medicine, and you exchange for a cruise ship, we have to find the other kind of medicine, and we have to exchange something else for someone else." "You understand?" Yang Qing nodded. "Go back first. I come find you again this afternoon. Of course, if you're not in a hurry, a couple of days is fine too." "Of course we're in a hurry. Old Master Lin's medication has run out, but dialysis can't be stopped. If he runs out of medication, we're doomed. Right now, without Old Master Lin overseeing things, the title of richest man might change hands," said Husky. "They're more anxious than anyone else." "All right, I come find you this afternoon. If they agree, I bring the medication tomorrow," said Yang Qing. Husky immediately got in the car and drove off. Lengyi looked at Yang Qing. "Since you're out, why don't you go for a walk?" "Sure." Yang Qing nodded. The 2 browsed the barter market, but didn't find anything they liked. "How about we go for a drive?" Lengyi asked. Yang Qing nodded. She had nothing else to do anyway. Li Liang and Lin Feng were collecting centipedes at home, so there was no need to worry. Besides, centipedes were becoming increasingly scarce, so they weren't as busy as before. The 2 drove aimlessly until they reached the outskirts of the city, and suddenly saw a sign for a theme park. The sign was corroded, and half of the metal lettering was missing. "Want to go in and take a look?" Lengyi asked, suggesting they sit in the park. "Okay." Yang Qing nodded. She didn't know there was a theme park here, and was quite curious. The flowers, trees, and shrubs in the park were all withered and dead, a scene of decay everywhere. Upon entering, they discovered many adventure activities: rock climbing, bungee jumping, water skiing, but the water had long since dried up. The inflatable castles for children had burst due to the high temperature, and lay drooping to the side. As they walked and looked around, they suddenly noticed a small bamboo house by the roadside. It was 2 stories high, with rooms, a kitchen, and even ordinary bamboo furniture. The sign indicated it was a product of a bamboo processing factory, placed in the park for promotional purposes. Yang Qing examined it. The bamboo house was coated with varnish, so it was largely undamaged and still quite intact. It had no foundation. It had been transported entirely as a single unit. "This is nice, we can keep it. If we ever find ourselves in the middle of nowhere, we can use this as a home," Yang Qing said. "Sure." Lengyi nodded. "It's quite practical." Yang Qing placed her hand on the bamboo house, and, in a flash, stored it in her spatial storage. The 2 left the park and continued walking, eventually finding an abandoned gas station. Many cars were parked there, likely abandoned because they ran out of gas. They looked at them. After months of rain and sun, the paint was peeling, and the seats were frayed, too old and worthless to collect. Anyway, Yang Qing had so many cars in his spatial storage, a few more wouldn't make a difference. Suddenly, Yang Qing spotted a large vehicle with a cargo bed, looking like a truck, but not quite. The words "luxury banquet vehicle" were written on it. "Huh, a banquet vehicle? I never seen one before. What's it like?" Yang Qing asked curiously. Looking at the vehicle, the battery was dead, and the gas was gone. "Want to see?" Lengyi asked. "Yes." Yang Qing nodded. Lengyi used his car's battery to charge the banquet vehicle, and then added some gas. The vehicle started, and Yang Qing curiously pressed a button on it. The banquet carriage shuddered, and several metal supports suddenly extended from both sides of the carriage, stepping on the ground. The carriage slowly unfolded, growing larger and larger until the folding walls on top rose up, and the roof unfolded to form a canopy. Finally, it transformed into a huge banquet hall, capable of accommodating at least 30 or 40 tables. There were also kitchen utensils, dishes, tables, and chairs, everything one could need. "Wow!" Yang Qing exclaimed. "No wonder it's a luxury banquet carriage. If you parked it in an open space in the countryside, The host wouldn't need to prepare anything. Everyone could just get on and eat. It's so convenient. And it wouldn't get rained on or sunburnt, Lungi added. Yang Qing nodded. Holding a large banquet in the countryside was risky because of bad weather. This was so convenient. People these days are so clever, they can think of anything. Shall we take this? Yang Qing asked Lungi. Lungi smiled, take it if you want. Even if we don't hold a banquet, you can use it for lodging. He pressed a button on the vehicle, and the cabin slowly folded up, eventually resembling a camper van. Yang Qing stored the banquet vehicle in her spatial storage, finding it quite interesting. The two returned to Yunshan, had lunch, took a nap, and then went to the department store. Husky was already waiting there, beaming when he saw Yang Qing. Sister, they agreed. When is the delivery tomorrow? They said they'd put the yacht directly on the cruise ship. Where do you want to put the cruise ship? Lungi had specified the delivery location when the amphibious aircraft was delivered last time, and this time should be no exception. Besides, the cruise ship is so large, the transaction could only be conducted at sea. Lungi thought for a moment, then gave Husky some coordinates. Just leave the cruise ship here. We'd bring the medicine over tomorrow. Okay. Husky nodded quickly, then asked Yang Qing, sister, do you still have any fresh water? I haven't been able to find you lately, and I can't even buy water. Yes, have someone bring a water tanker over. I fill it up for you tomorrow, Yang Qing nodded. Husky was overjoyed. Sister, what do you want to exchange? Yang Qing pondered for a moment. The creatures in her space could now grow at exponential rates, allowing her to raise more livestock. Once they multiplied, it would truly be a large farm. Find me 2 more cows, 2 sheep, and 2 pigs, all females, Yang Qing said. Sister, isn't this a bit too much? Husky grimaced. Yang Qing smiled. A smaller amount is fine too. Can't I get a few calves and lambs in exchange for a truckload of water? All right then. Husky nodded. If it were smaller, it would be fine, only a few 100 pounds, but a truckload of water weighs several tons. I have someone bring the water tanker right now. Sister, will you wait a moment? Okay. Yang Qing nodded. A little while wouldn't hurt. After Husky's men brought the water tanker, Yang Qing drove the van, and Lingy drove the tanker. The two headed towards a secluded spot, planning to store the vehicles in their spatial storage later. Yang Qing's walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life. Someone's following us. Yang Qing glanced in the rearview mirror. Sure enough, a car was following them in the distance. The car behind them sped up when their car sped up, and slowed down when their car slowed down, clearly targeting them. What do we do now? Yang Qing asked. There's a tunnel ahead. Let's go in there, Lingy said. The car drove into the tunnel, and the car behind didn't dare follow too closely. They waited until Yang Qing's car exited before driving in themselves. As soon as they emerged from the tunnel, Lung Yi and Yang Qing, each holding a gun, jumped out from the side, pointing them at them. Get out. No, don't shoot. We're getting out. The driver hurriedly said. A rather handsome young man stepped out of the car. Chapter 182. Who are you? Why are you following us? Lung Yi and Yang Qing pointed their guns at the two men. Hey, buddy, we mean no harm. Be careful the gun doesn't go off. The young man raised his hands, looked at Lung Yi, then at Yang Qing, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. Yang Qing was already tall and fair-skinned, and after the apocalypse, drinking spiritual spring water every day, she became even more radiant and beautiful. Why are you following us? Yang Qing asked again. Just curious. The young man smiled. I'm from the Lin family. The medicine you're looking for is for my dad and my older brother's child. We've been searching for so long without finding it, but Kai Qing's people said they found it. I was just curious to see who had such great abilities, so I followed Kai Qing's little lackey, and I didn't expect to actually catch up. Lung Yi and Yang Qing exchanged a glance. They hadn't expected him to be from the Lin family. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lin Rui, the second young master of the Lin family. My brother's name is Lin Chen. We have one child. I'm unmarried. Lin Rui finished speaking and glanced at Yang Qing. Lung Yi's face turned cold. Then what are you trying to do by following us? Nothing much, just pure curiosity. I wanted to see who these capable people are and where they came from, Lin Rui said with a grin, looking every bit the playboy. I didn't expect one to be a beauty and the other a handsome man. That's quite a surprise. We're just ordinary people. We just have some connections, and the medicine isn't even ours, Yang Qing said. Lin Rui looked at Yang Qing. Regardless, the fact that you found the medicine makes you capable. I always admire capable people the most. Sister and brother, could you please put your guns down? Lin Rui's hands were still raised, pointing at Yang Qing and Leng Yi's guns. It's not convenient to talk like this. I'm afraid they might go off accidentally. Yang Qing and Leng Yi glanced at him, lowering their guns. They weren't worried about Lin Rui's actions. Although he was good-looking, he was thin and weak, clearly not very strong. Yang Qing alone could easily handle him. The driver didn't seem to be skilled either. He could take them down even without a gun. Now that we know each other, we don't need to hide anything, Lin Rui said, smiling at Yang Qing. Sister, what's your name? Leng Yi immediately raised his gun again. This is my wife. Don't even think about touching her. Lin Rui felt a pang of regret and quickly said, I didn't mean that. We're friends now, so it's easier to call her by her name. I can't keep calling her sister, can I? Yang Qing smiled slightly. Although he was a playboy, his mannerisms weren't entirely unpleasant. My name is Yang Qing, and this is my husband, Leng Yi. Sister Yang, brother-in-law. Lin Rui greeted with a beaming smile. Since we're all siblings now, we're not outsiders. My sister and I will handle the transaction tomorrow, Lin Rui said with a smile. I have someone bring the cruise ship to the dock. You can come and pick it up. No need to be so secretive, coming out in the middle of the night. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow, guessing he had guessed that they were also involved in the last amphibious aircraft transaction. I have someone teach you how to drive the cruise ship. We leave after that, and we definitely won't stop you, Lin Rui said. Leng Yi snorted coldly, I don't need you to teach me. I can drive it myself. Lin Rui was surprised, and gave him a thumbs up. Brother-in-law is really amazing. I admire you. I can only drive yachts, not cruise ships. Sister, you don't know, the yacht was just bought before the apocalypse. It was a birthday present from my dad. I only driven it once. Yesterday, he said he was going to give it to someone else, and I was furious. Seeing my sister and brother-in-law today, I feel this exchange was worthwhile. Yang Qing chuckled, knowing full well this man was flattering her, but she couldn't help but find him endearing. Seeing Yang Qing smile, Lin Rui felt relieved. Then it's settled. Tomorrow at 5 p.m., I have someone bring the cruise ship to Xiaochang Wharf. We trade there. Just give me the medicine tomorrow. I have someone talk to Kai Qin. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. Since things were already like this, there was no need for beating around the bush. A straightforward transaction was better. However, I don't want too many people to know our identities. You better not bring any unrelated people with you tomorrow. Lin Rui nodded. I understand. Then, can I go now? Lin Rui pointed the way they came. Yang Qing nodded. Lin Rui and the driver turned to get back into the car, then suddenly turned back. Sister, that water tanker. Do you have water? Fresh water? Yes. Yang Qing didn't hide anything. He already seen it. Lin Rui's eyes lit up. Can I have 2 truckloads of water too? My friends and I have been planning a pool party at home for ages, but we haven't been able to find fresh water. We have seawater, but it's not good, and purified seawater has a strange taste I don't like. Yang Qing rolled her eyes. Fresh water is so rare these days, practically priceless, and he wants to throw a pool party. The richest man's resources are truly not to be underestimated. Sure, but the price won't be small, Yang Qing said. Since he wanted it, she'd take the opportunity to squeeze some money out of him. What do you want? Lin Rui asked. 1 truckload of water for a truckload of sheep, and another truckload for a truckload of live cattle, Yang Qing said. Lin Rui was taken aback. Sis, that's a bit of an exorbitant demand. Yang Qing laughed, deliberately provoking him. What, can't afford to trade? Lin Rui, as expected, couldn't resist the provocation and gritted his teeth. I trade, but we don't have big cows, only calves. Okay. Yang Qing smiled. Then it's settled. I need them in 5 days. I have someone deliver the cattle and sheep to you tomorrow at noon. How about we trade here? Lin Rui said. This place was quite secluded, and the tunnel made it less likely to be seen. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow, not expecting him to deliver the goods first. Wasn't he afraid of running away with them? Okay, but we don't have our own water tanker. This truck was provided by Kai Qin and the others, Yang Qing said. That's easy, I borrowed 2 from them, and I have Husky drive them to the department store the day after tomorrow. You can pick them up there. They be delivered to my villa in the Huli district in 5 days, this address. Lin Rui had his driver bring paper and pen to write down the address for Yang Qing. Yang Qing glanced at him. You're not staying in the official resettlement area? Aren't you afraid of a tsunami? Lin Rui shrugged. It shouldn't be that soon. Besides, it's the apocalypse, so we should enjoy life while we can. Otherwise, we won't be able to enjoy anything when we die. Yang Qing remained non-committal. Everyone has different values. There was nothing to say. Lin Rui and the driver got into the car. Lin Rui waved to Yang Qing, then the driver turned around and drove back the way they came. Let's go too. The two got into the car and drove a little further before storing the water tanker in their spatial storage in a secluded spot. Chapter 183. After returning home, Yang Qing immediately entered her spatial dimension to fill the water tanker. She called Lu Lin into the dimension as well, and the two of them harvested vegetables together. Leng Yi, meanwhile, added diesel to the harvester and drove it to the field to harvest rice. Qing, why are the vegetables growing so fast this time? And there are so many more rabbits too? Lu Lin asked in surprise. Yang Qing smiled. The energy from the centipedes we harvested before took effect. The flow of time inside has accelerated, so their growth rate is several times faster than before, hence the speed. Really? Lu Lin explained in surprise. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. Where did that little ball go? Yang Qing shook her head. I don't know either. It must have been absorbed by the spatial dimension, which is why there was a change. Won't the things we put inside spoil? Lu Lin asked. No, I already checked, Yang Qing said. That's good. Lu Lin nodded. Then let's harvest all these vegetables quickly and plant new ones. There will be more and more in the future. Okay. Yang Qing nodded with a smile. When Lei Liang and Lin Feng called from outside, the group emerged from their spatial dimension. So few centipedes today? Yang Qing put the centipede back into the room. Yeah, there are fewer and fewer centipedes these days, Li Liang nodded. Sister-in-law, if we're not needed, we go back and find new jobs. Yang Qing quickly waved her hand. It's alright, we don't need your few pounds of grain. Keep working for now, we have other things for you to do later. The two men smiled. Oh, sister-in-law, please don't hesitate to ask. They were actually quite worried that Yang Qing would be unemployed, having quit her job, and finding another one wouldn't be easy. However, the wages here are 3 times higher than outside, so even if they don't work for several months, they won't go hungry. Naturally, they still want to follow Leng Yi and Yang Qing, knowing they are truly capable, and that following them won't be a loss. The next day, Yang Qing had Li Liang and Lin Feng load all the centipedes from their home and send them to the centipede cake processing factory. The centipedes would become increasingly scarce, and they wouldn't be able to collect them for long. Besides, a tsunami could come at any time, and leaving them at home would be a waste if they were washed away. At noon, Yang Qing and Leng Yi rode a motorcycle to the place they had arranged to meet Lin Rui. 2 trucks loaded with cattle and sheep were already waiting at the tunnel entrance. Although they were small trucks, each one carried more than a dozen calves and lambs, so they weren't losing out. Miss Yang, our second young master said these 2 trucks are for you. You can just drive them away. Don't forget the flood 4 days from now. The person accompanying the truck said. I won't forget, Yang Qing nodded. There was another car ahead, and the 2 drivers got in and drove off. Yang Qing climbed onto the truck and glanced at the cattle and sheep. They were all alive and quite lively, so it seemed Lin Rui was quite reliable. The 2 drove off on another road to avoid arousing suspicion if anyone noticed they hadn't returned. Once they reached a secluded spot, they stored the 2 trucks in their spatial storage, took out the water tanker and a small truck, and drove around in a large circle back to the department store. When Husky saw them arrive, he gave them a wink and followed them to a secluded spot. He drove the pigs, cattle, and sheep from the truck onto Yang Qing's truck, then had another person drive the water tanker away. Sister, I heard from Sister Kai that you're trading directly with the Lin family? Husky asked. You still dare to say that? Yang Qing glared at him. That second young master of the Lin family only found out about us yesterday because he was following you, and then he followed us. Otherwise, how would they know it was me? Husky felt a little guilty. Sister, it's all my fault for being careless. I'd definitely be more careful next time. But thankfully, the Lin family rules are always quite strict, and the Lin family patriarch is a well-known honest and trustworthy businessman. His 2 sons also have good reputations. Although the second young master of the Lin family is a bit of a playboy, he's not bad. Yang Qing nodded. If it weren't for that, we would have shot him yesterday. Husky was startled. Sister, please don't. Although the Lin family isn't bad, they're extremely protective of their own. If anything happens to the second young master, they won't let you go even if you run to the ends of the earth. Is that so? Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. If she wanted to hide, they really couldn't find her. Besides, It's the apocalypse now. There's no internet or communication. She could hide in any corner, and they wouldn't find her. But it didn't matter if she confronted them head-on. They hadn't offended her. Yes, now that they're willing to trade with you, they won't easily break their promise. If they consider you friends, it's a good thing for you, Husky said. Got it, Yang Qing nodded. We're not the type to cause trouble. Alright, sis, I be going now. Husky got into the truck and waved to Yang Qing. The two found a secluded spot to store the truck in their spatial storage, then rode their motorcycle to Xiaochang Wharf. It wasn't time yet, but the Lin family's cruise ship was already docked. Lin Rui and one of his men were sitting in a nearby shop drinking cold drinks. Yang Qing and Leng Yi didn't go over immediately. They rode their motorcycle around the wharf, seemingly not finding anything suspicious. Unlike the last deal with the Bai family, where there were ambushes everywhere, this Lin Rui was indeed quite trustworthy. He said he wouldn't bring anyone, and he didn't. At 5 o'clock, the two rode over on their motorcycle. Lin Rui, sitting in the shop, hadn't recognized them at first, but seeing them take off their helmets, he rushed over. Sister, brother-in-law, you're here? Yang Qing was a little exasperated. This guy was really too familiar, calling her sister and brother-in-law so naturally. Anyone who didn't know better would think she was really his sister. Lin Rui smiled and looked at Yang Qing's motorcycle. Sister, your motorcycle is nice. Is it imported? Huh, this model. I bought one before the apocalypse, but the apocalypse came right after the goods arrived in Xia City. I didn't even have time to receive the goods. I hid at home for a while, and later at the dock, the containers were all gone, and my motorcycle was gone too. Yang Qing touched her nose. Could this motorcycle be the one Lin Rui bought? Did she get it from a shipping container box? Heh, I got this by trading something with someone. Yang Qing chuckled. Lin Rui nodded. I wonder who bought it. Their taste is just like mine, not bad. Yang Qing chuckled. This guy was a bit too narcissistic. He had to praise himself no matter what he said. Let's get on the boat, Leng Yi reminded him. Okay, I take you there, Lin Rui nodded. Lin Rui and his men moved Yang Qing's motorcycle onto a yacht, then drove the yacht to the cruise ship. The cruise ship was too big. It was easy to run aground near the shore, so it could only anchor in deeper water, requiring the yacht to reach it. Sis, look, this is it, isn't it beautiful? Lin Rui pointed to the huge cruise ship in front of him with pride. Yang Qing really wanted to remind him that this cruise ship wasn't his anymore, it belonged to him. Never mind, she decided not to discourage him. The three of them boarded the cruise ship. A yacht was also moored on the deck. Lin Rui touched the yacht, looking reluctant to leave. This is the Diana, my birthday present. Sister, you must treat her well. Yang Qing couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, I will treat her well. And this cruise ship, it's also my home. Never mind, brother-in-law, you can go now. Lin Rui looked at the cruise ship, his expression somewhat complicated. Yang Qing took out the dialysis medication and asthma inhaler and placed them in Lin Rui's hands. These are the medications. Lin Rui looked at them, confirming they were indeed what he needed, and nodded. Thank you. You're welcome, it's not free. Yang Qing smiled. Then we're leaving. Lin Rui disembarked, watching Yang Qing and the others sail the cruise ship away before slowly turning his gaze away. Chapter 184. The cruise ship sailed quite a distance. Leng Yi used binoculars to observe for a long time, confirming there were no other ships at sea. He then had Yang Qing leave the yacht out to sea and stowed the cruise ship away. The two stood on the yacht, the sea breeze carrying a humid heat that stung their faces. The sun shone brightly overhead, the heat oppressive. Let's go into the cabin, Yang Qing said. It's too hot outside. Once in the cabin, Yang Qing took out 2 bottles of ice-cold beer from his spatial storage. You still dare to drink? Leng Yi took the beer. Yang Qing's alcohol tolerance wasn't very high. He easily became excited after drinking. Yang Qing smiled. Anyway, there's no one else here. He clinked bottles with Leng Yi and took a big gulp. Drinking an ice-cold beer on a hot day was incredibly pleasant. Do you think Lin Rui is handsome? Leng Yi suddenly asked. Huh? Yang Qing looked at him, almost laughing. He's quite handsome. As handsome as me? Leng Yi leaned closer to Yang Qing. Yang Qing laughed, looking up at him. You and he are handsome in different ways. He's the kind of well-behaved, puppy-like younger brother. You're like a big, fierce wolf. What, are you jealous? Leng Yi hugged Yang Qing, his eyes burning as he looked at her. Yeah, I'm jealous. She usually wasn't very friendly to others, but these past 2 days, she'd been a little different with Lin Rui. Yang Qing reached out and hugged Leng Yi's strong waist. Don't worry, although he's handsome, he's not my type. He looks weak. I still prefer someone like you. You have abs and pecs. Lung Yi suddenly lifted Yang Qing and placed her on the cabinet in front of him. Yang Qing gasped and quickly hugged his neck. Lung Yi took her hand down and slipped it under the edge of his waist, his voice husky, "Let you touch." Yang Qing's face slowly flushed. Lin Rui was no match for Lung Yi. He exuded raw masculinity, making anyone's legs go weak. Lung Yi lowered his head and kissed Yang Qing, his kiss far more passionate than usual. The two didn't return the yacht until dark. They went to the nearshore waters, transferred to a speedboat, and went to an empty dock. Then they rode their motorcycle back to Yunshan. When they arrived at the villa on the mountaintop, the iron gate was already closed, and the yard lights were on. Li Lian was sitting outside the villa's security door. Seeing them return, Li Lian quickly stood up and ran to open the iron gate. The two got off the motorcycle and took off their helmets. "Why haven't you gone back yet? Why don't you come inside?" Li Lian was a little embarrassed. "I saw you weren't back, and Lu Lin was home alone, so I stayed here to keep her company." "Then come inside and keep her company. It's so hot outside." Yang Qing took her helmet and walked inside. Li Liang's cheeks flushed. "No, it's inconvenient. Now that you're back, I need to go home." "Stay for dinner," Yang Qing said. Since she had spent so much time with Lu Lin, she couldn't let her leave so easily. No, Li Lian quickly waved his hand, walking out. "Goodbye, e.g. sister-in-law." "What's wrong with him?" Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. "He's embarrassed," Lung Yi laughed. "He's probably never been in a relationship before." The two entered the house, and seeing Li Liang had left, they turned off the power to the iron gate. Yang Qing laughed. "You never been in a relationship either. If I were home alone, would you have come in?" "I come in if you let me," Lung Yi smirked. "I'm not that stupid." "You're back? Hey, where's Li Liang?" Lu Lin looked outside. "You went back? Why didn't you call him in?" Yang Qing asked. "I did call him in, but he wouldn't come in, so I couldn't do anything about it," Lu Lin shrugged. "There are still such honest people these days, saying it's inconvenient for a woman like me to be home alone? It's not like we're living in feudal times." "So innocent," Yang Qing laughed. "He's definitely never been in a relationship." Lu Lin raised an eyebrow. "Who knows? He was just sitting outside, talking to me through a door. It was kind of awkward," Lu Lin laughed. "Let's eat. Why did you take so long today?" "We put away the yacht and played on the sea for a bit. A rare treat," Yang Qing said as she went to the kitchen to wash her hands. "The centipedes are getting fewer and fewer. I'm worried a tsunami might be coming." The three sat down to eat. "It's hard to plan without knowing the exact time," Lung Yi said. "Besides, there's nowhere else to go right now." "Let's pray this place won't be affected," Yang Qing said. "After all, this place isn't near the sea and is on high ground, so it might escape unscathed. If this place is flooded, the entire Xia city will cease to exist." The next day at noon, Yang Qing and Leng Yi went to the department store, where Husky brought over the 2 water tankers Lin Rui needed. Yang Qing was surprised to see that they were 15-ton water tankers, much larger than the ones they had given Husky and the others before. Yesterday, he thought he had made a huge profit trading a truckload of water for a truckload of sheep, but it turned out Lin Rui was waiting for him here. Capitalists really are capitalists. However, he wasn't at a loss. The water was free, stored in his spatial dimension, and getting so many cattle and sheep in return was worth it. The two drove the water tankers away, once again stopping in a secluded spot to store them in their spatial dimension, and then rode their motorcycles home. Upon arriving home, they went straight into their spatial dimension, found a water hose, and simultaneously filled the water tanker with water from several taps in the villa to speed things up. Yang Qing and Lu Lin continued harvesting vegetables, while Leng Yi drove the combine harvester to harvest rice. The fields had already been dried out. The large, automatic harvester's front rollers swept in the rice ears, while stalks and leaves sprayed out from the rear, scattering on the ground. The rice was collected into the truck. Once it reached a certain depth, a cylinder extended from the top, sucking the rice up and pouring it into bags on a nearby truck. It was almost entirely automatic. Once the truck was full, Yang Qing moved the rice out of the spatial dimension and placed it on the second floor of the villa. Because of the high temperature and dryness, it didn't need to be spread out. The rice dried in 2 hours and could be stored back in the warehouse. The rice from 100 acres was harvested in 2 days. Because the hybrid rice planted was inherently high-yielding and grown in a special space, the yield was even higher than in ordinary fields. 1 mu, approximately 0.16 acres, yielded about 1,000 kilograms of rice, so 100 mu produced 100,000 kilograms, or 200,000 jin, approximately 100,000 kilograms. After the rice was dried, it was processed using a rice gluten machine, yielding about 140,000 jin, approximately 70,000 kilograms, of rice, with tens of thousands of jin remaining as rice bran. The rice bran could be used to feed pigs, chickens, and ducks. Without commercial feed, they would taste just like free-range chickens and pigs raised in the countryside, but much better. The dozen or so cattle and sheep brought in that day were grazing leisurely on the grassland. Yang Qing was very pleased. His farm was growing stronger and stronger. At the agreed-upon time to deliver water to Lin Rui, Yang Qing and Leng Yi arrived at his villa in the Lake District on time in their water tanker. The security guard announced their arrival and let them in. The two drove the water tanker to the swimming pool, where Lin Rui was already standing. "Sister, brother-in-law." Lin Rui waved to them, calling out affectionately. The two jumped out of the car and stared in disbelief at the swimming pool before them. "Are you kidding me?" Yang Qing asked. The pool wasn't very large, just a standard 25 meters long, 15 meters wide, and 2 meters high, but it would take at least 1,500 tons of water to fill it, and these 2 truckloads only contained 30 tons. Chapter 185. What's wrong? Lin Rui hadn't reacted yet. "You only graduated from elementary school?" Yang Qing pointed to the swimming pool. "These 2 truckloads of water wouldn't even fill the bottom of the pool." "Oh, really?" Lin Rui blinked, looking at the water trucks. They looked quite large. "How many truckloads of water do you need?" 100 truckloads. Yang Qing rolled her eyes. "Aw, that many?" Lin Rui's eyes widened. "Can't you do the math yourself?" Yang Qing was truly speechless. "I just didn't really have a concept of it. When there was water before, the workers would fill it up. I didn't expect we need so much," Lin Rui said, rubbing his nose. "So what do we do? Do you have any more water?" Yang Qing sighed, thinking, what a foolish son of a landlord. "We do have some, but 100 cartloads of water would be equivalent to 100 cartloads of cattle or sheep." "Are you sure?" Lin Rui choked. He really couldn't come up with 100 cartloads. Exchanging 2 cartloads of water for 2 cartloads of cattle and sheep was already a huge financial loss. If his father knew he traded 100 cartloads of cattle and sheep for a swimming pool, he'd definitely kill him. Then, Lin Rui stammered awkwardly. "Keep these 2 cartloads of water for drinking." "It's all clean water," Yang Qing said. "We just bring seawater for the swimming pool. You guys go swimming in the sea sometimes anyway, so what can't we use?" "We can use it," Lin Rui said, still a little unwilling. He already made that promise, and now it was backed out. Where was his pride? "If your old man knew how wasteful you were, wouldn't he beat you to death?" Yang Qing laughed. Lin Rui shrank back. It really might be true. "Never mind then, I'd just have someone go and fetch seawater." Lin Rui's face flushed. Seawater was free anyway, it was just a matter of making a few more trips. Yang Qing smiled. "The goods have been delivered, so we are leaving now." "Sister, do you want to stay for something to eat?" Lin Rui said. "I have plenty of good stuff here." "No need," Yang Qing waved her hand. "Afraid Leng Yi would be jealous. If I want to eat, I'm not worried about finding a place to get something." Lin Rui thought about it, and realized she was right. She could even get a cruise ship. Getting something to eat was a piece of cake for her. He seemed to have underestimated her. "Then I see you out," Lin Rui said. Yang Qing and her group arrived at a water tanker, so there was no place to park their motorcycles, and they had to walk. Yang Qing didn't stand on ceremony, and got into his car, letting him take them to the villa's gate. After Yang Qing and her group left, someone nearby asked Lin Rui, "Brother Rui, who are they that you had to personally escort them out?" Lin Rui watched their departing figures, his expression inscrutable. They're not ordinary people. Just the fact that they could get so much fresh water in the apocalypse is impressive. The person beside him seemed thoughtful. The two walked a long way, finally finding a secluded spot to retrieve a car and drive back. Upon arriving at the department store, they told Husky that their water tanker had gone to Lin Rui's place, and that they should pick it up there later. "I know," Sister Kai said. "They borrowed it, and will return it in a few days." Husky nodded. "Sister, how much did they get for that truckload of water?" Husky asked curiously. "A truckload of cattle." "How about that? Isn't it much more profitable than exchanging with you?" Yang Qing looked at Husky. Husky smiled awkwardly. "That was much more than their 2 cows, sheep, and pigs." "Sister, we still have to make a profit, right?" "Looks like you made quite a bit," Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. But it's nothing, it was all agreed upon beforehand. I don't blame you. We can always. Before she could finish speaking, the ground suddenly shook, and Yang Qing nearly lost her footing, only being steadied by Leng Yi. What happened? Yang Qing's expression changed. Was that an earthquake? It seemed so. Leng Yi wasn't sure either, glancing to the side. The ground shook again. The sky was overcast, and flocks of birds flew in from the sky, disappearing into the distance. Countless rats and centipedes appeared out of nowhere, scurrying about everywhere. The tremors continued. Cracks appeared in the walls of nearby houses, some already beginning to collapse, and people rushed out of their homes in panic. It's an earthquake. Husky, run! Yang Qing and Leng Yi shouted as they got into the car. There will be a tsunami too, Husky, run to higher ground, the higher the better. Sister! Husky cried out, dodging falling rocks, as Yang Qing and Leng Yi were already in the car. Hurry back to Yunshan. Lu Lin is still home. Yang Qing yelled, fastening her seatbelt. Hold on tight. Leng Yi shouted, flooring the accelerator as the car sped towards Yunshan. More and more houses collapsed along the way, and some roadside trees were uprooted. The crowd scattered in panic, some hit by falling debris, bleeding from their heads. Leng Yi dodged falling billboards and rocks, accelerating at full speed. Faster! Yang Qing cried anxiously. The earthquake had struck without warning. Lu Lin was still on the mountain. She couldn't bear the thought of anything happening to Lu Lin. How could she face her for the rest of her life? Yang Qing suddenly remembered the walkie-talkie at home and quickly picked it up to adjust the signal. Lin Lin, Lin Lin. Lin Lin, answer me. Lin Lin. After a long silence, Yang Qing's heart pounded, practically leaping into her throat. Leng Yi, faster. Okay. Leng Yi glanced at Yang Qing, his hands gripping the steering wheel, his foot planted firmly on the accelerator. Finally, Lu Lin's voice came through, I'm here. Qing Qing, are you alright? Where are you? Hearing Lu Lin's voice, tears welled in Yang Qing's eyes. We're fine, how about you? I'm fine too, I'm at home. The barking of Aki and Shushua came through the walkie-talkie. Don't stay indoors. Go to the yard. Go to an open space, Leng Yi shouted. Turn off the power. Be careful with the door, Yang Qing added. Lin Lin, wait for me to come back. Okay. Be careful too. Just then, the air raid siren blared, its roar echoing across the city. The loudspeakers also blared. Repeated broadcasts of the impending earthquake urged residents to evacuate their homes immediately and seek open spaces to await rescue. Yang Qing and Leng Yi's car continued speeding along the road, dodging debris that could fall from any direction at any moment. Leng Yi, drenched in sweat, stared intently ahead, constantly wary of road collapses and falling rocks. The car bounced like a spring, nearly throwing Yang Qing into the air. He clung tightly to the door handle to avoid hitting his head. The scenery outside flashed by like a movie, skyscrapers collapsing, billowing dust, and distant bridges breaking into pieces, crashing into the water. Cars and people fell off bridges, the sounds of collapsing buildings and cries for help echoing in their ears. Yang Qing's expression was grim. This was the first time since her rebirth that she had seen a scene like the apocalypse in a movie, with the sky collapsing and the earth cracking, with broken walls and ruins. The floods and ice she had experienced before were not as shocking and breathtaking as the scene at this moment. Chapter 186. Finally, they arrived at Yunshan. Rocks continued to tumble down the mountain from all directions. Leng Yi swerved left and right, his expression grim. People were running downhill. Yang Qing rolled down the car window and shouted, Run uphill. Run uphill. Such a strong earthquake could very well trigger a tsunami. Running downhill would be certain death. But the panicked crowd didn't care about anything else, constantly surging onto the road and running downhill. In their minds, finding open space downhill should be safer than staying on the mountain. But this wasn't just an earthquake, a massive tsunami might follow. The terrified crowd couldn't hear Yang Qing's voice, scrambling to get downhill. Yang Qing had no choice. He couldn't worry about them now. Finding Lu Lin on the mountain was the priority. The dark clouds in the distance grew thicker and thicker, as if they were about to press down from the sky. A massive thunderstorm struck, the blinding light seeming to tear the sky in two. The dark clouds continued to churn, lightning spreading like vines, tearing the clouds into pieces. The lightning struck the ground with a deafening roar, dense currents extending across the earth, repeatedly emitting intense flashes of light. Yang Qing was terrified, her scalp tingling. She had never seen anything like it before. Suddenly, a huge boulder rolled down from the mountainside. Watch out! Yang Qing shouted. Leng Yi swerved the steering wheel, avoiding the boulder, but crashed into a tree by the roadside with a loud thud. Yang Qing's head was ringing, and she saw stars. Ching ching, ching ching. A frantic call brought Yang Qing back to her senses. She shook her head. I'm all right. Leng Yi breathed a sigh of relief, quickly shifted into reverse, and drove the car back a step before continuing forward. Thankfully, the car wasn't damaged. Dodging falling rocks and throngs of people running down the mountain, they finally arrived at the villa on the mountaintop. Lu Lin had already opened the iron gate and was crouching in the yard, holding Aki and Xiaoxua, too afraid to move. Lin Lin. Yang Qing shouted. Lu Lin ran over and hugged Yang Qing tightly. Yang Qing quickly hugged her back, saying, It's all right, it's all right. Looking at the villa, it was surprisingly still standing. Yang Qing quickly ran inside, hoping to salvage some things. Leng Yi also quickly helped carry things, taking as much as he could. Suddenly, Lu Lin screamed, Ching Ching, look. Yang Qing ran to the window, and the sky outside suddenly darkened. Not dark clouds, but a gigantic wave, dozens of stories high, crashing in. It's a tsunami! A tsunami is coming! Quick, get to the rooftop! Yang Qing yelled. She couldn't even imagine such a massive wave. Perhaps the entire Yushan mountain wouldn't survive. The people on the mountain also noticed and fled in terror, some starting to run towards the summit. Reaching the summit now might offer a sliver of hope. The three reached the top floor. Below, some ran uphill, some downhill, scattering like headless flies. People were jostling and trampling, some bumping into each other, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Where are Li Liang and the others? Why aren't they here? Leng Yi asked. Yang Qing had already retrieved the helicopter from his spatial storage. At this point, he couldn't worry about anything else. Besides, no one noticed, everyone was running with their heads down. It wasn't until a tremendous roar sounded that someone noticed a helicopter had appeared on the mountaintop. A helicopter? Are they here to rescue us? Quick, run that way. Wait for us. Save us! Lu Lin looked anxiously down. Li Liang said he was going back to find his parents. I told them to come back quickly, but I don't know how they are. You guys come up first. I wait for them a little longer, Leng Yi shouted from the driver's seat. A massive tsunami swept in, collapsing buildings and bridges at the foot of the mountain with devastating force, swallowing up countless people. Fishing boats at the dock were overturned and pushed ashore by the giant waves, carrying cars, trees, and all sorts of debris, engulfing those who couldn't escape in time. The first wave only reached the foot of Yushan Mountain, but Yang Qing knew that the first wave of the tsunami was the smallest. The second and third waves would be higher and more powerful with each successive surge. Lu Lin held Aki and Xiaoxua, while Yang Qing stood anxiously at the helicopter door, searching for Li Liang and the others. Someone ran up to the mountaintop. Someone went into the villa. Someone ran to the top floor. Yang Qing quickly took out her submachine gun and warily watched the people coming up. Wait for us, take me with you, I have money. I can give you grain, 1,000 caddies, 2,000 caddies, 5,000 caddies. Give me a seat, I have gold, I have diamonds, I give them all to you, I just want a seat. A man said. What about me and the child? A woman rushed up and grabbed the man. Get out of here. The man kicked the woman away and eagerly presented what he was holding. This is all for you, for you. Standing at the helicopter door, Yang Qing looked at the man in front of her with disdain, the wind making her clothes flutter, her expression terrifyingly cold. Charge! Charge! Someone shouted. If they don't save us, they won't escape either. The crowd surged forward, their faces contorted with rage. Yang Qing raised his submachine gun and fired a burst at the ground in front of him. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets exploded at the feet of the crowd, kicking up clouds of dust, and sped casings crunched down. The crowd was terrified, too frightened to take another step forward. Those who aren't afraid to die, come on up. Yang Qing's eyes were cold and stern. Please just take me. Don't you have one more spot? You can't just leave us to die. Just one is enough. The second wave crashed in, higher and larger than the first, carrying an all-encompassing energy, sweeping across the land. Half of Yushan was washed away. The earth shook. The villa swayed too. Ching Ching, go! Leng Yi shouted. They couldn't wait any longer. If they waited any longer, it would be too late. Yang Qing glanced down again, not seeing Li Liang and Lin Feng, gritted his teeth, and boarded the helicopter. Some people tried to rush up. Without hesitation, Yang Qing fired a burst of bullets. He closed the door, and the helicopter roared upwards. Some rushed up, desperately pounding on the helicopter door. Others climbed the boom pole below, straining to climb up. Those below grabbed the feet of those above, trying to pull them down. The helicopter wobbled as it took off, and the person at the bottom screamed as they fell. "Let go!" Yang Qing shouted, opening the cabin door to the person hanging below. The person wouldn't give up, reaching for Yang Qing's foot, grinning maliciously. "If you don't save me, none of you will live." A ruthless glint appeared on Yang Qing's face, and he kicked the person's hand hard once, twice. Ah! The person couldn't hold on any longer and fell from the sky. Leng Yi circled the helicopter twice, still not seeing Li Liang and Lin Feng. "Look over there!" Lu Lin suddenly shouted. The third wave of the tsunami arrived, dozens of stories high, blotting out the sky, as if to swallow the entire world. "Run!" Yang Qing yelled. At that height, and with that force, even a helicopter wouldn't escape. Leng Yi quickly adjusted his direction and increased speed, barely dodging the wave before it crashed in. The entire Yunshan mountain was submerged, leaving only a few people struggling on the mountaintop villa. The three of them looked down at everything below, all submerged in water. The world seemed to fall silent, with only the roar of helicopters audible. Chapter 187. Leng Yi hovered his helicopter above the city. The entire city of Xia was almost completely submerged. Boats, cars, and all sorts of garbage floated on the surface, and people struggled desperately in the water. Only a few people remained on the rooftops of several multi-storied buildings. Seeing the helicopter, some people grabbed their clothes and waved them frantically, shouting for help. Leng Yi couldn't stop. Stopping wouldn't save many people, and might even put himself in danger. They were powerless against such a disaster. The sea gradually calmed down, and the tide began to recede rapidly, carrying people back with it. Those who had been struggling in the water were nowhere to be seen. Everywhere were ruins and devastation. This was the true apocalypse. The three remained silent, none of them speaking. This was the most severe disaster since the end of the world. Humanity was so insignificant in the face of catastrophe. Utterly vulnerable. Unable to find a place to land, Leng Yi changed course and flew towards another city. It was getting dark, and flying at night was unsafe. "Let's find a place to rest first," Yang Qing said. "Should we go look for Li Liang and the others?" Lu Lin asked. Leng Yi shook his head. "It's too dark to look now. Let's go tomorrow." The two didn't speak again. Leng Yi flew over a large mountain. Surrounded by mountains, this area wasn't too affected. Finding a relatively flat spot, Leng Yi flew the helicopter down. Once the helicopter landed, the three disembarked. Yang Qing stored the helicopter in his spatial storage. He took out the bamboo house he acquired at the theme park a couple of days ago. It was just what he needed. "This bamboo house is quite pretty," Lu Lin said in surprise. Inside was a small two-story building, with 2 rooms on each floor, a kitchen, and bamboo flooring. Aki and Xiaoxua sniffed around curiously, wondering how they suddenly had a new home. The three sat down, and Yang Qing took out 3 fast food meals. "I wonder how Li Liang and the others are doing," Lu Lin suddenly said. When the earthquake struck, Li Liang and Lin Feng were still helping to collect centipedes. "We only realized it was an earthquake when the second tremor hit. Li Liang said he was going back to find his parents, and I told them to come back to the villa on the mountaintop as soon as they found them. But I couldn't tell them that Qingqing had a solution, and besides, you weren't back yet. I could only tell them that the mountaintop was relatively safe, and that if a tsunami came, they might be able to take shelter there. I don't know if they believed me, or if they encountered any danger." Yang Qing and Leng Yi were both silent. At that time, houses collapsed, rocks were rolling everywhere, and they didn't know when they would be hit. They might not even have lived to see the tsunami. "You did your best," Yang Qing said. "No one expected the earthquake to strike so suddenly. Let's go look for them tomorrow. Maybe they're still alive." Lu Lin's eyes were a little red. Having spent so much time together, they developed some affection for each other, and didn't want to give up on them like this. "We go tomorrow morning," Leng Yi nodded. They had to go check. If they couldn't find them, there was nothing they could do. That night, Yang Qing took out a box of mosquito coils. There were a lot of mosquitoes in the mountains. She also asked Leng Yi and Lu Lin if they wanted to sleep in her spatial dimension. It was much more comfortable there. But they both shook their heads, perhaps feeling more at ease in nature. The spatial dimension felt more like Yang Qing's private territory. Yang Qing and Lu Lin slept together that night. Lying side by side, smelling the scent of mountain grass, and feeling the cool breeze, it felt a little unreal. "The temperature seems to have dropped a bit," Yang Qing said. "Is it because of the tsunami?" Lu Lin asked. Yang Qing shook her head. "Who knows? Ching Ching, can we keep living? Lu Lin turned to look at Yang Qing. We definitely can. Yang Qing touched Lu Lin's face. Don't worry. So many people died today. Lu Lin's mood was a little low. In the face of nature, humanity is so small, we have no power to resist it all. This is the end of the world. Yang Qing nodded. But don't be afraid, we will definitely get through it. Although we are small, as long as humanity is not wiped out, we can rebuild our homes and continue civilization. The next day, after breakfast, Lung Yi flew a helicopter to Xia City. The seawater had receded. Looking down from the sky, as far as the eye could see, there was devastation. Everywhere were collapsed buildings, haphazardly placed utility poles, trees laden with debris, cars half buried in the mud, and corpses lying face up or face down. Lung Yi landed the helicopter on an empty road. Yang Qing stored the helicopter in his spatial storage and took out a pickup truck. The three drove the pickup forward, but their path was soon blocked by a large tree lying on the road. Seeing no one around, Yang Qing simply stored the tree in his spatial storage. This made things easier for himself, and also cleared obstacles for any official rescue teams that might come later. They continued on their way, collecting any trees they could. For things they couldn't collect, such as utility poles or boulders, they used this ability to store them in their spatial storage first, and then discarded them aside. Upon reaching the city, unable to demonstrate their abilities, and unable to traverse the impassable roads, Yang Qing put away the car. A few survivors remained in the city. Their faces were filthy, their bodies disheveled. Seeing them approach, they merely glanced at them indifferently, their expressions numb, their eyes devoid of any will to live. The three did their best to help those who needed assistance. They rescued people from fallen trees, bandaged injured children, and helped others in need. Most of the day had passed by Yunshan. The roads to Yunshan had long since collapsed, littered with fallen rocks and trees. The three had to find footholds, using both hands and feet to climb as far as possible. After much effort, they finally reached the summit. The villa at the top was still standing, though half of it had collapsed. If Li Liang and the others are alive, they might be able to come up, Lu Lin said, since there wasn't much else to go on Yunshan. Let's go in and see if anyone's there, Yang Qing said. Just in case, each person was given a gun. The iron gate was long gone, and the courtyard was a mess. The security door was still there, but it was wide open, and they could hear voices coming from inside. The three exchanged glances, a hint of surprise flashing across their faces. There are survivors. Shoo! Lung Yi gestured, it was better to be cautious. They didn't know who was inside. The three went to the window of Yang Qing's former room. Perhaps because it was bulletproof glass, the window wasn't damaged. Lung Yi gently opened the window and jumped into the room. Then he reached out and pulled Yang Qing and Lu Lin into the room as well. Lung Yi walked to the door and opened it a crack, peering into the living room. Several people were sitting in the living room with their backs to them, two of them sitting opposite them. Lung Yi's pupils contracted. The two opposite him were Lin Feng and Li Liang. Lin Feng gripped a dagger, nervously staring at the people opposite him. Li Liang lay on the ground, his head covered in blood, his life hanging in the balance. Chapter 188. What do you want? Lin Feng gripped the dagger tightly, his hand trembling slightly. The men opposite him glared at the two men, then glanced at the unconscious Li Liang. We've been here for a day and a night, and no one has come to our aid. Continuing like this will only mean waiting to die, someone said. We thought there would be food here, but they didn't leave a single grain. Weren't you working for them? What, they abandoned you? They're just someone else's dogs. When disaster strikes, they all scatter. Who will remember them? Someone mocked. Lin Feng stared intently at the men opposite him. Brother Yi isn't that kind of person. The situation was too urgent. They didn't have time to save us. Ha, didn't have time? Don't you know they have helicopters? If they had flown a few more times, they could have saved many people. But they flew away, never to return. They didn't care about you at all. So arrogant all the time, but in the end, aren't you just like us? The two men approached Lin Feng. We won't make things difficult for you. Just hand over Li Liang, and we let you go. He's beyond saving, but so many of us still need to survive. Lu Lin gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Did they intend to eat Li Liang? Yang Qing's expression was cold. This kind of thing happened frequently in his previous life. When people were truly starving and even tree bark was gone, this phenomenon became widespread. Some people couldn't overcome their conscience and couldn't eat their own family members, so they would exchange food with others. To survive, humans became more cruel and selfish than any other creature. No, I won't let you succeed, Li Liang isn't dead yet. Lin Feng was trembling all over, but he still stood firmly in front of Li Liang, his eyes filled with fear yet also with determination. He's beyond saving anyway. What's the difference between him and dead? One of them picked up a dagger. Living like this is worse than death. I can help him find release. The man approached Lin Feng, raising the dagger to stab him. A loud bang. Lung Yi fired, and the man in front fell. Everyone was terrified, looking back in horror. The three men walked over, guns in hand. Step back, drop your knives, or don't blame me for being impolite, Lung Yi said coldly. The man in front quickly retreated, backing up to the men, looking at them in horror. They were still alive? They actually came back? Brother Yi. Lin Feng cried, tears streaming down his face. Brother Yi had really come back for them. Yang Qing quickly went over and knelt down. How is he? His head was hit by a rock, he hasn't woken up, I don't know. Lin Feng's eyes were red, at a loss. Lung Yi and Lu Lin pointed their guns at the people behind them. Get out of here! Lung Yi shouted sharply. Why? This is no longer your residence. We have the right. Before the man could finish speaking, Lung Yi fired his gun. Those who want to die, stay. Don't shoot. Let's go! Let's go! The others were terrified and scrambled out of the house. Since there was nothing to eat here anyway, they might as well go out and look for something. Maybe they could find a rescue team. Lung Yi went over and closed the gate. Yang Qing took a rechargeable lamp from her bag. It was already dark. The villa's electricity had long since died, and without a light, they couldn't see anything. Lin Lin, come help, Yang Qing called out. Lu Lin quickly went over. Yang Qing checked Li Liang's carotid artery. He was still alive. She secretly retrieved medicine from her spatial storage, pretending to take it from her bag. She placed a disposable dressing on the ground and took out iodine, cotton swabs, tweezers, and other supplies. Yang Qing cleaned the wound on Li Liang's head with the iodine. It was a large gash, and she didn't know what else to do. She took out a bottle of Yunnan Biao and applied it, then wrapped it with gauze. Sister-in-law, Li Liang. Lin Feng looked at Yang Qing. Yang Qing shook her head. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I can only give him basic treatment. As for whether there's bleeding in his head, I can't tell without the equipment. When will he wake up? Lu Lin asked. I don't know. Yang Qing was also helpless. She wasn't a doctor. Even if she had equipment in her spatial storage, she couldn't bring him in, and besides, she didn't know how to use it. Are you hungry? Yang Qing took out bread, biscuits, and other dry food from her bag. It wasn't appropriate for Lin Feng to take out fast food here. Lin Feng took the bread and eagerly tore open the packaging, wolfing it down. Yang Qing, watching with a pang of sadness, handed him a bottle of mineral water. Drink some water, be careful not to choke. Lin Feng, a little embarrassed, took the water. Thank you, sister-in-law. Lung Yi and Lu Lin also sat down and ate something. Yang Qing asked Lin Feng, where are Li Liang's parents? Lin Feng's hand holding the water paused, his expression darkening. When we ran downstairs, the villa had already collapsed. Li Liang's parents were trapped under a concrete slab. He frantically tried to dig, but then an aftershock came, and he was hit on the head by a falling stair slab. I carried him up the mountain, and then the tsunami hit. When I saw it, my heart sank. I thought we were definitely going to die this time. Luckily, the first wave of the tsunami hadn't reached the mountain yet. I ran as fast as I could, and then I saw a big tree. I tied Li Liang to my back and climbed up the tree, securing us both tightly with rope. I kept thinking that if we died like this, then there was really no way out. When the third wave of the tsunami came, the waves covered us all, even knocking down the trees. Fortunately, that tree was big and tall enough that it wasn't uprooted. It fell onto a nearby tree. We only swallowed some water, and we were fine once the tide receded. I didn't know if you had returned, so I thought I'd go check. I brought Li Liang here and ran into those people. Li Liang has been unconscious, and none of us had anything to eat, so they targeted Li Liang. Yang Qing was silent. Yesterday we flew back in a helicopter and waited for you on the rooftop for a long time, but we didn't see you even when the tsunami came, so we had to leave. Lin Feng was shocked. You really flew a helicopter? He hadn't quite believed what those people were saying earlier, thinking they were just making things up. Having worked here for so long, he had never seen a helicopter in the villa before. Well, your brother used to be a special forces soldier and knows how to fly. We also have some connections, so... Yang Qing smiled. Lin Feng was still shocked. Before the apocalypse, he was just an ordinary citizen, Flying helicopters was something far removed from his life. He had only ever seen them on television. Brother Yi was more capable than he had imagined. Ching, what about Li Liang? Are we just going to leave him like this? Lu Lin looked at Li Liang worriedly. Give him some water and medicine, let him rest, and we see how he is tomorrow, Yang Qing said. There was nothing they could do in the current situation. The outside was a complete mess, and they couldn't find a hospital. Leng Yi went to clean the room. Although half of the house had collapsed, Yang Qing's room was still intact and usable. They let Lu Lin and Yang Qing sleep together, and the three men slept in the living room. They moved the bed out for Li Liang to sleep on, and he and Lin Feng slept on the floor. There wasn't much to be particular about in this situation. Chapter 189. In the middle of the night, Li Liang developed a high fever. Leng Yi went into the room to ask Yang Qing for some fever-reducing medicine, and also brought over a bottle of spiritual spring water. With the spiritual spring water, he should recover faster. Anyway, he was unconscious and probably couldn't taste anything. The next morning, Li Liang finally woke up, but his head injury was quite severe, and he couldn't get out of bed. Yang Qing took out a portable gas stove from her spatial storage, and Lu Lin cooked some porridge. Since all three of them were carrying bags, Li Liang and the others didn't know what was inside. Lu Lin gave Li Liang the porridge, but he was so dizzy from the concussion that he couldn't even sit up. Lu Lin had to prop his head up slightly to feed him. Li Liang's face and neck turned red, and he reached out. I can do it myself. Don't move. How can you eat like that? Don't spill the porridge on yourself later, Lu Lin said with a smile. Then let Lin Feng feed me, Li Liang said, still embarrassed. Okay. Lu Lin smiled and handed the porridge to Lin Feng. Be careful. Don't spill it on him. Don't worry. Lin Feng smiled and took the porridge. Watching Lu Lin walk into the kitchen, Lin Feng glared at Li Liang. Are you stupid? She's offering to feed you, and you're not taking it. How could I? Li Liang's face turned bright red. Lin Feng stirred the porridge in his bowl as he spoke. Don't you like her? What a great opportunity. Don't talk nonsense. Li Liang exclaimed in surprise, glancing over in their direction. Luckily, they hadn't heard. What are you afraid of? Neither of you is married. Lin Feng laughed. In his eyes, Li Liang was a former policeman, far superior to him in every way. What was there to be afraid of? Li Liang's expression darkened. What do I have to offer to pursue her? I have nothing right now. Lin Feng paused. Maybe they don't care at all. It's the apocalypse now. How many people can still live like before? He trailed off, thinking that while others might not, Leng Yi and his group were a different story. Although it was the apocalypse, they could even get their hands on helicopters, meaning they must have hidden a lot of food and supplies elsewhere. They couldn't compare to them. Although Lu Lin wasn't Yang Qing's biological sister, they were like sisters, and Leng Yi treated her like a sister-in-law. They were so well off, they had everything. In contrast, the two of them had nothing. They had stored up some food while working for Leng Yi, but the tsunami wiped it all out. Li Liang's expression darkened as he thought of his parents. The family had barely survived the apocalypse, and they had hoped things would get better, but his parents had still lost their lives. Don't think too much. Every extra day we live is a bonus, Lin Feng told Li Liang. We must live well to repay Brother Yi for saving our lives. Okay, Li Liang nodded. I need to get better quickly. I can't be a burden to them. After breakfast, Leng Yi went to check on Li Liang's old home. The house had collapsed, and they couldn't find Li Liang's parents' bodies. Mainly, there were no tools to dig, so they decided to leave them to rest there. After walking around the mountain, there were basically no survivors left. If it were just an earthquake, there might be some survivors buried underground, but with the tsunami, even those who weren't dead were drowned. This disaster almost destroyed Xia City. There probably aren't many people left. Leng Yi went back and told them about the situation. Should we go check other cities? Yang Qing asked. Leng Yi nodded. Xia City is uninhabitable. Everything is gone. How easy is it to rebuild? How about we go to the official base? Lu Lin suddenly said. Aren't Li Shengnan and the others there? We can meet up with them and see how they're doing. Leng Yi thought for a moment. That area should have been affected by the earthquake, but without the tsunami, the situation should be much better. The official base was chosen there with earthquakes in mind. The location is probably in a relatively open area, so the damage might not be too severe. But Lin Feng and Li Liang exchanged a glance. We don't have any points cards. Yang Qing. Leng Yi smiled and said, It's all right, we have enough. We exchanged some supplies for several cards before, enough for us. Really? Lin Feng was surprised and embarrassed. But we have nothing left. When can we return the supplies we exchanged for points cards? You don't need to return them, Leng Yi said. After going through so much, we're practically brothers. From now on, you can do things for us. Consider it repayment. Lin Feng nodded repeatedly, moved. Brother Yi, don't worry. Just tell us what you need, we go through fire and water for you. Leng Yi smiled. Okay. The three of them stayed on the mountaintop for 3 days, and Li Liang's headache gradually improved. Although his wound hadn't fully healed, his headache had subsided, and he could stand and walk again. The group began packing their things. By the way, Brother Yi, where are Aki and Xiaoxue? Li Liang suddenly asked. Why haven't we seen those two dogs? During their time working here, Aki and Xiaoxue had always been by their side. The two dogs were beautiful and well-trained, and they loved them dearly. It can't be already. Leng Yi chuckled, don't overthink it, we hid them. It's inconvenient to carry them around. Actually, Yang Qing had put them in her spatial storage, otherwise, countless people would have coveted them along the way. I go pick them up later, Leng Yi said. After discussing it with Yang Qing, the two went down the mountain first. Yang Qing took out the RV they rented from the car dealership from her spatial storage. It was much more convenient to have an RV for the group's trip to the official base. They put some supplies inside, and released Aki and Xiaoxue as well. You wait for us here, Yang Qing said. I have Li Liang and the others come down first. I also want to take the bulletproof glass windows from the villa. They're not damaged, and can still be used later. Okay, be careful, Leng Yi nodded. Yang Qing pulled out a gun, and went up the mountain. Back at the summit, Yang Qing said to Li Liang and Lin Feng, you two go down the mountain first. Leng Yi is already waiting for you at the bottom. Isn't your sister-in-law coming down with you? Li Liang asked, surprised. Lin and I need to use the restroom. It won't be quick, you guys go down first, Yang Qing said with a smile. Li Liang blushed. Then we wait for you outside. No need, you guys go down first, Yang Qing said. Li Liang wanted to say something more, but Lin Feng pulled him back. Sister-in-law, we go down first, you guys hurry up too. Okay. Yang Qing smiled. Lin Feng pulled Li Liang down the mountain. Li Liang looked back. We can't just leave like this. What if something happens to sister-in-law and the others? Are you stupid? They're so skilled, and they have guns. Why do they need our protection? Lin Feng said. They must have something inconvenient to do. We only be hindering them. Oh! Li Liang didn't understand, but obediently continued on. Our guns are gone. Should we tell Brother Yi? Will he be angry with us? Li Liang said. Lin Feng thought for a moment. Let's tell the truth. In that situation, it's a miracle we survived. Who cares about losing a gun? Brother Yi should understand. After they left, Yang Qing removed the 2 undamaged bulletproof windows and stored them in his spatial storage. He discarded the damaged ones from the other bulletproof windows, but removed the undamaged ones, thinking they might be useful later. He even removed the security door. The door was of good quality. It hadn't been damaged by the earthquake and tsunami. He doubted he'd find such a good door again. Chapter 190. Li Liang and Lin Feng were surprised to see a motorhome at the foot of the mountain as they descended. Someone still had a motorhome at this time of year. Then they saw Leng Yi inside. The two quickly ran over. Brother Yi. Get in. Leng Yi nodded. Brother Yi, where did you get this? Lin Feng asked, curiously examining the motorhome. The motorhome was slightly muddied by Leng Yi, making it look like it had been driven from a distance. I hit it before. I didn't expect the earthquake to have survived, so I brought it out to use. It's over 300 kilometers to the official base. Driving a motorhome is much better than a regular car, Leng Yi said. That's right, you can even sleep in a motorhome. It's much more comfortable than taking a bus. Lin Feng said happily, it's great to be with Brother Yi. Brother Yi. Li Liang walked up to Leng Yi, touching his nose. We lost the guns you gave me and Lin Feng before, I'm sorry. Leng Yi raised an eyebrow. Lost them. What's there to apologize for? At times like this, survival is the most important thing. He thought of that yesterday. If they still had the guns, would they be afraid of those people? Lin Feng patted Li Liang, laughing. I knew Brother Yi wouldn't be mad at us, right? The two went into the RV to check out the facilities. The RV was quite luxurious, with a small kitchen, a refrigerator, and a bathroom. There were 2 rows of bunk beds in the back, enough for 4 people. Further back was a storage room, which they didn't dare open, but they figured it must be quite full. This RV is great. Lin Feng tried sitting on the lower bunk. The mattress was quite soft. I only ever seen them on TV before. I never thought I'd be living in an RV someday. Lung Yi smiled but didn't speak. He had seen many such vehicles before, working as a bodyguard for big bosses, but he had never owned one himself. Later, when he and Yang Qing were shopping, they found a super luxurious RV, much more advanced than this. However, Yang Qing said that was too ostentatious, so they brought out this car she had rented before. But it was still much better than an ordinary RV. Yang Qing and Lu Lin packed up everything they could, and by the time they reached the foot of the mountain, half an hour had passed. You two go and rest in the back, I drive, Lung Yi said to the two of them. Yang Qing sat down next to him. I'm not tired yet, I keep you company. Okay. Lung Yi's lips curled into a smile. Yang Qing turned to Li Liang and said, Shaoli, your head isn't better yet. Lie down and rest. Be careful not to get dizzy. Yeah, sister-in-law, I'm fine. Li Liang blushed. It was embarrassing to sleep alone in broad daylight. Lu Lin looked at him. Just lie down. Rest more to recover faster. Oh! Li Liang's face turned even redder, and he laid down on the lower bunk. Lu Lin sat on the lower bunk opposite him, and took out a book to read. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow at Li Liang, and climbed onto his upper bunk. He had originally wanted to sit next to Lung Yi and enjoy the scenery, but seeing Yang Qing sitting there, he felt embarrassed to disturb her. 3 days had passed since the tsunami, and there was almost no one outside. The survivors should have all been rescued by the rescue teams. The roads had been cleared, so driving was relatively smooth. I wonder how Leader Hao and the others are doing. Is the Centipede Pancake Factory alright? Yang Qing chatted with Lung Yi. They should be fine. The tsunami was anticipated, so they'd definitely be in a safer place, Lung Yi said as he drove. Lin Feng's voice came from behind. Li Liang and I went to the Centipede Cake Factory. It's located in a high mountain, so it shouldn't be flooded. I just don't know how serious the earthquake was. Earthquakes are fine. Those things won't break under the weight, and unlike people, there's no perfect rescue window. We can dig them out a little later, Lung Yi said. Yang Qing nodded. It's best if nothing happens. Otherwise, that's millions of kilograms of grain. It could be life-saving when there's nothing else to eat. That's all thanks to you and E.G., sister-in-law. Otherwise, how would they have gotten so much grain? Lin Feng said. He was also very proud of this. He had helped E.G. collect quite a few centipedes. Yang Qing smiled. Actually, even if she hadn't said anything, the authorities would have eventually discovered that centipedes were edible. It just might have taken a while. Besides, in her previous life, without her spatial ability to absorb the centipede's energy, the centipede cakes were really hard to eat. The ones in this life are much better. I wonder if other regions have a way to deal with the stench of centipede pancakes. If not, then Xia City's centipede pancakes will definitely become a bestseller, which would be a contribution to them. Leaving Xia City, the streets gradually filled up with people, probably from surrounding cities. Although the disaster wasn't as severe as in Xia City, everyone was affected to some extent. Many had lost their homes and had to leave. As for whether they could get into the official base, they could only wait and see. Maybe they could snatch someone else's points card along the way and get in. Seeing Yang Qing and his group's RV, everyone cast envious and jealous glances. We suffered such a huge disaster, so why do the rich still live better than us? The world is so unfair. Suddenly, 2 men, one in his 30s and the other in his 60s, blocked the RV, each wielding a thick wooden stick. Get out of the way! Lung Yi opened the window and coldly looked at the men. The young man walked to the front of the vehicle. My dad's foot is injured, he can't walk. Could you give us a ride? No, Lung Yi said expressionlessly. The young man immediately became angry. Why not? Your vehicle is so big, what's wrong with 2 more people? If my dad hadn't injured his foot, I wouldn't be begging you. What does your dad's foot injury have to do with me? I didn't hurt him, Lung Yi sneered. Hey, young man, how can you talk like that? Don't you know anything about respecting elders? Even if you don't know me, I'm still your elder. Bullshit, Lung Yi scoffed. My elders are all buried in the ground. Why don't you go? You? The old man was furious, raising his stick menacingly. Take us with you, or you won't be leaving either. Those nearby looked on with amusement. These rich people were heartless and deserved to be taught a lesson. Lin Feng opened the side window and started cursing. Who do you think you are? Why should we take you along? The young man's face darkened. Your car is so big. What's wrong with taking us? Just because you have money doesn't mean you're all that. We're still homeless, just like us. Besides, you won't lose out by taking us. I can do you some work. Lung Yi sneered. Lots of people want to work for me. Who do you think you are? Get out of my way, or I run you over. You dare. The two men roared, and the old man sprawled on the ground. If you want to leave, run me over. The young man stood his cane upright on the ground, hands on his hips smugly. Lung Yi scoffed, stepped on the gas, and sped off. Ah! People nearby screamed. They really dared to run him over. It's over, that guy's done for. The person in front was sent flying with a thud. The old man on the ground, lying upright between the two wheels, was passed over without being run over. However, after the car drove past, everyone noticed that the old man was trembling all over, and a suspicious yellow liquid was leaking from his genitals. Lin Feng turned around and raised a middle finger, coward. Seeing that the RV had actually hit someone, the people nearby dared not stop the car anymore. Trying to morally blackmail us at a time like this? You're asking for it. Yang Qing sneered. Chapter 191. They only covered half the distance in a day. The main problem was the difficult road. More and more people were crossing, and while not everyone flagged down a car, there were always those reckless individuals. Some didn't flag down cars, but they walked slowly and often blocked the road, making it impossible to rush through, so their progress was very slow. Gradually, it got dark. Yang Qing looked outside. Should we stop and eat something? Okay, let's drive a little further and find a spot, Lung Yi nodded. Small groups of people were gathered along the roadside. Those with food ate it, and those without sat together for safety. Yang Qing saw a pickup truck by the roadside. Several people were sitting around the front of it, cooking something over a campfire. The firelight shone on their faces, and Yang Qing suddenly recognized a familiar face. She grabbed Lung Yi's hand. Stop! Let's rest here. Lung Yi glanced at the hand on his arm. It was gripping tightly, clearly sensing Yang Qing's nervousness. Lung Yi glanced back at the group and nodded. Okay. He called out, get out, everyone, take a rest. He parked the RV in front of the group. Ah, I'm so tired after sitting all day. Lu Lin stretched as she got out of the RV. My back is killing me. I didn't expect lying down to be so tiring, Lin Feng said, rubbing his back. Li Liang, his head still bandaged, didn't speak but got out of the RV with him. What's wrong? Lung Yi looked at Yang Qing. Did you recognize someone? The second one, Yang Qing said through gritted teeth. She saw Zhang Bin, her enemy from a past life. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, she would never forget that face. In her past life, Zhao Cheng stabbed Lu Lin to death. Zhang Bin, Zhao Cheng, and 4 others caught up with her, brandishing knives and forcing her to hand over the crystal. She even remembered the clothes he was wearing then, his sinister grin. She couldn't possibly be mistaken. What? Lung Yi suddenly realized. Back in the frigid days, Jiang Hao borrowed a car to fish on the ice and was robbed. That night, when they went to seek revenge, they encountered the person Yang Qing had mentioned with whom she had a deep-seated grudge. After killing that person, she said this was only the first, and there were 5 more. Today, they encountered the second. Lung Yi's face immediately darkened. He grabbed Yang Qing's hand. Leave it to me. Yang Qing took a pound of rice and 2 sweet potatoes from the back storage room, along with a pot, and walked towards the group of people. Lung Yi followed behind her. He didn't know which person she was referring to, and could only play it by ear. Lu Lin saw Yang Qing carrying the ingredients towards a group of strangers. Although somewhat puzzled, she followed. Li Liang and Lin Feng also quickly followed. As Yang Qing walked, she discreetly observed the people ahead. Besides Zhang Bin, there were 3 men and 1 woman. The woman was with a child, who looked to be about 10 years old. Seeing the child, Yang Qing hesitated for a moment before approaching. Brothers, could I borrow a light? Yang Qing said with a smile. I was in a rush today and just realized I didn't bring a lighter, so I can't cook. Zhang Bin glanced at Yang Qing, but didn't speak. However, the man in gray next to him, seeing how beautiful Yang Qing was, gave a lewd smile. Sure, sit with me. Thank you, brother. Yang Qing walked over and sat down next to the man, who was actually also next to Zhang Bin. The man in gray was about to strike up a conversation with Yang Qing when he saw several more people approaching from behind her, 3 of whom were men. His face immediately darkened. However, it was too late to refuse at this point. Yang Qing gave Lung Yi a barely perceptible wink, indicating that the person he wanted to kill was to her left. Lung Yi walked over and stood between Yang Qing and Zhang Bin. Excuse me, could you move over a bit? Zhang Bin glanced at Lung Yi, noticing his imposing figure, and silently moved aside. Lu Lin and the others, seeing there was no space there, sat down opposite him. The man in gray looked ahead and saw the RV. His eyes flickered, and he gave his accomplice a signal. The accomplice immediately understood. Their boss had his eye on their RV and was going to kill someone to steal it. "Is that your RV?" the man in gray asked Yang Qing. Yang Qing nodded, adding rice to the pot and then pouring in mineral water. "Yes, it cost a fortune to get this." "Brother, is it cooked? Can I use it?" "Sure." The man in gray nodded, taking the pot off the fire. Yang Qing cut sweet potatoes into chunks and put them in the pot, then put it back on the fire. "Are you also from Xia City? Are you going to the official base?" Yang Qing made conversation, trying to attract attention and create an opportunity for Leng Yi. "Yes, Xia City is destroyed. There's nowhere else to go." "Where else can we go but the base?" The man in gray nodded, then winked at his accomplice. Yang Qing had actually noticed them. She felt these people, like Zhang Bin, weren't good people. However, she pretended not to see, wanting to see what they were planning and whether they should be killed. Suddenly, she felt a gaze fixed on her. Looking up, she saw the woman opposite her, her eyes filled with worry. Her lips moved, as if she wanted to say something but didn't dare. The man in gray seemed to sense the woman was about to cause trouble and suddenly spoke. "Zhang Ting, go to the car and give me a pack of cigarettes." The woman trembled in surprise and stood up unsteadily. The boy quickly helped the woman up, glaring hatefully at the man in gray, and suddenly shouted, "Sister, run! They're all bad people." The man in gray was horrified and kicked the boy, yelling, "You little brat, you're asking for it." Zhang Bin tried to get up, but Leng Yi suddenly grabbed his shoulder, the blade at his fingertips swiftly slicing across his neck. Bright red blood gushed out. Zhang Bin, his face filled with disbelief, clutched his neck, blood gushing from his fingers, his eyes wide, and collapsed. The turn of events happened so fast that Lu Lin and the other two didn't even have time to react. "Don't hit my child!" the woman screamed, lunging at the child. The man in gray kicked the woman in the back, and she coughed up blood and collapsed. "Mom!" the boy cried out in anguish. The other two men jumped to their feet, pointing at Zhang Bin in horror. "Boss, they killed Zhang Bin! Who are you people? What do you want?" The man in gray grabbed the boy, choking him, and pressed a dagger against the boy's carotid artery. "Don't come any closer, or I kill him! Don't kill my child!" The woman suddenly scrambled to her feet and rushed forward desperately. "You promised me you let me and my child go into the base if I went with you. You promised me. Please, don't hurt my child." "Who told him to ruin my plans?" The man in gray kicked her again, sending her flying. "Mom, don't come any closer!" the boy cried, tears streaming down his face. His eyes, glaring at the man in gray, were filled with hatred. "Kill me, you bastard!" Chapter 192. Yang Qing immediately pulled out a gun and pointed it at the gray-clad man's head. "Put down the knife." At the same time, Leng Yi, Lu Lin, Li Liang, and Lin Feng reacted and immediately subdued the other two. Cold sweat beaded on the gray-clad man's forehead. "What do you want to do?" "That's what I should be asking you," Yang Qing sneered, shouting sharply, "Put down the knife." The gray-clad man's hand trembled, and he gritted his teeth. "Put down the gun first, or I slit his throat. Then let's see if your knife is faster or my gun is faster." Yang Qing's hand holding the gun remained motionless. The boy's face was deathly pale, but he didn't beg for mercy. The woman got up again, knelt before Yang Qing, and hugged her legs. "Please, put down the gun. He killed my son." Yang Qing was a little annoyed. "Do you think he let your son go if I put down the gun? He'd be even more emboldened if he kidnaps him." Then, the woman's face was streaked with tears. She looked at the man in gray and cowed out again. "Please, spare my son. He's so young. I go with you. He's useless to you. I go with you, and I take good care of you." The boy's face was ashen. "Mom, don't beg them. I'd rather die than have you do something like that for me." The woman trembled and froze. The man in gray sneered, "You think I'm stupid? You think they let me go after I release him?" He looked at Yang Qing. "Even if your gun is fast, my hand isn't slow either. If you kill me, he won't live either. Want to take a gamble?" Yang Qing suddenly smiled. "Go ahead and kill him. I don't know them anyway. I have no grudge against you. If you hadn't tried to attack us earlier, do you think I'd bother with other people's business? You kill him, then I kill you, perfect." "You?" The gray-clad man choked, not expecting her to say that. "Then why did you kill Zhang Bin?" "Because he was our target all along. I had a grudge against him. We would have left after killing him, but you had malicious intentions towards us." "You only have yourself to blame," Yang Qing said. The gray-clad man was stunned. So they were after Zhang Bin. Then I let him go, and you let us go too. We go our separate ways. Upon hearing this, the woman hurriedly knelt down before Yang Qing again. Please, let them go. I don't need your help. As long as you don't interfere, we be fine. Leng Yi and the others looked at the woman. Although they knew she was desperate to save her son, her behavior still made them uncomfortable. Yang Qing narrowed her eyes. Fine, we let go at the same time. You throw away your gun first, the gray-clad man said, suddenly feeling he had regained control. Otherwise, how will I know if you shoot? Yang Qing suppressed her anger. She could have ignored the mother and son, but the boy had reminded her, and she appreciated his kindness, regardless of its usefulness. Yang Qing gave Leng Yi a wink, loosened her grip on the gun, and twirled it on her finger. Now you release your knife too, and we let go at the same time. Seeing this, the gray-clad man loosened his grip on the dagger as well. Yang Qing threw the gun on the ground. Now can you let him go? The gray-clad man sneered and forcefully shoved the boy towards Yang Qing. With a bang, Leng Yi's gun fired. The gray-clad man, a red mark between his eyebrows, fell to the ground. He never expected the man to have a gun. The two men beside him trembled with fear. Don't kill us! Don't kill us! Leng Yi didn't hesitate. He fired 2 more shots, killing them both. Keeping them alive would only cause trouble later. Besides, these people were definitely not first-time murderers, otherwise, they wouldn't have so easily targeted them. They just hadn't expected to be killed in return this time. They should have considered the consequences when they first had the intention to kill. The woman tightly hugged her son, looking at Leng Yi and his men in terror. She had initially thought they were good people, but now she was afraid. How could good people kill so easily? Yang Qing, of course, didn't need their gratitude. She told Li Liang, dispose of the bodies? Yes, sister-in-law. Li Liang nodded. Dispose of meant throwing the bodies into the road. Lin Feng followed suit, throwing the 4 bodies down and taking what they had found on them. Brother Yi, this is the car keys, and these things. Leng Yi glanced at them. Besides the car keys, there were 2 packs of cigarettes, 4 loyalty cards, and some small odds and ends. Leng Yi took the car keys and pushed everything else in front of Yang Qing. The woman stared longingly at the points cards, wanting them but not daring to speak. Lu Ling glanced at the woman, then expressionlessly went to look at the rice cooking on the fire. Their storage room had many good things, vegetables and meat. Yang Qing probably hadn't taken them out to avoid attracting attention. After all, there were people around. However, after the battle just now, everyone nearby had run far away. No one dared to come and watch the commotion, afraid of accidentally getting involved. Yang Qing picked up the items and looked at them. Each card contained exactly 500 points, and there were only 4. Those people had no intention of bringing the woman and her child into the base. They just wanted to get them for free. They would definitely abandon them once they arrived. Yang Qing beckoned to the little boy, come here. The woman nervously grabbed her son's hand and shook her head at him. The boy broke free of her hand and ran over. Sister, thank you for saving me. Yang Qing smiled. Thank you for reminding me earlier, otherwise I wouldn't have known they were bad people. The boy pursed his lips and lowered his head. Actually, you all knew they were bad people even without my reminder, right? You could have beaten them even without me reminding you. My shouting only made things worse. Sister, I'm sorry. Yang Qing's heart trembled. The child's understanding was heartbreaking. Here are some points cards. Do you want one? Yang Qing waved the points card in her hand. The boy suddenly looked up at Yang Qing. The firelight illuminated her beautiful face, which wore a warm smile. The boy pursed his lips, glanced back at his mother, his heart filled with conflict. Could you give one to my mom? She won't have to suffer so much after she enters the base. Everyone else fell silent. This child was truly too sensible. Chen. The woman burst into tears. Yang Qing patted the child's head. What's your name? My name is Fanshin. The boy replied. Yang Qing gave him 2 points cards. Take good care of yourself. The current difficulties are only temporary. The apocalypse will definitely pass. You must persevere. Live well, and the future will be better. Tears welled in the boy's eyes as he looked at Yang Qing. Sister, I understand. I will remember your words and live well. He took the points cards, but Leng Yi suddenly spoke up. You can't give him the points cards. Why? Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi in surprise. Chapter 193. They have points cards, which isn't good for them. It's a death sentence, Leng Yi said, pointing to the people standing in the distance, who kept glancing back. So many people are watching them like hawks. If we leave, This mother and child will surely die. Yang Qing was startled. Yes, she hadn't thought of that. She put the points card away again. Here's what we do. I keep these points cards for now. We give them back to you when we get to the base. The boy's face lit up with a smile. Then, sister, are you taking us to the base with you? Yang Qing thought for a moment. They were only a day away from the base anyway, so taking them along wouldn't hurt. Once they got to the base, she wouldn't interfere anymore. She said to Li Liang, you can drive, right? Yes, sister-in-law. Li Liang replied. Yang Qing took the pickup truck keys from Leng Yi. You drive them tomorrow. Once we get to the base, we won't interfere anymore. Okay, sister-in-law. Li Liang took the keys. The group sat down again. Lu Lin took disposable bowls and chopsticks from the car and distributed the food to everyone. Fan Chen and his mother sat opposite, their mouths watering at the fragrant food. Yang Qing looked over. Didn't you eat? Fan Chen shook his head and then nodded. We ate a little bit, they wouldn't give us more. Yang Qing glanced at the pot the others had used. There was still some food in it. You can eat the rest. Thank you, sister. Fan Chen quickly took the pot and shared the remaining food with his mother using the utensils the others had used. After the meal, Yang Qing had Li Liang take Fan Chen and his mother to the pickup truck, while they returned to their RV. Rest for the night, or continue driving at night? Leng Yi asked. Yang Qing thought for a moment. Let's continue tonight. Who knows if someone will attack us in the middle of the night if we rest here? There are fewer people on the road at night, so the road will be easier to travel. I drive, you go and sleep. Leng Yi sat in the passenger seat. I sleep here, I'm worried about you alone. It's not good to sleep here, there's a bed in the back. Yang Qing looked at him. It's okay, I developed the ability to sleep anytime, anywhere when I was in the army. Before, when we were on missions, I could even fall asleep sitting in a tree. As long as the captain gave the order, we fall asleep immediately, and wake up instantly if called a little while later. Even just a few minutes of sleep makes me feel much better. Yang Qing smiled. Okay, then you can sleep without worry, I call you if anything happens. Yang Qing turned off the car lights. Leng Yi closed his eyes, and fell asleep almost immediately. Li Liang followed behind in his pickup truck. Although he was injured, he had slept all day, and was still in good spirits. Brother. Fan Chen, sitting in the passenger seat, looked at Li Liang. Thank you for taking me and Mom with you. You're both good people. Li Liang raised an eyebrow, but didn't speak. That might have been true before, but not necessarily now. What's the name of the older sister who saved me? Is she your leader? Fan Chen asked again. Li Liang smiled. Although they all listened to Leng Yi listened to his sister-in-law. In a way, his sister-in-law was the real leader. After smiling, Li Liang's face turned serious again. She didn't tell you her name, so I can't tell you either. You have to ask her yourself later. As for whether they're good people, that's hard to say. We kill people too. As long as you don't do anything to betray us, we always be good people. But if you have any bad intentions, we kill you too. Fan Chen's mother trembled, a flicker of fear in her eyes. Fan Chen shook his head. You killed bad people. I can tell. You're different from those people. Shut up and get some sleep. Don't talk to me, it distract you, Li Liang said. Fan Chen pursed his lips. He actually just wanted to know more about that older sister. But since this older brother had said that, he dared not speak again. The roads were indeed much less crowded at night, but people still tried to stop the car from time to time, only to be scared away by Yang Qing's drawn gun. However, there were still many obstacles on the road. Halfway through the journey, they had only covered 140 kilometers by almost dawn. 10 kilometers from the official base, the car was stopped by several armed men. As soon as the car stopped, Leng Yi immediately woke up. Get out. One of them walked to the RV and knocked on the driver's side door. What do you want? Yang Qing opened the window. Want to go to the official base? Leave some toll. The man, carrying a gun, looked arrogant. Yang Qing looked ahead and saw a roadblock. 2 tree branches supported a large log, blocking the road. Forcing his way through would be nearly impossible. These people are ruthless. They know this is the only route to the official base, and they can make a fortune by guarding it. Yang Qing suspected these people were colluding with the official base. Otherwise, why haven't the official base intervened since it's so close? This roadblock must have been there for a while. So many people go to the base every day, if they took it down, they could seize a lot of food. So, the fact that these people have been here for so long means there's something fishy going on. Leng Yi winked at Yang Qing, signaling her not to clash with them for now. They had guns, and they couldn't pass unless the roadblocks were removed. How much is the toll? Yang Qing asked. The man looked at the RV. It was quite high-end. Originally, it was 3 jin of grain per person, but he added 5 jin of grain per person. Open the truck. Let me see how many people are in there. Yang Qing narrowed her eyes and called out to Lin Feng and Lu Lin in the back. There are 4 of us, and 3 people in another vehicle behind us. The man shone his flashlight into the RV. Besides these 4, there was indeed no one else inside. He then looked at the pickup truck in the back. There were 3 people, one of whom was a child. Fan Shen also woke up, glancing indifferently at the newcomers. His mother looked outside anxiously, fearing that Yang Qing and her group would kick her out of the vehicle. 5 jin of grain per person, 35 jin in total. Yang Qing paused. We don't have any grain, only sweet potatoes. She didn't want to give them the impression that she had plenty of food, fearing they might take advantage later. Besides, she had many sweet potatoes she had bought before in her spatial storage, though the quality was so. Giving them those would be fine. She couldn't bear to give away the ones she grew herself. 10 jin of sweet potatoes per person, the man demanded, a ridiculously high price. Fine. Yang Qing pretended to go to the storage room, opened the door, and took out a bag of sweet potatoes from her spatial storage, weighing it in her hand, about 70 jin. She walked to the door and tossed the bag out the window. She didn't open the door, afraid that if the men rushed into the car, something might happen. The man seemed quite satisfied with the sweet potatoes, and didn't make things difficult for them anymore. He waited for someone to remove the roadblock. Yang Qing quickly drove over, with Li Liang following closely behind. After passing the roadblock, Fan Chen's mother breathed a sigh of relief, then felt a little embarrassed. Once we get to the base, I definitely work hard to earn food to repay you. Li Liang remained expressionless. You can tell that to our boss later. However, he knew very well that even at the base, they were a small, weak group. What good jobs could they possibly get? They probably wouldn't even earn enough for their own food, let alone have any left over. Chapter 194. They finally arrived at the official base around 6 p.m. The base was surrounded by a high wall, and a huge iron gate was the only exit, obscuring the view inside. Many people were already outside the gate, but it wasn't open. I go down and see what's going on. Lung Yi jumped out of the car, followed by Lu Lin and Lin Feng. This was a mountainous area, so the temperature wasn't too high, and there was plenty of greenery, making the air very fresh. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. They hadn't smelled such fresh air in a long time. The location of the official base was indeed excellent. A short while later, Lung Yi returned and got back into the car. What's going on? Why can't we go in? Yang Qing asked. They said it doesn't open until 8 p.m., so we can only wait outside, Lung Yi said. Yang Qing frowned. What kind of time is this to still have to make such rules? It's not like we're going to work. Why set a time of 8? Lung Yi scoffed. They say it's for safety reasons, but it's so hot now, it's already light by 5. What's unsafe? Waiting until 8 is a bit too bureaucratic. Yang Qing nodded. Since it's an official base, there are bound to be many officials here, and they all have a bit of bureaucratic airs, always thinking they're superior. In the apocalypse, this kind of behavior is truly incomprehensible. There's nothing he can do. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. He could only wait outside. Yang Qing turned off the car, got out, and stretched. Driving all night was quite tiring. Why don't you go back to the car and rest? You can sleep for 2 hours, Lung Yi said. No, I just come out for a walk. It's too stuffy in the car. The air here is much better. Yang Qing shook his head. Yang Qing walked over to Li Liang's pickup truck, knocked on the window, and called Fan Shen and his mother out. She took out 2 points cards. You two can go in by yourselves later. We won't be coming with you. Fan Shen looked at Yang Qing. He really wanted to go with her, but he knew he wasn't qualified. Besides, he was with his mother. He couldn't burden them further. Yang Qing took a bag from the pickup truck, filled with several kilograms of food, left behind by the others. Being able to enter the base didn't mean the base would distribute food to them. Even if they got jobs later, they still needed to eat until they found work. Take this and go to the front of the line. Take care. Sister. Fan Shen was a little reluctant to part. Fan Shen's mother said thank you. She was quite grateful to Yang Qing and the others. If they hadn't been unable to get points cards themselves, even with points cards, they wouldn't have been able to get through the roadblocks without food. Now that they had given her food, she was very grateful. We definitely pay you back once we have enough food. Yang Qing waved her hand. No need, just take care of yourselves. But don't mention what happened on the road to anyone. We're not in cahoots, we just met by chance. Don't come looking for us if you need anything in the future. Fan Chen's mother's face flushed slightly. She had genuinely considered that this woman was so good to her son, if he couldn't make it at the base, he could always go to them. Fan Chen nodded. Sister, I will definitely work hard. I will survive on my own? Yang Qing nodded, patted his head, and smiled. Take care. Fan Chen gave Yang Qing a deep look, slung his bag over his shoulder, and joined his mother in queuing to enter the base. Yang Qing glanced at Li Liang. How are you? Are you alright? Does your head hurt? I'm fine, sister-in-law. Li Liang smiled. Get out and stretch your legs. We won't be able to get in so quickly, Yang Qing said. Li Liang got out of the car, and they all went to the RV. Yang Qing took out bread, biscuits, and other dry rations, and they all ate together. Those ahead, who had seen their luxurious RV, were already curious, and seeing that they had food, they couldn't help but swallow hard. Most people already had very little food, and after the previous round of exploitation, they were completely out of supplies by the time they reached the base, their stomachs growling with hunger. People can't be compared. There were other vehicles ahead, but most were cars or pickup trucks. RVs were rare. Everyone looked travel-worn except for Yang Qing and her group, who still looked radiant, making others envious. Time passed slowly, and the weather gradually warmed up. The sun climbed above the treetops, making everyone sweat. There was nowhere to hide, so they could only stand in the sun. Yang Qing and the others got into the RV, turned on the air conditioning, and no longer had to suffer. Some people wanted to come over and use the air conditioning, but seeing Leng Yi sitting in the passenger seat with a cold face, they didn't dare to approach, sensing that these people were not to be trifled with, and certainly not so kind. Finally, the line at the front started moving, and someone used a megaphone to tell everyone to line up and take out their points cards to enter one by one. Li Liang wanted to drive the pickup truck, so Yang Qing gave him a points card separately. The four of them would then take out 4 more points cards. Originally, Yang Qing had given herself a points card the first time they exchanged them, and Leng Yi and Lu Lin had also exchanged them, so she had many more points on her own card. The second time, when she and Li Shengnan slaughtered a cow to exchange for points cards, they each exchanged 1, so they had 6 points cards in total. Last night, we killed those people, and got 4 points cards. We gave 2 to Fan Chen, leaving 2, plus the previous ones, for a total of 8 points cards. We even have 3 extra. Yang Qing watched from the car as Fan Chen and his mother entered the base, and felt relieved. When it was their turn, Leng Yi got out of the car and handed over the 4 points cards. The gatekeeper had him register, writing down the basic information of all 5 people. The people in that pickup truck behind us are also ours, Leng Yi added. Are you going to drive your car in too? The gatekeeper asked. Yes, can we drive it in? Leng Yi asked. We can't leave it outside, it could be stolen in a minute. Even if we can't drive it away, it might be dismantled and its parts taken. Yes, you can, but there will be a parking fee, and your car is so big, it's not cheap, the gatekeeper said. He also had Leng Yi register the information for the RV and the pickup truck. About how much? Leng Yi asked. I don't know, there are people specifically responsible for collecting them. Drive your car to the designated area, and someone will come to your door to tell you, the guard said. Where will we stay? Will we wait for assignments? Leng Yi asked again. The houses inside vary in quality. The better the place, the more expensive it will be. If you don't have any supplies to exchange, you have to stay in the officially designated area, which is very poor, with many people sharing one room, the guard said. Understood. Leng Yi nodded, secretly slipping the guard a pack of cigarettes. He'd taken them from the men the night before. They weren't good cigarettes, and he didn't smoke them, so he didn't want to keep them. He figured he might as well do them a favor. The guard was startled and quickly looked to the side. Cigarettes were valuable these days. A pack could be exchanged for several kilograms of grain. These people were indeed wealthy. The other guards pretended not to see it. They were used to this kind of thing. Anyway, they would divide the collected supplies equally, and he would get a share too. The security guard quickly put away his cigarette and immediately became much more enthusiastic. After you park your car, go to the management office to register and find your accommodation there. Thank you. Leng Yi smiled. Chapter 195. Leng Yi got into the car and let Yang Qing drive in. The gatekeeper quickly opened the iron gate. When Li Liang entered, the gatekeeper said his information had already been registered and he just needed to hand over his points card. The two cars drove into the parking lot following the road signs. There weren't many cars, mostly trucks, probably government vehicles going out to find supplies. The RV was too big, taking up almost 2 parking spaces. The pickup truck took up 1 space. After parking, everyone went to the management office to register. They needed to secure their accommodations first. Lung Yi secretly observed the area along the way. It seemed this area used to be a residential community or resort, with existing buildings. Most were 6 or 7-story high-rises. These didn't need elevators. There seemed to be villas further back, but they were obscured by buildings and couldn't be seen clearly. He had to ask about them later. Near the management office, there was a large area of 2-story prefabricated houses, like those found at construction sites. They were probably built later and could accommodate many people. However, in this hot weather, people couldn't stand living in those houses. How could anyone live there? Anyway, they definitely wouldn't stay there. Upon arriving at the management office, it was already crowded and noisy. A row of clerks stood there, without glass partitions, but their attitudes were generally poor. Those who could work here probably had some connections, hence their haughty manner. Similar to the clerks in previous government departments, though things had improved considerably after some reforms. With the apocalypse, this situation had returned. Yang Qing noticed computers in front of the clerks, and LED display boards on the wall nearby showing information about exchanging points for supplies. It seemed the base had solved the power supply problem. He just didn't know if there was a local area network. Yang Qing took out her phone and searched, but there was no internet. Thinking about it, it made sense. In the apocalypse, having internet wasn't necessarily a good thing. Those computers were probably just for storing information. Otherwise, with so many people in the base, how many ledgers would they need to keep track of everything? And it wouldn't be easy to maintain them? Yang Qing told Lung Yi to go and register while she looked at the display boards. There were job postings, and the wages and benefits for each job were different. There were also skilled jobs, with wages and benefits much higher than those for manual labor. Having a skill means you never go hungry. When it was Lung Yi's turn, the clerk saw that he was tall and handsome, and his clothes were clean, a stark contrast to the disheveled people. A smile immediately appeared on her face. Please register your information. Are you alone? Lung Yi took the pen. There are 5 of us, my wife, my sister, and 2 friends. The clerk's face fell when she heard he had a wife. However, at this time, it wasn't unusual for a man to have several women. As long as he had supplies, many women wouldn't care. Lung Yi registered his information, also listing a motorhome and a pickup truck. These vehicles are chargeable, the clerk reminded him. Understood, Lung Yi nodded. How much? It's charged per parking space. 1 parking space costs 2 jin of grain per month. Your pickup truck will probably take up 2 spaces, so 3 spaces would cost 6 jin of grain just for parking fees. Of course, you can also exchange points, the clerk added. Didn't you have a points card when you came in? If you take a whole 500 yuan note, you can get a new points card. There's information over there about job openings, exchanging supplies, etc. You can exchange the supplies you receive for points. These points can be used for check-in, parking fees, and meals at the canteen. Of course, you can also cook for yourself. Lung Yi nodded. How do I exchange for accommodation? Which tier do you want to stay in? The clerk handed over a laminated sheet of paper with the points required for each tier listed. Isn't it exchanged for grain? Lung Yi asked curiously. It's all done with points. If you don't have enough points, you can exchange grain for points. It's the same thing, the clerk said. Lung Yi raised an eyebrow. It was better to exchange for points then. Points were practically useless to them now. Once they left the official base, the point cards would be worthless. 2 kilograms of grain cost 1 point, and 2 vehicles would cost 3 points per month. As for accommodation, the prefabricated houses didn't require points. Of course, the conditions were the worst. The suites in the low-rise buildings were charged per person, 2 points per person, which is equivalent to 4 kilograms of grain. If a single suite was available, it would cost 4 points, so other people wouldn't stay there. Because many people weren't coming as a family, some were alone, some were in pairs, and they might all stay in the same suite, so it was calculated per person. How many points does a 3-bedroom suite cost? Lung Yi asked. He figured he and Yang Qing would share one room. Lu Lin would have a separate room, and Lin Feng and Lei Liang would share another. 3 bedrooms would be enough. In principle, it's 2 people per room. A 3-bedroom suite can accommodate 6 people. If you book it all, in addition to paying for 6 people, you also need to pay a suite fee, the clerk said. That's 12 points plus a 2-point suite fee. A total of 14 points. Lungi nodded. Using points cards was too cost-effective for them. They had several cards with over 500 points each, enough to stay for a long time. For those without points, going out to find food or supplies to exchange for would be too difficult. Are there any detached villas? Lungi asked again. The clerk was surprised. So these people really were wealthy. There aren't many villas. Most are for the base's high-ranking leaders. I think there are still some. Let me check. The clerk checked the computer. There are 2 more. One is 200 square meters, 2 stories, with 6 rooms in total, including a bathroom and toilet. The other is 100 square meters, also 2 stories. 4 rooms in total, with a toilet and bathroom. And because it's a detached villa, you can park, so you don't need to pay extra for parking. Lungi nodded. How many points do they cost? The 200 square meter villa costs 100 points, and the 100 square meter villa costs 60 points, the clerk said. Lungi raised an eyebrow. If it were exchanged for food, 100 points would cost 200 gen of grain. That was indeed not cheap. After thinking for a moment, he realized they had 3 points cards left. 2 of them were worth 500 points each, and Yang Qing's was worth 2,180 points. He only learned this later, after he got together with Yang Qing. He found out that when they found the first cow and gave her the beef, she exchanged it for points. The 5 of them could live in a 100 square meter villa. The 2 500-point cards alone would be enough for over a year. Yang Qing's card wouldn't even need touching. I want a 100 square meter villa, Lungi said decisively, calling Yang Qing over to bring out one of his points cards. Okay. The clerk took the points card, glancing at Yang Qing. This woman was so beautiful, with such fair skin, and she didn't seem to have suffered at all. She must have received good treatment from this man. She was truly lucky. The clerk wrote deduct 60 points on the points card, stamped it with the date and her personal seal, and then gave Lungi a receipt for accommodation. You must come back to register for the points deduction before the deadline next month, otherwise we might kick you out of the villa, the clerk reminded him. Okay, thank you. Lungi nodded and put away the receipt. Thank you. Yang Qing smiled at the clerk. This was much better than expected. The clerk smiled back, looking at the 2 of them with envy. They were such a perfect couple. Lungi then took the property registration receipt to the side to get the keys. The clerk there gave him a map of the villa's location and told him to get there themselves. Chapter 196. By the way, I wonder where Li Shengnan and the others live. Can we find out here? Yang Qing suddenly thought. Let's go ask. Lungi nodded and went to find the clerk from before. The clerk smiled when he saw them coming back. Is there anything else? I wanted to ask if a few of our friends have also entered the base. Could you help me find out where they live? Lungi said. Sure. What are their names? The clerk nodded. One is named Li Shengnan, and the other is named Gao Yang, Lungi said. The clerk searched on the computer for a long time, but couldn't find them. No, there are no such people in the computer. Really? Yang Qing was shocked. What about Wang Min and Jiang Hao? The clerk checked again and shook his head. Still no. Are you sure they entered our base? When did they enter? I'm not sure, but they said they were coming a few months ago, Yang Qing said. The clerk shook his head again. No, they really aren't here. Our computers aren't connected to the internet, but all information is shared. If they can't be found here, it means they didn't enter the base. Even if they came and left, there will be a record. Well, never mind, thank you. Yang Qing looked at Lungi with some melancholy. Why didn't Shengnan and the others come? Did something happen on the way? Lungi shook his head. He couldn't guess that. How could that be? They were carrying guns. Could they have been robbed? Yang Qing looked worried. If we'd known they weren't here, we wouldn't have needed to come in at all. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. We already used our points cards. Let's settle in first, and we talk about other things later. Lungi held Yang Qing's hand. He knew she had a good relationship with Li Shengnan and Wang Min, so her worry was understandable. But there's nothing we can do now that they're not here. Yang Qing nodded. That was the only option. The group returned to the parking lot, got into the RV and pickup truck, and drove towards the villa area according to the map they'd been given. The villa area was located in the back mountains, scattered throughout, with trees lining the hillsides. The environment was quite pleasant. When they arrived at their rented villa, it had a yard, but it wasn't very big. The RV wouldn't fit, so they parked it outside. Each villa here was detached, so parking the RV outside wouldn't obstruct the other villa's access. It was perfectly fine. The group got out of the vehicle. Leng Yi unlocked the outer iron gate with a key, and everyone entered the yard together. Li Liang drove the pickup truck in and parked it against the fence. The environment here is really nice, much better than in Yunshan, Lu Lin said, looking around with satisfaction. Yang Qing nodded. This is a mountainous area. Floods and tsunamis hardly affect it, so it's normal that it's well preserved. The group went inside and cleaned the villa thoroughly. Yang Qing took things out of the storage room from the RV and had to move them into the villa. Some items were taken directly from his spatial storage. Li Liang and the others had no idea what was inside anyway. The villa had basic furniture, a bed, sofa, and wardrobe, but no kitchenware. Bedding would naturally have to be provided by themselves. Yang Qing didn't need these things. It was hot enough that blankets weren't necessary, just sheets and pillows were sufficient. They took pots and pans from the kitchen, set up a simple single-burner gas stove, a small gas cylinder, and an induction cooker. Electricity was available here. The bathroom only had a faucet and a shower head, but since the weather was so hot, the water was already hot. Cold water would suffice. 4 rooms were just right for the 5 of them. Yang Qing and Leng Yi shared a room, and the other 3 each had their own. There's no air conditioning in the rooms, Yang Qing told Leng Yi. Although they were in the mountains, the temperature was high, and it was still quite hot. Although they had a motorhome, the storage room couldn't possibly hold 4 air conditioners, and it wouldn't be convenient to take them out of their spatial storage. How about we use our points to exchange for them? Or should we go outside to find supplies? Leng Yi asked. Those living at the base could go outside to find supplies. They could use what they found or exchange it for points at the base. However, most people, wanting better accommodations and food, would usually exchange their find for points. Let's use points, Yang Qing pondered. They couldn't just find 4 air conditioners right away. That would be too conspicuous. The base had been operating for so long, the city's supplies should have been almost completely exhausted. How could they possibly find them so easily? It was better to keep a low profile. Okay. Leng Yi nodded. They still had so many points, they might as well use them. Leng Yi called to Li Liang and Lin Feng. We're going to the management office to exchange air conditioners. You guys come help us move things. Okay, Brother Yi. The 2 quickly agreed. The 3 of them drove the pickup truck back to the management office. At the supplies exchange counter, Leng Yi asked, I want air conditioners. Do you have any? Yes, the clerk nodded. 1 air conditioner costs 2 points a month. Electricity is extra. Okay, I want 4 air conditioners, Leng Yi nodded. The clerk looked at him in surprise. 4? That must be someone living in a villa. A mid-rise apartment has at most 3 bedrooms. 4 air conditioners are unnecessary. The clerk immediately became enthusiastic. Do you need installation? We also have installation workers, but of course, there will be an additional installation fee. Can the installation fee be paid with points? Leng Yi asked. No, you have to pay with grain. The clerk shook his head. Leng Yi frowned. We deduct points, give them the points, and they can use those points to exchange for grain themselves. Isn't that the same thing? The clerk smiled. How can that be the same? 1 point can't even get 2 kilograms of grain. There's no difference in value. What will the base eat? Leng Yi was taken aback. The base needed to make money, but that made sense. To operate the base, it couldn't rely solely on a few wealthy people. Besides, many people, like them, use point cards to exchange for goods, so the base didn't actually benefit much. Of course, initially, they collected a lot of grain when exchanging points, but with so many bases across the country, it would definitely need to be redistributed. How much this base would receive was uncertain. So the base also needed to earn money to maintain its daily expenses. Then forget it, we install it ourselves, Leng Yi said. He wasn't incapable of doing it himself. The clerk deducted 8 points from his point card, stamped it with a date and personal seal, quite meticulously. After a month, you need to bring your points card to renew your subscription, otherwise we take the air conditioner back, the clerk reminded him. Understood, Leng Yi nodded, taking the receipt for the air conditioner to the warehouse to retrieve it. Upon arriving at the warehouse, he discovered it was enormous, filled with all sorts of things, neatly categorized. Leng Yi showed the receipt to the warehouse manager, who glanced at it, and instructed someone to fetch the air conditioner. Where did all these things come from? Leng Yi asked curiously. Some were transported from various departments during the base's construction, and some were found by everyone while scavenging for supplies outside. Found items can be exchanged for points, the manager explained. Leng Yi nodded, understanding dawning on him. Chapter 197. After taking the air conditioners out, Leng Yi had Li Liang and Lin Feng load them onto the pickup truck. The pickup truck's cargo bed was open, making it perfect for use as a cargo van. As the three were unloading the air conditioners, a man in a blue shirt approached. Recognizing Lungi as the boss, he leaned closer. "Boss, do you need any installers?" Lungi glanced at him. "No. Boss, our installation fee is very cheap. The official fee is 2 gene of broken rice per person, but we only need 1 gene," the man said hurriedly. "I haven't found work for days, and my children haven't had any food at home. Please be kind." Lungi looked at him. "For air conditioners for only 1 gene of broken rice?" "Yes, but it takes 2 people. 1 person can't install them easily, so 2 gene of broken rice is enough," the man said. Seeing that his clothes were patched, and he seemed honest and hard-working, Lungi nodded. "All right, come with us." "Okay, thanks, boss." The man immediately smiled happily, and called over another person squatting on the ground. The two climbed into the back of the pickup truck and followed him to the villa. "There are 4 rooms here. Install 1 in each room," Lungi said. "Understood." The two nodded repeatedly. They glanced at the villa. It was empty, with nothing there, as they had just moved in. It took the 2 of them 4 hours to install the air conditioners, and they were drenched in sweat, their backs soaked. Lungi gave them 2 bags of broken rice. "This is your payment." "Thank you, boss, thank you, boss." The 2 quickly took them, their faces beaming. They would have food to eat today. Watching them leave, Lungi closed the iron gate. "They had it tough too, working half a day for just 1 pound of grain," Yongqing sighed. "In the apocalypse, who has it easy?" Lungi nodded. "We only have this space because you have it, otherwise, we might not be living such a good life." "But didn't that clerk say this morning that most of the villas here, besides a few wealthy people, are for base officials?" "They have it much easier," Yongqing said, a little indignant. Lungi smiled. "You know, this world is inherently unfair. But they have to do their job. Managing such a large base isn't easy for them." "That's true," Yongqing nodded. "A base with over 100,000 people. So many people need to be fed. And then, there are those living in prefabricated houses. All sorts of people are there. Petty theft is inevitable, and fights are probably commonplace. Managing it isn't easy either." At noon, Lu Lin cooked 4 dishes: stir-fried cured pork with dried green beans, hot and sour shredded potatoes, stir-fried cured pork with dried radish, and seaweed and egg drop soup. At this point, it wasn't convenient to bring out fresh vegetables, so they could only eat some dried vegetables for now. After the meal, Li Liang suddenly spoke up. "Brother Yi, Lin Feng and I have discussed it. We look for jobs this afternoon. We can't keep eating and drinking for free. We're already getting a great deal by living in such a nice house. We're not ungrateful people." Lungi nodded. "You two figure it out yourselves. Don't rush if you can't find a job, take your time." "Understood, Brother Yi." Li Liang and Lin Feng both nodded. That afternoon, Lungi installed surveillance cameras throughout the villa and in the living room. The cameras were very small, and most people wouldn't even notice them unless they were paying attention. Then, they installed a doorbell on the iron gate so they could hear anyone ringing it. In the evening, Li Liang and Lin Feng returned, saying they had found jobs. "So fast?" Yongqing asked curiously. "It's all thanks to Li Liang. He used to be a policeman and also worked in the security team. I worked with him before, so I have security team experience too," Lin Feng said with a smile. "So we both joined the base's security team. 20 points a month, plus 1 lunch." Yongqing nodded. "That's pretty good. At least, they could support themselves." "Are there any other jobs?" Lu Lin asked. She actually wanted to try working too. She had always relied on Yongqing and didn't want to become a parasite. "There's a lot of work, but very little good work. It's mostly planting vegetables, clearing wasteland, cleaning toilets, and other dirty and tiring jobs. The good jobs have already been taken. The base has to support so many people, so we have to keep opening new plantations, which is why we're short-staffed. But with more and more people, it's hard to manage, so the security team is also short-staffed. But not just anyone can join the security team, they only recruit people after testing our skills," Li Liang said. "I go and see." Lu Lin thought for a moment. "If there's a suitable job, I go work too." Yongqing smiled. "Okay, go try it. If it doesn't work out, come back. Don't force yourself." After dinner, everyone sat in the courtyard outside to cool off. The temperature in the mountains dropped at night, so it wasn't so hot. The back mountain was quieter with fewer people, and you could hear birds chirping and insects buzzing. It was quite comfortable. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Li Liang got up and went to answer it. A moment later, he returned. Brother E, sister-in-law, someone's come to visit. Who is it? Yang Qing asked. 2 women. One of them said, she lives in that villa over there. Seeing that we have new residents, she came to pay her a visit, Li Liang said. Lung Yi and Yang Qing exchanged a glance. Let them in. A close neighbor is worse than a distant relative. They both live in villas, so their identities must be quite impressive. Building a good relationship wouldn't be a bad thing. Everyone entered the living room, and Li Liang led the 2 women in. Hello, I am. One of the women exclaimed suddenly upon seeing Yang Qing and Lu Lin. What are you 2 doing here? Yang Qing and Lu Lin were both stunned. It was her. That saintly woman. Back during the flood season, Yang Qing and Lu Lin were driving an inflatable boat to their old company to buy supplies. On the way, they encountered a group of people who, seeing the 2 girls, tricked them by saying they would take them to find supplies and split the spoils. Yang Qing and Lu Lin weren't stupid, they knew their intentions perfectly well, and decided to play along. Then this woman ran out, saying those people weren't good people, and warning them not to be fooled. They ignored her at the time, because they hadn't trusted those people to begin with. Then those people tried to assault them, and Yang Qing and Lu Lin killed them all in one go. Then the woman jumped out again, saying they were too cruel, that those people, though bad, didn't deserve to die, and berated them. The 2 were speechless, and didn't want to pay any attention to this saintly woman. Unexpectedly, they run into her here? You 2 vicious women, how did you get into the base? Did you kill someone and steal their points cards again? The woman pointed at Yang Qing and Lu Lin, her face full of anger. How could we let people like that in? Kick them out. Yang Qing sneered. What do you care how we got our points cards? We can get in just because we have points cards. What right do you have to kick us out? I have no right? The woman raised her head. My dad is the second in command of the base. With just one word from me, you both be out tomorrow. Chapter 198. Oh, I'm so scared. Yang Qing feigned surprise, then added with disdain, go ahead, go and call your father over right now. I want to ask him if it's official rule that anyone can enter the base with just a points card, right? Why can you kick us out with just a word? You're bullying us. If he agrees, it's abuse of power. I want to ask the other leaders at the base if they agree too. You? The woman choked. They hadn't done anything wrong since they arrived. If her father really kicked them out, it would indeed be abuse of power, handing his father leverage over his rivals. She wasn't that foolish. The woman beside her tugged at her sleeve. Shinting, don't forget why we came here today. Shinting suddenly remembered. I don't mind if my father doesn't kick you out, but can I borrow your RV for a couple of days? Yang Qing chuckled. Borrowing it isn't impossible. Shinting immediately became smug. It seemed they were still afraid. 100 caddies of grain a day, but out of respect for the leader, I give you a 20% discount, so it'd be 80 caddies. Yang Qing said slowly and deliberately. You might as well rob someone. Shinting suddenly flared up. Yeah, I forgot. You guys are used to robbing people you even dare to kill. What wouldn't you dare to do? Yang Qing was furious, grabbing Shinting by the neck. That's right. I not only dare to kill people, I killed many people. Do you want to try? Several people immediately surrounded her, another girl's face turning pale with fright. Don't be impulsive, let's talk this out. Yang Qing tightened his grip, and Shinting's face flushed red visibly. You say we're robbing, then what about you? You wanted to borrow our RV, but didn't want to exchange anything, so you weren't robbing us? This is blatant robbery. Don't try to justify your crime with such a noble facade. You? Shinting was speechless. Her father held a high position, and his subordinates always fawned over her. Who would dare refuse to give her what she wanted? Besides, it was just borrowing the car. Lending her the car was an honor for them, and she never felt there was anything wrong with it. Believe it or not, even if I killed both of you and buried you in the back mountain, no one would know. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed dangerously. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Another woman screamed. It's not my fault. I'm just a lowly clerk. I only told Shinting you had RVs here. I know nothing else. Shinting's bloodshot eyes glared. You wouldn't dare. I told my mother I was coming here when I left. If I hadn't gone back, she would never have let you off the hook. Yang Qing sneered. Is that so? You think we're afraid? If I kill you, and your mother comes, I kill her too. Do you think I dare? Do you think we could live in this villa district without some ability? Shinting was terrified. Seeing Yang Qing looking at her like she was already dead, and remembering how they had killed without batting an eye the first time she saw them, She was filled with fear. I won't borrow it anymore, okay? Let me go! I won't tell anyone about what you done. It doesn't matter if you do. How many people in this base do you think are innocent? How many people got in by stepping on other people's blood? Do you think your father doesn't know? Miss, stop being so high and mighty, go down to the bottom and see for yourself. It's the apocalypse, and you're still so naive. If it weren't for your father, you wouldn't even know how you died. After speaking, Yang Qing forcefully flung Shinting away. The woman beside her quickly caught Shinting, and the two stumbled and ran off. The living room fell silent. Lin Feng looked at Yang Qing, then at Leng Yi. Brother Yi, sister-in-law, if that woman really is the daughter of the base's second-in-command, haven't we offended her? What will happen in the future? Leng Yi shook his head. It's all right. At worst, we leave. We're not at the base anymore. With our own abilities, we're not afraid of starving. Li Liang nodded. I listened to Brother Yi. If you really have to leave, I go with you. Lin Feng didn't say anything more. How did you meet that woman? Leng Yi asked Yang Qing. We didn't really know how to say we met. Yang Qing shook her head and recounted their encounter. Everyone fell silent. Yang Qing and the others hadn't done anything wrong. If they hadn't killed those men, they might have been the ones who died, or it might have been more than just death. They've seen too many things like this in the apocalypse. Often, it was a matter of life or death. Not eliminating the threat completely would only leave them with future troubles. If we're leaving, we need to get our points cards back. We only stayed one day, they can't just confiscate them, can they? Lu Lin complained indignantly. If they can't accommodate us here, we can go to other bases. There's more than one base in the whole country. The others nodded. If something really happened, they would stick together. That night, Shinting didn't bring anyone else. It was unclear whether she was afraid or plotting something. The next day, Lu Lin didn't rush to look for work. If they were really leaving, there was no need to look for work. Li Liang and Lin Feng also didn't report for duty immediately. Lin Feng explained that they hadn't settled in yet and would report in a couple of days. Just after breakfast, Shinting stormed in, accompanied by a sophisticated middle-aged woman, a young man, and two armed staff members. The iron gates slammed shut, and Shinting shouted from outside, "You people inside, get out here now, or don't blame us for being impolite." Everyone stood up. Yang Qing, Leng Yi, and Lu Lin drew their guns, with Li Liang and Lin Feng beside them. The middle-aged woman frowned slightly when she saw 3 men and 2 women inside. The men were all tall and burly. Mom, they're the ones who bullied me. Look, my neck is still red. Shinting tilted her head up to show her mother the injury on her neck. Both her parents worked at the base. They had been busy all night, and her father had gone to rest, so she had brought her mother and her childhood friend, her brother. Who bullied Tingting? Step forward. The young man said coldly. Jiang Jian, it was her. She choked me. Shinting pointed at Yang Qing and said hatefully. Jiang Jian looked at Yang Qing, somewhat surprised by her beauty. Since the apocalypse, Shinting had never suffered, so she was fairer-skinned than anyone else. He hadn't expected there to be a woman even fairer. The girl beside her was also fair-skinned, clean-cut, and gentle, not at all like the kind of person Shinting described as someone who would kill indiscriminately. Aren't you going to ask her why I choked her? Yang Qing sneered. I had no grudge against her. Why would I choke her? Jiang Jian paused, looking at Shinting. Yes, why? Mrs. Shin, Sun Liwen, also looked over. She had just gotten off work and, upon hearing that her daughter had been bullied, had come to confront her without even asking what had happened. Now, thinking about it, her daughter was usually a bit willful. Had she done something to offend someone? Shinting didn't know what to say. Chapter 199. What, can't say it? I say it for you. Yang Qing scoffed. We just moved in yesterday, and she came to borrow our RV. I didn't want to lend it, so I made up an excuse to ask for food in exchange, and she called us robbers. I like to ask Mrs. Shin, does Miss Shin usually borrow things from others for free? Then why do we need points to live in the house, to borrow the air conditioner, and to do anything? Do you officials even give your children special privileges? She also said that her father is the second in command of the base, and she can kick us out of the base with just one word. Isn't that bullying? Sun Liwen frowned slightly. You really said that? Shinting humbly shrank her neck and immediately defended herself. That's because I know they are bad people. I seen them kill people with my own eyes, so That's what they say. Yes, we kill people. Yang Qing scoffed. May I ask, Madam Shin, How many people in the base haven't killed anyone? In this apocalypse, it's either you or me. If someone wants to kill us, are we just going to stretch out our necks and wait to be killed? You're talking nonsense, Shinting exclaimed. They didn't even intend to kill you. It was your own cruelty that led you to kill several people. Yang Qing sneered. Yes, you were there. You even told us to be careful and not to trust those men. Didn't you know what would happen to us if those men targeted us? Death is the best outcome. The worst is to suffer a fate worse than death. Suddenly Wen couldn't help but shudder. She had always protected her daughter well, keeping her away from such things. But she knew that she had participated in rescuing girls imprisoned by evil forces, and they had all been violated beyond recognition. She had thought that if her own daughter suffered like that, she would break down. This daughter, spoiled by her mother, knew nothing of human suffering. It didn't matter in peaceful times, she was kind. But in the apocalypse, she was too naive. Mom, she's just exaggerating. In that situation, they could have just ignored them. Why did they kill? They're vicious, ruthless killers. Enough. Suddenly Wen suddenly shouted. It seems your father, and I have protected you too much. You have no idea how cruel the apocalypse is. Those people can't even be called human. Mom? Shinting was stunned. What was wrong with her mother? How did she know those people weren't good people? She had only teased them a little. Go home now, and don't cause me any more trouble. Suddenly Wen's face darkened. Mom, how can you side with them? They bullied me. Look at my neck. Shinting was anxious. She hadn't gotten revenge, and was being scolded by her mother instead. She was unwilling to accept it. Suddenly Wen looked at Yang Qing and the others, smiling apologetically. I'm sorry, my daughter was being unreasonable. You checked in using points cards, so unless you leave on your own, no one can kick you out, not even her father. And don't worry about the RV. She borrowed it just to go out and have fun. I make her stay home and reflect on her actions. Mom, Shinting was furious. How could her mother side with them and apologize? What had she done wrong? Yang Qing and the others were stunned. They had been prepared for a fight, but they hadn't expected Mrs. Shin to be so understanding. Mrs. Shin, you don't need to be so polite. If she doesn't bother us, we naturally won't bother her either, Yang Qing said calmly. Suddenly Wen pulled Shinting to leave, glancing at the others in the villa. Anyone living here must be someone important. Suddenly, her gaze stopped on Lu Lin, fixed on a peach pit pendant hanging around her neck. Her expression instantly became agitated. Where did you get that? Lu Lin was bewildered by her gaze, and subconsciously touched the pendant around her neck. I've worn it since I was little. Before Yang Qing's spatial dimension opened, she was afraid of losing things, so she stored valuable jade and gold jewelry in her space. This little trinket wasn't valuable, so she always worn it. What's your name? Suddenly Wen became even more agitated, reaching out to Lu Lin. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance, both sensing something was amiss. They opened the iron gate. They had been speaking through it. My name is Lu Lin. Lu Lin looked at Sun Liwen, not understanding why she was so agitated. Shinting looked equally bewildered. Mom, what's wrong? Sun Liwen stepped forward and grabbed Lu Lin's hand. Didn't you used to have another name, Shin Xian? Mom? Shinting exclaimed in shock. You're saying she's my sister? How could that be? But upon closer inspection, Lu Lin's features did indeed bear a resemblance to her mother's. Mrs. Shin, Yang Qing said, Lu Lin is an orphan. She went to the orphanage when she was 3 years old. She doesn't remember anything from before. Her surname, Lu, is because the orphanage director's surname was Lu, so all the orphans taken in during that period took the director's surname. You are my daughter. Suddenly Wen's tears fell instantly. You are Xian, you are my daughter. This peach pit pendant is our Lu family's keepsake. Ting, don't you have one too? Shinting frowned. She thought the pendant was too ugly, and had put it away, not even knowing where she put it. Mom, what if she found it? Maybe she stole it. They dared to kill people, what wouldn't they steal? Shut up. Suddenly Wen immediately became furious. You can't talk about your sister like that. You took her out to play and lost her, and we didn't even blame you. How could you? Do you know how much she's suffered all these years? Xin, you are my Xin. Suddenly Wen sobbed uncontrollably. Everyone was stunned by her actions. They hadn't expected things to develop in this direction. Lu Lin frowned, not showing the expected excitement. Madam Shin, although I worn this pendant since I was little, I can't guarantee it's mine. The headmistress told me to keep it safe, saying it might help me find my family someday. But I can't be sure if I had this pendant before I was abducted. Maybe I'm not your daughter. Maybe I picked it up and wore it because it was fun, and then I was sent to an orphanage. Having suffered so much since childhood, she was used to it. She didn't need family, especially not someone like Shinting. She didn't think she could get along with him. Yes, Madam Shin, so many years have passed, many things are unclear. It's not appropriate to rush into a recognition. Does the base have DNA testing equipment? If so, let's get it tested. It's not too late to acknowledge Lu Lin as your daughter after that, Yang Qing said. Shinting was dumbfounded. With their family's high status, Lu Lin actually didn't want to acknowledge them. So many people were practically begging to become her parents' godparents, but her parents hadn't agreed. What right did this little orphan have to act so high and mighty? Right, she must be playing hard to get. She just wants her parents to feel sorry for her and treat her even better in the future. Chapter 200. Shinting's eyes darted around, and she said with a smile, Mom, they're right. What if we make a mistake and my real sister comes back without a paternity test? Let's go back first. Sun Liwen was a little worried, but the base doesn't have the equipment for paternity tests at all. The hospital was only recently built. They don't have many common instruments, let alone paternity tests. Shinting secretly gloated. She deliberately said that because she knew they didn't have the equipment. May I ask what your blood type is? Jiang Jian suddenly asked. I'm blood type A, Lu Lin replied. For so many years, she hadn't thought she could find her biological parents, but if they really were, then she would have a family, and she wouldn't be alone for the rest of her life. Although she had a good relationship with Yang Qing, they were just good friends, not blood relatives. Humans are strange creatures. When they know that someone they are blood relatives with is right beside them, a subtle change occurs in their psychology. I remember Tingting is also blood type A, right? Jiang Jian said. There are plenty of people with type A blood in the world. How can you be sure she's my sister? Shinting pouted. Suddenly when looked at Lu Lin, I'm type A, your dad is type O, you both inherited my blood type. Look, Lin Lin looks so much like me when I was young, even more like you. You look more like your dad. Shinting pouted. How do I look like him? I don't see it. I think she looks quite alike, Jiang Jian interjected. Shinting got annoyed and stomped her foot at him. Which side are you on anyway? Jiang Jian touched his nose. Don't you want to find your sister? Of course I do, Shinting said insincerely. But who knows if she's really her? What if she's an imposter? Lu Lin immediately flared up. I never said I was Mrs. Shin's daughter. You're just making this up. You're right, there are many people with type A blood in this world, and many who look alike. I shouldn't be part of your family. If you have nothing else to say, please leave. As for the RV, it's ours. We can choose not to lend it to you. Do you intend to use your power to force us? Lin Lin, we didn't mean that. Lin Lin, you are my daughter. Suddenly when panicked, Shinting grabbed her arm. Mom, look, they don't even want to acknowledge you. Why are you still trying to win them over? Let's go. It's just a camper van. If they won't lend it, fine. Do you think I care? Yang Qing looked at her coldly. You better remember what you said today. Goodbye. Lin Lin. Suddenly Wen wanted to say something, but Shinting pulled her away. Everyone looked at Lu Lin, unsure how to comfort her. Yang Qing took Lu Lin's hand. If you're upset, just say it. I'm here for you. Lu Lin forced a smile, her eyes still wet. Although she hadn't said she wanted to find her parents, what child wouldn't want biological parents? She had dreamed many times of reuniting with her parents, both embracing and weeping, but every time she woke up, she was alone. She had imagined countless times the scene of reuniting with her parents, but she had never imagined it would be like this. Li Liang watched, his heart aching. Yang Qing pulled Lu Lin into his arms. Follow your heart, don't force it. Even biological parents can have strained relationships, even turning against each other, especially in this apocalyptic world, where family ties are more fragile than paper. If they truly accept you, I will bless you. If not, we're better off without such parents. Lu Lin nodded, nestled in Yang Qing's arms, silently weeping. Lung Yi waved to Li Liang and Lin Feng, whispering, don't just stand there, go do what you need to do. The two nodded and went back to their room. However, after this incident, Lu Lin definitely wouldn't leave anytime soon. Should they go report to the authorities first? Suddenly when returned home, her husband was still resting. Seeing the dark circles under her husband's eyes, she couldn't bear to wake him. He had worked so hard these past few days. She wanted him to sleep a little longer since he had finally fallen asleep. Suddenly Wen laid down beside Shen Yuanming, exhausted both physically and mentally, but unable to fall asleep. She remembered that year, her younger daughter was only 3 years old, and her older daughter, Tingting, was only 6. She and her husband were both very busy with work and didn't have time to care for them, so they hired a nanny. One day, the two sisters secretly slipped out to play while the nanny wasn't looking. When Tingting returned, she was crying and said her younger sister was lost. They sent many people to search, but they couldn't find her. Although technology is advanced now, and there are surveillance cameras everywhere, finding a 3-year-old child who doesn't remember her parents' names or phone numbers is still difficult. Moreover, if they had been abducted by human traffickers, they would have disguised the children and avoided surveillance areas, making the search even more difficult. Although she didn't know why the children were later abandoned in an orphanage, she knew that life there wouldn't be good. Thinking of the suffering her youngest daughter had endured over the years, her heart ached terribly. "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" Shen Yuanming opened his eyes, rubbing his aching temples. "Did I wake you?" Suddenly Wen quickly wiped away her tears. "What happened?" Shen Yuanming sat up. "Yuanming, I think I found our daughter," Xin suddenly Wen said. "What did you say?" Shen Yuanming's face was filled with disbelief. They searched for so long back then and couldn't find her. How could they possibly find her in this apocalyptic world? "She's in the villa next door. She's wearing our Shen family's keepsake, that peach pit pendant carved with a pomegranate. And I think she looks a bit like me. She's blood type A. She was also sent to an orphanage when she was 3 years old. How could there be so many coincidences if it were just a coincidence?" Shen Yuanming rubbed his forehead, and suddenly Wen quickly leaned closer. "Your headache's acting up again?" "It's nothing." Shen Yuanming shook his head. "Did she come looking for you?" "No." Suddenly Wen was immediately embarrassed. "Tingting bullied someone and dragged me over to back her up, which is when I found out." Suddenly Wen then recounted what had happened that day, including how the other party had advised against hastily claiming kinship without a paternity test to avoid mistakes. "They really said that?" Shen Yuanming frowned. "He holds a high position. Countless people want to curry favor with him. Even distant relatives would love to get close. How could they not be tempted? I think they're all capable people, and so young. Living in a villa? They must be quite extraordinary," suddenly Wen said. "Take me to see her," Shen Yuanming said. "If she really is our daughter, we should acknowledge her. She must have suffered a lot these past years. Surviving the apocalypse means she still has a familial bond with us." Suddenly Wen immediately perked up. "Okay, we go right away." Chapter 201. The two arrived at Yang Qing's villa again and rang the doorbell. Leng Yi saw from the security camera that Mrs. Shen had arrived again, with a rather imposing man standing beside her. This must be her husband, Boss Shen. He knocked on Lu Lin's door, and Yang Qing opened it. Boss Shen and his wife have come together. Yang Qing walked to the window, looked out, and nodded. "Let them in." Lu Lin, still a little downcast, became excited upon hearing that her two potential parents had come together. Leng Yi led them into the living room, and Yang Qing and Lu Lin sat down in front of them. Leng Yi poured 2 glasses of mineral water and placed them in front of them. "Boss, please have some water." The two nodded and looked at Lu Lin. Shen Yuanming was a little stunned. "She looks like you when you were young." "Right? I think so too," suddenly Wen said with a smile. Lin, this is your father." "Boss, this hasn't been confirmed yet." "It seems a bit inappropriate to say he's Lin's father so hastily," Yang Qing said. Shen Yuanming nodded. "I heard everything from the child's mother today. My eldest daughter was spoiled and didn't know any better. We, as parents, apologize to you. However, child, you're wearing our Shen family's keepsake, you have type A blood, and you entered the orphanage at the age of 3. There aren't that many coincidences in the world. Besides, you and your mother look so alike, you can tell without a paternity test. Your mother and I want to acknowledge you not for anything else, but because we didn't take good care of you back then, causing you so much hardship. We want to make it up to you. Survival is difficult enough in these times, let alone for a girl like you. With our protection, you have a better life in the future." Lu Lin pursed her lips. "I'm doing quite well with Qingqing. She takes good care of me, as do my brother-in-law and everyone else. It's that Shenting, though, who bullied us from the moment she arrived." The couple immediately felt embarrassed. "We make her apologize to you, but child, don't you really want to acknowledge your biological parents?" "Excuse my bluntness, gentlemen," Yang Qing interjected. "Besides those dubious coincidences, is there any concrete evidence to prove that Lin is your daughter? Like a birthmark or something? I remember Lin has 2 cowlicks on her head, and... Oh right, she seems to have a small, bluish birthmark the size of a coin on her buttock." Yang Qing and Lu Lin exchanged a glance. Yang Qing knew that Lu Lin did indeed have 2 cowlicks on her head, although many people have them, not everyone does. As for the birthmark on her buttock, there were no public bathhouses in the south, and they had never bathed together, so she genuinely didn't know. Lu Lin's face flushed. She did indeed have a birthmark. Mrs. Shen, please come with us for a moment, Yang Qing said. The 3 entered Lu Lin's room and closed the door. Lu Lin removed her hair tie, revealing 2 distinct cowlicks. She looked at Yang Qing, who nodded. Lu Lin pursed her lips, pulled down her trousers, and rolled up her shorts, revealing a small, bluish birthmark the size of a coin. Suddenly Wen immediately hugged Lu Lin excitedly. Lin, you're my daughter? You really are my daughter. Lu Lin's eyes also reddened. If everything else was a coincidence, how could a birthmark be such a coincidence? The 3 walked out, and Shen Yuanming immediately stood up and looked at Lu Lin. Suddenly Wen's eyes were still red as she walked toward Shen Yuanming. It really is Xian. She also has a birthmark. Shen Yuanming rubbed his hands together. Even this usually composed man seemed a little flustered. Are you really our daughter? Now it seems there's no mistake. Yang Qing smiled. Congratulations, leader, on finding your daughter. But her name is Lin now, not Xian. Lin is fine, just call her Lin, no need to change it. Suddenly Wen quickly said, whatever you like, it's just a name. Lin. Suddenly Wen took Lu Lin's hand, looking at her eagerly. Come home with us, I take you home. But Lu Lin didn't move. She didn't really want to move there. She had clashed with Shen Ting, and the 2 definitely wouldn't get along. Rather than arguing every day, it was better to continue living here. I better not go there for now. It's very comfortable here, Lu Lin said, pulling Yang Qing over. This is my good friend Yang Qing. She's been taking care of me since the apocalypse. Without her, I might have died long ago. Don't say that, Yang Qing quickly said. We're good friends, it's only right. Lu Lin then pointed to Leng Yi. This is my brother-in-law, Yang Qing's husband. He used to be a soldier. Really? Shen Yuanming looked at Leng Yi. He could indeed see the military bearing. No wonder these people were so capable. Leader Shen. Leng Yi greeted him casually. Leng Yi also called out Li Liang and Lin Feng. These are our friends, Li Liang and Lin Feng. They've been hired by the base's security team, and will be starting work soon. Hello, Leader Shen. The 2 greeted him hastily. This was the second in command of the base. They wouldn't have known such a high-ranking leader if they hadn't done it themselves. You're all very good, Shen Yuanming nodded, noticing how capable the young people seemed. Suddenly Wen held Lu Lin's hand. If you're not used to it, you don't have to go for now. Just tell Mom if anything comes up. By the way, Yang Qing and Leng Yi, you could also find jobs at the base. You're both capable, you definitely get good jobs. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. We don't plan to look for jobs right now. I noticed there are many freelancers at the base who can exchange supplies for points. We're planning to go out and look for supplies. Suddenly Wen frowned slightly. Supplies are hard to find now, unless you go to another city. Almost everything in our city has been sold out. Yang Qing smiled. It's okay, we have a car, which is more convenient than for others. My husband and I are used to our freedom, and don't want to work yet. That's up to you. Suddenly Wen looked at Lu Lin. Lin, what are your plans? Lu Lin was a little embarrassed. I like to work, but I don't know if there are any suitable jobs at the base. Yes, definitely. Suddenly Wen smiled. As long as you want to go, I definitely arrange it for you. You're a good girl, much more capable than your sister. She hasn't worked a single day since the base was established. She just plays all day. Although we don't expect her to earn a salary, we're helpless with her doing nothing. Suddenly Wen liked Lu Lin more and more, and was also very glad that her youngest daughter hadn't gone astray after all these years, and was still so capable. She was truly happy. On the other hand, their eldest daughter was spoiled rotten, and now they didn't know how to bring her back on track. Chapter 202. Lin, if you don't want to go home, that's fine too. Come with us first and see the place. Suddenly Wen said with a smile, taking Lu Lin's hand. Lu Lin looked at Yang Qing and nodded. Let's go. The couple led Lu Lin back to their villa, not far from Yang Qing's, about 500 meters away. This is our home, and it will be your home too. Suddenly Wen led Lu Lin inside. They were the initial founders of the official base, and barring any major changes, they would likely live here for the rest of their lives, so this would be their home. Lu Lin looked around curiously. The size was about the same as Yang Qing's. She had thought that a high-ranking official like Shen Yuanming would live in a more spacious place, but it was just a small villa of about 100 square meters. It seemed he was indeed a very honest and upright official. However, the decoration here was much better. With more furniture and appliances, it felt very homey. Your dad and I live on the first floor, Tingting lives on the second floor, and Jiang Jian also lives on the first floor, Sun Liwen said. If you want to move back, I clean out a room on the second floor for you. Not for now. Lu Lin shook her head, then asked curiously, does Jiang Jian live here too? Yes, his parents were our colleagues before, but they tragically perished after the apocalypse, so he's been living with us ever since. He and Tingting grew up together, so they're practically family, Sun Liwen said with a smile. At this moment, Shenting and Jiang Jian came downstairs. Seeing Lu Lin, Shenting's face immediately darkened. Mom, why did you bring her here? What her? This is your sister, Sun Liwen said, somewhat displeased. Who knows if it's true? Didn't you say this morning you wouldn't acknowledge my parents? How come you changed your mind so quickly? I think you're just playing hard to get. Shenting sneered. Lu Lin gave her a cold look, not wanting to say anything more, and turned to leave. Hey, Lin. Sun Liwen panicked and immediately chased after her. Shen Yuanming's brows furrowed deeply, and he said sternly, she is your sister. We confirmed it. Apologize to your sister right now. Shenting panicked a little. Although her father was usually serious, he rarely spoke to her in such a harsh tone. Dad, you must have been deceived by her. So many years have passed. How can you be sure she's your sister? Maybe. Shut up. Shen Yuanming's face turned ashen. Why are you stopping us from bringing Lin back? What are you afraid of? Even if she comes back, you still be our daughter. Our love for you won't diminish in the slightest. Why are you so hostile towards your sister? You were the one who lost her back then. Don't you feel any remorse? Yes, you were young then, so we didn't blame you. But now that we found her, what right do you have to be unhappy? Shenting's face paled. She was indeed afraid. Her parents only had her as their daughter, so they would grant her whatever she wanted, and everything they owned would be hers. But now there's another daughter, meaning half of the love she receives will have to be shared, and she might even give her more out of guilt towards her younger sister. That would make her life much harder. If you continue to be so immature, move out. Which other kids your age aren't self-reliant? You just do nothing all day, and do nothing but play. We really spoiled you. Dad, are you kicking me out? Shenting's face was filled with disbelief, her eyes instantly reddening as she pointed at Lu Lin who was walking away. You're kicking me out for that woman? She's your daughter, but am I not? You're both my daughters. I don't want to favor one over the other, but you need to be more sensible. Shen Yuanming's face was grim. Yes, I'm immature. I'm not as sensible as your youngest daughter. I'm idle, all I do is play all day. Shenting broke down. Now that you have a new daughter, you don't want me anymore, is that it? Fine, I leave now. I never appear in front of you again. I leave and make her come back, okay? Shenting finished speaking, and was about to run out when Jiang Jian quickly grabbed her. Tingting, calm down. Don't be impulsive. Where can you go if you leave? I can go anywhere. I don't believe I can't survive outside the base. Shenting fiercely wiped away her tears. Jiang Jian was speechless, and Shen Yuanming remained silent. They both knew that if she left the base, she wouldn't be able to survive on her own, but they couldn't afford to upset her further now. If she really left, she might never be found again. Although what Shen Yuanming had said was a bit harsh, he didn't want anything to happen to his daughter. Uncle Shen, how did you confirm that Lu Lin is your child? Doesn't the base prohibit paternity tests? Jiang Jian asked. Shen Yuanming rubbed his forehead. Xian has a birthmark, in a place that's not easily visible. Her mother just checked, and Lin does indeed have it. That can't be a coincidence, can it? Jiang Jian nodded. It certainly can't be a coincidence. They couldn't possibly know Xian had a birthmark, let alone know where it was. You can't fake it on the spot. Tingting, that girl might really be your sister. So what if she is? Shenting was still unconvinced. I saw them kill people with my own eyes. She's no good at all. Shut up. Shen Yuanming was truly enraged. Do you think anyone in this apocalypse hasn't killed someone? You haven't killed anyone because we sent people to protect you. They killed people for you. Otherwise, do you think you could survive in this apocalypse on your own? You'd be dead 1,000,000 times over. You're so high and mighty, you're an ethereal fairy, your hands are unstained by blood, you live a peaceful life every day because someone is bearing the burden for you. It was one thing for you to be ignorant before, but now it's the apocalypse. How can you still be so naive? It seems your mother, And I have really spoiled you. Next time they go to find supplies, have Jiang Jian take you with them. See how they survive in this apocalypse. Shinting was a little confused, looking at Jiang Jian. You kill people too? Really? Jiang Jian's eyes darted around, but he nodded nonetheless. I have. When we went out to find supplies, people would fight to the death for a few packets of instant noodles. Ting, you haven't been there, you don't know how cruel the apocalypse is. Shinting was still incredulous. You actually killed people? How could you be so cruel? For a few packets of instant noodles. Before she could finish, Shen Yuanming slapped her hard. He couldn't hold back anymore. They had raised her with luxury, afraid she would suffer even a little, but they hadn't expected to raise such a saintly figure. Dad, you hit me? You actually hit me? Shinting covered her face, looking utterly incredulous. From childhood to adulthood, you never laid a finger on me, and now, for a sister who might not even be real, you actually hit me? Fine, you wait. I show you that in this apocalypse, I can survive without you. I can find supplies without killing. I can use love to influence them. She finished speaking and ran out crying. Ting. Jiang Jian looked at Shen Yuanming, then at Shinting who had run away, unsure what to do. Shen Yuanming had a terrible headache, rubbing his temples. Ignore her, let her go. If she doesn't suffer a little, she never know what the real apocalypse is like. Chapter 203. Suddenly when caught up with Lu Lin, looking guilty. Lin, don't be angry. Ting is spoiled by us, but she's not a bad person at heart. Lu Lin replied calmly, it's alright. I don't live with her anyway, it doesn't matter. Lu Lin opened her mouth, wanting to call her mom, but couldn't bring herself to say it. After all these years, that word had never appeared in her dictionary. You should go back. You don't look well. Didn't you rest well? Don't worry, I won't take Shinting's words to heart. She doesn't have the ability to affect me. Then, suddenly Wen didn't know what to say for a moment. She should give the sister some time. Perhaps things would get better with time. Come over for lunch, Mom will make you something nice, suddenly Wen said. No need, I'm doing fine here. I don't need anything. Lu Lin shook her head. I look for a job tomorrow. I can support myself, you don't need to worry. Leave the job to me, I arrange it, suddenly Wen quickly said, seeing Lu Lin to the villa door. I won't go in, enjoy your time with your friends. Okay. Lu Lin nodded, rang the doorbell, and Yang Qing came out to open the door. Why are you back so soon? Lu Lin gave a wry smile. Someone doesn't welcome me. But it's okay, I still have you all. I don't want to go back to live there either, it's not as comfortable as living with you. Yang Qing smiled, and put his arm around her shoulder. Yes, I have lots of good food here, they might not even have any. It's so hot, let's cut a watermelon and eat it later. Lu Lin smiled, a warm feeling washing over her. Yang Qing was incredibly devoted to her. She even shared something as simple as having a special space with her. It took absolute trust for most people to do that. She would never let her down, and would keep this secret. Suddenly Wen returned home, intending to say something to Shinting, but found her missing. She asked Shen Yuanming, who sighed, we had a few words over this, and she ran out. But don't worry, Jiang Jian went with her, she should be fine. Suddenly Wen also sighed, old Shen, we were really wrong before. We shouldn't spoil children so much. If Ting develops a personality like this, how will she survive in this apocalypse if we don't protect her? Shen Yuanming nodded, so I decided to let her go out and get some experience. Otherwise, she'd become too unruly. That afternoon, suddenly Wen came to see Lu Lin, telling her that the management office had arranged a clerk job for her. It was a relatively easy job, perfect for a girl. Thank you. Lu Lin nodded. This job was probably because of Shen Yuanming. She definitely wouldn't have found such a good one on her own. The next day, Lu Lin, Li Liang, and Lin Feng all went to report for duty. The director of the management office knew Lu Lin had been introduced by Sun Liwen, so he was very polite to her, giving her a uniform and name tag and assigning her a workstation. She was assigned to register new staff at the front desk, with a computer, just like the other clerks. Lu Lin changed into her uniform, put on her name tag, and went to her workstation. The woman at the next workstation glanced at her, her expression not very friendly. Lu Lin ignored the manager and humbly asked how to proceed. The manager briefly explained that it involved registering the personnel list, entering the information into the computer, and introducing the base's rules and fees. Lu Lin quickly got the hang of it, her attitude noticeably better than the person next to her. Her queue had more people than the other one. The person at the next counter winked at her. Zhang Feng, look at that other person over there. Why are there only a few people here? She's pretty, how can we compare? A clerk next to her said sarcastically. I wonder what kind of seductive trick she used, getting into the management office right after entering the base. We can't compare. I heard the director personally brought her over, could it be? Hee hee. Who knows, she has the ability, it's just that we're not pretty enough. Lu Lin frowned slightly. The director was a greasy middle-aged man. She didn't know if the others had improper relationships with him, but she was introduced by Sun Liwen, so that man wouldn't dare to do anything to her. These people are already speculating about me like this the moment I arrived. It's true, there are always people who love spreading rumors. People's hearts are dirty, they see everything as dirty. Lu Lin scoffed. Whose heart are you talking about? I think you're the dirty one. Someone nearby snapped. Lu Lin glanced at her employee badge, which read Zheng Fong, and scoffed, I wasn't talking about you. Who told you to jump to conclusions? You? Zheng Fong flared up, jumping to her feet. You dare say you didn't use any dirty tricks to get in? This job was originally for one of my best friends. They were going to notify her of her start date yesterday, but today it's you? If you didn't get to where you are by using your body, what skills do you have? I saw your information, you just joined the base yesterday, quite the feat, hooking up with our leader so quickly. What did you say? Say that again. Lu Lin was also furious. She already been making veiled insults, and now she was openly calling her out. Did she think she was so easy to bully? I told you, you just got by using your body. Before she could finish, Lu Lin slapped her across the face. Your mouth stinks, I give you a good cleaning. The people in line stared dumbfounded at the two arguing, not daring to offend them, and no one dared to speak. You dare hit me? Zheng Fong, enraged, scratched at Lu Lin's face. Lu Lin, having studied under Leng Yi for so long, wouldn't let her succeed. She grabbed Zheng Fong's wrist, twisted it, then pulled her hair, slamming her against the counter. Apologize to me. You? Zheng Fong continued to hurl insults. Lu Lin grabbed her hair and shoved her hard. Zheng Fong crashed into a nearby cabinet, which toppled over and smashed onto her, scattering documents all over the floor. Those nearby gasped, staring in shock at Lu Lin. They hadn't expected this newcomer to be so arrogant. The commotion finally alerted the director and the counter manager in the office inside, who both came out. What's going on? The director asked, frowning. Director, this newbie hit me, Zheng Fong said, looking aggrieved. I only said a few words to her, and she attacked me. Director, you have to stand up for me. Lu Lin sneered. Do you dare say what you just said? Zheng Fong choked, her eyes darting away. I didn't say anything, just a few words. A few words? Lu Lin mocked. Then can I also say a few words about you, that you only got this job because you hooked up with the director, that you only got it because of your body? A flicker of panic crossed the director's eyes, quickly concealed. He and Zheng Fong really did have an affair. If it weren't for her youth, how could he have let someone with no connections get such an easy job in the management office? Not just her, there were several others. You're slandering me. Zheng Fong's eyes flashed, avoiding the director's gaze. The counter manager coldly watched the two. How could she not know the shady dealings? However, this director was a relative of the base's top leader. She couldn't afford to offend him, and could only turn a blind eye. I said it's slander, so what did you say about me just now? I just arrived. You don't even know me, yet you're making such malicious assumptions about me. Isn't that what you do yourself? Lu Lin said sarcastically. Chapter 204. The director's expression was somewhat gloomy. What nonsense are you spouting? You were all recruited through proper channels, and passed the vetting process. She's just talking nonsense without knowing the situation. Don't parrot what others say. The director looked at Lu Lin. Once you're in my department, I treat everyone equally. As long as you work hard, I won't favor one over the other, I take good care of you. These words were both ambiguous and disgusting. Lu Lin sneered, no need, I quit. She could see through the shady dealings. Working under someone like this made her feel disgusted. You? The director frowned. She was introduced by Sun Liwen. What if Sun Liwen asked her about it? How would she explain? The other clerks looked at Lu Lin in astonishment. She actually said she quit? They had pulled so many strings to get such good jobs, and she just quit like that? She would definitely regret it later. But did this mean she and the director really had no relationship? What happened? Sun Liwen walked in. She had come to check on Lu Lin, worried she might not be used to her first day at work. But instead, she found the place in complete disarray. Secretary Sun. The director hurriedly went to Sun Liwen's side. Lu Lin just started and had a minor conflict with some colleagues. It happened on impulse, but I handle it. How? Lu Lin looked coldly at the director. The director was startled. He hadn't expected Lu Lin to ask so directly. With Sun Liwen present, he naturally dared not say anything rash. It's all a misunderstanding. It'd be fine if we talk it out. We have no grudges. A simple apology will suffice. Apologize to each other? Lu Lin pointed at Zhang Fang. She spread rumors about me, and you want me to apologize to her? What rumors? Sun Liwen frowned. I had just sat down when she started being sarcastic, saying I got this job because I hooked up with certain people. Lu Lin glanced at the director, seemingly casually, saying I'm a vixen, that I used my body to get the job. Who said that? Sun Liwen was furious. Zhang Fang shrank back, not daring to say a word. But this job was clearly reserved for one of my friends. Zhang Fang muttered indignantly. Reserved? With whom? Sun Liwen asked. Zhang Fang glanced at the director, who glared at her secretly. She dared not speak. I looked into it. The person who was originally supposed to work here was a girl who only graduated from junior high school. She didn't meet the requirements at all. I don't know who let her in, so I rejected her, Sun Liwen said. Lu Lin is a university graduate, which is why she meets our requirements. Although it's the apocalypse now, and the requirements have been lowered, we will of course choose the best if there are better candidates. I replaced that girl. Lu Lin had no idea. Yes, I had my own reasons. Lu Lin is my daughter, but this didn't violate the base's regulations. What? She's Secretary Sun's daughter? Doesn't Secretary Sun only have one daughter, Shinting? If that's the case, she wouldn't stoop to using any underhanded methods. Sun Liwen sighed. Lu Lin is my daughter who was lost for 20 years. I only reunited with her yesterday, so I arranged this job for her. It's also a little compensation from me as her mother. But I know the base's rules. She's better than others in every way, why not hire her? The previous girl didn't receive a formal offer letter. Who told you she would definitely come to work? Zhang Fang didn't dare to speak. This was something the director had privately assured her of. Who knew this unexpected obstacle would appear? This person is Sun Liwen's daughter. Isn't that Leader Shin's daughter? No wonder she's so arrogant. Zhang Fang, hurry up and apologize to her. The director winked at Zhang Fang. He only knew that Lu Lin was introduced by Sun Liwen. He had no idea she was Sun Liwen's daughter. If he had known, he would have warned these people to be careful. Zhang Fang stood up shakily, walked to Lu Lin, lowered her head, and whispered, I'm sorry. I don't accept it. Lu Lin sneered. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Someone wouldn't accept an apology. You're not sincerely apologizing. Are you still cursing me in your heart? If my mother weren't Secretary Sun, would you even apologize to me? I just started working here. You don't know me at all, and you're already spreading rumors about me. Anyone with a fragile psyche would be ruined by you. This is workplace bullying. A simple apology is enough? Then what do you want? The director's expression also darkened. Follow the rules. Spreading rumors and defaming others, plus workplace bullying, follow the rules. As for this job, I don't care. Lu Lin threw down her employee badge. She grabbed her clothes, changed out of her work uniform, and left. Sun Liwen quickly chased after her. Lin, wait for me. It's all my fault. I didn't think things through. If I had told you about your background earlier, you wouldn't have to suffer like this. Lu Lin stopped and looked at Sun Liwen. This little grievance is nothing, but it's the apocalypse now. Instead of working together, everyone's resorting to these petty tricks. Even a small management office has this kind of workplace bullying and backstabbing. Don't you think that's problematic? And judging from Zhang Fang and the director's situation, there's something fishy going on. They probably got their jobs that way. Can someone like that really sit in that position? Have you thought about how many girls will be ruined? It's already hard enough for women to survive in this apocalypse. Some people have no choice outside, but to suffer this kind of humiliation at the base, do you really think it's okay? Sun Liwen looked a little embarrassed. Awkward, Sun Liwen said, I sent someone to investigate, but there are too many people involved, and some have deep-rooted connections with higher-ups. It might not be possible to handle it in a short time. But don't worry, I talked to your dad and asked him to do his best. But Lin, are you really giving up that job? For a girl, it's a great job, easy work, no need to go out, no exposure to the elements. It's the dream job of so many girls. Lu Lin shook her head. One man's meat is another man's poison. What you think is good might not be what I need. If that director is still there, I just feel disgusted working under such a person. Then what kind of job do you want? Suddenly Wen asked. Lu Lin thought for a moment. I want to try a security job. Ah? That's not a job anyone can do, and it's quite dangerous. Suddenly Wen was surprised. That's because you don't know me. I think I can do it, and I want to try. Lu Lin said. Suddenly Wen sighed. All right, I take you. But the security team leader is a very strict person. He's extremely rigorous during recruitment. Don't try to be brave. I understand, Lu Lin nodded. Suddenly Wen took Lu Lin to the security team. Li Liang and Lin Feng had just reported for duty, and hadn't been assigned work yet, so they were being given time to familiarize themselves with the team's rules and regulations and job duties. They were all surprised to see Lu Lin arrive. Security team leader Chen Yaowu frowned when he saw Sun Liwen bring a girl. He hated people who relied on connections or favors to get in. The security team wasn't a place just anyone could get into. What could such a delicate young girl do? He didn't want her crying after only a few days. He didn't want to serve a little princess. Chapter 205. Captain Chen, hello. Sun Liwen greeted him. Secretary Sun, what brings you to the security team? Chen Yaowu asked coldly. Well, this is my daughter. Sun Liwen pulled Lu Lin aside, thinking it best to reveal her identity directly this time to prevent her from being bullied again. My daughter, lost for 20 years. We just reunited yesterday, Sun Liwen said with a smile. I originally found her a job at the management office, but she didn't like it and said she wanted to come to the security team. I know you have high standards, Captain Chen, but since she said she wanted to try, let her try. If she doesn't meet your requirements, we won't force her. Chen Yaowu had initially wanted to refuse, but since Sun Liwen had said so, he couldn't directly reject her. He nodded, then let her try. But I must make it clear beforehand, I have high standards, and I won't be responsible if she gets injured during the trial. This? Sun Liwen hesitated, looking at Lu Lin with concern. Lu Lin nodded, okay, I take care of it myself. The security team members, who weren't on duty, all rushed over to watch the commotion. Their team didn't have any female members. This was the first woman to come, and they were all very curious. You come over here and test her skills, Chen Yaowu pointed at Li Liang. Huh? Li Liang was dumbfounded, scratching his head. Captain, I know her. What if she hit me, and you say I deliberately let her win? Chen Yaowu looked at him in surprise. This guy was honest. He had no idea until he said so. Me. Several male team members eagerly raised their hands, enjoying the spectacle. Chen Yaowu's lips twitched. He called out a team member of medium build, Zhongsen, you're the one. Stop when you hit her. Yes, Captain. Zhongsen was excited. Fighting such a pretty young girl was a chance to show off and impress the leaders. Everyone went outside to the field and saluted each other. Lu Lin clenched her fist, ready to strike, and beckoned to Zhongsen, come on. Wow, pretty arrogant, huh? Zhongsen raised his fist and threw a punch at Lu Lin. Lu Lin dodged, aiming straight for Zhongsen's face, but Zhongsen ducked and avoided the blow as well. The two exchanged blows for several rounds. Chen Yaowu was a little surprised. He hadn't expected this girl to be so skilled. After a few more rounds, Lu Lin feigned an opening, and Zhongsen, caught off guard, was kicked away by Lu Lin. Good. Impressive. Really good. Everyone applauded. They hadn't expected this young girl to be so strong. She could defeat Zhongsen and her half the security team wouldn't be a match for her. Looking at her fair and delicate appearance, one really can't judge a book by its cover. Looking at Lu Lin, Li Liang's eyes lit up. The girl he liked was truly capable. Sun Liwen was also surprised. She thought her daughter was just curious about the job, but she hadn't expected her to actually be skilled. What had she done before? What else do you want to try? Lu Lin asked Chen Yaowu. Chen Yaowu's expression had improved considerably. What else can you do? Shooting, Lu Lin replied. After Leng Yi's special training in Yunshan, her shooting skills had improved dramatically. She might not be comparable to professional soldiers, but she was far better than the average person. To the shooting range. Chen Yaowu said decisively, surprised to have found such a promising talent today. Everyone followed her to the shooting range. Lu Lin used both a pistol and a rifle. While not a perfect shot, each of her 10 shots scored above 8 rings, placing her in the upper middle range within the security team. Chen Yaowu was delighted. Great, you're hired. Lu Lin smiled brightly. Thank you, Captain. The other team members applauded. The security team had a female member, and such a beautiful one at that. The team wouldn't be so boring anymore. Li Liang looked at the smiling Lu Lin, happy for her, yet worried for himself. The security team was full of talented people. Pursuing her would be even harder. Sun Liwen, however, wasn't so happy. She pulled Lu Lin aside. Lin, think it over again. The security team job is too dangerous for a girl. And look, it's all men here, not a single woman. You be Secretary's son. Lu Lin interrupted her. She still couldn't bring herself to call her mom, and didn't want her to interfere with her decision the moment they acknowledged each other. I like this job. I want to try it. I don't think that just because you're my mother, you can interfere with my choices. Sun Liwen's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. I'm just worried about you. This is my own business. I will be responsible for my own safety. I hope you won't impose your will on me. Lu Lin frowned. Alright, I won't try to persuade you. Just be careful from now on, Sun Liwen said helplessly. Qin You handed Lu Lin 2 sets of team uniforms. You can report for duty this afternoon. Yes, Captain. Lu Lin took the uniforms. May I ask where you learned your skills? Qin You looked at Lu Lin, feeling that her moves looked somewhat familiar. My sister and brother-in-law taught me. My skills are nothing compared to theirs, Lu Lin said with a smile. Oh, where are they? Are they also at the base? Why don't they apply for the security team? Qin You asked. They want to be freelancers. They don't want to be tied down at the base, Lu Lin said leisurely, a warm smile appearing on her face as she thought of Yang Qing and Ling Yi. They're really amazing. I don't think they belong here. They probably go to a military base in the future. They can't be of any use here. That amazing? Qin Yu's curiosity was immediately piqued. What do they do? My sister is just an ordinary person, and my brother-in-law used to be a soldier, Lu Lin said. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. I used to be a soldier too. I didn't expect to meet a comrade in arms here. Which unit was he in? I don't know, Lu Lin shook her head. Could you take me to meet him? If possible, I'd like him to join the security team. Our team desperately needs someone like him, Qin Yu said. This? Lu Lin hesitated, but she also hoped that Yang Qing and Ling Yi could stay, so that everyone could stay together in the future. Captain, please come with me. Lu Lin nodded. Sun Liwen left first, seeing that they had something to do. Lu Lin led Qin Yu to the villa. Qin Yu was surprised. They actually lived in a villa? As the captain of the security team, he was only allowed to live in an apartment building. However, Lu Lin was Sun Liwen's daughter. Could it be that Sun Liwen had given them the privilege of staying there? Lu Lin rang the doorbell. The iron gate only had one key. Those outside could only ring the doorbell, and those inside could only enter. While everyone else was at work, Yang Qing and Ling Yi went into their spatial dimension and burned the straw from the recently harvested fields. This would make tilling easier, and the wood ash would leave phosphorus and potassium fertilizer in the fields. Hearing the doorbell ring, the two came out of the spatial dimension. Ling Yi wiped his face. I go open the door. As he walked out of the villa, he saw Lu Lin standing outside the door, with a tall, handsome man beside her who looked vaguely familiar. Chapter 206. You're Ling Yi. The person opposite suddenly exclaimed. Squad leader? Ling Yi looked incredulous and quickly opened the iron gate. The two embraced warmly, their eyes filled with excitement. I never expected to meet you here. Qin Yu patted Ling Yi's shoulder, his eyes reddening. Ling Yi was also unable to hide his excitement. Squad leader, what are you doing here? You two know each other? Lu Lin asked curiously. We're comrades in arms. Yao was my former squad leader. Ling Yi said with a smile. Squad leader, come in and sit down. Qin Yu walked into the villa, looking around. You got something good to offer. Living in a big villa, made a fortune? Ling Yi smiled. Squad leader, please don't tease me. Yang Qing came out of the room, and Ling Yi quickly pulled her over. Let me introduce you. This is my former squad leader, Qin Yu. This is my wife, Yang Qing. Qin Yu looked at Yang Qing. You're married now? Your wife is really beautiful. Thank you. Yang Qing smiled slightly. He smiled, looked at Lu Lin, and raised an eyebrow. What's going on? Lu Lin covered her mouth and laughed. This is the captain of the security team. I went for an interview at the security team today and got hired. The captain praised my skills, and I said I learned them all from my sister and brother-in-law. I'm much worse than you guys. The captain insisted on meeting my brother-in-law, so he came along. I was wondering why Lu Lin's moves looked familiar. So you taught her? Qin Yu suddenly realized. Your skills haven't declined at all. How could they decline? It's the apocalypse. If I didn't have some skills, I would have been eaten long ago, Leng Yi said with a wry smile. Qin Yaowu sighed. Yes, who would have thought the apocalypse would come? Captain Qin, please sit down. Yang Qing gestured, asking Lu Lin to bring 2 bottles of mineral water. Back then, your skills were no less than mine. If it weren't for that rich kid, you could have risen even higher in the army, Qin Yaowu remarked. Leng Yi smiled faintly. Life is unpredictable, but I'm quite fortunate. If I had stayed in the army, perhaps I would never have met my wife. Leng Yi looked at Yang Qing with tenderness. Qin Yaowu raised an eyebrow. The usually taciturn and icy Leng Yi was showing such an expression. He would never have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Squad leader, what are you doing here? You retired too? Leng Yi was curious. If he hadn't left the army, he probably wouldn't be a security captain at an official base. He'd at least be at a military base, right? Qin Yaowu sighed. I retired 3 years after you left. After returning home, I was assigned a decent job, but who knew the apocalypse would come so soon? Let's not talk about that. Leng Yi, join the security team and work with me. Qin Yaowu looked at Leng Yi. Leng Yi hesitated, glanced at Yang Qing, and shook his head. I don't plan to work. I just want to be a freelancer. I gotten used to freedom these past few years, and don't want to be tied down. Mainly, he was worried about Yang Qing being alone. If Yang Qing came with him, he worried that Yang Qing's spatial ability might be exposed one day. For safety reasons, it was better to stay away from others. But finding supplies outside isn't as easy as it used to be. If you can't find anything, you might not even have food. Qin Yaowu paused. They could afford such an expensive villa. How could they not have food? The points earned from this villa in a month could be exchanged for over 100 jin of grain. Which family could possibly finish that? I was overthinking it. You're a capable person, I knew that before. Qin Yaowu sounded a little dejected. He, on the other hand, had neither settled down nor built a career, and now he was reduced to a security captain. Squad leader, don't say that. I'm just lucky, Leng Yi smiled. If it were before, I might have died long ago. My luck only started to improve after I met my wife. Yang Qing smiled. I wouldn't dare take credit. You earned it all through your own abilities. Qin Yaowu looked at the two of them with envy. They seemed very much in love. Back then, when Leng Yi was forced to retire, he was heartbroken and helpless. Now, seeing Leng Yi doing so well, he was happy for him. Alright, since that's the case, I won't bother you any longer. I have things to do in my team, so I head back first. Qin Yaowu stood up. Squad leader, why don't you stay for a meal? Leng Yi quickly said. No need, there will be plenty of opportunities later. Qin Yaowu waved his hand. Don't worry about Lu Lin and the team, I take good care of her. Thank you, Captain Qin. Yang Qing said with a smile. Leng Yi stuffed 2 unopened bottles of mineral water into Qin Yaowu's hands. Take these back and drink them. We just arrived and don't have much to give you. Mainly, there were some things that were inconvenient to bring out, for fear of being exposed. Qin Yaowu didn't stand on ceremony, took the mineral water, and said goodbye. Leng Yi saw him out, watching him walk away before closing the iron gate and returning to the living room. I really didn't expect to run into the squad leader here. Leng Yi looked at Lu Lin. You can trust him to work under him. He's a good person. Lu Lin nodded. I can tell. Why did you go to the security team? Weren't you at the management office? Did Sun Lingwen find you a new job? Yang Qing asked curiously. No, I went there myself. Lu Lin recounted what happened at the management office that morning. Yang Qing pouted. It seems the corruption at this official base is quite serious, which is why I didn't want to work here. Of course, with Captain Qin in the security team, things should be much better. If you like it, just give it a try. If it doesn't work out, you can always come back. Lu Lin nodded. Yeah, I want to get more experience. I haven't had many opportunities to train before, and I want to become stronger. Okay. Yang Qing smiled, thinking that this way, if he wasn't around in the future, Lu Lin could protect herself. Sun Lingwen returned to command post and told her husband about Lu Lin's situation. He was also surprised. Our daughter has such skills? Yes, I didn't expect it either. I wonder what she went through before. Sun Lingwen sighed. Was she bullied a lot in the orphanage, which is why she developed fighting skills? Shen Yuanming disagreed. How could she have ordinary fighting skills to earn Captain Qin's praise? Did she say where she learned it? She said she learned it from her sister and brother-in-law, probably Yang Qing and Leng Yi, right? Sun Lingwen said. I remember she said Leng Yi used to be a soldier. That's quite possible. Our country's soldiers are incredibly skilled. Shen Yuanming nodded. Lin Lin is much more capable than Ting Ting. We really spoiled Tingting. We need to change our parenting style. We were too busy before and neglected her upbringing, which led to her developing that kind of personality. Suddenly Wen sighed. But even in this apocalyptic world, she is still so immature. I really don't know if she can change now. Oh right, there's one more thing. Suddenly Wen recounted Lu Lin's experience at the management office and their speculations. Shen Yuanming frowned. I sent someone to investigate this matter. If it's true, it must be dealt with severely. Chapter 207. For the next few days, Lu Lin, Li Liang, and Lin Feng trained with the security team. Chen Yao adopted a military-style management approach for the security team. Besides those on duty, everyone else had to train in the team. This not only improved their physical fitness, but also their professional skills, making them useful in future riots or disaster relief. Therefore, although he was impartial and didn't accept those who used connections, the base leadership still valued him highly. The stricter he was, the better the base would be protected. Yang Qing and Lang Yi were busy planting vegetables and grains in their spatial dimension. The two cultivated all the land. Lang Yi dug 2 more large fish ponds, and the fish in the ponds multiplied so much that one pond couldn't hold them all. The pigs, cattle, and sheep they had previously traded freshwater for from Lin Rui had also grown much larger. As far as the eye could see, herds of cattle and sheep roamed the grasslands. A dozen or so pigs in the pigpen were plump and strong, rabbits were in large litters, and chickens, ducks, and geese were in flocks. Chicken, duck, and goose eggs hadn't been collected for days, and they were scattered all over the ground. Lang Yi built a new egg-laying shed for each of the chickens, ducks, and geese, lining it with straw, making egg collection much easier later. With so many more pigs, several new automatic feeders were made, and the feed included fine bran left over from milling rice. The nutrition was excellent, and the pigs were all plump and healthy. The pregnant pigs, cows, and sheep he initially raised were also getting bigger and bigger. It seemed they would give birth in a month or two, and then there would be many more pigs. Yang Qing was very satisfied. His farm was growing stronger and stronger. Lang Yi first helped Yang Qing plant all the vegetables, this time planting many more varieties, using almost all the seeds he had bought before. He focused on planting potatoes, sweet potatoes, soybeans, and peanuts, vegetables that could be used as grains, covering several dozen acres in total. Then, they started planting grains using a seed planter. The rice seeds they had taken from the cruise ship's biological refrigeration unit were used to cultivate seedlings and planted on about an acre of land. Surprisingly, they yielded 1,000 caddies of rice. Perhaps due to the spatial enhancement, all the rice seeds were of superior quality, even better than those in the biological refrigeration unit. Yang Qing took some rice seeds and put them back, then planted the rest. As for the hybrid rice, Lang Yi specifically collected some of the high-quality ears of rice during the harvest, intending to use them for breeding. Hybrid rice breeding is essentially a process of natural selection. Only the strongest seeds can be used to cultivate better offspring. With the spatial enhancement, most of the hybrid rice grew very well. If this breeding was successful, they wouldn't need to buy seeds from others in the future. After working in the space for nearly 10 days, the two were tired, but the thought of the future harvest made them happy. Shenting was relieved when she saw that Lu Lin hadn't come to stay at her house. She felt that acknowledging Lu Lin was almost the same as not acknowledging her at all. Her parents still loved her. However, Sun Wen still sent over some grain and vegetables. Her daughter hadn't received her salary yet and was staying with someone else, so she felt bad and sent some things. Yang Qing accepted them without hesitation. These were for Lu Lin, and she had no right to refuse. Sun Wen's vegetables gave her a reason to eat some greens. She would occasionally take some out of her spatial storage, and when Li Liang and the others asked, she would say it was from Sun Wen, and they wouldn't suspect anything. That evening, everyone ate dinner together. Yang Qing asked Lu Lin and the other two, "How's it going with the security team? Have you gotten used to it after so many days?" Li Liang nodded, "I'm fine. I used to be in the army, so daily drills aren't a problem. Lu Lin and Lin Feng are having a harder time. It's alright, the first 2 days were really tiring, but I got used to it," Lin Feng said. However, that Jiang Jian keeps coming to see Lu Lin, and our security team doesn't like him much. "Oh, really? What does he want?" Yang Qing looked at Lu Lin, who hadn't mentioned it, and didn't even know herself. Lu Lin looked a little awkward. "I don't know either. He brings me things every now and then, sometimes an apple, sometimes 2 eggs, or a few meat buns." Yang Qing chuckled. "We don't lack these things." But for ordinary people, it was indeed quite rare. They usually ate lunch in the cafeteria, The food wasn't good, let alone vegetables and fruit. It was definitely a rarity. One day I even saw him bring me a bouquet of flowers. Lin Feng interjected, glancing at Li Liang. He's interested in you? Yang Qing asked in surprise. Isn't he and Shinting childhood sweethearts? Aren't they a couple? Li Liang looked up at Lu Lin. Lu Lin shook her head, her face slightly flushed. I don't know either. He didn't say anything. I told him not to send them, but he wouldn't listen. Yang Qing inwardly groaned. Could Lu Lin be smitten? She'd never been in a relationship before, and now a man was sending her gifts every day, especially during this apocalyptic time. It was indeed quite tempting. Besides, Jiang Jian wasn't bad looking. With a gentle and refined air, he seemed quite nice. Even if he and Shinting weren't a couple, Shinting would definitely be angry if she knew he was pursuing Lu Lin. After all, the person who used to follow her around all the time was now chasing after another girl. Her childhood sweetheart couldn't compare to someone who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She'd definitely be jealous. The relationship between Lu Lin and Yang Qing will only become increasingly strained, perhaps even reaching an irreconcilable point. While there's no need to fear her, it's not a good thing for Lu Lin. You also have feelings for Jiang Jian? Yang Qing asked Lu Lin. Lu Lin blushed. No. I told him not to come anymore, but he wouldn't listen. If you really don't like him, you can firmly refuse. I think he has his pride, right? Yang Qing said. But he's not that bad, is he? Lu Lin looked at Yang Qing. You think he's bad? Li Liang lowered his head, and silently ate his food upon hearing this. That's not entirely true. I don't know him well enough to judge whether he's good or bad. But you should be careful about matters of the heart, especially since he's Shinting's childhood sweetheart. It'd be difficult for you two to get along. Yang Qing didn't know what to say. I don't need her. What's there to be afraid of? Lu Lin pouted. Besides, it's not like I went to steal her away. She came to me of her own accord. But that's not how she sees it. Why don't you ask her sometime? Ask her if she likes Shinting? Isn't she afraid Shinting will be angry? Ask her if she's pursuing you. Make it clear, so people don't think you're a homewrecker. Yang Qing said helplessly. Okay, I understand. Lu Lin nodded. The next day, Jiang Jian and his supply team were going out to find supplies, and Shinting insisted on going with them. You shouldn't go. What if something happens? How will I explain it to Uncle Shen? Jiang Jian earnestly tried to dissuade her. Although he had encouraged her to go before, he was afraid something might happen to her if she actually went. If you won't take me, I go by myself, Shinting said arrogantly. I show you all that I'm no worse than Lu Lin. I can find supplies even without your protection. Jiang Jian was helpless. She really was capable of running away on her own. It was better to let her come with him. He could protect her. Then let's go! Yay! I knew brother Jiang Jian loved me the most. Shinting cheered. The others dared not speak out against her. As evening fell, Jiang Jian rushed home in a panic. Uncle and Aunt, is Tingting back? Didn't Tingting go out with you to find supplies? She hasn't come back. Suddenly Wen frowned. Tingting is missing. Jiang Jian's face turned pale. We went out to find supplies, and came to an abandoned factory. We started searching, and in a moment of inattention, she disappeared. We searched for a long time, but couldn't find her. We thought she had come back first. Chapter 208. What? Tingting's gone? Suddenly Wen jumped to her feet, and Shen Yuanming's face changed as well. How long has she been missing? Shen Yuanming asked. One day. We've been looking all day. Jiang Jian's face was pale. I'm sorry, Uncle Shen, I didn't keep a close eye on Tingting. She wanted to come with us today. I initially disagreed, but she said she'd go out on her own if I didn't take her. I thought it would be better to let her come with me. I could protect her. At first, she stayed by my side. Later, we found some supplies buried under a collapsed wall at the factory, and we had to dig them out. We told her to wait nearby, but when we came out, she was gone. We searched the neighborhood for a long time, and we searched all the way back, but we still couldn't find her. Old Shen, what do we do? Suddenly Wen grabbed Shen Yuanming's arm anxiously. It's almost dark. Tingting has never left us before. She must be terrified. Send people to look for her, to the security team, Shen Yuanming said immediately. Jiang Jian and suddenly Wen followed along. The security team was changing shifts. Seeing Shen Yuanming arrive, Chun Yaowu was somewhat surprised. Sir, is something the matter? My daughter is missing. Send a few men out to look for her, Shen Yuanming said. Many members of the security team were veterans. Some even reconnaissance soldiers, very experienced in this area. Chin You frowned. Sir Shin, what is your daughter's status that warrants our search? What contributions has she made to the base that would make us want to look for her? Before the apocalypse, if someone went missing and was reported to the police, that was the police's job. But now, in the apocalypse, how many people go missing every day? Has anyone actually gone looking for them? Just because she's the leader's daughter? Shin Yuanming was stunned. Things were indeed different now. His daughter was of no use to the base. How could they waste the base's police resources looking for her? Suddenly when panicked, that's my daughter. Chin Yao sneered, Secretary's son, do you know how many people go missing from the base every day? If we had to search for everyone who went missing, do you know how much manpower and resources that would take? Just because she's your daughter, we have to search for her. Don't other people's lives matter? This. Suddenly Wen choked. It was normal for people to go missing, but that was her daughter. How could she ignore it? If we open this door today, and someone reports missing tomorrow, and someone else reports missing the day after, should we go search? Chin You asked, or is it that only the children of leaders are entitled to search? Shin Yuanming fell silent. He was usually law-abiding, but when it came to his daughter, he didn't know what to do. Chin Yao was right. If they said people to look for their daughter today, what about looking for other missing people in the future? Besides, your daughter wasn't kidnapped at the base, was she? She went out on her own, no one forced her, right? Do you know how many people leave the base every day? Do you think we have to go after them all? Chin Yao sneered. Suddenly when panicked, that's not the same thing. My daughter would never go anywhere else. Her parents are here, where would she go? Who knows? What if she thinks somewhere else is better? What if she feels her parents don't love her anymore and runs away in a fit of pique? Chin Yao raised an eyebrow. She's an adult, not a child. Even before the apocalypse, a case wouldn't be filed if it hadn't been 24 hours. If you don't go out and find someone, I fire you. Suddenly Wen was furious. Sure, there are so many of us in the security team. If you fire us all, do you think we have nowhere to go? Chin Yao sneered. Threatening him? If all these people left, the base's security system would be completely paralyzed. Let's see how she handles that then. Back in the team, they wouldn't have bothered rescuing those rich kids and officials unless it was an order from their superiors. They sacrificed their comrades to save them, only to receive no gratitude and instead be mocked. They had enough. Now it's the apocalypse. No one can be made to do something they don't want to do. Then how do you plan to find my daughter? Shin Yuanming looked at Chin Yao. A hefty reward, voluntary participation, Chin Yao said. It's not peaceful outside, and it's getting dark. If you want us to find someone unrelated, we should at least offer some compensation, right? Yes, we're paid by the base, but we're only responsible for things within the base. Searching outside isn't our obligation, so we need to pay extra. Those who want to go can go, and those who don't can't be forced. The other team members nodded. There are so many criminal gangs outside the apocalypse, they could lose their lives. Who would do it without a reward? Shin Yuanming gritted his teeth. Fine, those who go will get 20 points each after the job is done, paid from my own account. 20 points are equivalent to 40 kilograms of grain, not a small amount. You said after the job is done? How do you calculate after the job is done? What if we don't find the person, or the person is gone? Will we just have made a wasted trip? Chin Yu scoffed. Jiangjian exploded. You want a reward if you don't find the person? You're dreaming. Chin Yao looked at him. Then you can go yourselves. We're off work, so we can't keep you company. You? Jiangjian was furious, but he didn't dare say anything harsh because he needed their help. What if they really didn't go? How could he search alone? From tonight until tomorrow, 24 hours. If you don't find them, come back. 10 points each. 20 points if you find them. Additional points for injuries. Is that okay? Shin Yuanming looked at Chin Yao. Chin Yao nodded and looked at his team members, besides those on duty tonight. Who wants to go? A maximum of 10 people. I go! I go! Some raised their hands. Even 10 points was worth it. It only took 1 day, equivalent to half a month's work. Others didn't want to go. Their wages were enough to eat, and they didn't want to take the risk. It wasn't safe outside. Losing their lives for a few points wasn't worth it. Lu Lin didn't speak. She didn't really want to go. That woman was just being difficult. If she wasn't taught a lesson, she dared to run around again. Chin Yao looked at her. Lu Lin, you're coming with us. Huh? Lu Lin was surprised, not expecting the captain to specifically ask her to go. Chin Yao frowned slightly. She's a girl in case something happens, it'd be easier with a girl besides. You're sisters. However, Chen Yao remembered that Lu Lin had just been taken back to the family, and might not have much of a relationship with Shinting, so he didn't finish his sentence. Suddenly Wen's heart trembled at the thought of that possibility, and she looked at Lu Lin pleadingly. Lin, you should go too, I'm begging you. What if your sister? I really don't know what to do. Lu Lin frowned slightly, then thought, fine, I go. If an ordinary girl were in this situation, she probably would have gone without hesitation. This time, I just considered helping a stranger. Chapter 209. Chen Yao and Lu Lin were joined by 8 other team members, including Li Liang and Lin Feng. One of them was sent back to inform the families of the other 8 that they had a mission that night and couldn't return home, so they shouldn't worry. Then each person was given a gun and loaded onto a truck. Chen Yao drove, with Lu Lin and Jiang Jian sitting beside him, and the others in the back. Suddenly Wen and Xing Yuanming went back to wait for news. Suddenly Wen went to Yang Qing's villa and told her about Lu Lin and the rest of the security team going to find Shinting. Your eldest daughter is really troublesome. Yang Qing mocked. Suddenly Wen was immediately embarrassed. We didn't know, we didn't expect. It's all our fault for not raising her properly. Yang Qing looked at the worried Suddenly Wen and didn't say anything more. Alright, I understand. I hope everyone comes back safely. Suddenly Wen went home dejectedly. Yang Qing returned to her room and told Lin Yi what had happened. Should we go out and look for her too? I'm worried about Lin Lin. Lin Yi frowned. But they already set off. Where are we going to look? We're not familiar with Mingcheng. She should be fine. Lin Yi held Yang Qing's hand. Isn't there the class monitor and Li Liang? With them there, Lu Lin shouldn't be in any danger. Yang Qing sighed. That was all they could do. After finishing their meal, the two went back to their room to rest. They waited for a long time, but the others didn't return. Finally, they couldn't stay awake any longer and went to sleep. Meanwhile, Jiang Jian led the security team along the route they had taken during the day, searching again, but still couldn't find her. Upon arriving at the abandoned factory, Chen Yao had everyone stand aside while he carefully examined the ground. However, since the supply team had already searched the area during the day, the footprints on the ground were messy, making it impossible to find any clues. Where did you find the supplies? Chen Yao asked. Jiang Jian led them to the area where they found the supplies, pointing to the dugout spot. We dug right there. Shinting was standing right where I was. Chen Yao carefully examined the surrounding terrain. The factory was quite large. Some walls had collapsed due to the earthquake. However, if Shinting were to leave, she wouldn't go towards the collapsed areas. A young lady like her would definitely find her own way out, meaning she could only leave through the main gate. Chen Yao exited through the main gate and looked to the side. There were 3 paths leading in 3 directions, one in front, one to the left, and one to the right. Come here, Chen Yao beckoned to Lu Lin. Lu Lin ran over team leader Chen. You're a girl. Think about it, if you felt bored inside and wanted to go out, which way would you go? Chen Yao asked. It was already dark. Chen Yao turned on a powerful flashlight and shone it around. Lu Lin looked around. The path ahead led to the main road, which probably wasn't very interesting. To the left was the back gate to the factory, and to the right was the path up the mountain. It was still daytime then. The mountain shouldn't be as scary as it was now, and might be more interesting. Birds chirped intermittently from the side. Shinting rarely went out. She probably thought that side was more fun. This way. Lu Lin pointed to the other side. Chen Yao nodded and divided the group into groups of 3. You guys go to the left, you guys go to the front, the rest of you come with me. Search carefully, look for any clues. The reason for splitting into 3 teams was mainly because Lu Lin's opinion was also subjective and couldn't represent all the girls. Yes. Everyone responded and dispersed. Jiang Jian hesitated for a moment, then followed behind Chen Yao. They carefully searched the path with flashlights. Chen Yao noticed that the grass on the path did indeed have fresh trampling marks, suggesting Lu Lin might have been there. After walking for a long time, they suddenly discovered a tree branch with a clearly broken branch. Shining the light on the break, the crease looked very fresh. Looking at the ground, there were messy footprints, and a large patch of grass nearby had been trampled down. There are signs of a struggle, Chen Yao said. Jiang Jian was impressed. Professionals are indeed professionals. They hadn't noticed these things when they came to search. Suddenly, Chen Yao spotted something, shone his flashlight on it, and picked up a red agate bracelet. He asked Jiang Jian, is this Miss Shin's? Yes, this is Shinting's. It was a birthday present I gave her last year. Jiang Jian quickly replied. Lu Lin glanced at him, but didn't speak. So, she's been here, and she's very likely been kidnapped, Chinyawu said. What? Jiang Jian exclaimed in shock. What do we do? Where do we look for her? If she's been kidnapped, who knows where they take her? Chinyawu shone his flashlight up again. There were drag marks along the way. You go and call back the other two groups. Let's search this way together, Chinyawu instructed one of his team members. Yes, Captain Chin. The man hurriedly ran back and called back the other two groups. Everyone searched the mountain together. They continued traversing the mountains, and finally, they could vaguely see lights in the valley below. There seems to be a house there. Let's go down and check it out. Everyone, keep your voices down and be careful. Chinyawu switched off his high-powered flashlight and took out a regular small flashlight. They descended silently. After about 100 meters, they found a house, a small courtyard, with a dim light coming from inside, probably from candles. Chinyawu raised his hand, and everyone stopped. He took out his night vision binoculars and looked in that direction. There were lookouts outside. It was likely a hideout for some criminal gang. Li Liang, Zhao Sun, you two come with me, Chinyawu ordered. Both of them were veterans, and their mobility was better than the other team members. Wu Shun, follow my hand signals. Chinyawu handed the night vision binoculars to another team member. Understood, Wu Shun replied. Li Liang and Zhao Sun followed behind Chinyawu, while Lu Lin and the others, who hadn't been called, dared not make a move. Chinyawu led his two men stealthily down the stairs, quietly circling around to the back of the house. Peeking through a window, they saw Shinting bound with rope, a rag stuffed in her mouth, trembling uncontrollably. In the center of the house, several people were drinking and playing drinking games, appearing quite excited. Chinyawu knew these were no good. He gestured forward, and the three of them circled to the front, silently snapping the necks of the two lookouts. He kicked open the door, gun raised, and shouted, "Don't move. Hands up!" Chinyawu gestured towards the distance, and Wu Shun immediately led his men to rush over. The people inside were startled, but immediately raised their guns and returned fire, a burst of gunfire erupting. However, they were quickly wiped out by Chinyawu and his men. Once things calmed down, Chinyawu called everyone outside and beckoned to Lu Lin, "Go check on her, get her some clothes." Lu Lin was startled and went inside. Shinting's hair was disheveled, her clothes were rumpled, and her face was bruised and swollen. Seeing Lu Lin, a flash of hatred appeared in Shinting's eyes. "It's you? It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could I have ended up like this? You vicious woman, I hate you." Lu Lin was shocked. Shinting had run away on her own. What did it have to do with her? Chapter 210. Seeing Shinting's miserable state, Lu Lin didn't want to argue with her. She took off her uniform and threw it at Shinting, leaving herself in only a black sports vest. "I don't want your stinky clothes. Get out of here," Shinting said viciously, throwing the clothes away. Lu Lin picked up the clothes, suppressing her anger. "Put these clothes on. There are men outside. If you want them to see, go ahead." Lu Lin threw the clothes back at her. "Don't pretend. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this state now. Get out of here. I don't want to see you. I hate you." Shinting broke down in tears. Lu Lin couldn't help but yell, "Did I let you come out? Fine, you came out, but why didn't you stick with your teammates? You brought this situation upon yourself." Shinting cried as she yelled, "If you hadn't wanted to acknowledge my parents, why would they have scolded me for being immature? Why would they have told me to go out and train? They never wanted me to come out before. Isn't it all because of you? Why did you come? You were lost for so many years. Wouldn't it have been better to stay outside obediently? Why did you come back?" Lu Lin sneered. "Do you think I wanted to? You were the one who lost me back then. I suffered so much and didn't blame you, but you're blaming me? This apocalypse is inherently cruel. You were too naive. Now that something's happened, you blame others. Why don't you think about your own fault? I think you brought this on yourself." Lu Lin stopped talking. Jiang Jian walked in, glaring fiercely at Lu Lin. Lu Lin's heart skipped a beat. He had been sending her gifts every day these past few days, and she had thought he liked her. It turned out she still couldn't compare to his childhood sweetheart. Hearing the noise, Li Liang quickly looked over and saw that Lu Lin was only wearing a sports vest. He hurriedly took off his own clothes and gave them to her. "Lu Lin, don't be angry. She's ungrateful. We leave it at that. We already found her. Let's go back." Lu Lin's eyes were a little red. She took Li Liang's clothes and said, "Thank you." Brother Jiang Jian told her to get lost. "I never want to see her again," Shinting cried, looking pitifully at Jiang Jian. Throw her stinky clothes out. I don't want them. Okay, don't want them. Here, wear your clothes. Jiang Jian quickly took off his own clothes and draped them over Shinting, pulling her into his arms. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Lu Lin turned and gave the two of them a cold look, picked up her own clothes and put them on, then returned Li Liang's clothes to him. Qin Yaowu stood outside without speaking, but he had overheard their conversation. He glanced sympathetically at Lu Lin and said to the people inside, Jiang Jian, get dressed and come out. Don't waste any more time. Okay, coming. Jiang Jian responded, helping Shinting get dressed and helping her up. The 11 people trekked back over the mountains and valleys, returning to the factory. Jiang Jian sat with Lu Lin in the front of the vehicle, while Lu Lin and the other teammates sat in the back. Li Liang sat down next to Lu Lin and whispered, don't take that woman's words to heart. It wasn't your fault. Lu Lin nodded, I know. The car drove for over 2 hours before arriving at the base. It was already dawn. Jiang Jian took Shinting home, and Qin Yaowu said to everyone, you all have a day off today. As for your pay, I have the manager deposit your points into your accounts. Go home and get some rest. Yes, Captain. Everyone responded and returned to their respective residences. Lu Lin, Li Liang, and Lin Feng returned to the villa. Yang Qing and Leng Yi, hearing the commotion, quickly got up to open the door. How did it go? Yang Qing asked. We found her, but... Li Liang glanced at Lu Lin. That girl seems to have been... He hesitated to finish. Yang Qing understood immediately. A young, beautiful girl, defenseless. How could the bad guys possibly let her go after being held captive for a whole day? But in any case, she had only herself to blame. Didn't she say there weren't that many bad people in the world? Didn't she hate people who kill so easily? Didn't she say she wanted to use her love to reform those bad people? What? She can't reform them now. She kept cursing Lu Lin, saying it was because of Lu Lin that she became like this. Lin Feng interjected, pursing his lips. We heard it all outside. It's like a dog biting Lu Dongbin. They don't appreciate kindness. We even went to find her together, and Lu Lin gave her her clothes to wear, but she threw them away, saying she didn't want her smelly clothes. Yang Qing couldn't stand it anymore. How dare you say that about Lin Lin? No way, I have to get revenge for Lin Lin. After saying that, Yang Qing ran toward Shen Yuanming's villa. Leng Yi quickly followed, and Li Liang hesitated for a moment, staying behind to stay with Lu Lin, letting Lin Feng follow. Upon arriving at Shen Yuanming's villa, Yang Qing heard Shinting's heart-wrenching cries coming from inside, crying and cursing Lu Lin with very vile language. She called her a slut, told her to just die. Sun Liwen was comforting her, but didn't say a word in rebuttal. Yang Qing was furious and pounded on the iron gate, yelling, Shinting, you come out here. Jiang Jian opened the door, somewhat surprised to see Yang Qing and the others, wondering what they were doing there. Miss Yang, after what happened, Tingting is in a bad mood. Please come another day. Yang Qing kicked Jiang Jian aside. I'm in a bad mood too. What can you do to me? What are you doing? Jiang Jian glared angrily at Yang Qing, while Leng Yi stepped in front of her, coldly watching him. Hearing the commotion, Shen Yuanming came out. What happened? Uncle Shen, they? Jiang Jian hesitated, unsure what to say. Yang Qing rushed up to Shen Yuanming, sneering, I heard everything you said, Mr. Shen. Is this how your family raises you? She's always swearing, and you just let her get away with it. Lu Lin helped find Shinting. She was in trouble, and Lu Lin kindly gave her her clothes, but she didn't appreciate it and cursed at Lu Lin. Is this the kind of good daughter your family raised? I'm glad Lu Lin didn't grow up in your family, otherwise she would have become such a person who can't distinguish right from wrong. Ms. Yang, watch your words. Sun Liwen walked over. I'm grateful for your care of Lin Lin, but you can't kick Tingting when she's down. Kick her when she's down? Yes, I'm here to kick her when she's down. Yang Qing gritted her teeth. Shinting deserves what she got. Ms. Yang, you gone too far. Shen Yuanming's face also darkened. Isn't she being unreasonable? Yang Qing pointed at Shinting. She wanted to go out to find supplies. Did Lu Lin tell her to go? She went with her, but instead of staying put, she ran off to play. Did Lu Lin tell her to run off? If we're talking about responsibility, it should be Jiang Jian. He's the one who shouldn't have been watching Shinting. What does Lu Lin have to do with it? Jiang Jian's face turned pale, feeling utterly ashamed. Shinting said she wanted to go out because of Lu Lin's arrival. Why doesn't she say that you forced her to acknowledge Lu Lin? Lu Lin didn't want to acknowledge you. You said Shinting was spoiled by you, that you didn't raise her well, And now you're blaming Lu Lin? Speaking of which, you are the real culprits. What does Lu Lin have to do with it? Shen Yuanming and Sun Liwen remained silent, their faces grim. They understood the logic, but their daughter was in trouble. That was an undeniable fact. Chapter 211. Look at your daughter. She did something wrong, and instead of looking for the cause within herself, she pushes the blame onto an innocent person. She said we're vicious, that we're murderers? Yes, we're not good people, only she is. Why doesn't she use her loving heart to reform those bad people, to stop them from harming her, to make them change their ways? Hearing this, Shinting broke down in tears. Mom, I don't want to live anymore. Shut up. Shen Yuanming glared at Yang Qing. I say it anyway, why don't you just die? You deserve to be like this. People like you are superfluous in this world, you're just a useless parasite. You're not even as good as one of Lu Lin's fingers, you might as well just die. Sun Liwen was furious, raising her hand to hit Yang Qing, but Lengi grabbed her wrist. You dare to lay a hand on me? You dare to hit me? Sun Liwen was enraged. No one in the base had ever dared to treat her like this. Stop it, all of you. Shen Yuanming yelled. Don't be so arrogant. I call security right away. Lengi immediately pulled out a gun and pointed it at Shen Yuanming's head. Go ahead and shoot. Let's see if your hand is faster than my gun. Sun Liwen was terrified, and Shinting hiccuped in fright, forgetting even to cry. Jiang Jian quickly came over. Don't be impulsive. Don't shoot. If you shoot, you won't escape either. You can try. Lengi calmly took out a silencer and attached it to his pistol in front of them. There are 4 of you in this house. Kill them, and we leave immediately. Do you think a few guards can stop us? Cold sweat beaded on Shen Yuanming's forehead. He never imagined that someone he admired would hold a gun to his head today. Now you know how cruel the apocalypse is, right? Yang Qing coldly looked at Shinting, patting her cheek. Even if your father is a high-ranking leader, if we wanted, all 4 of you would be corpses right now. You think the base won't function without your father? He dies today, but a new leader will take his place tomorrow. At most, people will sigh, a young man died young. Who will remember him in a few days? Let me tell you, this is the apocalypse. You better understand that no one will pay for your naivete. Even today, the security team was willing to go after you because your life is worth 20 points. Otherwise, no one would want to save someone who is useless and only knows how to cause trouble. A spoiled rich girl. Shinting's face turned deathly pale. Was her life only worth 20 points? 20 points was something she could normally spend without batting an eye, and she was only worth 20 points. Yang Qing took out a gun and played with it, looking at Shinting with a half-smile. Your parents said they hadn't raised you well and wanted you to go out and train, but you're blaming Lu Lin? Why don't you blame your parents? It was their decision. Why don't you blame yourself? You were the one who wanted to go out. You were the one who ran off. If something happens, you should take responsibility. Otherwise, you deserve to die. Do you understand now? Yes, I understand. Shinting swallowed hard, trembling. Shen Yuanming looked at Yang Qing with a complicated expression. Although she had gone too far, it was a powerful remedy. Lu Lin and I used to be ordinary people too. Knowing the cruelty of the apocalypse, we never dared to slack off for a single day. We trained every day, went out to find supplies whenever we had free time, and practiced boxing when we had nothing to do at home. That way, when we go out, we won't have to rely on anyone else, we'd be our own support. Unlike you, you brainless fool, you know nothing, yet you dare to go out with others, and you don't even listen to them. Why didn't you train properly before going out? If something happens, you only blame others, you coward. Even if you don't think about others, what about your parents? They work so hard for what? Isn't it all for you? And yet you know nothing, only know how to eat, drink, and have fun, only know how to spread your own kindness. You're so kind. Why don't you do charity work? Why don't you take care of homeless children? Why don't you take care of helpless elderly people? That's true kindness, not like you, just talking the talk, saying you have compassion, but doing nothing. That's fake compassion, that's parasitism, that's worthless. Enough. Shen Yuanming closed his eyes. We won't blame Linlin, we were wrong. Of course you have no right to blame her. You didn't keep an eye on her back then, you lost her. She suffered so much. What right do you have to blame her? Keep an eye on your eldest daughter. If I hear her say another bad word about Linlin, I tear her mouth apart. Yang Qing holstered her gun and tossed her head at Leng Yi. Let's go! Lin Feng quickly followed behind. He was really on edge just now. His sister-in-law dared to curse the base's second-in-command like that? Did she have a death wish, Honestly, it was so satisfying to curse them out just now. They wanted to do the same, but they only dared to think it in their hearts, and didn't dare to say it out loud. They're too arrogant. Suddenly Wen watched the three figures walk away, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. Old Shen, they're actually carrying guns? That's a huge threat to our base. We can't let them continue like this. Shen Yuanming's eyes flickered. Take Tingting back to rest first. We talk about some things tomorrow. The three returned to the villa, and Li Liang hurriedly greeted them. How did it go? Brother Liang, you have no idea. My sister-in-law was amazing just now. She gave that Shinting a good scolding, and even that leader and his wife got scolded. It was so satisfying. Lin Feng laughed. Ah? This? Li Liang looked at Leng Yi. This didn't seem quite right. Leng Yi smiled. It's all right. Where's Lin Lin? Yang Qing asked. She said she was tired and went back to her room to rest. Li Liang looked up at the second floor with some concern. I go check on her. Yang Qing went upstairs and knocked on Lu Lin's door. Lin Lin, are you asleep? Lu Lin opened the door, her eyes red and swollen, clearly having been crying. Ching Ching. Lu Lin nestled into Yang Qing's arms. She had acted strong outside, but inside she felt deeply wronged. It's all right. I scolded them for you. That Shinting shouldn't dare bother you again. Yang Qing gently patted her back. Lu Lin nodded and hugged Yang Qing. Did I cause you any trouble? No, how could I? You've been wronged? Of course, I have to stand up for you. No one can bully you, not even your own parents. Yang Qing hugged Lu Lin briefly, then let go. Okay, don't think about it anymore. Get a good night's sleep. Everything will be all right tomorrow. Okay. Lu Lin lay down, looking at Yang Qing. Qing Qing, thank you. No need to thank me, we're sisters. Yang Qing smiled. None of them slept well. They went back to their rooms to rest, and didn't get up until noon. Just after lunch, a team of fully armed security guards surrounded the villa. Leng Yi walked out and looked at Chen Yaowu, the leader, squad leader. What are you doing? We received a report that you are illegally possessing firearms. Please cooperate with our investigation. Chen Yaowu looked at Leng Yi, a hint of helplessness on his face. Chapter 212. Leng Yi's eyes flickered. He opened the iron gate. Who reported us? We don't have any firearms. Whether we have them or not, we find out after we investigate. Chen Yaowu waved his hand, leaving 2 men to guard outside, while the others followed him inside. Chen Yaowu quickly walked to Leng Yi's side and lowered his voice. Brother, I just received orders and didn't have time to inform you. Don't blame me. Leng Yi smiled. It's all right. The group entered the villa, and Yang Qing hurriedly asked, what happened? Leng Yi said, Captain Chen said someone reported us for possessing firearms, and they're coming in to search. Yang Qing remained calm, putting his arm around Leng Yi's waist and storing his gun in his spatial storage. He usually carried a gun with him. He kept his own gun in his spatial storage and never took it out when not in use. After Li Liang and Lin Feng lost their guns, they weren't given new ones. Lu Lin had another one, but she didn't usually carry it with her. It was probably in her room. Lu Lin looked at Yang Qing anxiously. Yang Qing patted her hand, reassuring her not to worry. Are people at the base allowed to carry guns? Is that a rule? Yang Qing asked. With so many people, can you guarantee they don't all have guns? Chen Yaowu rubbed his nose. They definitely do, especially the freelancers. They frequently go out to find supplies. How could they not have some means of self-defense? It's just that they don't cause trouble at the base and bring in a lot of supplies, so they're usually turned a blind eye. But Yang Qing and her group were reported by name, and the report came from the base's second-in-command. They couldn't ignore it. In principle, of course, private gun ownership is prohibited, otherwise the base would be in chaos. Chen Yaowu smiled. We won't interfere if we don't know, but if we do know, we can't ignore it. I see. Yang Qing nodded. But we didn't possess any firearms, we were framed. Leader Shen would frame you. A man stepped out from behind Chen Yaowu. Oh, so it was Leader Shen who reported us. Yang Qing smiled. Then you should know about our feud with his family. Lu Lin is Leader Shen's newly adopted daughter. His eldest daughter, Shen Ting, has a grudge against Lu Lin, so she deliberately framed us. Nonsense. The man scoffed. Why would they frame you and not someone else? What's your name? Yang Qing looked at the man. It seems you don't know what happened yesterday. That Shen Ting, wanting to compete with Lu Lin, went out with the supply team. She went to find supplies, but then misbehaved and ran off to play. She got kidnapped by bad guys, and suffered some torture, so she blamed everything on Lu Lin. Lu Lin just got back home and doesn't have much of a relationship with Leader Shen and the others. Seeing their daughter crying, it's not surprising they did anything to comfort her. Qin Yaowu looked at the man. That did happen yesterday. Then he introduced the man. This is Liang Jun, the deputy captain of our security team. Liang Jun blushed. No matter what, we need to investigate to find out. Please go ahead. Yang Qing stepped aside. Lu Lin quickly said, I still have underwear on the bed in my room. I need to tidy it up. Don't move. Liang Jun shouted, none of you can leave the living room now. He was afraid they would take the opportunity to hide the gun. Yang Qing was a little annoyed. Our Lu Lin is still an unmarried young girl. Of course, we can't let you stinky men see her underwear. If you're worried, you can come with us to the room and watch us tidy up. But if you can't find the gun, shouldn't you apologize to us? Liang Jun frowned. It's just our duty. Captain Chen, look. Yang Qing looked at Qin Yaowu, the captain of the security team. Couldn't he say something? I think their request is reasonable. Young girls are bound to be a little shy. If you're worried, you can go with him. Chen Yaowu said calmly. Liang Jun was the nephew of the base's top leader, and he was always defiant towards him. Now that he had a chance to show his power, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Liang Jun pursed his lips, figuring they couldn't do anything under his watchful eye, and nodded. Let's go! Yang Qing and Lu Lin went upstairs together, opened Lu Lin's door, and both reached under the pillow. Yang Qing took the opportunity to put the gun into her spatial storage and took out a set of underwear, placing it under the pillow. Lu Lin pretended to be shy and took out the underwear, putting it in the wardrobe. All right, you can search now. The two went downstairs. Leng Yi looked over, and Yang Qing gave him a barely perceptible shake of his head, indicating that everything was fine. As for Li Liang and Lin Feng, they knew Leng Yi and his men had guns, but they didn't know where they were hidden. What if they were found? However, the two of them forced themselves to remain calm and sat together on the sofa in the living room. Half an hour later, everyone who had searched returned to the living room. How was it? Qin Yaowu asked. Nothing. Nothing. The team members all shook their heads. What about yours? Qin Yaowu asked Liang Jun, whose expression was a little unnatural. Nothing was found. The room was quite sparsely furnished. There wasn't much furniture besides the original pieces. Then, there were their own clothes, food, and some ingredients. They searched everything, and there was nothing there. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. I told you there wasn't anything. It was Shen Yuanming and Sun Liwen who were trying to embarrass us, just to get back at us for their daughter. If they don't want to acknowledge Lu Lin, fine, but why go through all this? Lu Lin's eyes reddened, looking aggrieved. I know I didn't grow up with them. They have no feelings for me. I understand. I won't bother them anymore. They shouldn't have come to acknowledge me in the first place. They had Shen Ting. That was enough. Why put on this act? I thought they loved me, but I was just wishful thinking. Chen Yaowu looked at Liang Jun and shrugged. Then let's go report back. So you didn't find anything, and you don't need to apologize to us? Yang Qing scoffed. Liang Jun frowned. It's our duty. You have an obligation to cooperate. Okay, I won't argue with you. Now we can move around freely, right? Yang Qing smiled. Liang Jun, feeling rather helpless, said to Qin Yaowu, let's go. The security team withdrew, and Liang Jun went to Shen Yuanming's office to report. Leader Shen, we didn't find any firearms. How is that possible? They clearly pointed a gun at my head. Shen Yuanming frowned. We searched everything. They moved in recently. There's no renovation, and no furniture. The house is small, so it's easy to find. We arrived suddenly. They probably didn't have time to hide them, Liang Jun said. Shen Yuanming thought for a moment, right? They also have a motorhome. Could they be hiding it in it? Liang Jun frowned. We checked the pickup truck in the yard, nothing there. We definitely didn't search the motorhome. Shall we search again? Shen Yuanming rubbed his temples. Forget it. If you go again, they probably just move it again. As long as they don't cause trouble at the base, we won't pursue it. After all, they were just trying to get revenge for my daughter. Chapter 213. After the security team left, everyone sat down in the living room. After something like this, can we still work at the base? Lin Feng asked. You didn't do anything wrong, why not? Yang Qing said. However, this place really isn't any better. You get 20 points a month, which translates to only 40 gene of grain, less than what you used to collect centipedes for us, Yang Qing said. Back then, they gave us 2 gene of grain a day, 60 gene a month. If we hadn't come to find my friend, there would have been no need to come to the base. We could have easily found supplies outside, which would have been much better than here. However, it is indeed more stable here, Yang Qing said. Lungi and I have thought about it, and we leave eventually. If we really want to stay at a base, a military base is probably better than an official one. At least there aren't all those shady dealings and bureaucratic issues. Military bases are truly working for the country. But military bases are hard to get into, aren't they? Li Liang said. And we don't even know where the military bases are located yet. Lungi nodded. We can use this time to inquire about it. You guys can also train hard. You can learn a lot under Chen Yawu, and I believe you pass the assessment when you go to the military base. Then it's decided. 1 month is the limit. We leave after 1 month, and you have received your salary for this month. Of course, if you want to stay, we won't force you. You can think about it carefully, Yang Qing said. I go with you, Lu Lin said. Yang Qing looked at her. What about your parents? Lu Lin's expression was indifferent. They don't treat me like a daughter at all. They only care about Shinting. Besides, I managed all these years without parents, and I don't need them anymore. Brother Yi, I go with you too, Li Liang immediately said, looking at Lin Feng. What about you? Are you coming with us? I need to think about it. Lin Feng hesitated. Okay, there's still time. Take your time to think it over, Lun Yi nodded. To be honest, without them, he, Yang Qing, and Lu Lin would have it much easier. Lu Lin knew about their space. She didn't need to hide it. She could eat whatever she wanted, take whatever she wanted, and even help grow vegetables in the space. But with them, she wouldn't be so free, and many things would be inconvenient. However, Lung Yi also thought that if they were willing to come with him, he wouldn't abandon them. If there was an opportunity to establish his own base in the future, he would have reliable people to help him. It would be even better if he could find Li Sheng'an and Gao Yang. They were people who had gone through life and death together, and they would have helpers if they built a base together. For the next 2 days, Lu Lin and her colleagues went to work as usual. Whether Shinting was truly scared or not, she didn't cause her any trouble. That day, Lu Lin and Li Liang were patrolling the base when Jiang Jian suddenly ran over. Lu Lin. Lu Lin looked at him coldly. What is it? Li Liang stood to the side, staring at Jiang Jian, but didn't say anything. Jiang Jian was a little embarrassed. No, I just came to see you. I wasn't nice to you the other day, I'm sorry. It's alright, I won't hold it against you, Lu Lin said, turning to leave. Lu Lin. Jiang Jian immediately called out to her again, holding a small box in his hand. This is for you. Why are you giving me something? Lu Lin sneered. Are you trying to apologize? I told you, I won't take it to heart. No need to apologize. No. Jiang Jian's face flushed red. Yes. He didn't know what to say for a moment. He wanted to say that he originally wanted to pursue her, but after what happened to Shinting, he had to take care of her, and he wanted Lu Lin to give him more time. Since that's not it, then I can't accept your gift even more, Lu Lin said coldly. The apples and eggs you gave me before, I return them to you as points when I get my salary. Lu Lin, don't be like that. I didn't mean it that way. Please give me some time, okay? Shinting and I only see her as a younger sister. I handle my relationship with Shinting as soon as possible. Jiang Jian was a little embarrassed. What about us? We're nothing, Lu Lin sneered. Whether you treat Shinting as a sister or a lover, it's none of my business. I have absolutely no interest in you. Don't flatter yourself. Jiang Jian's face paled instantly. Lu Lin had seemed quite happy when he brought her things those past few days. He couldn't believe she had no feelings for him at all. Lu Lin, I do like. Before he could finish, Shinting ran over, looking pitifully at Jiang Jian. Brother Jiang Jian, what are you doing here? Don't you want me anymore? You despise me now, don't you? Ting, what are you doing here? Jiang Jian quickly said, didn't I tell you to stay home and rest? What are you doing out here? When I woke up, no one was home. I was so scared. Shinting grabbed Jiang Jian's clothes, tears streaming down her face. Brother Jiang Jian, please stay with me. They all scolded me and laughed at me. Does that mean even you don't want me anymore? How could that be? I will never abandon you. I will stay with you. Jiang Jian hugged Shinting, glancing at Lu Lin with complicated emotions. Shinting gave Lu Lin a smug smile, where he couldn't see. Lu Lin rolled her eyes, and said to Li Liang, let's go. Okay. Li Liang quickly followed. He glanced cautiously at Lu Lin. Don't be sad. That unfaithful man doesn't deserve you. You deserve better. Lu Lin gave a self-deprecating smile. It doesn't matter. I don't need a man. The words Li Liang wanted to say stuck in his throat. He cursed himself for being a coward. However, Lu Lin was in a bad mood, so he didn't say anything, lest she even dislike him. Lu Lin wasn't actually in immense pain, but it would be a lie to say she wasn't upset. After all, it was the first time someone had pursued her, and a man who seemed quite nice at that. It was just a pity it ended before it even began. Regardless of what happened between him and Shinting, it was better to avoid someone like him, who had a childhood sweetheart and such deep ties to her family. He would always waver between his girlfriend and his childhood sweetheart, always pressured by the other's family's kindness. In any situation, he would always prioritize the other's family. She would only ever be the one giving in and enduring. At first, it might be understandable, but over time, anyone would find it unbearable and start complaining. Then he might even say, "You've always been like this, you know that? Why can't you understand now?" Rather than turning herself into a shrew, a bitter woman, it was better to end this fickle relationship from the start and hope for someone devoted to her. Even if she couldn't find such a person, she wouldn't get married. It's the apocalypse now. Marriage isn't a woman's final destination. Chapter 214. With nothing to do at home, Yang Qing and Lang Yi went back into their spatial dimension. During this time, she often left Aki and Xiaoxua in the dimension, and Li Liang and the others, being at work every day, hadn't noticed. The two little ones had grown quite a bit, and with the spacious area and plenty of food in the dimension, they were very happy. They had even learned to herd sheep, often driving the cows and sheep to graze far away, only to bring them back a few hours later, a task they thoroughly enjoyed. We finished planting the vegetable seeds. We need to save some of this batch for later, to produce seeds when they're older, otherwise we might not be able to buy seeds anymore, Yang Qing said to Lang Yi. Sure, we can keep a little of each kind and harvest them when the seeds mature. Lang Yi nodded, pointing to the distance. There's still so much land over there unplanted, it's a bit of a waste. How about we plant some Chinese medicinal herbs? Yang Qing suddenly thought, I have a lot of herb seeds. The spatial time flow is fast, so they can grow several years' worth of herbs in a year. They should be even more effective than naturally grown herbs. Okay. Lang Yi nodded. Before, they only planted Isatis root, Agastac rugosa, and other herbs used to treat epidemics. This time, they could plant more. Lang Yi took out the tractor again, and tilled a large plot of land next to the previous herb field, planting various herb seeds that Yang Qing had collected from her previous company, covering several acres. After planting the seeds, Yang Qing mixed some spiritual spring water with well water to irrigate them. The herb should grow better with the nourishment of the spiritual spring. Suddenly, Lang Yi called out, Qing Qing, come quick and see, has this ginseng flowered? Ginseng flowered? Yang Qing hurriedly ran over. It was indeed true. The ginseng was among the first batch of medicinal herbs planted. Because it takes a long time to grow, they hadn't been touched. However, ginseng usually takes 3 years to flower. This batch of ginseng seeds hasn't even been planted for a year, right? Is it because the time flow in this space has accelerated, coupled with the added spiritual energy of the soil, that the ginseng's growth cycle has also sped up? Does that mean this batch of ginseng is now equivalent to 3-year-old ginseng outside? It can be harvested in another year. Of course, the longer it grows, the better. In a few years, you can get ginseng that's over 10 years old, with much greater medicinal value. That's wonderful. Yang Qing was very happy. She studied the cultivation of Chinese medicinal herbs. If she could have grown these in university, her graduation thesis would have been so impressive. After watering all the herbs, Lang Yi said, should we go out for a walk this afternoon and see if we can find any supplies? They hadn't gone out since they arrived. They couldn't just stay home for a month. The grains and vegetables were all planted. It seemed like there was nothing else to do. Sure, let's see what Mingcheng is like while we're at it. Otherwise we won't even know if people ask if we've been here, Yang Qing said with a smile. Lu Lin and the others weren't coming back for lunch, so the two of them were too lazy to cook and ate fast food before heading to the management office. They planned to get a new map of Mingcheng and the surrounding cities, otherwise, they wouldn't know which way to go. When they arrived at the management office, they found the map there was very detailed, not only marking the locations of shopping malls, factories, mines, etc., but also indicating which areas had already been scanned. It was essentially a special map for people going out to search for supplies, ensuring they didn't make a wasted trip. Lang Yi looked at the map. It seems Ming City has really been almost completely wiped out. But there's still something here. Lang Yi pointed to the mine. Ming City's main industries are steel mills and coal mines. Steel, Such an important resource must have been completely swept away, and the same goes for the coal. What's mined should have been loaded down, unless it's underground. But we can't dig it up, Yang Qing frowned. Her spatial storage probably couldn't directly collect mines, right? Unless it's a pile of mined ore, then it might be possible to collect it directly. Let's go take a look. We have nothing else to do anyway, Yang Qing said. The two drove their pickup truck out of the base. To get to the mine, they had to cross the entire city of Ming City. They discovered that the old town area still had quite a few residents. This area is mountainous, with a relatively high altitude. There was no tsunami, so the flooding wasn't too severe. Once the water recedes, people can still live here. However, it had also experienced an earthquake. Many houses collapsed, but many houses that could withstand a magnitude 10 earthquake survived, and there were still quite a few survivors. The people didn't enter the base, possibly because they didn't have enough points, or perhaps they felt more free outside and didn't want to be controlled. Passing by the government building, they saw people distributing relief food. It seemed the authorities hadn't abandoned the residents who remained. Yang Qing was happy for them. Why does it feel so muggy today? Yang Qing tugged at his collar and looked outside. Suddenly, a thump sound came from the car, like someone was throwing stones at it. What's going on? Yang Qing looked up to see what was happening when something the size of a fist fell from the sky. Leng Yi quickly swerved to avoid it, and the object smashed through the windshield and landed inside the car. Yang Qing, seeing what had nearly hit her head, cried out, "Hail!" Before she could finish speaking, hailstones began to fall like rain. Leng Yi swerved to avoid them, the hailstones pounding against the car with a loud thud. The people receiving relief supplies scattered in terror, some still getting hit. The large hailstones left them bleeding from head wounds. Some screamed, others collapsed to the ground. The makeshift tin shed in front of the government building collapsed, and the crowd desperately ran inside. People jostled and trampled, curses rang out, children cried, utter chaos. Some seized the opportunity to grab the relief supplies placed to the side, ignoring the staff's desperate shouts. Those outside continued to push their way in, some holding pots on their heads, others planks, and even stone slabs. Those who couldn't squeeze and used whatever they had to throw at those in front of them, making the scene even more chaotic. The hailstones grew larger and denser, eventually reaching the size of footballs. People caught off guard had their heads smashed open. Yang Qing's car roof was dented. "No, we have to get out and find shelter too," Leng Yi said. They quickly drove to the government building and stopped. The area outside was already packed with people. Yang Qing took out 2 frying pans from his spatial storage, one for each person, and placed them on their heads before squeezing under the eaves. Inside, chaos reigned, filled with shouts and cries. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and everyone fell silent. Someone shouted through a megaphone, "Stand still. Don't move. Watch out for the people under your feet. Put down all the looted food you taken, or we shoot. Don't think we won't shoot. This isn't a peaceful era, there aren't so many rules now. If you die, it's for nothing." Everyone seemed frozen in place. 2 groups of fully armed men rushed over, and everyone immediately made way. Everyone moved to the side, "Don't panic, there's room for everyone." Someone helped the fallen person up, and they stood close together, managing to squeeze through the crowd. "I know the situation is urgent, but please don't panic." Someone stepped forward to reassure the crowd. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. That voice sounded familiar. Chapter 215. The people inside began to maintain order. Everyone lined up in rows, and those who had looted the grain immediately handed it over. The offices inside were open for them to go in and take shelter. The crowd finally dispersed. Yang Qing and Leng Yi then walked inside, and saw that the person who had spoken earlier was Hao Zhigua. "Leader Hao," Yang Qing called out. Hao Zhigua turned around, and was pleasantly surprised to see them. "It's you? You're alright, that's great. After the tsunami, I heard that Yunshan was almost completely destroyed. I was worried about you. I'm so glad to see you're safe." Yang Qing and Leng Yi smiled. "Leader, what brings you here? Xia City is gone, so we were all transferred to other places. The person in charge here went to the official base, but there are still residents here, so someone has to manage it." Hao Zhigua sighed. "Fortunately, all our grain is still here, and the centipede pancake factory wasn't affected by the tsunami either, the grain was preserved." "That's good." Yang Qing nodded and smiled. "I didn't expect to see you here. Perfect timing. Why don't you come help me out?" "I'm really short-handed," Hao Zhigua said. He knew the two were capable, and they had contributed significantly to his political achievements during the acquisition of the centipede. Now, having survived a near-death experience, he trusted them far more than others. Leng Yi and Yang Qing exchanged a glance. Coming to his place wasn't out of the question, but they weren't sure what they could do. "We're currently at the official base," Leng Yi said. "You work there? What are your positions?" Hao Jigua asked. They were capable people. They should have good jobs, right? "No, we're freelancers. We don't have much work," Yang Qing smiled. Hao Jigua immediately understood. The people at the base definitely didn't know their abilities, which was a real waste of talent. He immediately said, "Then come work for me. I give you the highest salary, definitely no worse than what you get at the base." The two fell silent. They didn't care about the salary. They possessed abilities others couldn't imagine. They just didn't know what they could do. "Think it over carefully," Hao Jigua said, directing people to collect hailstones. Although this mountainous area wasn't as short of water as other places, the continuous high temperatures had dried up many rivers, and the water plant was almost empty. Now they had to find every possible way to store water. The hailstones were still falling outside, and they couldn't go out. They could only use hooks to pull the nearest hailstones over and put them in buckets to store for now. The hailstones fell for a full hour. Some shops on the street were smashed, billboards were scattered all over the ground, trees as big as bowls were broken, and car windshields were almost all smashed through. Corpses were everywhere, a scene of utter devastation. Hao Jigua sighed. "Looks like it'd be a long time before we can clean up." He told those who had taken refuge to go back, and those who could, to collect as much hailstones as possible and store them. If the high temperatures continued, the water supply would eventually run out. There was no sea here, not even purified seawater. They wouldn't know what to do then. "You two should consider it." "I'm just too busy," Hao Jigua said apologetically to the two men, having no time to speak with them further. "Please go ahead and do your work, sir." "We think it over carefully," Yang Qing said. "Okay, come find me when you thought it through." "I tell the security guard to let you in if you come," Hao Jigua said. The two nodded and walked out of the government building. The pickup truck was badly damaged. Leng Yi went over to check. Thankfully, it was still drivable. He threw the hailstones off the truck bed. Someone happened to be picking them up and took them. The hailstones on the truck bed were much cleaner than those on the ground, and the person happily took them. "Shouldn't we skip the mine?" Leng Yi asked Yang Qing. "No, let's go back." Yang Qing shook her head. After such a hailstorm, she wondered how Lu Lin and the others were doing, whether they were injured. She wanted to go back and check on them. The two hurried towards the base when suddenly it started raining heavily again. The windshield was gone, and the rain stung their faces. "Why is this rain hot?" Yang Qing exclaimed in surprise. Leng Yi touched his face and sniffed it. "It's not hot, it feels corrosive." "Acid rain again?" Yang Qing exclaimed in surprise. "No, it's not as bad as acid rain, just a little painful, like being stung by a caterpillar." "Is this rain poisonous?" "Let's find somewhere to hide first," Yang Qing said quickly. Finding a secluded spot, Yang Qing pulled Leng Yi into her spatial dimension, disinfected them, then poured spiritual spring water over them, changed their clothes, and put on protective suits before leaving the dimension. The two, still in their protective suits, drove the pickup truck back to the base. The base's security guards were startled by their attire. They had to remove their hats and give their names and base numbers before being allowed in. Back at the villa, none of the three were home. They didn't know if they hadn't finished get off work yet, or if something had happened. Suddenly, Yang Qing noticed a note on the table, written by Li Liang. Lu Lin was injured by hail. "We're at the base hospital." Yang Qing was shocked. He and Leng Yi got back into their pickup truck, went to the management office to ask for directions to the hospital, and rushed there. The hospital was overflowing with people, injured everywhere. Some had broken heads, some had broken limbs, and some lay unconscious on the ground. The two hurried to the nurse's station. "Where is Lu Lin?" Yang Qing asked urgently. I don't know," the nurse said impatiently. They were already too busy to help find anyone. Yang Qing had no choice but to search as he went, shouting, "Lin Lin, Li Liang." "Li Liang," Leng Yi shouted as well. If Lu Lin was injured, she was likely unconscious. They could only call for Li Liang. "Brother Yi, we're here," a voice suddenly called out. The two rushed over. They saw Lu Lin lying on a stretcher, a large bump on her head, already unconscious. "What happened?" Yang Qing asked hurriedly. "We were patrolling outside when the hail hit us before we could even take shelter," Li Liang said, looking guilty. "It's all my fault for not protecting her." It's not your fault. It was a natural disaster. No one expected it. Yang Qing comforted him. How is she now? Is Linlin's condition serious? The doctor examined her and said it's quite serious. There might be a blood clot in her brain, and she needs craniotomy, but there aren't enough doctors, so we have to wait, Li Liang said. When will we have to wait? Yang Qing asked anxiously. Isn't it better to have surgery as soon as possible in this situation? I don't know, Li Liang said, almost in tears. Did you tell Shen Yuanming that Lu Lin is his daughter? He can't just stand by and watch her die, can he? Yang Qing said. I sent Lin phone to find Leader Shen, but he hasn't come back yet, Li Liang said, his voice choked with emotion. Chapter 216. A short while later, Lin Feng arrived with Shen Yuanming and Sun Liwen, followed by Shen Ting and Jiang Jian. They were surprised to see Yang Qing and Leng Yi wearing protective gear. How did they get that? Jiang Jian's eyes flickered when he saw the unconscious Lu Lin. Shen Ting grasped his hand, and he turned his head away. Leader Shen, Lu Lin is in critical condition. Could we have the doctor operate on her first? Yang Qing said urgently. Shen Ting scoffed. There are so many people ahead of her. The doctor didn't operate on her immediately because there must be someone more seriously injured. Even if she's Dad's daughter, she still has to wait in line. Yang Qing flared up. Are you hoping she dies? What good will her death do you? They shouldn't have saved you that day. They should have left you to fend for yourself outside. What did you say? Shen Ting was furious. That day was a lifelong pain for her, and this woman dared to bring it up again? Your parents were so worried when they saved you. Now it's Lu Lin's turn. What? Are the leaders suddenly being selfless? Are they going to treat everyone equally? I don't believe the doctors here won't prioritize their own families. Yang Qing roared. Yes, there was one, a doctor's nephew or something, who immediately pulled her in first when she heard the situation. Even though Lu Lin was ahead of her in line, Li Liang immediately said. That's why he sent Lin Feng to find Shen Yuanming. Shen Yuanming looked a little awkward and went to find the hospital's head. Dean Wang was a little embarrassed. He gave Lu Lin a quick checkup and asked, Did you take x-rays? Yes. Li Liang immediately took the x-rays from under the stretcher. The hospital has been established, and it has the basic equipment. They just took x-rays. Dean Wang examined them. It's indeed quite serious, but it requires craniotomy. I'm afraid our hospital doesn't have the necessary facilities. What do you mean? Yang Qing asked. Craniotomy requires sophisticated instruments. Our hospital is newly built and doesn't have that kind of equipment, Dean Wang said. So we're just going to leave her to die? Yang Qing frowned. We can only hope she can slowly absorb the blood clot herself. But the clot is too large. It's difficult. The clot keeps compressing her nerves, and over time she might become a vegetable. Dean Wang shook his head. Shen Ting immediately gloated. See, even heaven can't stand it. It's not that we don't want to save her, it's that we can't. Yang Qing slapped her. Shut up. Why did you hit me? Sun Liwen was displeased. So what if I hit her? Yang Qing was furious. Is she even speaking human language? Lu Lin is your daughter too, aren't you worried at all? Well, we couldn't do anything about it either. Sun Liwen's eyes darted around. There's no equipment here. What about other places? Can you contact them? Yang Qing said. Besides the base, Mingcheng isn't abandoned. Maybe there are still hospitals. There are, but after the recent torrential rain, there aren't many intact hospitals left, and the usable equipment is limited, Shen Yuanming said. But it's not necessarily that there aren't any at all, right? Can't you ask around and make some contact? Yang Qing's face was grim. Sun Liwen frowned. We're very busy. We don't have that much time to deal with these things. Leave this to the doctors. We're not doctors. Yang Qing sneered. Were they abandoning Lu Lin? He looked at Dean Wang. What if I could get my hands on the equipment? Write me a list of what you need. Dean Wang glanced at Shen Yuanming, clearly sensing their dislike for this girl. Shen Ting scoffed. You can get the equipment? Don't dream. Do you know how hard it is to get medical equipment these days? Factories have long since stopped production. The whole country has suffered disasters. Hospitals are practically paralyzed. Even if you're bragging, there's a limit. Anyone can talk the talk. Yang Qing ignored her, staring at Shen Yuanming. If I could get the equipment, could you guarantee Lu Lin would be saved immediately? She had previously obtained so many imported instruments from a foreign trade company specializing in imported medical equipment, including a CT scanner. Later, she and Leng Yi scoured all the major hospitals in Xia City, dismantling a lot of equipment. Maybe some of it would be usable. She could donate it if needed. Now it all depended on the attitude of Shen Yuanming and his wife. Shen Yuanming said expressionlessly. Stop joking around. What kind of joke is this? Take Lu Lin home to rest and wait for the hospital's notification. Ha! Yang Qing almost laughed in anger. This was what parents called giving up on Lu Lin like this? They wouldn't even let her stay in the hospital. At least give her an IV drip, some blood-activating and stasis-removing medicine, or even just glucose to keep her alive. No need, we figure it out ourselves. Yang Qing gave the couple a cold look. Don't regret this later. What do we have to regret? You regret it when you leave. Shen Ting sneered. Li Liang, carry Lin Lin on your back. Let's go. Yang Qing said. Okay. Li Liang immediately carried Lu Lin on his back. He knew Yang Qing and Lu Lin had a very good relationship and would never risk her life. Yang Qing grabbed a disposable towel from the nurse and covered Lu Lin's body. It was still pouring rain outside. They couldn't let Lu Lin get any more illnesses. Where are we going now? Li Liang asked. Go get the RV. We're going to find Leader Hao, Yang Qing said. Okay. Lun Yi nodded, ran back to the villa, and drove the RV over. Li Liang carried Lu Lin to the RV and placed her on the bed. Lin Feng followed behind, hesitant. Yang Qing looked at him. Are you coming or not? Lin Feng gritted his teeth and got into the RV. Yang Qing sat beside Lu Lin, supporting her head to prevent her from being jolted. The RV pulled up to the gate when someone stopped it. Lun Yi recognized Chen Youwu and rolled down the window. Squad leader, what's up? Chen Youwu seemed hesitant. Li Liang and Lin Feng are still on duty and can't leave. Lun Yi sneered. It's so chaotic right now. How do you know they're not here? Chen Youwu didn't hide anything. Secretary's son called to say so. Lun Yi's eyes narrowed. Were they really trying to wipe them out? What happens if they leave during work hours? It'd be considered absenteeism, they'd be fired, and you won't be rehired, Chen Youwu said. Li Liang spoke up. I'm quitting right now. I'm done. He then looked at Lin Feng, who seemed conflicted. Yang Qing said, you can go down now. You can't help us much right now. Don't worry about it. We come back to you when we find a solution. Okay. Lin Feng nodded and got out of the car. We're free agents. We shouldn't be restricted from going out, right? Lun Yi asked Chen Youwu. Of course, Chen Youwu nodded. As long as they haven't officially left, we won't interfere. However, your villa only has a 1-month lease. If you don't renew the lease by then, you won't be able to stay there anymore. But within that month, I guarantee they won't touch your villa, and no one will be allowed to enter and take anything. Thank you. Lun Yi nodded. Chapter 217. The car drove off. The hail on the road almost completely melted. Lun Yi sped up, arriving at the government building entrance in half an hour. He quickly gave his name, and Hao Shigua soon came out. Leader Hao, are there any hospitals in the city? My sister is seriously injured, Yang Qing said hurriedly. Yes, there are. Follow me. Hao Shigua immediately sent his driver over, who drove them to the hospital in a jeep. Upon arriving at the hospital, they immediately had a doctor come and take Lu Lin for examination. This hospital is currently the best in the city. We brought almost all the equipment from other hospitals. If this hospital can't treat her, then there's nothing we can do, Hao Shigua said. Shortly afterward, the doctor came out and explained that Lu Lin's condition was urgent and surgery was best done immediately, but the equipment was insufficient, and performing craniotomy would be quite risky. What equipment do you need? Yang Qing asked hurriedly. We collected some equipment in Xia City and hid it. Maybe you find what you need. The doctor was overjoyed. The milling cutters, wire saws, and drills are all easy to find. The main thing is the microscopic equipment. That's the most important. You know the brain is a very delicate organ. It can't afford the slightest mistake. The human eye simply can't perform surgery. Okay, write down what you need, and we go look for it, Yang Qing quickly interrupted him. How many hours is best for the surgery? Yang Qing asked again. Within 12 hours is fine. After 12 hours, it's probably very difficult to wake up, the doctor said, pulling up a photo of a previous surgery on his phone to show Yang Qing. This is it. Okay, I go take a look. Yang Qing took her own phone and took a picture of the doctor's phone. He said to Hao Shigua, Leader Hao, could you please help my friend get admitted to the hospital? If we find the equipment, we can donate it. Hao Shigua nodded, don't worry. Li Liang stayed behind to take care of Lu Lin, while Yang Qing, along with Lun Yi, drove the RV to the outskirts. Once they reached a secluded spot, the two entered the space together. Inside the warehouse, they searched through pictures on their phones. This should be it, right? Yang Qing said, looking at an instrument taller than a person, equipped with a robotic arm, a display screen, and several microscope lenses. Lung Yi carefully examined the label on the instrument. It looks like it. This was found at a hospital in Xia City before. Because it was on a higher floor, it wasn't flooded. Lung Yi had put in a lot of effort to remove it back then. However, they couldn't go back immediately. Finding something so quickly was unrealistic. Since it was said to be hidden, it certainly wouldn't be that close. They have to go back in a few hours. It's okay. The doctor said that surgery within 12 hours is fine, Lung Yi said. But this equipment still needs installation, and that will take time, Yang Qing said, a little worried. Then we go back in a few hours. That should be enough time, Lung Yi said. The two of them took the opportunity to eat something. They calculated that the journey from Xia City to Ming City usually takes a little over 2 hours, so a round trip would take 4 hours. Besides, their claim of hiding it might not actually mean they were hiding it in Xia City. It was just an excuse. After 3 hours, Yang Qing couldn't wait any longer. Let's go, she said. She transferred a truck from her spatial storage, packed away the RV, and put the equipment inside. The truck had a closed cargo compartment, so it wasn't affected by the rain. However, upon exiting, the rain seemed to have stopped, so the two immediately set off. They arrived at the hospital more than 4 hours later. The doctor was quite surprised that they had actually found the equipment. They quickly had it unloaded and found someone to install and test it. Then the operating room was cleaned and disinfected. Normally, it couldn't be used so quickly, but time was of the essence, so they had to make do. Hao Zhigua called the hospital's best neurosurgeon to perform surgery on Lu Lin. After more than 3 hours of surgery, Lu Lin was finally wheeled out. How is she? Yang Qing asked hurriedly. The surgery was quite successful, but whether the patient will wake up depends on herself, given the limited resources available, the doctor said. Yang Qing nodded. Success was good, there was hope. Once she felt better, giving her some spiritual spring water would greatly increase her chances of recovery. Hospital Director Chung approached them. I heard from Director Hao that you're willing to donate this equipment to our hospital. For free? In these times, such equipment is extremely valuable. Even a reward wouldn't be unreasonable. Yang Qing nodded. However, I have a condition. What condition? Dean Chung asked. If it's someone from the official base coming to borrow it, no. Yang Qing's tone turned cold. Dean Chung was surprised. This? What happened? Yang Qing briefly explained what had happened at the base. Dean Chung nodded, indicating understanding, but also somewhat disdainful of Shen Yuanming and his wife's attitude. He knew they wouldn't understand the situation, and would definitely regret it later. Also, don't tell anyone about our donation. We don't want to cause too much trouble. We will definitely keep it a secret, Dean Chung quickly replied. The three of them stayed at the hospital. Yang Qing brought out some food for Li Liang, who didn't ask any questions. After eating, he went to see Lu Lin. Fortunately, Lu Lin woke up the next day. Li Liang briefly recounted what had happened the previous day. Lu Lin was very calm. I guessed it. I have no family left, but you are my family. Li Liang felt a pang of heartache. We always be by your side. Lu Lin smiled at him. Thank you. Li Liang's face flushed slightly. He wanted to say no need to thank me. I did it all willingly, but the words wouldn't come out. Yang Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw she was awake and took out a bottle of mineral water. Thirsty? Drink some water. Lu Lin knew it must be spiritual spring water, so she drank a few sips. The doctor came to check on her, and was happy to find Lu Lin awake. He told her to take good care of herself. Doctor, when can I be discharged? Lu Lin asked. About 10 days. But being discharged doesn't mean you're fully recovered. You had brain surgery. It won't be fully healed for several months. You need to rest well, otherwise you have long-term effects, the doctor said. Yang Qing nodded. Don't worry, we take good care of her. Dean Chung said your treatment here is free, and staying a little longer is fine. The hospital conditions are better than at home, the doctor said. Thank you, we see how it goes, Yang Qing smiled. It might have been better in the hospital before, but now, the hospital conditions are limited. Besides the operating room, the other offices and wards don't have air conditioning. It's better to go back. Going to work for Hao Zhigua will get me a better apartment, and I can install air conditioning myself. It'd be more comfortable than in the hospital. Yang Qing told Li Liang that they were leaving the base to work for the government. I be with you all. I do anything, Li Liang said immediately. But for now, I want to take care of Lu Lin first, and I go back to work once she's better. Lu Lin looked at him in surprise. No need, there are nurses here. I'm worried, Li Liang blurted out, then blushed. Yang Qing immediately understood. Li Liang liked Lu Lin. She smiled. All right, Lung Yi and I have other things to do anyway, so Lin Lin is in your care. Ching ching. Lu Lin blushed and whispered, how can he be a man? Yang Qing laughed. What if he were your boyfriend? Wouldn't that be convenient? Lu Lin pouted. Don't talk nonsense, we're not. I was just kidding. I take care of you, but I'm not made of iron. I can't take care of you 24/7. Don't I need to sleep? I have him cover for me when I'm off. Oh. Lu Lin glanced at Li Liang, a little embarrassed. Then I have to trouble you. No trouble at all. It's my pleasure, we're friends. Li Liang chuckled sheepishly. Chapter 218. After settling Lu Lin in, Yang Qing and Leng Yi went to find Hao Shigua. Hao Shigua was delighted to see them. How is that young girl? She had surgery last night and woke up today, Yang Qing said. That's good. Hao Shigua nodded. Thank you for donating the equipment to the hospital. I believe it will save many more lives in the future. Yang Qing smiled. Thank you also for the leadership's consideration. Otherwise, my sister wouldn't have been able to receive treatment so quickly. Hao Shigua smiled broadly. He liked these two young people very much. They weren't complacent about their contributions and were remarkably humble. Leader, we decided to stay. What can we do? Leng Yi asked. Don't rush, settle in first. We have so much to do, Hao Shigua said. I assign you a house, settle in first. You can cancel your stay at the official base, don't waste them. Leng Yi nodded. We only been at the official base for less than a month, and we used 4 points cards. Can we get them back if we're not staying there? Hao Shigua pondered for a moment. Probably not. The points cards don't have a residency period. Entering costs 500 points, the rest can be taken to other bases. Isn't it too unfair that we only stayed for a month? Yang Qing said. Hao Shigua shook his head. There's nothing we can do, that's the rule. You chose to leave, the base isn't forcing you out. Never mind. Yang Qing sighed, considering it a donation of the beef he exchanged for points to the country. However, he still had over 2,000 points on his card. Could he exchange them for supplies or food? Otherwise, they'd be wasted if he didn't use them later. Even if we need to enter in the future, it will be the military base. The military base doesn't recognize this points card. Let's discuss what to do with Leng Yi after Hao Shigua leaves. Hao Shigua led the two into the government compound, to a unit door, and used a key to open the door to a 3-bedroom suite on the first floor. There are 4 of you, so you can stay in this 3-bedroom suite, Hao Shigua said. Originally, there weren't any spare rooms, but after the official base was built, many officials moved in, which freed up many rooms. But some people didn't want to leave, and later people from other departments moved in one after another, so all the good rooms were taken, leaving only the first floor. The first floor was flooded before, and there are more mosquitoes, so nobody likes it. But there's one advantage. It's cooler on the first floor than on the other floors. Yang Qing nodded. It's okay, it's fine. The apartment had 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, and electricity, but the water pressure was low. It seems like the water is almost gone? Yang Qing asked. The water supply is running low, and I don't know how long it will last, Hao Shigua sighed. Right now, we can only supply it at designated points, otherwise some people might waste water. Okay, having water and electricity is good, Leng Yi said. In the apocalypse, having this much is already quite good. Actually, only our area has electricity, we generate our own. The rest of the city, except for the hospital, doesn't have electricity, Hao Shigua said. Leng Yi nodded, understanding. So, this place was quite good. As the 3 were talking, someone suddenly ran over in a panic. Leader Hao, something terrible has happened. What happened? Hao Shigua frowned. Having experienced so much in the apocalypse, why was he still so agitated? Many people are sick. I heard some are vomiting and having diarrhea, some are coughing badly, and some have even vomited blood and fainted. The hospitals are overflowing. What? Hao Shigua exclaimed in shock. It sounds like a plague. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance, suddenly remembering yesterday's rain. Was that rain? They both exclaimed simultaneously. The rain yesterday was a bit strange. It felt hot and burning when it hit us. At first, we thought it was acid rain again, but then we realized it wasn't. It felt like poisonous rain. Could the rain carry a virus? Yang Qing said. The mosquitoes and centipedes that appeared before also carried viruses. Really? I didn't go out when it rained yesterday, so I don't know. Hao Jigua frowned. He had just experienced a hailstorm disaster, and now this plague had struck. What were they going to do in this time of medical shortages? When it hailed yesterday, many people collected the hailstones to melt and drink. Some people must have also collected rainwater directly. If the rainwater carries a virus, those who drink it will quickly become ill. Those who are seriously ill might not survive just from drinking the water. Yang Qing gasped. Those might be beyond saving. You guys pack up first, I'm leaving. Hao Jigua said hurriedly, and left in a rush. Lu Lin and the others. Yang Qing suddenly realized that they might have been caught in the rain at the base, and if so many people flooded into the hospital, they could easily get infected. The two quickly put on protective suits and drove the truck back to the hospital. The hospital was already packed with people. Some were clutching their stomachs, some were coughing violently, and some had already fainted on the floor. Nurses ran around frantically. The emergency room was packed with patients needing immediate care. Everyone stared at the two men in their protective suits, their eyes filled with greed, as if they wanted to tear the suits off them. Yang Qing quickly pulled 2 rifles from his bag, slung one over each of them, and dressed them like regular soldiers. The others dared not move. They arrived at Lu Lin's ward. Other beds were already occupied. Although separated by a curtain, coughs could be heard intermittently from the side. Lin. Yang Qing called out, quickly handing Lu Lin and Li Liang 2 masks. Qing, what happened? Why are there so many more patients at the hospital all of a sudden? Lu Lin asked. It rained yesterday, and it seems like there's a virus in the rain. Everyone who got wet seems to be infected, Yang Qing said in a low voice. Did you get caught in the rain yesterday? No, after Lu Lin was hit by hail, I took her to the hospital, and haven't gone out since. Li Liang shook his head. But when we came out, it was raining. Yang Qing had covered Lu Lin with a towel, but Li Liang hadn't. It's okay, don't worry. Not everyone will get infected. Some people might have antibodies. You're healthy, so you might be fine, Lung Yi comforted him. Actually, he and Yang Qing also got wet in the rain. The pickup truck's windshield shattered, and they only went into their space to shower after getting wet and realizing something was wrong. They wondered if that would protect them from the virus. Yang Qing looked around. No, there were too many people. It was too dangerous for Lu Lin to live here. I go ask if there are any private rooms available. Yang Qing found Dean Chung, who looked helpless. You've seen the situation here. Forget private rooms. We're already in 3 or 4 person rooms, and soon we might have to cram 7 or 8 people in. Ms. Yang, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that resources are limited right now. Could we use a small storage room as a ward? It doesn't matter if the conditions are poor, Yang Qing said, mainly wanting to be isolated from others. Dean Chung shook his head. To be honest, even our medical staff don't know when they might get infected. It's not safe to stay in the hospital. Ms. Yang, if you have the means, I suggest you take your sister home. I prescribe the necessary medication, and you can administer the 4 at home. Come back for a checkup after a while. It's safer at home than in the hospital. Yang Qing thought about it, and realized it was true. It was better to take care of her at home herself. Chapter 219. Yang Qing returned to the ward and said to Lu Lin, we're being discharged soon. Ah? What about Lu Lin's illness? Li Liang asked anxiously. There's no way around it. The hospital is too dangerous now. Lin mainly needs to rest. Staying at home is safer than in the hospital. The doctor will bring the medication and 4 fluids later, and we go home to recover, Yang Qing said. Li Liang then helped Lu Lin pack. Yang Qing pretended to go out, and came back with 2 more sets of protective clothing. You 2 put these on too. There are too many patients outside. Li Liang hurried to the bathroom to change, while Yang Qing closed the curtain and helped Lu Lin change inside. Lu Lin had undergone brain surgery, her hair was shaved, and she was bandaged and couldn't move. Yang Qing helped her change. After a while, Lu Lin's attending physician and a nurse came over together, both wearing masks. These are the oral medications, and these are the 4 fluids for the next few days. I've written everything down. Lu Lin has the 4 catheter, don't remove it. Once the 4 is finished, just remove the tubing, disinfect it with alcohol, and wrap it with tape. The nurse demonstrated to Yang Qing, so they could do it themselves. Ideally, we could have a CT scan in a couple of days, but given the current situation, that's probably not possible. You have to figure it out yourself, the doctor said helplessly. After all, it's a special time, and we can't follow the old procedures. Understood. We come back to you if anything happens, Yang Qing said. Okay, take care of yourselves, the doctor said. Li Liang carried Lu Lin on his back. Yang Qing looked at the doctor and nurse. Dr. Chen, it's not safe in the hospital. You all need to be careful too, and take care of yourselves. Dr. Chen's eyes were a little red. Thank you. Li Liang carried Lu Lin on his back, while Yang Qing and Leng Yi, each carrying a gun, stood guard beside him. Those nearby thought they were important figures and dared not move. Once on the truck, Leng Yi drove directly into the government compound. The house hadn't been tidied up yet. Leng Yi told them to wait in the truck while he and Li Liang got out. They first tidied Lu Lin's room, then Li Liang carried her inside. All four of them took off their protective suits and left them aside, intending to disinfect them before use. The three of them cleaned the rest of the house. The room contained only simple furniture. Nothing else. Shall we go back to the base and bring our things? Yang Qing said to Leng Yi. Okay. Leng Yi nodded, then asked Li Liang, besides clothes, is there anything special in your room? No. Li Liang shook his head. The bedding was given to me by my sister-in-law. Just bring everything from my wardrobe. There's nothing else. Okay. Leng Yi nodded. Li Liang hesitated for a moment, then asked, what about Lin Feng? If he wants to stay at the base, it's up to him. He can stay at the villa for the rest of the month, but next month he have to fend for himself, Leng Yi said. Li Liang nodded. That was the only option. Yang Qing and Leng Yi drove the truck back to the base. Since they hadn't said they were leaving, they were allowed back in. However, they were a little surprised to see them drive in a new truck, so they registered them again. The two entered the base and drove the truck to the villa entrance. After thinking for a moment, they went to find Lin Feng first. How's Lu Lin? Lin Feng asked immediately upon seeing them. She's had surgery and is fine, Yang Qing said. We need to take care of her, so we don't plan to come back. We stay at the villa until this month. Are you still planning to continue working for the security team? Lin Feng hesitated. They had agreed he have time to consider, but only 2 days had passed. You can stay if you want, but since the villa lease expired, we didn't renew it, so you won't be able to stay anymore. You have to rent an apartment yourself. We also remove the air conditioner and return it. If you still need it in your room, you can return it yourself or move it to your new room, Leng Yi said. Lin Feng nodded. Brother Yi, let me think about it for a few more days. I want to finish this month's work and get my salary. Okay, it's up to you, Leng Yi patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Everyone has their own ambitions, and he didn't want to force him. By the way, your pickup truck is still at the hospital, Lin Feng reminded him. Leng Yi then remembered that they had left in the RV yesterday, leaving the pickup truck at the base. He handed the car keys to Lin Feng. The car's been smashed. If you keep it, you can use it. If you want to leave, drive to the government compound and find us. Thank you, Brother Yi. Lin Feng nodded. Back at the villa, Yang Qing and Leng Yi started packing their belongings, as well as those of Lu Lin and Li Liang. They didn't have much stuff to begin with, so each of them packed it into a bag, along with mats, pillows, and other items, which they then threw into the truck. Leng Yi also removed the security camera footage and reviewed the footage from the past 2 days. Chen Yaowu had been there, and Jiang Jian had also been there. Chen Yaowu had said he wouldn't send anyone to steal anything, and he had actually come to check. They were quite grateful to him. Jiang Jian didn't know why he came. He probably wanted to ask about Lu Lin, but since neither of them had returned, who could he ask? Yang Qing dismantled the surveillance cameras and simply tossed them into his spatial storage, figuring no one else would know. Then he removed the 3 air conditioners and returned them to the supplies department. Lin Feng could use his for now. He could return it himself later. Before leaving, Leng Yi went to see Chen Yaowu again. Squad leader, we're leaving, exiting the base, Leng Yi said. You won't be coming back? Chen Yaowu asked. They only been here for less than a month. What a waste of a points card. Yeah, we probably won't be coming back. Do we need to cancel the registration? Leng Yi asked. Normally you should, but if you don't, you might come back anytime. Like some freelancers, who only come back after 10 days or half a month away. People who don't know better might think they died out there. So I suggest you don't cancel it yet. You can come back later if you want. You can just rent a new place then, Chen Yaowu said. Leng Yi raised an eyebrow. So that's how it works. Okay, then we hold off for now. Thanks, squad leader. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't been there himself. No need to thank me, we're brothers. Chen Yaowu smiled and patted his shoulder. Take care of yourself out there, be careful. Leng Yi nodded. Squad leader, you too? By the way, it rained yesterday, and it seems a lot of people got sick. Squad leader, you need to be careful too. If you need anything, you can come find me. I'm staying at the government compound now. Chen Yu laughed. You're something else, already found a place? Sure, I'd definitely come find you if I need anything. I won't be shy. After saying goodbye to Chen Yu, Yang Qing and Ling Yi drove out of the base. At the gate, the guard stopped them and checked the car. They only found a few bags, so they let them through. It's normal for freelancers to be away for days searching for supplies, carrying luggage. The two went straight back to the government compound. Chapter 220. The truck entered the compound, and Ling Yi called Li Liang to help carry things. Halfway there, Yang Qing took out the blast-proof doors and windows. Even living in a government compound couldn't guarantee safety. It was so chaotic now, and there were sick people everywhere. If someone didn't get treatment and blamed the government, it would be unsafe if a riot broke out. The three of them worked together, replacing all the doors and windows. Of course, they didn't throw away the old ones. They have to put them back when they left. Yang Qing took out 3 air conditioners. Although it wasn't as hot as the 50 or 60 degrees Celsius of extreme heat, it was consistently around 48 degrees Celsius, which was still very hot. Without air conditioning, it was impossible to sleep. After installing the air conditioners and testing them, the voltage was too unstable. The circuit breaker tripped as soon as they were turned on. It seemed that although there was electricity in the compound, it was mainly for lighting. High-powered appliances couldn't be used. Yang Qing then took out a solar generator and connected all the air conditioners to it. Li Liang knew that his family had a generator back in Yinshan, but he didn't know where it was hidden. He wouldn't ask too many questions. He was already grateful to be able to use it. Like this truck, they used a camper van to travel from Xia City to Ming City. There was simply no place to put a regular truck. They must have hidden it somewhere. And the helicopter from before, how could they use it anytime if there was nowhere to hide it? He knew Ling Yi and his group had secrets, but he didn't dare ask. After tidying up, Yang Qing disinfected the entire house again, including the protective suits, urging anyone going out to wear them. He placed hand sanitizer on the shoe cabinet by the entrance, encouraging people to develop the habit of disinfecting when entering and exiting. Masks were also readily available, a pack placed at the door for easy access. In Lu Lin's room, Yang Qing had Ling Yi install a curtain track around the ceiling above her bed, like in a hospital, so that when the curtains were drawn, they would be properly closed. However, this curtain wasn't made of cloth, but rather a plastic curtain made of PP material, which provided much better insulation than cloth curtains. She had just undergone brain surgery, and her resistance was very low, making her a key person to protect. By the time they finished tidying up, it was already past 10 o'clock, and everyone's stomachs were growling. Ling Yi simply cooked some noodles. With eggs and ham sausage, it tasted quite good. Ling Yi, look outside. Yang Qing suddenly said. What is it? Ling Yi glanced out the window. Yang Qing picked up her phone. It's 10 o'clock at night, isn't it? Why is it still light outside? Huh? Ling Yi finally realized, picked up his phone, glanced at it, and walked to the window again. I'm a little confused. They had picked up Lu Lin from the hospital that morning, then went to the official base to pack their things, and returned to the compound around noon. Then, they replaced the doors and windows, installed the space, set up the generator, disinfect, and clean. It would take over 10 hours. But it couldn't possibly be until 10 a.m. the next morning, could it? Yang Qing picked up her phone and checked it again. It showed 10 p.m. It's not dark yet? Li Liang blurted out. Have we entered the polar day? Yang Qing suddenly remembered. She experienced both polar day and polar night in her previous life. During the polar day, it was always bright, with no darkness. During the polar night, it was always dark, with no daylight. Those days were like living in hell. The sun is indeed still in the sky. Ling Yi glanced up. It hasn't gotten dark yet. We might really have entered the polar day. Yang Qing gasped. Although she had experienced it in her previous life, she remembered it being about 2 years after the apocalypse. Only a little over a year had passed. This time it had happened much earlier. Many things were different from her previous life. So what should we do? Li Liang asked, completely bewildered. He never imagined that such a phenomenon as the polar day would occur. Change all the curtains in the room to blackout curtains later. Get a good night's sleep. People can't live without sleep. Without sleep, their minds will go haywire, Yang Qing said. Many people in her previous life died during the polar day and polar night. Their minds simply couldn't handle it. Especially during the polar night. Without the sun, the sky was cold and overcast. Crops couldn't grow, and people lost all hope of survival. Many committed suicide. Ling Yi's expression was somewhat stern. We must pay attention to our physical and mental health. If you feel unwell, you must speak up, understand? Understood, Brother E. Li Liang nodded. Yang Qing went back to her room and told Lu Lin about it. She was also very shocked. She hadn't expected such a phenomenon to exist in the apocalypse. Previously, it was only possible in the Arctic and Antarctic. But don't worry, we stick to our own schedule, Yang Qing said as she changed the curtains in Lu Lin's room to blackout curtains. The new curtains were thick and dense. Once drawn, the room was completely dark. Not a single ray of light could penetrate, just like nighttime. See, now we have darkness, don't we? Yang Qing said with a smile. Lu Lin turned to look at Yang Qing. I used to be terrified of the dark when I was in the orphanage, you know? Even in college, I needed a small nightlight to sleep. Who knew I have to deliberately create darkness now? But with you by my side, I'm not afraid of the dark anymore. Thank you, Qing. What are you thanking me for? We've been through so much together. Why are you being so polite? Yang Qing smiled. Get some rest. If you need anything, just call me. I live next door and can hear you. I open the curtains for you tomorrow morning. She then gave Lu Lin some spiritual spring water to drink. Drinking some spiritual spring water will help you recover faster. Okay. Lu Lin nodded. Yang Qing left the room and gently closed the door. Li Liang was still in the living room when he saw Yang Qing come out and quickly stood up. Sister-in-law, should I go in and take care of Lu Lin? She was supposed to be hospitalized and needed someone to stay with her. I'm worried about her. Yang Qing smiled. It's alright. She finished her 4-drip for today, and she just took painkillers. Lin is asleep now. She should be fine. Anyway, we're at home and can hear everything, unlike in the hospital where we can't be there and need someone to take care of her. But be alert while you sleep. If anything happens to Lin, come and call us immediately. Li Liang nodded. Okay, sister-in-law. After Yang Qing went back to her room to rest, Li Liang quietly went into Lu Lin's room, lifted a corner of the curtain to peek in, and seeing that Lu Lin was sleeping soundly, he felt relieved and tiptoed out. Yang Qing, however, couldn't sleep. She felt the weather was too unpredictable these days, and her past life's experience was becoming increasingly inadequate. What's wrong, can't sleep? Lung Yi turned to look at Yang Qing. A bedside lamp was left on, its warm orange light illuminating her face, making her appear so gentle and delicate, so captivating. Yang Qing sighed. I didn't expect the weather to be so abnormal right now. I wonder what will happen in the future. We deal with whatever comes our way. What are we afraid of after everything we've been through? Lung Yi pulled Yang Qing into his arms. I think you're still not tired enough. Once you're tired, you won't overthink things. Let's exercise a bit, then we can get a good night's sleep. Yang Qing blushed. Aren't you tired after a busy day? Your husband has plenty of stamina. Lung Yi smiled, his eyes burning as he gazed intently at Yang Qing, then lowered his head to kiss her. Chapter 221. The alarm clock rang at 8 o'clock. Yang Qing opened her eyes. The room was still dark. She got out of bed and drew back the curtains, only to find the sun shining brightly outside, its light dazzling. It seemed they had truly entered the midnight sun. The light was different from usual, so bright white, yet the temperature seemed to have dropped. Entering the living room, Lung Yi was eating breakfast. Seeing her, he quickly called out, "Come and eat breakfast." Yang Qing nodded, washed up first, and then sat down at the dining table. Where's Li Liang? Yang Qing asked. He's in Lu Lin's room, feeding her breakfast. Lung Yi smiled. This porridge was made by Li Liang. He said Lu Lin is weak and can only eat liquids, so he cooked porridge. He even added an egg to Lu Lin's bowl. Yang Qing had placed the grains and eggs in the kitchen, and she had also specially placed a car refrigerator there to store the ingredients, so she could store vegetables and fruits later. She could just say it was from a trade. Li Liang was very tight-lipped and shouldn't say anything. After we finish eating, let's go ask director what we can do. We can't just stay here for nothing, Yang Qing said. That's what I was thinking too, Lung Yi nodded. But if yesterday's illness was the plague, it's quite dangerous. You shouldn't go. You stay home and take care of Lu Lin. Li Liang and I will go. We see what Director Hao needs us to do, Yang Qing said. The two went to Hao Jigua's office. He was extremely busy, and seemed to have no time to see them. Tell Director Hao that Lung Yi and Yang Qing have come, Lung Yi said to Hao Jigua's assistant. There might be something we can help with. Assistant Su thought for a moment, and went inside to report. Hao Jigua's eyes lit up when he heard it was Lung Yi and his team. That's right, how could I forget about them? Quickly, invite them in. The two were ushered into the office, and Hao Jigua quickly said, You're here just in time. I need your help. What is it, sir? Please tell me, Yang Qing said. It's like this. Yesterday many people fell ill and went to the hospital, right? The hospital didn't have much medicine to begin with, and now it's all used up. There's no medicine available, and many people are causing trouble. We can only temporarily suppress the situation. I reported this situation to the provincial government, and they sent a traditional Chinese medicine expert to see if they could treat it with Chinese medicine. But the expert last night, yesterday during the day, now day and night are all mixed up. The expert was dispatched at midnight this morning, but they haven't arrived yet. I'm afraid something might have happened to them on the way. But now the hospital. There's trouble over there, and I really can't send anyone. Could you go make a trip? Sure, Yang Qing nodded. But where are we going to find experts? That's the problem, Hao Zhigua said, troubled. We don't know where the experts are right now. You have to search along the way and see if their car broke down, if they were kidnapped by bad guys, or something else. I don't have a cell phone now, and I can't contact them. I'm frantic. You make the trip for me. I send 2 people for you. I can't send more than that, Hao Zhigua said. Okay. Leng Yi nodded. 2 soldiers would be best, and some weapons too. Of course, Hao Zhigua said happily when Leng Yi agreed. I give you another jeep and some spare food. Yang Qing thought for a moment. Use our car. I have an armored car, it'd be safer that way. Hao Zhigua was taken aback. An armored car? He didn't even have one. It would be even better if they were willing to provide one. Okay, go get the car. I have someone wait for you here. Yang Qing and Leng Yi left the office, returned to their building, pretended to retrieve their motorcycles from their rooms, and disappeared down the street. Half an hour later, the 2 appeared at the gate of the compound in a super cool black car. The car was tall and large, the black paint gleaming metallically. Its angular lines were square and imposing, like an armored vehicle. Its appearance was extremely tough and fierce, giving the impression that it could break through any obstacle with a charge, like a tank on the road. Hao Zhigua, Assistant Su, and the 2 soldiers waiting at the gate were all stunned. This car is so cool. It doesn't look cheap. This is. The 2 approached the car, touching the body, then looking at the windows and tires. Is this fully bulletproof? Yes. Yang Qing jumped out of the car, beaming. This is a Night 15, worth over 10 million. I rented it before the apocalypse. I didn't expect that with the apocalypse. I have nowhere to return it. I made a profit. The 2 gave him a thumbs up. You have great taste. Get in. Yang Qing smiled. The 2 got in, and the car roared away. Hao Zhigua and Assistant Su were stunned for a long time. I wasn't mistaken, these 2 are really something. Yeah, we underestimated them. Assistant Su also remarked. He had been working for Hao Zhigua for quite some time. Hao Zhigua used to be a section chief in Xia City, a fairly high-ranking official, and had met many wealthy people, but very few owned cars like this. Regardless of whether they rented it or not, having this kind of knowledge was already quite impressive. The 2 soldiers in the car started chatting. Brother Yi, I heard from Leader Hao that you used to be a soldier too. Which unit? Leng Yi smiled. I used to be a Special Forces soldier in the Marine Corps. The 2 men were filled with respect. No wonder Leader Hao kept praising you and told us to follow your orders. We were a little unconvinced, but now we realize we were too arrogant. Sorry, Brother Yi. It's alright. You don't know me, so it's normal for you to think that way. Leng Yi smiled, pointing to Yang Qing in the passenger seat. This is my wife, Yang Qing. Although she's not a soldier, her skills are no less than ours. Hello, sister-in-law. The 2 men greeted her quickly. Brother Yi, sister-in-law, my name is Fang Zheng. My name is Zhao Zheng. Hello. Yang Qing turned around and smiled. Now that we're all colleagues, don't be so polite. Just call me by my name. How can we? Brother Yi and I are both soldiers, comrades in arms. Brother Yi's wife is our sister-in-law. We should call her sister-in-law. The 2 quickly replied. Yang Qing smiled and stopped worrying about it, as long as they were happy. Mingcheng is only a little over 200 kilometers from the provincial capital. How come the expert team hasn't arrived after a whole night? It seems something really happened, Fang Zheng said. But where do we look? Zhao Zheng scratched his head. Just drive along the highway to look for them. Didn't the leader say they should take the highway? Leng Yi said. The highway is fast, but I don't know what the road conditions are like now, or if it's safe to drive on. Fang Zheng said. The highway is just unmanaged, but it's still usable. The main concern is highway robbers. That would put them in danger, Leng Yi said. Chapter 222. The car entered the highway. The road surface was relatively smooth, seemingly having been cleared. Some sections were collapsed, but the original lanes were wide enough for a single vehicle to pass. After traveling about 60 kilometers, 3 people suddenly jumped out from the side, holding long knives and gesturing for the car to stop. Lung Yi and Yang Qing exchanged a glance, but didn't slow down at all, accelerating rapidly past. The people in front, not expecting the car to not stop, hurriedly swerved to avoid it, nearly getting hit and killed. Enraged, they cursed and picked up stones to throw at the car, but the speed was too great, only exhaust fumes were visible. Fang Zheng and Zhao Zheng chuckled. E.g. was truly impressive, acting without hesitation. Less than 30 kilometers later, more people appeared ahead, but seeing the unstoppable momentum of their post-apocalyptic vehicle, they didn't dare block their way, and consciously moved aside. We encountered several groups of people before even reaching the halfway point. It seems the expert team has been blocked by them, Yang Qing said. Lung Yi nodded and continued driving. Suddenly, a boulder the size of a millstone rolled down the hillside beside them, hurtling towards the car. Watch out! Yang Qing shouted. Lung Yi swerved the steering wheel, narrowly avoiding the boulder. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, bang! A bullet struck the windshield. Fortunately, the glass was bulletproof. The bullet only left a small white dot on the glass before bouncing off. A line of people appeared ahead, one in the middle pointing a gun at the car, the others around him holding knives. Fang Zheng and Zhao Zheng in the back quickly drew their guns. Lung Yi slammed on the brakes, stopping the car in front of the group. Get out! The man with the gun in front shouted, while the others with knives laughed smugly. They eyed the Night 15 greedily. Many didn't recognize the car, but it was clearly a high-end vehicle. In this post-apocalyptic world, owning one like this meant you could go anywhere with impunity. There are people in the back too. Fang Zheng suddenly yelled. Several more men appeared and surrounded them. Yang Qing silently pulled out a sniper rifle, her voice calm. The rest are yours. The 2 men's pupils constricted at the sight of the sniper rifle. Neither of them owned one. Moreover, this rifle wasn't for everyone. Those who hadn't trained in sniping simply couldn't use it. Sister-in-law is indeed extraordinary. Don't worry, sister-in-law, leave it to us. The 2 men opened the back window and extended their rifles. Yang Qing pretended to get out of the car, opened the door, lowered the window slightly, extended the sniper rifle barrel, and hid behind the door. She aimed and struck the man with the gun squarely between the eyebrows. Bang! The man fell to the ground with a thud. Boss! Someone nearby cried out. Bang! Another sound rang out, and the man next to him also fell. They have guns. Run! Those in front realized what was happening and turned to run. Lung Yi also drew his pistol and fired, one shot after another, and the men in front fell one after another. Leave one alive, Yang Qing said. The men who had surrounded them saw that they had guns and ran towards the nearby hill without a word. Fang Zheng and Zhao Zheng were dumbfounded. They hadn't even fired yet. When they turned back to help Lung Yi and the others, all the men in front had been taken down, except for one man who had been shot in the leg and was still crawling on the ground. Lung Yi walked over and stepped on the man's back, while Yang Qing, gun in hand, vigilantly scanned the surroundings, wary of anyone else lurking and firing. Tell me, did you arrest a group of people last night? We arrested many people yesterday. Who are you talking about? The man stammered. Several experts, you know, learned people. They probably drove here. Lung Yi increased the pressure on his foot, causing the man to grimace in pain. Yes, there were men and women, and 2 who looked like teachers, all locked up in a house on the mountain. The man screamed, clutching his head. Take us there. Lung Yi grabbed the man by the collar and lifted him up like a chicken. He tossed the car keys to Fang Zheng. You stay here and guard the car, Zhao Zheng, come with me. Yes. The 2 responded simultaneously. Zhao Zheng quickly ran over to help grab the thug, tying his hands and gagging him. Walking uphill along the side path for about 10 minutes, they saw a small wooden cabin in the distance. Lung Yi, gun in hand, led the way, slowly approaching. He raised his hand to signal to stop and beckoned to Yang Qing. Walking to Yang Qing's side, he became her observer. 200 meters ahead, there's someone at 11 o'clock, and another at 3 o'clock. The wind speed is. Yang Qing nodded, raised her gun, and fired. Bang! The one at 11 o'clock fell first. The one at 3 o'clock, startled, tried to run, but Yang Qing shot him down as well. Zhao Zheng watched with admiration. The 2 worked together seamlessly. The man in his arms screamed in terror, but his mouth was gagged, preventing him from making a sound. From inside the cabin came screams. followed by weeping. The person inside was clearly terrified. The group walked forward, with Leng Yi leading the way. He glanced through the window and gave Yang Qing a meaningful look. Yang Qing kicked the door open forcefully, and the people inside screamed, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Don't be afraid, we're here to save you," Yang Qing said. "Yang Qing?" Someone suddenly called out. Yang Qing was startled. Did someone here recognize him? Looking towards the voice, she saw her university classmate Zhang Ke. Beside him was her traditional Chinese medicine teacher, Bian Chengjun, and an unfamiliar female scholar. Another woman was also a university classmate, Chen Rou, though they hadn't gotten along very well back then. "Teacher Bian." Yang Qing quickly went over, helping Bian Chengjun up and untying his ropes. Leng Yi also went over and untied the teacher and the other two. "Yang Qing, is that really you? How come you?" Bian Chengjun looked at Yang Qing, who was dressed in camouflage, in shock. "You enlisted in the army?" "No." Yang Qing smiled. "It was just a coincidence that I was working for the government. Our supervisor said you left the provincial capital at dawn, but hadn't arrived, so they sent us to pick you up." "Thank you so much," the female scholar said. "You're welcome. It's our job." Yang Qing smiled and looked at her. "And this is? Let me introduce you. This is Professor Xie. She's a senior professor at the Provincial College of Traditional Chinese Medicine and also an expert TCM doctor at the Provincial Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine, Xie Yufang." "Professor Xie," Yang Qing called out quickly. "You're Professor Bian's student?" Xie Yufang looked at Yang Qing with appreciation. "Why didn't you continue studying medicine?" Yang Qing was a little embarrassed. "Professor Xie, I'm not a TCM major. I studied herbal medicine cultivation. That's a good major. It's very useful in this apocalyptic world. That's why Professor Bian came with me this time. We wanted to see what herbs we needed, and if we could grow them," Xie Yufang said. "We talk about that later, teachers. Let's go." Yang Qing smiled. Zhao Zheng, holding the man, asked Leng Yi, "Brother Yi, what should we do with this guy?" "Take him a little further away, deal with him then." Leng Yi waved his hand. Zhao Zheng nodded and led the man into the mountains. The man trembled with fear, whimpering and struggling violently. Then, with a loud bang, the mountains fell silent. Chapter 223. "So that person was killed by you?" Chen Rou shuddered. "Why keep him alive?" Yang Qing glanced at her. "Yang Qing, it's been years. I didn't expect you to still be so cold-blooded and ruthless," Chen Rou said sarcastically. "What happened between you? Is there some misunderstanding?" Bian Chengjun was surprised. Back then, Yang Qing had good grades. He wanted her to take the postgraduate entrance exam, but Yang Qing said she didn't want to and wanted to start working as soon as possible. Chen Rou and Zhang Ke, on the other hand, passed the postgraduate entrance exam, but after only 1 year, the apocalypse came. The school couldn't continue operating, so he later joined the Provincial Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine, and Chen Rou and Zhang Ke also joined the institute. For over a year since the apocalypse, they had been researching the cultivation of Chinese medicinal herbs under extreme weather conditions, not neglecting their major. They just didn't expect to run into Yang Qing here. "There's no misunderstanding, we just don't get along." Yang Qing pouted. Zhang Ke had pursued her back then. However, Yang Qing's parents had just passed away not long ago, and he had no interest in dating, so he refused. At the time, Chen Rou had always liked Zhang Ke, so she harbored resentment towards Yang Qing. She felt that Zhang Ke was handsome and came from a good family, so why did Yang Qing reject him? Although she didn't want her to accept Zhang Ke either, she felt uncomfortable that the person she liked was rejected by someone with less desirable qualities, so she found fault with everything Yang Qing did. However, Yang Qing wasn't in the same dorm as her at the time, and completely ignored her. Sometimes Chen Rou would say sarcastic things, but Yang Qing would ignore them, which infuriated Chen Rou. Zhang Ke's eyes never left Yang Qing. He never expected to see her again. Not only was she alive, but she was even more beautiful than when she was in school. Standing at 1.7 meters tall, dressed in camouflage and carrying a gun, he looked incredibly dashing, and his heart pounded. "Yang Qing, I didn't expect to run into you here," Zhang Ke said. Yang Qing smiled. "I didn't expect it to be you either. I should have gone to the provincial capital to pick you up. I'm sorry you had to go through all that trouble. We were too inexperienced. We never expected something like this to happen," Xie Yufang sighed. "Thank goodness you came, or we might be dead here." "Yang Qing, thank you," Zhang Ke said again, looking intently at Yang Qing. Leng Yi, watching from the side, was a little annoyed and deliberately said, "Wife, we need to hurry. Leader Hao is getting impatient." Yang Qing smiled. "Okay." Zhang Ke's face stiffened. "You're married?" "Yes." Yang Qing nodded. "Almost a year. This is my husband, Lung Yi." Bian Chungjun looked at Lung Yi. The young man was tall and handsome, with the air of a soldier. "A good young man. You two are a perfect match." "Thank you, Teacher Bian." Yang Qing smiled. Lung Yi's expression softened a little. Chen Rou, hearing that Yang Qing was married, finally felt a little relieved and said, "You really killed that person? Isn't that a bit too cruel?" Yang Qing rolled her eyes. "Maybe he's not quite dead yet. Do you want to go and save him?" "You?" Chen Rou choked, not expecting Yang Qing to talk back like that. "You all been captured by them. If you weren't still of use, do you think you'd be alive now?" Yang Qing sneered. "Haven't you suffered enough? You're starting to feel sorry for the kidnappers?" "Chen Rou, why are you?" Zhang Ke frowned. He couldn't understand why she was picking on Yang Qing. Yesterday, when she was arrested, some people tried to take her away and humiliate her. It was only because a few of them threatened to kill themselves, saying they were experts, and would get a large ransom if she took them to Mingcheng, that they released her. Now she's actually sympathizing with those bandits? Didn't they deserve to die? Xie Yifang also spoke up. "Chen Rou, having a kind heart is a good thing, but you have to consider who it's for. Those people don't deserve sympathy. They brought it on themselves." "Yes, Teacher Xia, I was wrong." Chen Rou lowered her head, her resentment towards Yang Qing growing even stronger. If it weren't for her, why would Teacher Xia criticize her? "By the way, you drove here yesterday, right?" "Where's the car?" Lung Yi asked. "When we were brought up, we saw the car drive that way." Bian Chungjun pointed in another direction. Lung Yi nodded and instructed Zhao Zheng, "You take the experts downstairs. Yang Qing and I will go find a car, otherwise there won't be enough room." "Yes, I understand," Zhao Zheng quickly replied. Lung Yi thought that if the car was parked elsewhere, there should be supplies there, and Yang Qing could go with him to collect them. Yang Qing naturally understood his meaning, and said to Bian Chungjun and Xie Yifang, "Teacher Bian, Teacher Xie, you go down slowly, there are still our people down there. We be right back." "Okay, don't worry, be careful," Bian Chungjun said. Lung Yi pulled Yang Qing towards another road. After walking for a while, they saw a larger wooden house. A jeep was parked in front of the house, which must have been where they had driven. There seemed to be people inside the house. The gunshot earlier hadn't alerted the people inside. They probably thought it was one of their own. After all, they had killed quite a few people and stolen a lot of goods with that gun. The two stealthily crept over, crouching low to peek through the window of the wooden cabin. They only saw two people eating and drinking heartily. The two raised their guns and shot them dead, one after another, without even knowing how they died. Entering the cabin, the two searched it. They found a considerable amount of supplies, several hundred kilograms of grain, and some cigarettes, alcohol, and food in the cupboards. It seemed they had robbed quite a few people. Yang Qing swept all the supplies into his spatial storage. The jeep keys were already in the ignition. He started the engine and drove off. Reaching the highway, everyone sat inside the Night 15. Fang Zheng and Zhao Zheng stood outside with guns, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw them get out. Yang Qing and Ling Yi got out of the car, walked to the Night 15, opened the door, and looked at Zhang Ke and Chen Rou in the driver's and passenger seats. "Get out, you two go get in that car. Zhang Ke can drive too, he drove us here," Chen Rou protested. "We clear the way. We have guns, do you?" Yang Qing said coldly. Chen Rou's breath hitched. She retorted defiantly, "What's so great about that? Aren't you all just serving us?" Bian Chungjun and Xie Yifang, standing behind her, frowned. How come they hadn't realized this student was so insensible? "Fine, let's go to that car," Zhang Ke said first, getting out of the driver's seat. Chen Rou had no choice but to follow. "Fang Zheng, Zhao Zheng, you two drive that car and follow us. Protect the people inside," Lung Yi said. "Yes," the two replied simultaneously. One drove, the other sat in the passenger seat. Chen Rou reluctantly went to the back seat, and Zhang Ke followed. "How long have you been colleagues with Yang Qing? What's her position?" Zhang Ke asked Fang Zheng and Zhao Zheng in the front. The two exchanged a glance. "Sorry, we only met her for the first time today because of a mission. We're not familiar with her." "Never mind then," Zhang Ke said sullenly. Chapter 224. The car turned around and headed back to the city. Two groups of people tried to stop the car again, but upon seeing it was their vehicle, they quickly swerved to the side. They couldn't afford to offend them. They returned to Mingcheng smoothly and drove directly into the government compound. Yang Qing had Fang Zheng go in first to report, then she led the others in slowly. Yang Qing handed out masks to the group, saying, "The epidemic situation in the city is quite serious right now. It's possible that some of the staff here have also been infected. It's best if you two teachers are cautious." "Thank you." Xie Yifang took the mask and put it on. The young woman was very thoughtful. The others also put on their masks. "Yang Qing, do you work for the government? What exactly do you do?" Dian Chengjun asked. "I'm just a handyman," Yang Qing smiled. "I met Director Hao, the person in charge here, back in Xia City. We ran into each other again here by chance, and he asked us to come and work for him, so we came. Actually, today is only my first day at work. I didn't expect to run into you teachers like this. It's fate." Shinro pursed her lips. She thought Yang Qing was so capable, but she's just a handyman? Xie Yifan smiled, knowing Yang Qing was being modest. If she were just a handyman, would the leader have sent her to pick them up? It's obvious she was chosen because of her abilities. Hao Shiguo was very happy to hear that they had been picked up, and immediately came out to greet them. "Teacher Xia, Teacher Bian, we've been waiting for you," Hao Shiguo said, as he stepped forward to shake hands with the group. "Director Hao, thank goodness you sent Yang Qing and the others to pick us up, otherwise we might have died on the way," Xie Yifang said. Hao Shiguo was stunned. Fang Zheng hadn't given specific details when he reported, only saying that they had arrived. He hadn't expected something to have actually happened? "Are you all alright?" Hao Shiguo asked quickly. "We're fine." Xie Yifang smiled. "It's just that being tied up for several hours makes our hands and feet a little clumsy. You need to rest well. I arrange accommodations for you right away," Hao Shiguo said. Xie Yifang asked, "Where is Yang Qing staying? Is she also staying in the compound? I'd like to be closer to her, we owe our safety to them." Hao Shiguo hesitated. "We already arranged accommodations for the expert team. They stay in the back, closer to our research team, which will be more convenient." "Alright then, work comes first," Xie Yifang didn't insist. Hao Shiguo smiled. "If you like Yang Qing, you can have her come and help out too. She hasn't been assigned any work yet." "That would be best, she's my student after all," Dian Chengjun said. Hao Shiguo was surprised. "She's your student? She's also studying medicine?" "No, I study the cultivation of Chinese medicinal herbs," Yang Qing said with a smile. "Professor Bian was also my teacher in university." "I really didn't know that." Hao Shiguo was surprised. Judging from her skills, he thought that even if she wasn't in the military, she might have a related major. He didn't expect her to be a specialist in the cultivation of Chinese medicinal herbs. "That's perfect. We need someone like you, and you can work with your teacher," Hao Shiguo said with a smile. Shinro pouted. "Professor Bian, she's not a graduate student. What can she do? Don't drag us down." Bian Chengjun was a little unhappy. "Shinro, what's wrong with you? Why are you always picking on Yang Qing? You only studied for one more year than Yang Qing, and this past year has been the apocalypse. What have you researched? Besides, without them, we might have died on the road. If you keep acting like this, go back to the provincial capital, don't stay here." Shinro fell silent. Hao Shiguo smoothed things over. "Actually, it doesn't matter if you didn't have a master's degree. Several people on my team didn't have master's degrees, but they made huge contributions by developing cold-resistant and heat-resistant sweet potatoes in the apocalypse. Heroes don't ask about origins." Hao Shiguo led everyone to his office as he spoke, and back in Xia City, it was Yang Qing and his team who first discovered that centipedes were edible, suggesting we collect them to make centipede cakes, which gave us millions of kilograms of grain reserves. They also helped us remove the stench of centipedes, making our Xia City centipede cakes fragrant and crispy, receiving unanimous praise. "Really?" Xie Yifang was surprised. "Your centipede cakes don't smell bad?" "They also buy centipedes in the provincial capital, but the centipede cakes they make are too smelly to eat. Only those with absolutely nothing else to eat can barely manage to eat them." "Of course, why would I lie to you?" Hao Shiguo smiled. He led everyone into the office, took out a bag of centipede-shaped biscuits from a drawer, and handed one to each person. "Would you like to try some?" Shinro took the biscuit and pouted in disgust, not wanting to eat it. Xie Yifang and Bian Chengjun first smelled it. It really did smell quite fragrant. Then, they tasted it, and it was indeed fragrant and crispy, without any of the strange centipede smell. "It's really quite delicious, much better than the ones in the provincial capital." Zhang also picked up a biscuit and took a bite. The taste was indeed very good. His eyes shone brightly when he looked at Yang Qing. But the thought that she was already married made his mood darken again. Why did she get married so early? Wasn't she only 24? How did you get rid of the centipede stench? Xie Yifang asked curiously. Yang Qing smiled. Just some folk remedies, but they're useless now. There are no more centipedes to collect. Xie Yifang took it as modesty, and liked her even more. She looked at Bian Chungjun. Teacher Bian, if you don't need Yang Qing, give her to me. I take her as my apprentice. Bian Chungjun was both surprised and delighted. He was surprised that Xie Yifang was actually trying to steal her away, but delighted that Yang Qing had met her. So many people wanted to become her apprentices, but she refused to accept any. He was truly happy for her. Yang Qing, why don't you come over and become my apprentice? Bian Chungjun smiled at Yang Qing. Yang Qing was surprised. Teacher Xia, I don't know anything about medicine. I studied herbal medicine cultivation, and although I know some medicinal properties, I don't understand the theory of traditional Chinese medicine. That doesn't matter. Learn slowly. You understand pharmacology, so learning medical theory won't be difficult. Xie Yifang said with a smile. I be here for quite a while, so you can stay by my side. Even Bian Chungjun was envious. Teacher Xie is going to personally guide you. Hurry up and thank Teacher Xie. Yang Qing stopped worrying and affectionately called out, Master. Looking at Hao Jigua's desk, where there was tea, he said, Leader Hao, may I borrow your tea? I offer my master a cup. Sure, please help yourself. Hao Jigua was also happy for Yang Qing. Xie Yifang was a renowned traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Becoming her apprentice was something many people dreamed of. Yang Qing poured a cup of tea and respectfully handed it to Xie Yifang. Master, please have some tea. Good, good. Xie Yifang smiled broadly, picked up the teacup, and drank it all in one gulp. Shenrou, standing to the side, was so jealous she was practically grinding her teeth to powder. Zhangku, however, wore a broad smile, happy for Yang Qing. Leng Yi looked at his wife with doting eyes. Fang Zheng and Zhao Zheng, standing behind, also smiled upon seeing this. Their sister-in-law was truly wonderful. Even the experts liked her. Chapter 225. Hao Jigua had Fang Zheng lead the group to their arranged rooms. There weren't enough suites for the four of them, so they were given two two-bedroom apartments. Xie Yifang and Shenrou shared one, and Bian Chungjun and Zhang Ke shared the other. Yang Qing and the others helped with the tidying up. At lunchtime, Hao Jigua arranged for them to eat in the cafeteria, but Xie Yifang pulled Yang Qing to eat with her. Yang Qing repeatedly declined, saying, I have a sick person at home to take care of. I have to go back and see them. What's wrong? I go see her with you after lunch, Xie Yifang said. Her head was injured by hail, and she just had brain surgery. She was supposed to be in the hospital, but with a serious epidemic, I was afraid she'd get infected. So she's resting at home. Yang Qing turned to Bian Chungjun and said, It's Lu Lin. I wonder if Teacher Bian remembers her. Teacher Bian was just one of their teachers. If Yang Qing hadn't had such excellent grades, he might not have remembered her. I vaguely remember her. Bian Chungjun thought for a moment. Isn't she the girl you're always with? Yes, that's her. Yang Qing was delighted. She hadn't expected Teacher Bian to remember her. After graduation, we started working together. Although we were in different companies, we always stayed together, even after the apocalypse. We're like sisters now. Bian Chungjun nodded. That's wonderful. Unwavering friendship is truly precious. Xie Yifang liked Yang Qing even more upon hearing this. She was a kind and loyal girl. Then you guys eat first. I go take a look, Xie Yifang said. Let's go after we finish eating. It won't make a difference, Bian Chungjun said. Yang Qing thought for a moment. Teacher Bian, why don't you come with us? I just become Teacher Xia's apprentice, so let's have a simple thank you banquet today. Upon hearing this, Bian Chungjun exclaimed, Great! I haven't tried your cooking yet. Yang Qing then led the two away. Zhang Ke felt a little disappointed that he hadn't been invited. Shenrou sarcastically remarked, See, she didn't even invite you. I don't need her for a meal. Zhang Ke glanced at Shenrou. Besides, it's the apocalypse now. How much food could she possibly have? I'm not going to waste her food. You? Shenrou was speechless with anger. He was actually thinking of Yang Qing so much, yet he wouldn't even eat a meal from her? Have you not forgotten her? Shenrou asked. Zhang Ke lowered his eyes. I never forgotten her. Although he was rejected back then, he had always secretly loved Yang Qing. Then what am I? Shenrou snapped. Zhang Ke glanced at her indifferently. We're just classmates, and it just so happens we both got into graduate school. I never said you were my girlfriend. It's all been your wishful thinking. You? Chenro was speechless. Of course she knew, but she felt that as long as she was by his side, they would be together sooner or later. She hadn't expected him to still have Yang Qing. Had all her kindness towards him over the years been for nothing? She's already married, Chenro said angrily. I know. Zhang Ke sat down and slowly began to eat. I don't intend to bother her, but that doesn't mean I accept you. If you don't want to see me, you can go back to the provincial capital. Chenro angrily swept the bowl in front of him away. How could you treat me like this? Everyone else in the cafeteria looked over. Knowing that their expert team had come, they had specially prepared white rice with new rice. Were they just wasting food like this? Zhang Ke was also angry. Do you know how precious food is these days? Even if you're angry, you can't waste food like this. Zhang Ke squatted down, picked up the rice from the ground, put it in his bowl, and ate it bite by bite. You. Chenro looked at him in astonishment. This usually so clean person was actually picking up rice from the ground to eat? It seemed she really didn't know him well enough. Yang Qing had no idea what had happened in the cafeteria. He led the two teachers back to his 3-bedroom apartment. Li Liang was surprised to see them return with people. Yang Qing introduced them to him. These are traditional Chinese medicine experts from the provincial capital. One of them happens to be my university teacher, Teacher Bian. This is Teacher Xie. I just became her student. I brought the two teachers here to see Lu Lin. Hello, teachers, please come in, Li Liang said quickly. This is our friend, Li Liang. Yang Qing introduced to the two teachers. The two nodded. The young man is quite spirited. Yang Qing instructed Leng Yi to cook, and then took the two teachers to see Lu Lin. A knock was made on the door. Lu Lin, I brought guests over. Come in. Lu Lin's voice came from inside. The two teachers entered Lu Lin's room, and were surprised to see the plastic curtain separating them. They hadn't expected such precautions to be taken at home. Yang Qing smiled. I was just worried about the virus. She's too weak right now. She can't withstand any more damage. That's the right thing to do, Xie Yufang said. Yang Qing brought over some disinfectant, and the two teachers disinfected their hands. Bian Chengjun looked at Lu Lin and recognized her. It was indeed the little girl. Xie Yufang sat down next to Lu Lin. Let me see your hands. Lu Lin extended her hand, and Xie Yufang took her pulse. After a while, she withdrew her hand. It's indeed a head injury. She's had surgery, and is out of danger. I prescribed some blood-activating and stasis-removing medicine. It should help her recover faster. Thank you, teacher. Yang Qing was very happy. However, I don't know if there's any medicine here. Xie Yufang frowned. The shortage of medical supplies was severe, especially traditional Chinese medicine. Yang Qing had many traditional Chinese medicines in her space, but she wasn't sure if Xie Yufang needed any. She quickly said, Teacher, please write a prescription first, and I look for it. If I really can't find it, then we talk. Xie Yufang nodded. If I can't find it, I can teach you some acupressure techniques. They'd be useful. Thank you, teacher. Yang Qing nodded, determined to learn from her teacher. After bringing the two teachers back to the living room, Leng Yi and Li Liang were still cooking. Yang Qing asked Li Liang, Has Lu Lin eaten? Yes, I cooked porridge for her, Li Liang said. That's good. Yang Qing nodded. Not long after, Leng Yi finished cooking. He also boiled a plate of dumplings, scrambled an egg, and cut up a plate of braised beef he had made before from the refrigerator, along with vegetables from a self-heating hot pot and a plate of peanuts. He didn't dare take out too much food, lest he give himself away. Wow, this is so lavish. Much better than the cafeteria food, Xie Yufang exclaimed with a smile. This is what we had in stock, brought from Xia City, Yang Qing smiled. We're almost finished. The teachers arrived at just the right time, otherwise, it might have been gone in a few days. Then we're in for a treat, Bian Chengjun said with a smile. The group ate happily, chatting about university life. Leng Yi looked at the smiling Yang Qing. He realized she had always been so outstanding. He was truly lucky to have met her. After the meal, Yang Qing escorted the two teachers back for their afternoon rest. They agreed to go to the hospital together at 2:30 to visit patients and learn about the epidemic situation. Leng Yi went to find Hao Xigua, wanting to stay by Yang Qing's side. Hao Xigua nodded, perfect. You protect the experts. The hospital is in chaos right now, and their safety is very important. Understood. Leng Yi nodded. Chapter 226. In the afternoon, Hao Xigua arranged for Bian Chengjun to take Zhang Ke and Chenro to the research center, where they mainly worked on breeding and planting projects. Planting traditional Chinese medicinal herbs would be their specialty. Yang Qing, on the other hand, was driven by Leng Yi to the hospital with Xie Yifang. Hao Shigua provided them with 3 sets of protective suits and notified Dean Chung of the hospital and Xie Yifang to coordinate the work. Dean Chung and his team arrived at the hospital entrance to greet them. Seeing the sleek Night 15, they initially mistook it for some rich kid, but were surprised to see Xie Yifang and the other 2. When did the government acquire such luxurious vehicles? Dean Chung, this is teacher Xie Yifang. Yang Qing introduced her to Dean Chung. Leng Yi parked the car first, then approached them with his gun slung over his shoulder. You're Miss Yang? Dean Chung finally recognized Yang Qing, mainly because she was wearing a protective suit with only her eyes showing, making it difficult to recognize her at first glance. It's me. Yang Qing smiled. Teacher Xie is also my teacher, so I came with her. That's wonderful. Dean Chung was very happy, shaking hands with Xie Yifang as he said, Your student is amazing. She just donated a brain microscope to us a couple of days ago, saving several patients with head injuries. Really? Xie Yifang was surprised, looking at Yang Qing. You have that ability? Yang Qing smiled. It was just luck. When the apocalypse came, the hospital closed down, and I thought it would be a waste to lose some equipment, so my husband and I collected and hid what we could. Unfortunately, the flooding in Xia City was too severe. Ordinary buildings were submerged up to the 6th floor, many buildings were flooded, and a lot of the equipment was also submerged and unusable. That brain microscope was only saved because it was on a high floor, otherwise, it might have been useless. Xie Yifang nodded. That's thanks to your thoughtfulness, otherwise, why didn't others think to try and collect it? Yes, when the incident happened, we all evacuated. Those large pieces of equipment were difficult to take with us, and by the time we came back, many were broken. It's such a pity. Miss Yang has such foresight, Dean Chung said. Yang Qing was a little embarrassed by the praise. Dean Chung, please just call me Xiao Yang. All right, then I take the liberty of calling myself senior. Dean Chung smiled and said to Xie Yifang, Teacher Xie, please come with me. Xie Yifang entered the hospital. Everywhere was full of patients, the wards were overflowing, even the corridors were packed, and almost everyone was coughing. Professor Xie, we brought over some typical cases, patients of varying degrees of severity. Could you take a look? Dean Chung said. The main problem is the severe shortage of medicine. With so many patients, we run out of drugs. So we can only pin our hopes on traditional Chinese medicine to see if we can use Chinese herbs. At least Chinese herbs can still be grown, but almost all Western pharmaceutical factories have shut down. Xie Yifang nodded. Yes, the situation is very serious. From your perspective as modern medicine, what's going on with the current epidemic? Xie Yifang asked. It should be some kind of virus, Dean Chung said. Those patients got sick after drinking rainwater, which may contain the virus. With the apocalypse approaching and the continuous high temperatures, many icebergs in the Arctic and Antarctic should have melted. Ancient viruses hidden beneath the icebergs may have been released. Furthermore, due to crustal movements, earthquakes, and other factors, the ancient virus may have reached high altitudes with water vapor, condensed into water upon encountering cold air, and then fell back down, turning the rainwater into virus-laden water. Our current equipment can't detect it, but the symptoms are very similar to those of a common viral infection. Mild cases are like having a cold, moderate cases have white lung, and severe cases can't breathe. Unfortunately, we don't even have ventilators anymore, so we can only watch them die. How many people have died? Xie Yifang asked. More than 300 have died in the last 2 days, Dean Chung said, his face filled with heartache. Yang Qing was also shocked. He hadn't expected so many people to die in just 2 days. Even disposing of the bodies was a problem. Dean Chung led Xie Yifang to a consultation room, and then let patients of varying severity enter one by one for Xie Yifang to take their pulse. After examining about 10 people, Xie Yifang made her judgment. Traditional Chinese medicine mainly focuses on diagnosis and treatment based on symptoms, and doesn't necessarily have corresponding disease names in modern medicine. These patients' symptoms mainly indicate febrile diseases, so we treat them with a modified Lianhua Qingwen formula. In your terms, it's antiviral treatment, Xie Yifang said, writing out a prescription. You can categorize all patients into mild, moderate, and severe cases. Medical staff who aren't sick can also take the decoction as a preventative measure for mild cases. For moderate to severe cases, I add a few more potent herbs as needed to increase the treatment intensity. Thank you for your hard work, Professor Xie, Dean Chung said. I'm just worried there won't be enough Chinese medicine. There are just too many patients. Xie Yifang finished writing the prescription and handed it to Dean Chung. Collect all the Chinese herbs in the city, and try to brew the medicine for everyone. Dean Chung took the prescription and handed it to his assistant. See if the hospital has these herbs. Then, turning to Xie Yifang, he said, yesterday we brought over all the medicines we could find in the city, just waiting for Teacher Xie to arrive. They checked them, and we should have the results soon. Teacher Xie, please sit in the office for a while, and then teach us how to decoct traditional Chinese medicine. Xie Yifang nodded and led Yang Qing to Dean Cheng's office, where she taught the hospital staff how to decoct the medicine. Yang Qing also took the opportunity to listen in. With so many patients and such a large dosage, shouldn't we use an automatic decoction machine? Yang Qing asked. Dean Chung shook his head. Our hospital doesn't have one. We don't even have a traditional Chinese medicine program. Most other hospital supplies have been destroyed by flooding. Some hospitals had their supplies completely taken before we could even look for them. Then we have to use pots. Find any pot that works, but not aluminum or iron pots. If you have a clay pot, use that, otherwise, use stainless steel or non-stick coated pots. Normally, I don't recommend using these pots, but we have limited resources right now, so we have to use them for now, Xie Yifang said. Dean Cheng's staff nodded while taking notes. Then someone came to report, Dean Chung, we checked. The medications for mild cases are mostly complete, but the quantities are small, only enough for a few days at most. But we don't have the Dryopteris crassorhizoma and rhodiola needed for moderate to severe cases. Xie Yifang frowned. Not even a little? Then, moderate to severe cases are almost certainly hopeless. Yang Qing knew these two herbs. Dryopteris crassorhizoma is a fern, usually wild, preferring dark, damp environments. With the current high temperatures, it's probably hard to find even in the mountains. Like Isatis root, it has heat-clearing and detoxifying effects, but it also cools the blood and stops bleeding, effectively treating hematemesis, epistaxis, and metrorrhagia. Many of the severe cases are currently experiencing hematemesis. If it can't be stopped, they inevitably die. Rhodiola is a high-altitude plant, generally found only in places like Xinjiang and western provinces. It's almost never used in inland areas, so it's not surprising the hospital doesn't have it. Rhodiola rosea primarily functions to replenish qi and clear the lungs, enhancing immunity and aiding in the recovery of moderate to severe cases. If neither of these two herbs is available, then moderate to severe cases can almost certainly be considered for the end of treatment. Chapter 227. Let's start brewing the medicine for the mild cases first. We cure as many as we can, Xie Yifang said helplessly. As for Dryopteris crassorhizoma, we go to the mountains to see if we can find any. This area is mountainous, with many high mountains and water sources. Although the high temperatures are ongoing, there might be some areas with dense vegetation that aren't affected. Will that be enough time? Dean Chung asked. And how much can we collect in the mountains? Xie Yifang sighed. This is a long-term project. We can't just focus on the present. Those with severe cases might not get treatment now, but if we find this medicine and cultivate it, then future generations will be saved. Dean Chung nodded. Indeed, the number of sick people was constantly increasing, and given its contagious nature, it would only continue to rise. They needed to be prepared for a long-term battle. I go and report the situation to Leader Hao, and see if he can get some medicine from other cities. You guys start brewing the medicine for the mild cases first. We cure as many as we can, Xie Yifang said. Dean Chung nodded. That was all they could do. On the way back, Yang Qing kept wondering if she had those two medicines in her spatial storage, but she couldn't check without accessing it. When she and Lu Lin went to the former company's warehouse to look for medicine, many of the medicines were packed in plastic bags, and she hadn't checked them closely. Seeing that they weren't wet, she put them all into her spatial storage, unsure if they contained those two medicines. She could only check back at the hospital. Back in Hao Shigua's office, Xie Yifang reported on the situation at the hospital and the lack of the two medicines. I immediately called the satellite phone and asked the hospitals in the nearby cities if they have those two medicines, Hao Shigua said. I also called the provincial TCM hospital to ask. They might still have some medicine in stock, Xie Yifang said. She called back to her workplace, but the provincial TCM hospital also said they didn't have those two herbs. They used to have them, but the warehouse was flooded and they couldn't retrieve them, so they were unusable long ago. There's no news from Hao Shigua yet. He said he needs to check, and we know in a few days. Xie Yifang frowned. Leader Hao, I know your Ming city is mountainous, with many mountains. I like to go up the mountain to see if we can find any Dryopteris crassorhizoma. We definitely won't find Rhodiola rosea. It grows in high-altitude areas, It won't grow here. Dryopteris crassorhizoma is possible. We can go up the mountain to collect it, and have Teacher Bien and the others cultivate it, then we have medicinal uses later. However, Dryopteris crassorhizoma grows in dark, damp places. Which mountain here is the highest and most pristine, preferably with a water source? That would give us a better chance of finding it. Hao Jigua shook his head. I don't know either, I'm not a local. After thinking for a moment, he called to Assistant Su, go and call Lin Jian over. Isn't he a local? Yes. Assistant Su replied. Lin Jian was quickly summoned, and Xie Yifang explained her needs. A dark, damp place. Lin Jian pondered. Let's go to Jiufu Mountain. Before the apocalypse, it was a 4A level tourist attraction with a tropical rainforest climate, lush vegetation, and many ferns. It was known as the Fern Kingdom. That's great. Xie Yifang smiled. That's exactly what we need. However, there's been a persistent high temperature, and there was an earthquake recently. I don't know how Jiufu Mountain is now, or if there are any ferns left. Lin Jian shook his head. We should at least go and see. Maybe we find something, Xie Yifang said. Then I go with you tomorrow, Yang Qing said. Let's invite Teacher Bien and his students. Planting is his forte. If they have any, he knows the best way to harvest them. I only know how to use medicinal herbs, Xie Yifang said. Okay, I send someone to inform Teacher Bien right away. Hao Jigua nodded. After Teacher Bien arrived, everyone agreed to set off at 8 o'clock the next morning, with Leng Yi escorting them. Since there wasn't enough room in the car, Xie Yifang didn't need to go. Yang Qing sat in the passenger seat, and Bien Chengjun, Zhangku, and Shenrou squeezed into the back. After agreeing on the arrangements, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Xie Yifang handed Yang Qing several books on traditional Chinese medicine theory. Study these on your own first. Ask me if you don't understand anything. I'd be staying here for a few more months. You be by my side when I go on house calls, learning and practicing at the same time. Thank you, teacher. Yang Qing accepted the books, very grateful. She was going to teach her step by step. Even before the apocalypse, her students hadn't received this treatment. I will definitely study hard. Xie Yifang smiled. You worked hard today too. Go back and rest. Yang Qing took the books and went back to her 3-bedroom apartment with Leng Yi. As soon as they entered, they heard coughing coming from inside. The two exchanged a glance. Yang Qing quickly went to Li Liang's door and knocked. Li Liang, are you sick? Sister-in-law, I think I caught it too, Li Liang said through the door, hesitant to open it. Where do you feel unwell? Yang Qing asked. Mainly a sore throat, stuffy nose, cough, and a bit dizzy, Li Liang said. Are you having trouble breathing or feeling any heart pain? Yang Qing asked. She'd been accompanying Xie Yifang at the hospital today, and almost all the patients in the moderate to severe stages had these symptoms. No, not really, it's just like a common cold, Li Liang said. You've probably been infected too, but it's still a mild case. Don't worry, I make you some medicine, Yang Qing said. Don't go out for now, just isolate yourself in your room. Yes, sister-in-law, Li Liang replied. Back in her room, Yang Qing quickly checked her spatial storage. The prescription for mild cases mainly consisted of forsythia, Isatis root, honeysuckle, and agastache, all common epidemic herbs. She still had some in her storage, and she even grown a lot of them, so there was no need to worry. She found a bag of Rhodiola rosea in a corner, weighing at least 10 kilograms. Yang Qing was pleasantly surprised. She hadn't expected to actually have some. However, she couldn't find Dryopteris crassorhizoma. It seemed to have been soaked in water, so she hadn't put it away. Yang Qing took out the medicine and asked Leng Yi to decoct it. Leng Yi washed all the medicine with water. Yang Qing took out a clay pot and had him decoct the medicine with spiritual spring water. I checked my space, and there's still a packet of Rhodiola rosea, about 10 kilograms. Do you think I should donate it? Yang Qing asked Leng Yi. Rhodiola rosea was a relatively precious medicinal herb even before the apocalypse, let alone now. The entire province probably couldn't find more than a few ounces. If it were used to exchange for supplies, it would be incredibly valuable, more than enough to buy a cruise ship. But if it were donated, we would get nothing in return. Leng Yi grasped Yang Qing's hand. Follow your heart. I support whatever decision you make. Even if we use it to exchange for supplies, Leader Hao shouldn't treat us unfairly, but in this situation, if you take out the medicine, it will be too conspicuous. Many people might think we're hiding a lot of medicine, and that would put you in danger. I don't want a little bit of supplies to bring you even the slightest bit of insecurity. Yang Qing thought about it, and realized it was true. Being too conspicuous would be very disadvantageous for him. But I want to save those people. Although we are just small people, perhaps as insignificant as ants in the apocalypse, we can still shine and contribute. Although we can't save everyone, we can still offer our own light. Leng Yi's lips curled up. He knew his wife was a very kind person. He hugged her tightly. Then let's donate secretly. Chapter 228. After decocting the medicine, Leng Yi placed it outside Li Liang's room so he could take it himself. Leng Yi, Yang Qing, and Lu Lin also drank the extra medicine as a precaution. The two continued cooking rice. Yang Qing said, "Cook extra today and put it in the refrigerator. We won't be here tomorrow, and Li Liang will be in quarantine. Just let them come out and get their food." Leng Yi nodded and cooked extra rice. Yang Qing told Lu Lin about Li Liang's quarantine. Lu Lin nodded, "It's okay, I'm much better now. I can manage to walk a few steps to get the food." Yang Qing instructed, "Li Liang isn't fully recovered yet, so try to avoid contact with him. Wear a mask when you go out, and disinfect your hands with hand sanitizer when you get back to your room." "Understood," Lu Lin nodded. After eating, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Yang Qing asked Leng Yi, "Where should we donate the medicine? To the hospital?" Leng Yi thought for a moment. "There are too many people at the hospital. It's easy for it to get lost. Let's just leave it in Leader Hao's office. He's a good leader, he shouldn't be hiding anything." Yang Qing nodded. "I think I keep 2 kilograms for myself first, just in case I need it later. Let's donate the rest. Let's go there in the middle of the night, so no one sees us." "I go. You get some sleep." Leng Yi pulled Yang Qing into his arms. A little after 3 a.m., Leng Yi got up, picked up a large bag of medicine in a plastic bag, and secretly headed towards Hao Shigua's office. However, it was the midnight sun. There was little difference between midnight and daytime. Fortunately, everyone was resting, and apart from a few patrolling soldiers, there wasn't much of a crowd outside. Leng Yi carefully avoided the soldiers, looked around again, and seeing no surveillance cameras, quickly reached Hao Shigua's office and threw the medicine in through the window. The next day, Hao Shigua came to work and was startled to find a large bag in his office. Assistant Su initially thought it was a bomb or something, and sent a bomb disposal expert over, only to discover it was a large bag of traditional Chinese medicine. They immediately called Xie Yifang and Bian Chungjun over, and learned that the entire bag was filled with Rhodiola rosea. "Who sent this?" Xie Yifang asked, pleasantly surprised. "I don't know." Hao Shigua shook his head. "I found it in my office when I came to work. I thought it was some kind of bomb planted by saboteurs. I never expected someone to do a good deed. These days, there are so few people who do good deeds anonymously. How much supplies could such a large bag of medicine be exchanged for?" Bian Chungjun remarked. "Yes, the person who brought the medicine is a really good person," Xie Yifang nodded. "But who could it be? Not many people know we're short of this kind of medicine, right?" "Actually, quite a few people know," Hao Shigua said. "Many people in our unit, and people at the hospital know, right? But not many have the ability to get the medicine. But if it's someone from the hospital, shouldn't the medicine be kept there? How did it end up with Leader Hao?" Everyone had just thought of this question. "Forget it, let's not pursue it. Since he did a good deed anonymously, let's accept his kindness and make good use of these medicines to save more people," Hao Shigua said, then asked Xie Yifang, "Teacher Xie, now that we have Rhodiola rosea, is the Dryopteris crassorhizoma absolutely necessary? Can't we use a different medicine?" Xie Yifang thought for a moment. "We can indeed use a commonly used alternative medicine. The effect will be slightly weaker, but it will still work." "That's great. Let's use the alternative medicine first to temporarily solve the immediate problem, and then switch to the new medicine after we cultivated the Dryopteris crassorhizoma," Hao Shigua said. Xie Yifang nodded. "I think it's a good idea. I take this packet of medicine to Dean Chung right away, and tell them to use a substitute medicine to see the effect." Bian Chungjun continued on his plan to find Dryopteris crassorhizoma at Jiufu Mountain. Leng Yi and Yang Qing drove over to pick them up. Bian Chungjun told her about the secret donation of medicine and the substitute medicine. Yang Qing feigned surprise. "That's wonderful. The people at the hospital can be saved." Bian Chungjun nodded. "I never expected that even in this apocalypse, there would still be such pure-hearted people. Think of how much food that packet of medicine could get in exchange. I really want to meet the person who donated the medicine. Their moral character is so high, it's truly rare in this apocalypse." Chinro, standing behind, pursed her lips. "I think they're just stupid." Zhang Ke saw Yang Qing and Leng Yi together, but remained silent. The two exchanged a smile. There are good people in every era. Since they don't want to reveal their identities, let's not force them. Saving more people is the best way to repay them. You're right, Bien Chungjun nodded. We must find the Dryopteris crassorhizoma on this trip to Jiufu Mountain. Being able to cultivate it artificially in the future will be a way to repay these kind people. The five arrived at Jiufu Mountain, and were pleasantly surprised to see so many trees and swirling mists. It seemed relatively undamaged, making the chances of finding Dryopteris crassorhizoma very high. However, due to the earthquake, the mountain roads had collapsed, and huge boulders were everywhere. A single misstep could easily cause another fall. Leng Yi first hid the car, and then led the way. Everyone be careful, Leng Yi warned. The mountain road was impassable. They had to carve out a new path from the side. But the new path was difficult. They had to climb using both hands and feet. When they encountered steep sections, Leng Yi reached out and pulled Yang Qing up, who then pulled Bien Chungjun up. Chen Rou was in the middle, and Zhang Ke brought up the rear. After climbing for over an hour, Chen Rou couldn't go on anymore. Let's rest for a while. I really can't walk anymore, Chen Rou said, wiping her sweat. Yang Qing looked at Chen Rou, then at Bien Chungjun. He was also covered in sweat. His age meant he didn't have the stamina of a younger person, but he didn't complain. Then let's rest for a while, Yang Qing said, taking out a bottle of water for Bien Chungjun. She and Leng Yi each drank from a bottle. Chen Rou's face clearly showed dissatisfaction when she didn't give her any. Zhang Ke sighed and gave her his own water. Why didn't you bring water when you knew you were coming out? How was I supposed to know it would be this tiring? If I had known, I would have, Chen Rou said, still feeling wronged. If I known, what would you have done? Wouldn't you have stayed put? Bien Chungjun frowned at Chen Rou. If you can't even handle this little bit of hardship, I think you should just go back to the provincial capital. Do you think working in the herbal medicine planting industry is just about doing things in a lab? Before, we had to go to the mountains every year. It's only after conditions improved and the university got its own medicinal herb fields that things became so much easier for you. Since you can't handle this hardship, you should change careers as soon as possible. Bien Chungjun's expression was rather unpleasant. He used to think this student was quite well behaved and sensible, but after this trip, he realized how problematic her thinking was. Chen Rou pouted, I didn't say that. Zhang Ke was speechless. She hadn't said it aloud, but her actions spoke volumes. Did she think everyone was stupid? Let's keep going. The sooner we find the herbs, the sooner we can go back. It's not safe in these mountains, Zhang Ke said. Yang Qing glanced at him and nodded. Let's continue. They climbed mountains and waded through streams until after 11 a.m. before finally reaching the depths of the forest. Chapter 229. The situation in the mountains wasn't as optimistic as it appeared at the foot of the mountain. Due to the earthquake, many areas had collapsed, exposing the previously damp ground. Under the sustained high temperatures, many ferns had died. Some stubbornly sprouted again, but not all ferns were medicinal. The key was to find Dryopteris crassorhizoma. Is it over there? Yang Qing suddenly pointed to a tree and exclaimed excitedly. Yes, that's it. Bien Chungjun looked over and immediately grabbed a hoe and went over. Dryopteris crassorhizoma is mainly used for its rhizome, which must be dug up completely with a hoe. Cultivation mainly uses its spores. Dryopteris crassorhizoma has pinnate leaves, with densely packed sporangia on the underside. The spores inside only mature when the plant turns from green to yellowish-brown, allowing for propagation. The one they saw was still green. The roots could be used medicinally, but the spores weren't mature enough for cultivation. Yang Qing then focused on finding Dryopteris crassorhizoma that had already changed color. The group found several more plants and carefully dug them out. Chen Rou, seeing Yang Qing searching for Dryopteris crassorhizoma with spores, feared Yang Qing would steal all the credit, so she followed closely behind, hoping to get the plant before Yang Qing noticed. Suddenly Chen Rou screamed awe, and slid down the collapsed mountain path. She screamed and desperately grabbed at the side, trying to grab onto something. Finally, she grabbed a rock, and her whole body was suspended in midair. Help! Chen Rou cried out urgently. Yang Qing quickly slid down the path Chen Rou had taken, but when she reached the rock, she noticed the soil around it was loose. Yang Qing quickly laid down on the rock and reached out to Chen Rou. Quick, grab my hand. Chen Rou had no strength left. Clinging to the rocks had exhausted all her strength, and she couldn't move an inch. Yang Qing had no choice but to move forward a little more, reaching out to grab Chen Rou's hand tightly, but this position made it impossible to pull her up. Hearing the commotion, Leng Yi quickly ran down from above. Qing, hold on. Jiangku and Bian Chengjun were both shocked and wanted to go over, but Leng Yi stopped them. Don't move. That place can't hold so many people. You all go up. Leng Yi took a rope from his bag, tied it to a large tree, tied one end to himself, and then slowly slid down. Jiangku and Bian Chengjun watched the three below with bated breath. Yang Qing was struggling to hold onto an adult with one hand. Sweat was beading on her forehead. Qinro looked at Yang Qing with tears in her eyes. Yang Qing, please, please don't let go. I won't fight you for Jiangku anymore. Please save me. Yang Qing was truly angry. My husband and I have a great relationship. Who wants to fight you for Jiangku? I came down to save you because you're my classmate and someone who might contribute to the cultivation of Chinese medicinal herbs. Since I came down to save you, I won't abandon you. So hold on tight. Yang Qing. Qinro stared blankly at Yang Qing, thinking she definitely wouldn't save her. Yang Qing continued, if you want Jiangku to fall in love with you, you can't do it by slandering me. You can only make him see your good qualities by becoming more outstanding yourself. Not just him, but if you meet other men, don't try to elevate yourself by belittling other women. If you're outstanding enough, men will naturally be attracted to you. If you don't understand this, you never win a man's heart. Qinro retorted, a little unconvinced. You're just talking without understanding the situation. You have a husband yourself, and you say things like that. Yang Qing laughed angrily. That's because my husband and I are mutually attracted and admire each other, which is why we slowly fell in love. If he didn't love me, I wouldn't be a simp. Besides, it's the apocalypse now. Does that mean we can't survive without a man? Look at teacher Xie, isn't she alone? She's achieved great things, she's excellent enough, and she still earns so much respect and love. It's not because of her. No one can look down on her just because she doesn't have a husband. So Qinro first, I won't compete with you for Jiangku. I never liked him. Even if I'm not good enough, Jiangku won't like you if you're not outstanding yourself. Second, the world will still turn without a man. If you pin your hopes for happiness on a man, you never find true happiness in your life. That's all I have to say. If you still consider me your rival, I can't help it. Yang Qing gripped Qinro's hand tightly. Although she didn't like this woman, she hadn't done anything morally wrong, and she wouldn't stand by and watch her die. Qinro's heart was filled with mixed emotions. For the past few years, her heart had been entirely devoted to Jiangku, but he had always been indifferent to her. She felt bitter. She had persevered because she believed that if she treated him well, she could warm his cold heart. But then she met Yang Qing again, who lived so freely, had such an outstanding husband, and Jiangku still couldn't forget her. Her jealousy instantly reached its peak. Now she realized how ignorant she had been, how pathetic she had lived, and how much time she had wasted on a man. Yang Qing was right. She could live well without a man. She was no less capable than others in getting into graduate school. Why had she always had to be subservient to Jiangku? Love shouldn't be like this. It should be like Yang Qing and Leng Yi's relationship, mutual affection, mutual appreciation, and eyes full of love for each other. Having figured this out, Qinro's tears flowed. She felt that the years she had sacrificed were not worth it. Yang Qing, thinking Qinro was scared, quickly said, don't worry, my husband will come to rescue us. As long as you don't let go, I won't abandon you. Thank you, Yang Qing. Qinro's eyes were red. Leng Yi quickly came down, first untying the rope from his own body and binding it to Yang Qing. Then, he squatted on the rock, grabbed Qinro's hand, and pulled her up with force. Hurry up, this rock won't hold for much longer, Leng Yi said. Yang Qing untied the rope and swung it back. Grab the rope, we climb up together. Leng Yi placed Qinro in the middle, and brought up the rear. Jiangku and Bian Chengjun quickly grabbed the rope and pulled upwards. Once all three were in safety, the rock crashed down with a loud thud. Qinro, still shaken, threw herself into Bian Chengjun's arms, crying, Teacher Bian, I thought I'd never see you again. Bian Chengjun patted her back comfortingly. It's all right now, don't be afraid. But this time you really have to thank Yang Qing and her husband. If it weren't for them, you might not be alive. Qinro nodded, her eyes red as she looked at Yang Qing and Leng Yi, and for the first time sincerely said thank you. Yang Qing smiled faintly. It's good that you're all right. It's not safe here. Let's quickly find some medicine, and go back as soon as possible. Everyone walked towards safety. Leng Yi took Yang Qing's hand. It was red from Qinro's grip. He gently rubbed it, his heart aching. Does it hurt? No, my arm's a little sore, Yang Qing smiled. Leng Yi sighed. Don't do that again next time. Saving someone requires prioritizing your own safety. I know, but wasn't the situation urgent? Yang Qing said. If I really couldn't hold on, I would have let go. I'm not stupid, my life is more important than anyone else's. That's good. Leng Yi nodded, pulling Yang Qing into his arms. He'd been terrified. Chapter 230. Back in the courtyard, everyone sorted through the medicinal herbs they had collected, only about 20 plants. Fortunately, the leaves of the Dryopteris crassorhizoma contained a great many spores. A single leaf held at least several thousand spores. Yang Qing and Bian Chengjun carefully removed the sporangia, collected them, rinsed them with sterile water, and dried them on sterile paper. Once dry, the sporangia would split open, releasing mature spores. Yang Qing took the opportunity to collect some, intending to plant them in her spatial dimension. The current environment was harsh. Even if the research center had established its own medicinal garden, the conditions for growing Dryopteris crassorhizoma were very demanding. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to grow it successfully. She decided to try in her spatial dimension. Perhaps she could succeed. Chen Rou and Zhang could clean the roots and stems of the Dryopteris crassorhizoma, which also needed to be soaked before being used medicinally. After returning, Chen Rou hadn't spoken to Zhang Ku, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Although he hadn't fallen for Chen Rou over the years, he had grown accustomed to her constant presence by his side. Now, her sudden silence made him feel awkward. Are you all right? Zhang Ku asked. I'm fine. Chen Rou replied without looking up, continuing to clean the cassia plant. Are you hurt anywhere? If you're not feeling well, go back and rest. I take care of things here, Zhang Ku said. Chen Rou's hand paused. If Zhang Ku had cared for her like this before, she would have jumped for joy. But now, she suddenly felt nothing. She shook her head. No, I just figured some things out. Chen Rou looked up and smiled at Zhang Ku. Don't worry, I won't bother you anymore. Zhang Ku was taken aback. For some reason, looking at Chen Rou like this made him feel a little uncomfortable, but he wouldn't admit it. It's good that you know your place. Chen Rou smiled bitterly to herself. How foolish she had been before, offering her kindness only to be met with indifference, and this was the only evaluation she received. Did she lack self-awareness? Indeed, she had been too arrogant before, thinking that as long as she was good to him, she would eventually win his heart. Now she understood that if someone had no feelings for you, no matter how much you did, it would be useless. But it wasn't too late to wake up. Chen Rou looked at Yang Qing, who was engrossed in her work. No wonder so many people liked her. She was indeed more outstanding than herself. She was very grateful to Yang Qing for reminding her. Otherwise she didn't know how many more years she would have wasted on Zhang Ku. After cleaning the Dryopteris crassorhizoma, it needed to be soaked for 6 to 8 hours before being drained and used. The spore powder also needed to be collected after the sporangia were dried. Bian Chengjun spoke up, everyone has worked hard today. Go back and rest first. I'm going to discuss the requirements for planting Dryopteris crassorhizoma with Leader Hao. Teacher Bian, I go with you, Yang Qing said. Bian Chengjun nodded. He liked this diligent student very much. The two went to Hao Zhiguo's office together. He didn't understand these things either, so he told them to go directly to the research center's plantation and tell the person in charge there their need to cultivate Dryopteris crassorhizoma. This was Yang Qing's first time at the research center. The plantation mainly grew common vegetables and staple foods like sweet potatoes and potatoes. Although the weather was hot, there had been some success. Bian Chengjun explained the requirements for cultivating Dryopteris crassorhizoma to the person in charge. First, the culture medium for sowing the spores needed to be a mixture of peat moss, dark brown soil, and river sand in a 5:3:2 ratio, thoroughly mixed, and sieved to create a mixed soil. The sowing containers and the mixed soil also needed to be sterilized by steam for half an hour before use. Next is the planting soil. It needs to be flat land with good water and fertilizer conditions, fertile soil, and good permeability. Dryopteris crassorhizoma prefers shady and humid environments, but with the current high temperatures, such places are hard to find, so they have to be created artificially. We can guarantee priority supply of water, but a shady environment. The person in charge looked up at the polar day sky. There wasn't even night anymore, so where could they find a shady environment? We can use greenhouses, covered with black tarpaulins, Yang Qing said. Besides, the weather is so hot and dry now, without greenhouses, the water will easily evaporate, and the Dryopteris crassorhizoma won't grow. The person in charge nodded. The plants they were currently growing were almost all heat-resistant, so greenhouses weren't necessary, but the conditions for growing Chinese medicinal herbs are different from those for growing vegetables. Okay, I report it, and see if we have the necessary supplies. We try our best to meet your needs. If we really can't, there's nothing I can do but see if we can cultivate them under high temperatures. Our heat-resistant sweet potatoes and potatoes are also products we developed ourselves. Yen Chungjun nodded. You have more experience in this area than we do, but Dryopteris crassorhizoma, a type of medicinal herb, isn't an ordinary vegetable. It's inherently difficult to cultivate artificially. If the conditions aren't met, it probably won't survive. We try our best, but you know the conditions are indeed limited right now. The person in charge was also helpless. Yang Qing returned home to find Leng Yi had already prepared medicine for Li Liang and Lu Lin. Seeing her return, he also brought her a bowl. Would you like some too? Yes. Yang Qing nodded, wanting to be on the safe side. How's Li Liang doing today? Yang Qing asked. I'm feeling a bit better, Leng Yi said softly. It feels more effective than the medicine from the hospital. Is it because we used the spiritual spring? Maybe. Yang Qing nodded. That's good. We can't worry about others that much. Yang Qing went to Lu Lin's room and looked at her. How are you feeling today? I feel much better, Lu Lin smiled. I can walk around in the room now, and my head doesn't hurt as much. That's good. In a few days, when your head doesn't hurt anymore, you can go outside for a walk. The room is really stuffy, Yang Qing said with a smile. It's all right. After all, we installed air conditioning. It's much better than outside. It's just that I can't help you with anything right now, and you all have to take care of me. Lu Lin felt a little guilty, feeling useless. How could you? When you get better, you can cook delicious food for us again. You're our base, our support. I can only work outside with you at home, Yang Qing said. You're the woman behind me. I couldn't have done this well without you. Lu Lin was amused by Yang Qing. Okay, I be the woman behind you. Meanwhile, at the official base, the epidemic was worsening. Patients flocked to the newly built hospital, but the hospital had no medicine left for them. The patients, believing the authorities didn't care about their lives, launched a riot. Shen Yuanning was ordered to quell the riot, but a fight broke out between the patients and the security team. Shen Yuanming was hit on the head with a stone by a patient's family member and lost consciousness. The hospital couldn't perform the surgery. Later, they found a hospital in Mingcheng that could perform the surgery and quickly sent him there. This was a major surgery, and the patient was the second in command of the official base, so it naturally alarmed Dean Chung. However, upon hearing that he was from the official base, Dean Chung remembered Yang Qing's statement that the brain microscope couldn't be used for them and refused to admit Shen Yuanming. Why do you refuse to admit my father? Do you know who my father is? He's the second in command of the official base. Shen Ting was extremely arrogant. How dare your mere local hospital refuse us? Chapter 231. Upon hearing this, Dean Chung realized it was perfect timing. He could barely accept a regular patient from the base, but this person was Yang Qing's enemy. He dared not offend Yang Qing. What if she got angry and took the equipment back? Yes, we're just a local hospital. Our facilities are limited, we can't perform this surgery. You have to find someone else, Dean Chung said coldly. Suddenly Wen panicked. But didn't I hear your hospital can perform this kind of surgery? Didn't you have a successful case a couple of days ago? When Shen Yuanming was injured, suddenly Wen thought of Lu Lin. If she hadn't had the surgery, she might be dead or unconscious by now. She hadn't heard from her, so did that mean she was alright? Suddenly Wen immediately went to ask Lin Feng, who was still working in the security team. She came to ask him personally, and Lin Feng naturally dared not lie. He said that Leng Yi had told them that Lu Lin had already had the surgery, and that they shouldn't worry. But he didn't know exactly where or who performed the surgery. However, this was easy to investigate. Mingcheng is only so big, and almost all medical equipment is now concentrated in Mingcheng Hospital. Other hospitals are abandoned, making it even less likely. Upon inquiring at the hospital, it turned out that someone had indeed donated a brain microscope to the hospital, which could now be used for brain surgery. Dean Chung looked at Sun Liwen, recalling what Yang Qing had said, "You're Lu Lin's mother? I heard that when she was injured, you completely ignored her. Her friend Yang Qing said she would donate the equipment if it were found, but you completely disregarded her. What does this have to do with them?" Sun Liwen frowned, suddenly realizing something. Could it be that they donated this equipment? Yes, it's them. Dean Chung sneered. Don't you think this is retribution? How can you say that? Shen Ting was furious. Are you even a doctor? How can you say something like retribution? Isn't your duty as doctors to save lives? What right do you have to refuse patients? I really do have that right. Dean Chang's lips twitched. Do you think this is still a time of peace? This is the apocalypse. No one can order us who to save. When Miss Yang donated the equipment, she said that no one at the base would be Linnet. I was just keeping my promise. What if I agreed to accept you, and Miss Yang took the equipment back in a fit of anger? We can't let the fate of other patients be ruined just because of one person, Director Shin? Aren't you supposed to have high ideals? Aren't you public servants? Shouldn't you be thinking of others? You can't be so selfish, making others who need it unable to use it just because of you? That's just sophistry. Shin Ting was exasperated. I was just keeping my promise. You want me to be a person who breaks their word? I can't do that. Dean Chung sneered. Sun Li-wen smiled bitterly. She never expected retribution to come so quickly. Back then, they were angry with Lu Lin, thinking it was because her eldest daughter had run away in a huff to find supplies, and had been abused. So when they saw Lu Lin injured, they were indifferent, even a little gloating, thinking this was her retribution. So when Yang Qing said they could find equipment to donate, she didn't believe it at all. With supplies so scarce, not just in Mingcheng, medical equipment is hard to find everywhere. So she thought they were just bragging, trying to trick them. Now, thinking back, they probably actually knew they could find the equipment, or perhaps they already had it, and were just testing her reaction. But she disappointed them, which is why they donated the equipment to other hospitals, setting the condition that it couldn't be used by the base's personnel. Sun Li-wen was filled with remorse. She should have known those people weren't simple. How could she have been so blinded by greed? If she had agreed then, the equipment would have been donated to the base hospital, making a significant contribution to the base, ensuring her own treatment wouldn't be a problem, and even leaving the person needing surgery indebted to her. Sigh, why didn't she think things through? Dean Chung, please save my husband. You're a doctor with medical ethics. You can't just stand by and watch him die. Sun Li-wen's eyes reddened. Dean Chung sneered, don't try to morally blackmail me. So what if I lack medical ethics? It's the apocalypse, and you still want to use that to blackmail me? Why should I save animals like you who wouldn't even save their own daughters? You? Sun Li-wen was also angry. No matter what, my husband is the second in command of the official base. So what? I'm not one of the base's people. What can you do to me? Dean Chung curled his lip. Just a second in command? If he dies, the higher-ups will send a new one tomorrow. Do you think the base won't function without you? What did you say? You dare curse my father? Shin Ting was furious. If she'd lost her father, how could she run rampant in the base? How could she live in a villa? She might have to do hard labor in the future. She couldn't let that happen. She suddenly pulled a gun from a nearby security guard and pointed it at Dean Chung, yelling, if you don't save my dad, I shoot you. Dean Cheng's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly regained his composure. If you shoot me, none of you are leaving here. His assistant immediately shouted, help. Someone's causing trouble. Someone's trying to hit our Dean. Get them out of here. The patients nearby were outraged. They had just received their traditional Chinese medicine treatment, brought in by the Dean himself, and now someone dared to attack their savior? Who? Who's trying to hit our Dean? Patients from the lobby and corridors surged forward, rushing towards Sun Li-wen and her group. So many people rushed in, pinning the officials to the ground, punching and kicking them, causing them to cry out in pain. Shin Ting was so terrified she didn't even know where her gun had fallen. Shin Yuanning was pushed off the stretcher and fell to the ground, trampled over by countless people. Sun Li-wen dodged punches while shouting, Yuanming, Yuanming. The two security guards, who brought them, had also taken countless punches, and the other's gun had been stolen. Dr. Chen, who was performing surgery on Lu Lin, saw this and quickly pulled Dean Chung aside, asking him to make a satellite phone call to Hao Zhigua to tell him what was happening. Hao Zhigua knew about the feud between Yang Qing and the base, and had no intention of getting involved. The official base and their government were two different systems, and he had no reason to fear them. He then sent Assistant Su to Yang Qing's house to explain the situation at the hospital. Yang Qing couldn't help but laugh. This is what you call karma. However, considering they were Lu Lin's parents, he still told Lu Lin. Lu Lin's expression was indifferent. I have no parents. I never had any since I was little. I don't have any now, and I never will. Yang Qing understood that she was heartbroken and nodded. Okay, I understand. Then I won't compromise. But what if they come begging you? Tell them that I haven't woken up since the surgery and can't respond, Lu Lin said calmly. Chapter 232. Sun Li-wen and the others were beaten black and blue. Seeing the hospital director leave, everyone scattered. Sun Li-wen hurriedly looked at Shin Yuanming, who was lying on the ground. He was already unconscious, and now he had many new injuries. Yuanming, how are you? Wake up! Suddenly Wen cried out in anguish. Dad! Shinting also cried out in panic. Doctor, someone come quick! Help! But no one paid them any attention. The hospital staff were already extremely busy, and after what had just happened, no one dared to help them. Shinting looked at the hurried, indifferent faces passing by, and once again experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse. Secretary's son, I think we should go back to the base, a security guard advised her. Staying here was useless, no one would help them. This wasn't the base, no one was afraid of him. The other security guard wasn't much happier either. He regretted not taking the mission, he'd been beaten for no reason, lost his gun, and would face disciplinary action upon returning. Suddenly Wen had no choice but to take him back to the base hospital. The doctors at the base hospital, upon seeing Shen Yuanming, were surprised to find his condition even worse than before. The people at Mingcheng Hospital won't admit him, saying they can't treat him. Suddenly Wen said, her eyes red. Didn't they say they had a brain microscope? Why can't they treat him? Director Wang asked. That machine was donated by my youngest daughter's friend. Without their permission, the hospital wouldn't admit us, Suddenly Wen said, tears streaming down her face. Director Wang felt a pang of guilt. He had been there when Lu Lin was injured. He hadn't dared to admit Lu Lin because of Shen Yuanming's attitude. The girl had said she could find the equipment, but none of them believed she could. The backlash came so quickly. If only Lu Lin had been admitted back then, wouldn't the equipment have been donated to our hospital? I regret it so much. Let's get him to the operating room first. Save his life first, said Dean Wang. 2 hours later, Shen Yuanming came out, still unconscious. How is he? Suddenly Wen asked anxiously. We only temporarily saved his life, but we really don't dare perform brain surgery without the equipment. What if he doesn't make it off the operating table? Dean Wang said helplessly. Will he become a vegetable? Suddenly Wen asked. It's hard to say. If Director Shen doesn't wake up, he might become a vegetable. But a miracle might happen, Dean Wang said with a wry smile. But miracles are rare. Mom, what do we do now? Shen Ting panicked. Suddenly Wen, distraught, said, I go beg Lu Lin, she won't abandon your father. Go beg her? If it weren't for her protection, would that hospital director dare to be so arrogant? Shen Ting was furious. Even if it wasn't her, he's still her friend. They're the ones who sowed discord, do you think they agree? Jiang Jian, having heard the news, rushed over and stood at the ward door, his heart filled with mixed emotions. If he had stepped in to help Lu Lin back then, would things have turned out differently? No, I go beg her. After all, he's her biological father, she can't just abandon him. I go beg her. Suddenly Wen walked out of the ward and paused when she saw Jiang Jian. Xiao Jiang, will you take me to find Lin Lin? Okay, auntie. Jiang Jian nodded. He also wanted to see how Lu Lin was doing. Upon arriving at the Mingcheng government compound, they inquired about Lu Lin, but the gatekeeper had never heard of her. After all, Lu Lin hadn't left since her surgery, so it was normal for him not to recognize her. Where are Yang Qing and Leng Yi? Are they here? Jiang Jian asked. You mean them? Yes, they are. They've been a huge help to us. I heard they donated some valuable equipment to the hospital, and even helped our TCM experts find medicinal herbs for treating the epidemic in the mountains. They're big shots in Mingcheng now. The gatekeeper's face lit up with a smile. Jiang Jian and suddenly Wen exchanged a complicated glance. After asking for Yang Qing's address, the two found their 3-bedroom apartment. They knocked on the door, but no one answered. Jiang Jian continued knocking, calling out, Yang Qing, is Yang Qing home? After a long while, a voice came from inside, Yang Qing isn't home. She went to the research center. Then who are you? Jiang Jian frowned. Why was it a man's voice? It didn't sound like Leng Yi. However, besides Leng Yi, there were 2 other men in their villa at the time. One was still with the security team, and the other left with them. That must be the man, right? I hadn't noticed him before. He seemed to have been in the security team too. I'm Li Liang, a friend of Yang Qing's, Li Liang said. But I've been infected with the epidemic and can't open the door. If you want to find Yang Qing, go directly to the research center. What about Lu Lin? Is she there? Suddenly Wen asked hurriedly. She is, but after her surgery, an outbreak occurred at the hospital, and she returned here to recuperate. She hasn't woken up yet, Li Liang said through the door. What? She's not awake? How could that be? Suddenly Wen was incredulous. She had surgery and hadn't woken up when the epidemic hit. We were afraid she'd get infected, so we moved her home, But our conditions aren't good enough, and she hasn't woken up yet, Li Liang said. Of course, Yang Qing had taught him to say all this. Then, can we see her? I'm her mother. I'm Sun Liwen said. Li Liang hesitated, knowing they wouldn't believe him if he didn't let them see her. Please wait a moment. Li Liang put on a mask, grabbed a bottle of alcohol disinfectant, and opened the door. Put on your masks first. You might not be sick, but it's possible you're carrying the virus. I'm also afraid I might infect you, so it's better to be careful. The two had no choice but to put on their masks. Li Liang then sprayed them all over with alcohol spray. I'm sorry, but these are extraordinary times, so please be careful. Having to ask for their help, the two could only endure the smell of alcohol. Come with me. Li Liang walked ahead, reaching Lu Lin's room and opening the door. You can stay here and watch. Lu Lin is very weak right now, and can't be exposed to any virus. Don't come near. Sun Liwen was a little unhappy, but there was nothing she could do. Li Liang stood guard at the door, watching the two of them intently. Sun Liwen looked inside and saw Lu Lin lying on the bed, surrounded by a transparent plastic curtain. She hadn't expected them to protect her so well. This is for Lu Lin's health, to isolate her from any possibility of the virus, so you shouldn't come near, Li Liang said. Jiang Jian stared intently at the person on the bed. Her face was pale, her body motionless, and she looked so fragile. A pang of pain shot through his heart. If he had protected her better back then, would things have turned out differently? Lin, it's Mom. Mom's here to see you. Sun Liwen said, her eyes fixed on Lu Lin, trying to see if she would react. But the person on the bed remained motionless, as if she hadn't heard him. Chapter 233. Sun Liwen's eyes reddened as she spoke. Lin, Mom regrets it. Mom shouldn't have been so cold to you. If I had watched you carefully that day, you wouldn't be like this. Lu Lin sneered inwardly. If Shen Yuanming hadn't been injured, would they have regretted it? Lin, please wake up quickly, okay? Your dad is injured too, even more seriously than you. Wake up and go see him, he needs you right now. Lu Lin rolled her eyes inwardly. He needs our equipment, doesn't he? They said the equipment at the hospital was donated by you. Mom begs you, please let them treat your dad. No matter what we did wrong, he's still your dad. Please talk to Yang Qing and ask her to let your dad come for surgery, okay? Mom will kneel down for you. Sun Liwen finished speaking and knelt down with a thud. Jiang Jian was shocked, Andy. Li Liang rolled his eyes. Secretary's son, even if you kneel down, Lu Lin won't see you, why bother? Sun Liwen looked at the bed. Lu Lin was still motionless, seemingly truly unconscious. Otherwise, why would she let her mother kneel before her? Sun Liwen stood up sullenly and looked at Jiang Jian. What do we do now? Should we go find Yang Qing and the others? Jiang Jian said hesitantly. He now understood that Yang Qing was the one in charge. Sun Liwen looked at Li Liang. Where is the research center? Can you tell us? I'm sorry, I don't know either. Li Liang shook his head. I don't work there, and I never been there. Besides, it's a confidential department. Not just anyone can get in. Jiang Jian thought for a moment. Let's go find the leader here. He surely give Uncle Shen some face. Sun Liwen had no choice but to accept it. Seeing them leave, Li Liang quickly closed the door. He felt sorry for Lu Lin's mother. Back in Lu Lin's room, she was already sitting up, somewhat dazed. You, don't be sad. Li Liang didn't know how to comfort her. Lu Lin smiled faintly. I'm not sad. I gave up hope on them a long time ago, so I'm not disappointed. I never had parents. Li Liang felt a pang of sadness. You still have me, and Yang Qing, and Brother Yi, we're all by your side. Lu Lin smiled at Li Liang. Thank you. Sun Liwen and Jiang Jian found out about Hao Shigua's office, and Assistant Su told Hao Shigua about their visit. Hao Shigua frowned. What else did they want, however, considering they were cadres from the official base? He decided to give them some face. Let them in. Hao Shigua rubbed his forehead. He was already incredibly busy. These people were just making things worse. Hello, Leader Hao. Sun Liwen extended her hand to Hao Shigua with feigned formality. I'm Secretary's son from the official base. Hello. What brings you here, Secretary's son? Hao Shigua remained outwardly polite. It's like this, my husband, Shen Yuanming, suffered a head injury and wants to be treated at your Mingcheng hospital, but they refuse to admit him. You see? Sun Liwen looked at Hao Shigua. Oh, that matter. I heard about it from the hospital, but that equipment was donated by Yang Qing and his group. They said they would only donate it if we didn't let the basis people use it. We signed an agreement, so there's nothing I can do. Hao Jigua looked helpless. Director Hao, that kind of agreement has no legal effect. Just don't tell them. Sun Liwen said with a forced smile. Hao Jigua said seriously, Secretary Sun, you're wrong to say that. Honesty is the most important thing in life. If we don't keep our word, and Miss Yang gets angry, and takes the equipment back, it will be a huge loss. Sun Liwen's face darkened. What can she do? Can she go into the hospital and take the equipment away again? You can stop her. Hao Jigua sneered, Secretary Sun, you really don't understand Miss Yang's capabilities. This time, we invited a TCM expert from the provincial capital, but they were robbed by bandits on the way. It was Miss Yang and her team who rescued them. They said Miss Yang is an excellent sniper. Since they couldn't take the equipment, she shot it and destroyed it, rendering it unusable. Do you think she could do that? Why should we offend her for your sake? She's a specialist in Chinese herbal medicine cultivation, a rare talent for us nowadays. Are we stupid enough to offend her? Sun Liwen choked. She really hadn't expected Yang Qing to be so capable. But Lao Shan is the second in command of the official base. You can't just stand by and watch him die. Sun Liwen exclaimed angrily. Heh. Hao Jigua laughed. We're the ones who injured him. He's the second in command of the base. What does that have to do with us? I'm not part of the base. You? Sun Liwen hadn't expected this man to be so stubborn, but he was right. They weren't part of the base, and she couldn't do anything about him. Jiang Jian spoke up. Can we see Yang Qing? Hao Jigua glanced at him and asked Assistant Su, where is Miss Yang now? At the research center, she and Professor Xie are preparing for the planting of Dryopteris crassorhizoma, Assistant Su said. Go and call Miss Yang over. Tell her Secretary Sun is looking for her, Hao Jigua said. He knew they wouldn't give up until they saw Yang Qing. Yes. Assistant Su nodded. 10 minutes later, Yang Qing and Leng Yi walked over together. Sun Liwen was taking a good look at the woman in front of her for the first time. She never imagined this woman was so capable. Letting her go was a real loss for the base. Secretary Sun, you wanted to see me? Yang Qing's expression was cold, while Leng Yi stood guard behind her like a bodyguard. Miss Yang, I came to see you in Linlin, Sun Liwen said with a forced smile. However, I didn't expect Linlin to still be unconscious. I thought she would recover after the surgery. Yang Qing frowned. Was she blaming her for not taking good care of her? Yes, the sudden outbreak of the epidemic was something we didn't expect. Yang Qing didn't respond. Miss Yang, Linlin's father is also seriously injured and wants to use your equipment. Do you think it's possible? Sun Liwen looked at Yang Qing expectantly. No. Yang Qing didn't hesitate for a moment. I told you back then, don't regret it. It's too late now. There's no going back. Sun Liwen's face turned ugly. I know you and Linlin are best friends. She's unconscious now. If she knew her father needed surgery, she would definitely agree. No, I know her. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. We've been sisters for years. I know what she's thinking. You only known her for a few days. Do you think you know her better than I do? Sun Liwen's breath caught in her throat, her tone softening as she pleaded with Yang Qing, please, I'm begging you, save my husband. Yang Qing sneered, how I begged you back then. I begged you to admit Lu Lin to the hospital first, so I could get the equipment. And what did you do? You laughed at me for bragging and told me to stop. Now? Stop messing around too. Why should I save you? Do you think I'm a saint? Don't you deserve what you have today? Chapter 234. Miss Yang, don't be so vicious. Sun Liwen couldn't help but speak up. No one could have predicted that situation. The hospital really couldn't save her then. Right, that's why I said I was going to get equipment, Yang Qing sneered. Even if the hospital couldn't save her then, she's still your daughter, isn't she? Yet you ignored her completely. You didn't treat her like a daughter, so why should she treat you like her parents? Hao Jigua and Assistant Su also showed disdain upon hearing this. This is what you call reaping what you sow. Alright, enough nonsense. I'm very busy. Goodbye. Yang Qing rolled her eyes, ignored the two of them, and walked out of the office. Leng Yi quickly followed her out. Secretary Sun, you see, I'm also very busy here, so I won't entertain you two any longer, Hao Jigua smiled. The two walked out of the office, looking embarrassed. What do we do now? Sun Liwen looked at Jiang Jian. Jiang Jian didn't speak. He knew they were right. Uncle Shen and the others had their own fault for this outcome. If they had cared about Lu Lin even a little more back then, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Why don't we take Linlin away? She's my daughter. It's perfectly legitimate for me to take her. Once she's at the base, Yang Qing and the others won't object, Sun Liwen said. Jiang Jian frowned. Lu Lin wouldn't want to see you do this. Suddenly Wen sneered, she's unconscious. What could she know? Anyway, she's already like this. We can't let her drag Lao Shan down with her. Jiang Jian felt a mix of emotions. He hadn't expected An Sun to be this kind of person. Seeing Jiang Jian remain silent, suddenly Wen's face darkened. Now, even you're not helping us? Do you even think we deserve this? I didn't mean that, Jiang Jian said helplessly. The two went to Yang Qing's 3-bedroom apartment. Suddenly Wen went up and knocked on the door. We want to see Lin Lin again. Li Liang, speaking through the security door, said, Secretary's son, I'm sorry, I already disinfected the apartment. You can't come in. Suddenly Wen retorted angrily, how can I not see my own daughter? You haven't taken good care of her at all, otherwise. Why hasn't she woken up yet? I want to take her to the base hospital. Our hospital doesn't have the epidemic, and she can receive better treatment there. Li Liang scoffed. Who was he kidding? The epidemic at the base was definitely more serious than at Mingsheng Hospital. They had no medicine, no traditional Chinese medicine experts. How could they not have the epidemic? He himself got infected after being caught in the rain at the base. He didn't believe others hadn't been infected. I'm sorry, Yang Qing isn't home. I can't make that decision. Li Liang wouldn't budge. Suddenly Wen's eyes darted around. I just went to Leader Hao's office and saw Yang Qing. She agreed. She said she's too busy to take care of Lin Lin and asked me to take her back. Li Liang scoffed. How could Yang Qing let her take Lu Lin away? However, he remained polite. I won't let you take Lu Lin away unless I hear Yang Qing agree herself. Tell her to come back and let me know, and I open the door for you right away. Suddenly Wen flared up, banging on the door. Open the door. You're just a security guard at the base. How dare you disobey my orders? I order you to open the door immediately. Li Liang sneered. I'm no longer a security guard at the base. I haven't even been paid a salary or rations. I don't owe you anything, you're the ones who owe me. I have no obligation to obey your orders anymore. Even if I'm still in the security team, I only listen to Captain Chen. Who do you think you are? Suddenly Wen was furious. Old Shen wasn't even dead yet, and now just anyone dared to look down on her? Open the door for me, or I break it down. Go ahead and break it down. I admit defeat if you manage to break it down. Li Liang laughed. They had replaced the security door and bulletproof windows themselves. He knew their sturdiness perfectly well. Could she really break it down? Jiang Jian spoke up. Li Liang, we know we were wrong. We wronged Lu Lin. We take good care of her this time we bring her back. Please let us take her away. Hearing his voice, Li Liang became even angrier. He had tried to take Lu Lin away from him back then. TCH, listen to what you're saying. Lu Lin was so badly injured back then, and you didn't dare say a word. Now you want to take care of her? What a shameless person. It's a good thing you hesitated back then, otherwise Lu Lin would have regretted being deceived. Jiang Jian, enraged, pulled out his gun. Don't push your luck. This mere security door, I blow it to smithereens. Lu Lin, who had been listening to the commotion outside, heard this, took out a rifle, gave it to Li Liang, and retreated back into the room. Li Liang picked up the gun, opened the door, and pointed it at Jiang Jian. Come on, let's see if you can walk out alive. Jiang Jian hadn't expected him to have a gun, and one even more powerful than his own. If he tried to fight, he'd be in deep trouble. Get out of here, or don't blame me for being impolite. Li Liang roared. Suddenly Wen closed in. You dare try shooting. Li Liang cocked his gun. You attacked first. I was just acting in self-defense. If you die, just say it was an accidental discharge. Do you think the base would stand up to the government for you? Suddenly Wen's breath hitched. Old Shen wouldn't wake up. How many people were waiting to take his position? Would they stand up for them? Dream on. They offend both sides, becoming like rats in the street, hated by everyone, unable to survive anywhere. Forget it, let's go! Suddenly Wen tugged at Jiang Jian. They couldn't take Lu Lin away today. Jiang Jian understood, giving Li Liang a resentful look before putting away his gun. Li Liang sneered and slammed the security door shut. For the next 2 days, Yang Qing and Bian Chengjun were preparing the medicinal garden for cultivating Dryopteris crassirhizoma. They built sheds, installed automatic sprinklers, and covered the sheds with black mesh fabric. It was currently the midnight sun, with no night and long hours of sunlight, which should have been beneficial for plant growth. However, Dryopteris crassirhizoma prefers dark and damp environments, so they had to create artificial conditions. After 3 days, the spores germinated and slowly grew in the culture medium. Yangqing seedlings in the space sprouted a day earlier. Watered with spiritual spring water and aided by the time-accelerating effect, they grew much faster. 10 more days passed before the spores formed prothallus, much to everyone's delight. Bian Chungjun said it takes another 70 days for the spores to grow from prothallus to sporophyte, and the sporophyte needs to develop 3 to 4 true leaves before transplanting. Therefore, Yangqing spent this time learning medicine from Xie Yufang. The previous Chinese medicine only lasted a few days before running out, requiring a revised prescription to continue treatment. Although the effects weren't as good as before, it at least slowed the spread of the epidemic somewhat. However, completely eradicating the epidemic was impossible. It could only be done slowly. During this time, Yangqing learned pulse diagnosis, meridians, and acupuncture from Xie Yufang. In his spare time, he also learned suturing from doctors at the hospital, keeping himself very busy. The herb garden was mainly managed by Zhang Ku and Chen Rou. Since that day, Chen Rou hadn't paid much attention to Zhang Ku, barely speaking to him except for business matters. Zhang Ku felt very uncomfortable. Looking at Chen Rou, who was so focused on her work, he realized that she was actually quite beautiful. Chapter 235. That day, Yangqing and Lengyi returned home from get-off work. Just as they reached the stairwell, they saw the old pickup truck. They exchanged a glance. It was Lin Feng. They had thought he would stay at the official base. They went inside. Lin Feng was sitting in the living room. Seeing them, he quickly stood up. Brother Yi's sister-in-law. You're here? Leng Yi nodded. Yes, Brother Yi. I completed a month's work and just received my salary, including Li Liang's 10 days' wages. I thought I still wanted to be with you guys, so I quit my job, Lin Feng said. Leng Yi nodded. Tomorrow, I have the supervisor here arrange jobs for you. With your previous work experience, it shouldn't be difficult. Thank you, Brother Yi. Lin Feng said quickly. Li Liang was also very happy. He had been taking care of Lu Lin for the past 2 weeks, and Lu Lin was almost fully recovered. He could go back to work. I want to go back to work too, Lu Lin said. Don't go. Your head won't heal that quickly. Yangqing rolled her eyes at her. The doctor said only the external wounds have healed. The internal wounds aren't fully healed yet. Besides, look at you, you're still bald. How can you go out like that? Lu Lin ran over and hit her. You're making fun of me. She couldn't help but touch her head. Is being bald really that ugly? Yangqing laughed. No, it's not ugly. Such a round head is really rare. I was just kidding. But you really shouldn't go out to work right now. You had brain surgery. It's only been half a month. Your bones won't heal properly yet. It would be a loss if something happened. Just stay home and rest. Cook for us. Your cooking is delicious. I'd love to eat yours. Lu Lin smiled. Okay, then I be your cook and provide logistical support. During the meal, Yangqing asked Lin Feng, did you hear anything about Xin Yuanming while you were at the base? Lin Feng glanced at Lu Lin. Yes, I heard that Leader Shen hasn't woken up and is in a vegetative state. Someone took over his work after just 1 week. Secretary Sun has also been reassigned to other work. She's no longer a secretary. She was originally Leader Shen's secretary, but since he's gone, the new leader doesn't need her anymore, so they replaced her. Secretary Sun is now just a regular employee and has moved out of the villa into a regular apartment. Yangqing was a little surprised. They're not even allowed to live in apartments anymore? Of course, villas are rare. They're reserved for high-ranking leaders. They're not leaders anymore, so how could they still live there? Now the hospital can accommodate Leader Shen. Free accommodation is already quite good. The hospital is already short of medicine, and they're keeping a useless person on board. An ordinary person would have been kicked out long ago. But I heard they can't let him stay for free forever. Hospitals charge fees, and he's not a leader anymore. It can't be free forever. At that point, Secretary Sun and the others might not even be able to afford medical bills. They're currently living off Secretary Sun and Jiang Jin's salaries, otherwise, they might not survive. Yangqing glanced at Lu Lin, who had been keeping her head down and silent, and asked again, what about Shen Ting? With such a major change in her family, isn't she working? Her. Lin Feng clicked his tongue and pursed his lips. The base initially arranged work for her, but that pampered young lady can't handle hardship. She can't even do the easy management work, and her attitude towards people is terrible. She's always getting complaints. Others mocked her because of her family situation, and she couldn't take it, so she quit in a fit of anger. Even if we give her other jobs, she can't last more than 2 days. Now she just sits at home playing all day, doesn't do any housework, and has to wait for her mother to come home from work to cook for her. Sigh, what a parasite. It was fine when she had the means, but now that things are like this, she still doesn't understand. Her parents have really spoiled her. Yang Qing didn't say anything more. She had only herself to blame. Now you know how cruel the apocalypse is, right? By the way, how's Captain Chin? Leng Yi asked. He's doing well. He's a really capable person, and the leaders value him quite a bit. He even asked me to give you his regards. He said he was able to get Li Liang's 10 days' wages and rations thanks to Captain Chen, otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have given them to him. Lin Feng said. Leng Yi nodded. That's good. He hoped his squad leader was doing well. After dinner, Yang Qing had Lin Feng and Li Liang share a room and borrowed a bed to avoid troubling Director Hao with arranging accommodations. The next day, Leng Yi took Li Liang and Lin Feng to see Hao Shigua. He had heard that Li Liang used to be a policeman, and both had worked as security guards, so he had arranged for them to work as security guards in the compound. They were in need of manpower at the time, so this was a good opportunity. 2 months passed quickly. The weather remained extremely hot, but the temperature was dropping day by day, now in the 20s, making it the most comfortable time. However, because there was no night, many people were having trouble sleeping, their health was gradually weakening, and many were developing mental illnesses. Although the epidemic was under control, people were still getting infected, and the hospital was very busy every day. During these 2 months, Yang Qing's medical skills improved rapidly. He had grasped the basics of pulse diagnosis, and could even perform simple acupuncture independently. Xia Yufang was very happy, feeling that Yang Qing was the most talented student she had ever seen. At the research center, Chen Rou and Zhang Ke's work also progressed. The Dryopteris crassorhizoma had sprouted true leaves, and they began transplanting it into the medicinal garden. Once Dryopteris crassorhizoma is cultivated on a large scale, there will be no longer any shortage of this herb. However, Rhodiola rosea is still in short supply. The amount Yang Qing initially donated has long been used up, and other medicines have to be used as substitutes. But because of the initial donation of medicine, many critically ill patients were saved, and the epidemic was alleviated. Moreover, as time went on, the virulence of the virus gradually decreased, and the number of critically ill patients was not as high as before. However, the epidemic was not completely eradicated, and epidemic prevention work continued. Another 3 months passed in a flash. The cultivation of Dryopteris crassorhizoma was very successful, and it was being planted in large quantities. The provincial capital also transferred some Rhodiola rosea from the north. The epidemic was well controlled, hospitals had begun to eliminate isolation, and the number of infected people was decreasing. During this period, Yang Qing planted 2 more crops of grain in his space, producing more than 400,000 jin of rice. The herd of cattle and sheep has grown from a dozen or so to over 30. The pigs are highly productive, now numbering over 100. The rabbits are even more impressive, with short gestation periods and multiple births per litter, numbering in the hundreds. The space farm is almost overflowing with rabbits, so Yang Qing had to slaughter a batch for preservation. After all, food stored in the space won't spoil. The same goes for chickens, ducks, and geese. A batch was slaughtered, and now over 50 of each type are still laying eggs. There are already 5 fish ponds, and over 2,000 catties of fish have been slaughtered for preservation. Otherwise, more ponds would have to be dug. 2 crops of vegetables have been harvested, and 1 harvest of medicinal herbs has been done, leaving only the ginseng in the ground to age. Everyone's days are busy and fulfilling. One day after work, as they were eating, they suddenly realized it was getting dark. Lin, turn on the light, Yang Qing said. He paused, realizing it had been almost 6 months since he turned on the light. It's dark. Yang Qing looked outside, somewhat incredulous. The polar day is over? Chapter 236. It's really dark. Lu Lin exclaimed, walking to the window. It's been so long since I've seen the night sky. I really miss it. Yang Qing also went over, looking at the pitch-black sky. Why does this darkness seem a little abnormal? Could it be the arrival of eternal night? Don't jinx it. Lu Lin rolled her eyes at her. The polar day was alright, at least work and life could still proceed normally. But if it were eternal night, with darkness every day, how could anyone stand it? More people would go crazy. Yang Qing laughed awkwardly. I was just saying it offhand. Shaw, bad things don't come true, good things do. That night, everyone slept very well, a rare occurrence of getting a full night's sleep. The alarm rang at 8 o'clock the next morning. Yang Qing got up and habitually drew back the curtains. The sky outside was still dark. Holy crap, could it really be eternal night? Yang Qing exclaimed. Leng Yi, who had just woken up, looked out the window, and his face turned serious. It seems it really is. Everyone got up, looking at the still dark sky outside. What do we do now? Do we still have to go to work? Go as usual, see what the boss says, Leng Yi said. We need to be extra careful now. There are more petty thieves taking advantage of the darkness. Yes. Lin Feng and Li Liang both nodded. After breakfast, everyone took flashlights and went to work. Yang Qing wanted to go to the herb garden, and Assistant Su came to find them. Boss Hao wants you to go to his office. The two went to Hao Jigua's office together. Even though it was broad daylight, the office lights were on, making it feel like nighttime. Xie Yifang, Dian Chengjun, Chen Rou, and Zhang Ke were all there. Chen Rou and Zhang Ke had been busy at the herb garden for the past few months. Chen Rou didn't pay much attention to Zhang Ke, but Zhang Ke had become very friendly towards her. He understood that Yang Qing wouldn't like him anymore. Her relationship with Leng Yi was too strong for him to interfere. Seeing Chen Rou's excellence, he turned his attention to her. But Chen Rou was already heartbroken, closed off from love, and focused solely on her career. Their positions were reversed. You're here. Come and sit down. We need to talk. Hao Jigua gestured for Yang Qing and Leng Yi to sit down. As you can see, the weather has entered a period of perpetual night. From now on, we only face darkness, not day. Fortunately, the epidemic is under control. This is a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. So now, Teacher Xie and Teacher Bian have decided to return to the provincial capital. Yang Qing looked at the two in surprise. They nodded in agreement. Teacher Xie wants you to go to the provincial capital with her. What do you think, Miss Yang? Hao Jigua asked Yang Qing. Yang Qing was surprised and looked at Xie Yifang. Teacher Xie, you want me to go to the provincial capital? Yes, you are my student, and I have high hopes for you. My work here is no longer needed, so I decided to go back, Xie Yifang said. Of course, I will respect your own decision. If you want to stay and work here, that's fine too. You already mastered basic medical principles, pulse diagnosis, and acupuncture. In fact, you could already become an independent physician. Of course, this would have been absolutely impossible before. It would have taken several years. But now it's the apocalypse, and doctors are in dire need. You can use your medical knowledge to help others. Just don't treat things you don't understand. You'd be perfectly capable of handling minor illnesses. Of course, there's another option. Listen to what Leader Hao tells you. Xie Yifang looked at Hao Jigua. There's another thing. Xia City has started reconstruction, Hao Jigua said. Actually, reconstruction work began 3 months ago, but because Xia City was so thoroughly destroyed by the tsunami, only one section of the new city area was designated for reconstruction. I might be transferred back to Xia City, so you can come back with me. If you're willing to work with me, I can arrange for you to work in the new city's administrative center. If you don't want to follow me, there's another option. Use your points to buy a house. This time, it's a permanent property. As long as you have enough points, you can get the property certificate. The houses are divided into regular apartment suites and villas, and of course, the points required are different. Regular apartments start at 10,000 points, with 2 or 3 bedroom options, and the points required vary. Villas start at 50,000 points, also depending on size and number of floors. The points are different. Such high points? Yang Qing was surprised. Previously, 500 points was considered high to enter the official base, but now it starts at 10,000. Who can afford that? Hao Jigua smiled helplessly. Yes, there's a threshold. People with more points have better resources and are generally more well-mannered, making them easier to manage. The new urban area has limited housing. We can't accommodate everyone. It's first come, first served. There's nothing we can do about it. However, this is only phase 1. There might be phases 2 and 3 later. Phase 2 is already laying the foundation. Phase 1 is almost finished. If you want it, you can start preparing. Because phase 2 is under construction, there's a shortage of building materials. If you have these materials, that would be even better. You can exchange them for points first. That way, you get more points, which is easier than getting a few thousand kilograms of grain. Yang Qing smiled wryly. Building materials are harder to find than food, right? How can an ordinary person find building materials without a car? That's why there's a barrier, Hao Jigua said helplessly. There's nothing we can do. That's how the apocalypse is. Whoever has the ability can live a good life. Go back and think it over. There's still time. The first phase will be completed in a month, Xie Yifang said. Or you could come back to the provincial capital with me? Yang Qing frowned. But I still have my husband and 3 friends. I can't abandon them. If she stayed with Xie Yifang, she would definitely be doing traditional Chinese medicine, which wouldn't allow her to assign them jobs as easily as she does now. Besides, Xia City is her hometown. If possible, most people wouldn't want to leave their hometown, right? In her previous life, she had wandered for too long, wanting to enter the base but unable to. She had always been adrift, without a sense of belonging. Having her own home in the apocalypse would be the best thing ever. You can go back and discuss it carefully. Teacher Xie and the others will return to the provincial capital in 3 days, Hao Jigua said. Chenrose suddenly stood up. Teacher Bian, I want to stay, or go to Xia City with Leader Hao. What? Lian Chengjun was shocked. You're not going back to the provincial capital? Zhang Ke was also surprised. Why do you want to stay? Chenrose smiled. I think Leader Hao's research center is excellent. It has specialized planting projects, which are very suitable for me. Now that we're in the Evernight period, I can work with them to study the possibility of planting plants under Evernight conditions. Zhang Ke was a little anxious. We can still do research if you go back to the provincial capital. The conditions at the university aren't worse than here. Dian Chengjun, however, was somewhat gratified. This student finally knew what she wanted. Moreover, he had seen her performance over the past 6 months. It was much better than at school, indicating that this place was more suitable for her. Besides, now that the post-apocalyptic university was closed, and diplomas couldn't be obtained, if she could work at the research center, she would become a true researcher. Wasn't that a way out? Chapter 237. If you made your decision, I respect your choice, Bian Chengjun said to Chenrose. Teacher Bian, how can you let her leave alone? Zhang Ke looked disapproving. It's her own choice, Bian Chengjun frowned. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. She's done much better at the research center than she did at school these past 6 months. I believe Chenrose can play a greater role at Director Hao's research center. Hao Jigua nodded. I heard from the person in charge of the planning project that Chenrose is indeed doing quite well, and we need talent like her. Yang Qing was a little curious. Director Hao, if you're transferred back to Xia City, will the research center go with you? What about the work here? I will move the research center back. This team was originally brought from Xia City, so of course I take it with me, Hao Jigua said. Someone will take over the work here. In the past 6 months, we also recruited some locals who want to stay in Ming City, so they will continue to be in charge. Yang Qing nodded. That was true. This research center was built by Director Hao over several years. It couldn't be left here to benefit others. At the Xia City Research Center, they can play a role again, benefiting even more people. That's all for today. Go back and think it over. Hao Jigua stood up, and the meeting adjourned. Yang Qing and Leng Yi were about to leave when Chenrose called out to Yang Qing, Yang Qing, wait a minute. Yang Qing turned to look at her, and Leng Yi tactfully stepped aside. I decided to go to Xia City with Leader Hao. If you're going back, we might meet again in the future. Chenrose looked at Yang Qing. I'm very grateful you enlightened me. After these past 6 months, I realized that a woman can realize her value without a man. Of course, I envy you having a loving husband, and I hope we can still be friends. Yang Qing smiled. There's no deep-seated hatred between us, and I'm not your enemy. In this apocalyptic world, survival is difficult for everyone, so let's not fight to the death over a man. Leader Hao is a good leader. You can rest assured working under him. Do your job well, and he won't treat you unfairly. Chenrose smiled. Then we meet again in Xia City if fate allows. Okay. Yang Qing smiled. Seeing Chenrose like this, Yang Qing was happy for her. Zhang Ke looked at the two of them, feeling a little uneasy. They had reconciled and let go, but he felt like a clown. Just as Yang Qing was about to leave, Zhang Ke called her back. Is there something else? Yang Qing looked at him calmly. No. Zhang Ke didn't know what to say for a moment. Since there's nothing more to say, I be going. Zhang Ke, follow Teacher Bian closely, you achieve great things. This is the apocalypse, talent like you is needed everywhere. Don't dwell on the past or cling to any one person. Look forward. Only by looking forward can you see different scenery. Zhang Ke looked at Yang Qing speechlessly. He knew she had always been outstanding, and he wasn't good enough for her. I will. Yang Qing smiled and waved, then goodbye. Yang Qing and Leng Yi returned home. Li Liang and Lin Feng also returned. Because Leader Hao was leaving and entering the Eternal Night, their work had undergone significant changes. They had come back to discuss their future with Yang Qing and the others. Yang Qing then explained the reconstruction of the new urban area of Xia City. What do you think? Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi. I go with you. Wherever you go, I go. Leng Yi took her hand. Wherever she was, that was home. Me too, I go with Qingqing, Lu Lin said. Li Liang glanced at Lu Lin. My hometown is also in Xia City. If possible, I'd like to go home too. Me too, but how can we earn such high points? Without a house, we don't even have a place to live, Lin Feng said. Leader Hao said the first phase of the project is almost finished, and the second phase has just started construction. So, if we use building materials, we can get priority in exchanging them for points, and they also be worth more points than other materials. The reason the points are higher is because this time the property is permanent ownership, which is equivalent to buying a house. Even before the apocalypse, property prices in Xia City were very high, so it's normal for the points to be higher. I know there's a river in Ming City, but because of the previous continuous high temperatures, the river is almost dry. However, there's a lot of usable river sand in the river. You know Xia City is a coastal city with many beaches, but the sea sand has too high a salt content and can't be used for construction. It will corrode the steel bars. So, we need to take advantage of this time to dig up more river sand from the river in Ming City and transport it to Xia City to exchange for points. The locals in Ming City probably won't leave, so there are relatively few people digging for river sand. As for Xia City, because the tsunami survivors are scattered everywhere, they don't know about the reconstruction without access to resources. We can hurry up and dig for river sand before others react, otherwise, once more people know, we won't be able to find any. Everyone nodded, surprised that Yang Qing had considered so much. Hey, here's a question. If you can earn points, would you rather buy your own house, or stay with us? Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi. I prefer to exchange for a villa. I like a quieter, more independent life. Apartment buildings are too crowded and noisy. Leng Yi nodded. I like villas too. But if you stay with us, the villa's ownership will belong to us, and you won't get a share. Of course, we pay for the majority of the points. Yang Qing then looked at Li Liang and Lin Feng. If you want your own property, then live separately from us. You can earn points yourselves. If you can exchange for a villa, that would be best. If not, you could exchange for an apartment. Then you own your own homes, and won't need to rely on us anymore. Think about it carefully, Yang Qing said. There's still time to consider. Before going to Xia City, we go dig river sand together, and exchange points for points. Okay, we listen to you, sister-in-law. Li Liang and Lin Feng both nodded. Regardless of whether they live separately or not, they can't not work. Even if they live in the villa with them, they can't just sit there for free, right? Having decided to return to Xia City, Li Liang and Lin Feng resigned from their security jobs at the compound. She had spoken with Director Hao and arranged for them to stay in the 3-bedroom apartment for another month, with rent to be paid. Yang Qing also told Xie Yifang and Bian Chengjun about her decision. She still wanted to return to Xia City. Although Xie Yifang felt it was a pity, she respected her decision. Here are a few books, all related to traditional Chinese medicine, 2 of which I wrote myself, Xie Yifang said, placing the books in Yang Qing's hands. Don't waste the knowledge you gained, you can help more people in the future. I understand, teacher, Yang Qing nodded. I visit you in the provincial capital when I have time. If you encounter any difficulties at work, you can also come to the provincial capital to find me, Bian Chengjun smiled. You haven't neglected your profession, don't fall behind in the future. Yang Qing smiled. Teacher Bian, I won't neglect it. If I have land in the future, I try planting some Chinese medicinal herbs. Actually, she had already planted many Chinese medicinal herbs in her spatial dimension, but they didn't know it. Chapter 238. Hao Zhiguo would stay for another half-month to hand over the work to his replacement. He brought Yang Qing and the others 3 housing purchase quotas in Xia City. This Xia City new town reconstruction project wasn't something just anyone could get a quota for. Phase 1 wasn't even finished yet, and it was unknown when Phase 2 would be completed. Housing was limited, so naturally, the quotas were limited as well. Many people had to go through various channels to get a quota, and Hao Zhiguo's consideration for them was truly appreciated. Take these. This is just a qualification, but when you redeem points, it will be registered under your name and cannot be bought or sold. When purchasing property, you need to show your documents. If the name on the documents doesn't match the name on the points card, you won't be able to get the property, Hao Zhiguo said. Thank you, sir. Yang Qing was very grateful, no longer needing to find someone herself. Sir, where will you be staying? Yang Qing asked. I should be living in the new city's administrative center. New buildings have been built there for staff, but only a few high-ranking leaders don't need points. Everyone else needs points to live there. If you need anything, you can come find me at the administrative center, Hao Shigua said. Yang Qing smiled. Is the leader being transferred back to a high-ranking position? The top leader? Hao Shigua had made many contributions in Xia City, and in the past 6 months in Ning City, he had also achieved a lot. His performance was definitely not in question. Hao Shigua smiled. Not really, just second in command. I owe my success to you all. My success is inseparable from you. Yang Qing was deeply moved. Leaders as humble and dedicated to the people as Hao Shigua were rare. His promotion to second in command in Xia City was a blessing for the city. If you need our help, local leaders, just let us know. We should be able to buy villas, and you can come find us in the villa area, then Yang Qing said. Hao Shigua nodded. They were capable people. They could live in villas whenever they wanted, something others couldn't compare to. Okay, I won't be polite then. I definitely come looking for you. Yang Qing smiled. It would be our honor. After giving instructions, Yang Qing gathered everyone together. Tomorrow we start digging river sand. But we don't have the tools, Li Liang said. Don't worry about that, we take care of it. We also have a truck, which we prepare, Yang Qing said. Leng Yi smiled. Back in Xia City, he and Yang Qing had scoured every building under construction and abandoned project. What tools didn't they have? They could even exchange existing resources for points to get villas. However, they couldn't let them know, nor could they let them reap the benefits without sowing. They would only appreciate it if they put in the effort. The next morning, Li Liang and Lin Feng saw a truck at their door. Although it wasn't new, it was still quite a rare find. E.G. and his wife are really something. They can get anything they want. After breakfast, everyone got in the car and headed towards Shashi River. Lu Lin went along too. After half a year of recuperation, her hair was almost fully healed, growing to 6 or 7 centimeters long, making her look like a tomboy at first glance. Because it was eternal night, everything was dark, and there were very few people on the streets, only a few buildings with scattered lights. Hey, it looks like there's a moon! Lu Lin suddenly exclaimed. Everyone leaned out the window, and, sure enough, saw the moon. Normally, it should be a little after 8 in the morning, so how come there's a moon? Lin Feng asked. It's the apocalypse now, what's impossible? Lu Lin said. Leng Yi driving, continued, even before the apocalypse, in the Arctic Circle, there was a moon during the polar night. For half the month of polar night, the moon was visible every day, and for the other half, it was invisible. There were also stars, and if you were lucky, you could even see the aurora borealis. Wow, I wonder if we can see the aurora borealis here? Lu Lin suddenly seemed longing. We're not in the Arctic Circle. Of course, now that it's the apocalypse, the climate everywhere is chaotic, so nothing is impossible, Leng Yi smiled. You just said there's a moon for half a month. Does that mean only a night? Like the night we usually talk about? Yang Qing asked. No, it's all day long. Since it's eternal night, it's nighttime all day, so the moon is naturally visible all day long too, Leng Yi said. Is that so? Yang Qing nodded, surprised that Leng Yi knew so much. Had he been to the Arctic? Upon arriving at the Shashi River, they noticed several lights on the riverbank. Were other people digging river sand? It seemed they weren't the only ones who had received the news. Leng Yi shone his flashlight over. They were digging with baskets and shovels, using only a handcart. Their conditions were far worse than theirs. The others, hearing the car and seeing its headlights, realized they had arrived by car and were filled with envy. Li Liang climbed onto the car with his flashlight to get tools. He was surprised to see that besides baskets and shovels, there was even a sand sieve. The river sand they were digging was of varying sizes and contained many small stones. Construction sand needed to be sieved. Sieved sand was of higher quality and earned more points. And the others really know everything. They were so well prepared. Leng Yi placed a rechargeable lantern on the ground, illuminating the large stretch of riverbank. Everyone started digging river sand. Each person had a shovel, shoveling the sand into a winnowing basket, then taking it to a sieve. They propped the sieve up on a wooden stick against the bank and shoveled sand onto it. Small pebbles and coarse sand were blocked in front of the sieve, while fine sand fell behind it. The sieve sand was uniform in size and of good quality. Yang Qing and Lu Lin had only shoveled a few times when blisters appeared on their hands. Mainly because they hadn't done any rough work before, their delicate skin couldn't withstand the friction. Leng Yi felt sorry for them. You two stop, go rest over there, let us do it. The two went to load the sifted sand back into the winnowing basket, intending to take it back to the car, but the sand was so heavy that they couldn't lift the basket when it was full. The two were immediately embarrassed. Li Liang laughed. You guys rest, we do the work. After sifting a large pile of river sand, Lungi carried the sand-filled baskets one by one to the truck bed. Li Liang took them from the truck, emptied the sand, and then tossed the baskets off. Yang Qing and Lu Lin could only do some work like collecting the baskets and taking them to the riverbank for them to use. The rest was heavy physical labor, which the two women simply couldn't handle. I didn't expect it to be this tiring. Lu Lin and Yang Qing exchanged a glance. Yang Qing smiled helplessly. This isn't work for women. Let's prepare some water and food for them. Fortunately, the temperature was lower now, so they weren't sweating much. If it were during the polar day, with the sun shining brightly, they would have been completely exhausted. However, after working for so long, everyone was covered in sweat, so Yang Qing and Lu Lin quickly brought them water to drink. Chapter 239. After digging all day, they only managed to collect 1 truckload of river sand, and didn't head back until after 6 o'clock. When they arrived at the compound, Yang Qing had Lengi park the car at the gate and said to the other 3, "You guys go home first. Lungi and I will transport the river sand to the rented warehouse to store it." The 3 went home first, and Lu Lin started cooking. Lin Feng quietly asked Li Liang, "Where do you think E.G. and the others put the river sand? Why didn't they let us go with them?" Li Liang glanced at him. Why ask so many questions? Anyway, E.G. wouldn't let us suffer. From when we met in Yunshan, Xia City until now, almost a year has passed. If it weren't for E.G. and the others, we might have died long ago. They even helped us find jobs, and when we eat with them, we always have vegetables and meat. How could we possibly live like this on our own? Look at them, they have trucks, RVs, and they even had a helicopter before. What can't they exchange for points? Going to dig river sand with us wasn't for our sake, was it? What are you doubting? Nothing. I was just curious, Lin Feng said sheepishly. Yang Qing and Lengi drove off. It was pitch black everywhere, and the streets were deserted. They found a secluded spot, and Yang Qing stored the river sand in her spatial storage before driving home empty. Back home, Lu Lin had already prepared dinner. After eating, they went back to their room, where Lengi brought over a first aid kit. "Look at your hand," Yang Qing said, holding out her hand to him. 2 large blisters were on her palm. "Does it hurt?" Lengi asked, a little concerned. "Yeah, it hurts quite a bit," Yang Qing said deliberately, looking at Lengi. Lengi blew on her hand. "Shall I pop the blisters and put some medicine on them?" "Okay." Yang Qing nodded, looking at Lengi. Lengi stood before her, head bowed, eyes lowered. Yang Qing could see his long, thick eyelashes, truly a master of eyelashes. So beautiful. As the needle went in, Yang Qing's hand recoiled slightly, and she looked away. "Almost done," Lengi said gently, squeezing out the fluid from the blisters on Yang Qing's hand before applying medicine and disinfecting it. "Don't go tomorrow. We don't lack supplies anyway," Lengi said. "No, we're buying a villa. We need to show people how hard we work to find these supplies, otherwise they suspect something." Yang Qing shook his head. "But our efficiency is too low. Do you think we could hire others? 2 gene of grain a day, plus lunch. At today's pace, 3 people can dig a truckload of river sand, which only requires 6 gene of grain. A truckload of river sand will definitely earn more points than 6 gene of grain, right? These days, they usually pay 20 gene of grain a month for work. We're offering about 60 gene, which is 3 times more. It'd be a bit tiring, but someone will do it, right?" Lengi nodded. "That's indeed a good idea. I talked to Li Liang and see if he knows anyone." For the past 6 months, Lengi had been working alongside Yang Qing, limiting his contacts. Li Liang and Lin Feng, on the other hand, were in the security team and dealt with locals, so they knew many more people. Lengi called Li Liang into the living room and told him about hiring people to dredge river sand. "Could you help me find a few people? Ideally 6, so we can dredge 2 more truckloads of sand every day." Li Liang nodded. "No problem, I go right away. When I was in the security team, several of my colleagues came from poor families. Their entire families depended on them for their wages. Those of them with brothers should be willing to do it. I just don't know if 2 gene of grain a day is too little. After all, this work isn't easy." They knew this all too well after working all day. "We can add another gene of grain. We'd be working for about a month, at least 20 days, that's several months' wages for others," Lengi said. "Okay, I go now." Li Liang nodded and immediately went out. About an hour later, Li Liang returned. "Found them, 6 people. 2 are my colleagues' fathers, but they're only in their 40s and still strong, so it shouldn't be a problem." "That's good." Lengi nodded. "Have them come at 8 o'clock tomorrow, preferably after breakfast. We don't provide breakfast. Okay, I already said, we only provide lunch, Li Liang said. The next day, all 6 people arrived. Yang Qing and Lu Lin went with them again. They could do some odd jobs, like carrying things, delivering water, preparing lunch, etc. Since they dug too much sand and needed to transport it, Yang Qing was also responsible for putting the sand into her spatial storage. At noon, the two went home to cook. They boiled potatoes and added a little meat, packing them in take-out containers to take to the riverbank. Everyone was pleasantly surprised to find meat in their lunchboxes. At this time of year, just being able to eat their fill was a blessing, let alone having meat, even if it was only a few pieces. They had expected just some dried pickled vegetables. The meat was a real surprise. The potatoes were also delicious and flavorful. They hadn't had such good food in a long time. After lunch, everyone was full of energy. In the evening, when they finished work, Yang Qing gave each person 3 jin, approximately 1.5 kilograms, of grain, and everyone went home happily. 3 jin of grain would be enough to feed the family for several days. After dinner, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Yang Qing and Leng Yi took showers in their spatial storage before coming out. We need to find out how many points a truckload of sand can be exchanged for. We need to go back to Xia City to redeem it in advance. Otherwise, all the rooms will be sold out, Yang Qing said. Leng Yi nodded. We should definitely find out. If we don't have enough, we can take some of the steel and cement we found before. By the way, speaking of which, I remembered our official base points card. We still have over 3,000 points. We can't let them go to waste. I go to the base tomorrow and ask if we can exchange them for grain or other things. We can then exchange those points for more in Xia City, Yang Qing suddenly said. Okay, I go with you tomorrow, Leng Yi said, worried about Yang Qing going alone. The next day, after digging the first truckload of sand, Leng Yi and Yang Qing drove off together. Yang Qing stored the river sand in his spatial storage, and the two drove to the official base. Although they hadn't been to the base for 6 months, they hadn't applied for withdrawal, and their identification numbers were still displayed. The security guard simply registered them and let them in. The official base had its own power generation system, so the entire base was brightly lit. The two went directly to the management office to exchange for supplies. They needed to get a receipt there first. Yang Qing first took out a 500-point card. He had used 68 points to rent the villa and air conditioner, leaving him with 432 points. He also had another 500-point card and a 2,180-point card. He decided to try the smallest card first to see if he could exchange them. Even if he couldn't reveal too much to avoid attracting attention. Chapter 240. Can I exchange all these points for grain? Yang Qing handed over his points card. The clerk glanced at the card and shook his head. No. Why not? Yang Qing frowned. Aren't these points used to exchange for grain and other supplies? Yes, you can, but our base has a rule. Each person can only exchange a maximum of 100 jin, 50 kilograms, of grain per month. The base's grain supply is already tight. If everyone exchanged so much at once like you, what would happen if the base didn't have enough grain? Yang Qing remained silent. That made sense, he understood. Besides, this is the original points card. Back then, 1 jin of grain was exchanged for 2 points. If you want to exchange for grain, a 500-point card can only exchange for 250 jin of grain. The base isn't taking advantage of you. Yang Qing nodded. It turned out this points card was different from the base's wage points card. Those cards allowed 1 point to exchange for 2 jin of grain, while this card, according to the original exchange standard, required 2 points to exchange for 1 jin of grain. So this points card could only exchange for 216 jin of grain, and not all at once. Yang Qing thought for a moment. Okay, then I exchange for 100 jin of grain first. The clerk then gave her a ticket for 100 jin of grain, deducted 200 points from her points card, wrote the date, and stamped it. The two went to the warehouse and exchanged for 100 jin of grain. Yang Qing looked at the points card in her hand. Do you think you can exchange this points card for another 100 jin of grain now? I'm afraid not. Leng Yi shook his head. Even though it's a different person, the date is written on it. They're not stupid. They know it's the same card, and they won't agree to the exchange. Oh right, I remember asking when we first arrived, and it seems 1 points card can be split into several, right? Can we have different people exchange them? Yang Qing suddenly thought. Leng Yi smiled. This was exploiting a loophole in the base's system. But it did seem possible. I go find the squad leader and ask him for help, Leng Yi said. The two went to the security team and found Chen Yaowu. Chen Yaowu was surprised to see them. Why are you here? We thought you left Mingcheng. Leng Yi smiled. No, we've been working in the government. But this time, we might really be leaving. My wife is from Xia City, and we want to go back. I heard. Chen Yaowu glanced to the side and lowered his voice. Xia City is going to be rebuilt. Is that why you're going back? Yes. Yang Qing nodded, but not that it was going to be rebuilt, but that it had already begun. Of course, she didn't elaborate. We still have a lot of base points left, which we can't use. They're useless in Xia City, so we wanted to exchange them for some supplies. We originally wanted to exchange them for grain, but the management office said each person can only exchange a maximum of 100 jin, 50 kilograms, of grain per month, no more. We wanted to ask Captain Chen for help. Chen Yaowu nodded. How many points do you have left? I see if I can pull some strings. 2,920 points, Yang Qing said. How many? Chen Yao's eyes widened. So many. I can't help you. If it were just a few hundred points, I could try to find a way, but 2,000 points is over 1,000 jin, 500 kilograms, of grain, impossible. Yang Qing smiled. It's like this, Captain Chen, we're thinking that each point card has a different value. We plan to split it into 14 point cards, each worth 200 points, leaving 120 points. These 120 points can be exchanged for 60 jin of grain. This is your reward. Find me 14 people, one person each, to exchange for 100 jin of grain a day. It will be done in 14 days. You can pay each of them 1 jin of grain, and the rest is yours. They don't have to do anything, just help exchange the grain, and they get a jin of grain for free. They should be willing, right? Chen Yaowu looked at Yang Qing incredulously. This method actually worked. The base usually only inventories supplies once a month, and many people exchange grain regularly. As long as no one pays special attention, it's indeed possible to slip through. Chen Yaowu gave a thumbs up. Leng Yi's wife is really clever. Okay, you guys divide the points and give them to me. I get it done for you, Chen Yaowu said. Leng Yi was overjoyed. Thank you, squad leader. However, if you come back to collect the grain in half a month, you probably won't be able to carry over 1,000 jin at a time. The guards won't let you pass with that much grain. How about this, after I exchange for 100 jin, I take it outside and find a place to hide it. You can come and collect it after half a month, when I exchanged it all, Chen Yaowu said. That would be perfect, Yang Qing smiled. With Chen Yao's help, there was nothing to worry about. The two then returned to the management office. Yang Qing took out all 3 points cards, saying he wanted to divide them into 14 cards, one for 200 points and the last one for 320 points. This last one would be for Chen Yaowu. After he exchanged the grain, the rest would be his. What he gave to the others was his own business. Although the clerk didn't understand why they were doing this, the base had a rule that points could be divided, so he didn't say anything. The two took their points cards and turned back to Chen Yaowu. Leng Yi gave him all the points cards, saying, Then I trouble you, squad leader. Don't worry. Chen Yaowu patted Leng Yi's shoulder. Take good care of your siblings when you get back to Xia City. Okay. Leng Yi looked at Yang Qing beside him, a smile on his face. The two left the base. The truck only had 100 jin of grain, which was within the permitted limits, so the guards let them pass. After leaving the base, Yang Qing put the grain into his spatial storage and drove the truck back to the riverbank. A large pile of sifted river sand had accumulated on the riverbank, and the two helped load it onto the truck. Half a month passed like this, and the spatial storage had accumulated over 400 truckloads of river sand. Chen Yaowu also redeemed all the grain, and the two took some time to haul it away and put it into their spatial storage. The two spent another day returning to Xia City, learning that 1 ton of river sand could be exchanged for 100 points. Their truck had a 5-ton capacity, so they could exchange it for 500 points. 3 truckloads a day would earn them 1,500 points. They'd been digging for half a month. Another 10 days of digging would net them 37,500 points. 10,000 points each would go to Li Liang and Lin Feng, enough to buy a 2-bedroom apartment. The remaining 17,000 points would go to Yang Qing and the others. Although only Leng Yi was actually working, Yang Qing and Lu Lin helped with chores and cooking. They also provided the vehicle and tools, and paid for the wages, and over 400 jin of grain for the 6 people they hired. A larger share was only fair. They wanted to buy a villa, and the remaining 30,000 points could easily be exchanged for reinforced concrete later. After working for 25 days, everyone packed up and prepared to leave Ming City. Leng Yi and Li Liang removed the new security doors and blast-proof windows, replaced them with the original ones, cleaned everything up, and prepared to return to Xia City. Chapter 241. On their way back to Xia City, Leng Yi drove a truck loaded with river sand. Yang Qing drove the pickup truck, which, although slightly dented from the hail, was still usable. It carried their luggage, daily necessities, cooking utensils, leftover food and ingredients, and the removed security doors and windows. They encountered two more groups of people blocking their way. This time, Yang Qing didn't hold back, immediately pulling out a submachine gun and firing a burst. Of course, he didn't hit anyone directly, it was just a warning. Seeing their powerful weapon, the roadblocks dared not stop them anymore, and were so frightened that they hid to the side. After all, life was more important than money. Have you thought it through? Are you going to live with us or buy your own house? Leng Yi asked Li Liang and Lin Feng as he drove. The two exchanged a glance but remained silent. Li Liang actually wanted to be with them. He wanted to be by Lu Lin's side, but felt he wasn't qualified. Lin Feng desperately wanted his own house. It was a dream he hadn't fulfilled before the apocalypse. Owning a house in the post-apocalyptic world would be something to brag about for a lifetime. Seeing the two remain silent, Leng Yi spoke up. We have 3 housing purchase slots. It would be a waste not to use them. Let's buy 3 houses. Our river sand can be exchanged for about 37,500 points. You two will each get 10,000 points, I get 10,000 points, and the remaining 7,500 points will go to Yang Qing and Lu Lin. Although they didn't do much physical labor, they did what they could, including cooking and providing food and wages for the 6 people. So, they split the 7,500 points equally. You two have no objections, right? No objections. Li Liang quickly replied. Actually, it was too little. Without them, where would he and Lin Feng have gotten so many points? I have no objection. Lin Feng nodded. 10,000 points were enough to buy a house, more wouldn't make a difference. Then, will you buy one with us? Or are you going to buy a villa? Li Liang asked. They had enough points to buy a 3-bedroom house, so they could actually buy one together. We'd probably buy a villa. We're still short over 30,000 points. We figure out how to get those, Leng Yi said. The two fell silent. People really can't be compared. They could easily get over 30,000 points, while they worked hard for a month to get 10,000. Of course, they were still grateful. After all, without Leng Yi and his group's 10,000 points, they wouldn't have been able to get any. They should be content. Upon arriving at the administrative center of Xia City's new district, a newly built building with gray walls, 7 or 8 stories high, it looked quite impressive amidst the ruins. Because it was polar night, everything else was pitch black, but the entire administrative center building was lit up. There were searchlights on the top floor, like guiding lights in the darkness. Yang Qing stopped the pickup truck and let Li Liang and Lin Feng get out. You two wait here. We unload this truckload of sand first, and put it with the other sand. Then we have the people from the administrative center come and collect the goods, so we don't have to bring the sand over truckload by truck. There are 75 truckloads of sand in total. It would take them several days to haul them all by themselves. Okay. Li Liang and Lin Feng nodded, and sat down in front of the administrative center's office building to wait for them. Yang Qing got into the truck, and Leng Yi drove off, finding a school a little far from the city center. Because of the tsunami, the buildings had all collapsed, and there was no one around, but the playground was still usable. Yang Qing took the river sand out of her spatial storage, and poured the rest from the car into it. She left Leng Yi there, and returned to the administrative center with Lu Lin. At the exchange counter, there were quite a few people. Yang Qing queued, and after more than 10 minutes, it was finally her turn. I want to exchange for points. What will you exchange for? The staff member asked. We have river sand, transported from Ming City, definitely not sea sand, Yang Qing said. The staff member's eyes lit up. They were currently short of this. How much? About 300 tons. How much? The staff member's eyes widened. 300 tons would be enough to build a whole residential complex. Just over 300 tons. We move a little bit every day and store the sand at a primary school in the suburbs. Could you send someone with us to collect the goods? Yang Qing smiled. The staff member didn't dare to delay and quickly reported to the director, who sent a civil engineering professional. Where is the river sand? Ding Xian asked. In the suburbs. Would you like to come with us to take a look? Yang Qing said. Ding Xian nodded, grabbed a bag, and went to the elementary school with Yang Qing and the others. When they arrived, they saw a man with a gun slung over his shoulder guarding the area. Ding Xian shone his flashlight over the sand. On the school playground, there were sand piles as high as mountains. It was quite a sight. Ding Xian grabbed a handful of sand and examined it closely. It was indeed river sand, and of very good quality. This sand was all dug from the river ourselves, and it's all been sifted, Yang Qing said. It's really good, Ding Xian nodded. This was the best batch of sand they had received in a while. About how much? Ding Xian asked, taking out a tape measure to measure the area in height, which would give him a rough estimate of the tons. It should be around 375 tons, Yang Qing said. Our truck has a 5-ton capacity, and we deliver 3 truckloads a day. We bring each load here as soon as it's loaded, roughly the same. Aren't you afraid it'd be stolen? Ding Xian asked. Yang Qing smiled. This place is quite remote. Usually no one comes here, and nobody knows there's sand hidden here. Besides, it's not that easy to steal. You can't take it without a truck. Ding Xian nodded, only able to acknowledge their skill and daring. Okay, let's go back. I can make you a certificate to exchange for points, and I send someone over to take the sand away immediately, Ding Xian said. He took out a satellite phone and asked the director to send someone to transport the river sand immediately. Then he returned to the administrative center with Yang Qing and the others. Back at the center, he reported to the director that there were over 370 tons of river sand, and the quality was very good. They could exchange it for points. What about your housing purchase quota? The director asked. Yang Qing quickly took out his housing purchase card. The director nodded and instructed the staff to exchange it for points. How many cards do you want? The staff member asked. Over 30,000 points could be exchanged for 3 apartments, but not even 1 villa. 3 cards, Yang Qing said, having Li Liang and Lin Feng produce their ID cards. He has 10,000 points, and he has 10,000 points too. Put the rest together and write my name on them. Okay. The staff member nodded, entered the 3 people's ID cards into the computer, and then took out chip cards similar to ID cards to input the points for each person. This was much more advanced than the official basis point cards. It wasn't paper. Li Liang and Lin Feng were very excited to receive their point cards. Who would have thought they could have their own houses in the apocalypse? Where do we buy houses? Lin Feng asked. At the purchasing office on the 2nd floor. You better hurry, the deadline is in a few days, and there aren't many good houses left, the staff member kindly reminded them. Thank you. Li Liang and Lin Feng said quickly, then looked at Yang Qing and the others. Brother E, sister-in-law, would you like to come and take a look? Yang Qing smiled. You guys choose for yourselves. We want to buy a villa, but we don't have enough points, so we need to bring some supplies over. Li Liang nodded, didn't ask any more questions, and pulled Lin Feng to the 2nd floor. Chapter 242. Yang Qing asked the staff again, I also wanted to ask, how do we exchange steel bars for points? You still have steel bars? The staff member asked, surprised. Yes, we found them at a construction site before the tsunami, and kept them. We want to buy a villa, but we don't have enough points. Let's see how much steel bar we need, Yang Qing said. The staff member looked at the points exchange table. Steel bars are very important resources, even scarcer than river sand. They can be exchanged for a high number of points. 1 ton can be exchanged for 3,500 points. Yang Qing nodded, calculating in his mind that the missing 32,500 points would require about 10 tons of steel bars. A 5-ton truck can carry 10 tons of steel bars. 1 truckload would suffice. Our things are in Ming City. We go get them right away, and they should be delivered here this afternoon, Yang Qing said. The staff member nodded. Then hurry up. Villas are even rarer than apartments, they'd be gone soon. The 3 of them went upstairs to find Li Liang and Lin Feng. There weren't many apartments left either. They wanted the 2 of them to buy one together, so they could look after each other. So have you chosen yet? Yang Qing asked. Yes, I have, Lin Feng said excitedly. My house is next to Liang's, in Building D. He's in 502, and I'm in 503. They're working on the property certificates now, Li Liang said, a smile on his face. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow, surprised that they could get the property certificates so quickly. The efficiency was impressive. After the 2 received their property certificates and keys, Lung Yi and Yang Qing drove them to their new house. The new house wasn't far from the administrative center, about a kilometer away. This area was designated for housing construction, so naturally, it wouldn't be too far. Beyond that was the villa area, about 2 kilometers from the apartment buildings. You could see rows of villas in the distance, with some trees planted around them, The environment was much better than the apartment buildings. When they arrived, Lung Yi had Li Liang and Lin Feng take their luggage upstairs, and each of them also took about 10 kilograms of rice. Although they received wages and rations in Mingcheng, they still needed to eat, so they had almost finished eating. First, they arrived at Li Liang's apartment, 502, a two-bedroom unit, only about 40 square meters. It was completely bare, but the walls were painted white, and the floor was smooth cement, better than a bare shell. If they really wanted to live there, they could just sleep on the floor. Looking at his new apartment, Li Liang was filled with mixed emotions. He hadn't expected to own his own house in the apocalypse. He thought of his parents, if only they were still here. You guys rest first. We still need to go pick up some goods to exchange for points, Yang Qing said. Once we buy a house, we all have a housewarming dinner together. Okay. Li Liang and Lin Feng nodded. Li Liang looked at the three people opposite him, Brother Yi, sister-in-law, and Lu Lin. Thank you so much. Without you, how could we possibly have our own house? Lung Yi smiled. This is all thanks to your own hard work. By the way, you can use that pickup truck. Lung Yi took out the car keys and placed them in Li Liang's hand. It's just that the truck is a bit old, don't mind it. Why not? Li Liang quickly said, having a car would be much more convenient. Take everything in the truck, you don't need to buy anything else. We take the security doors and windows, you can use the gas stove and pots and pans. We figure out how to manage ours, Yang Qing said. Thank you, sister-in-law, Li Liang and Lin Feng said quickly. Without these things, they would have to exchange grain for food, and then they would really have nothing to eat. The two went downstairs together and unloaded the cooking utensils, bedding, and the remaining ingredients from the car, loading everything else onto the truck. Lung Yi gave Li Liang a walkie-talkie and tuned it to the frequency. You can contact me if anything happens. The villa area and the buildings were 2 kilometers apart, so the walkie-talkie was still usable within range. Thank you, Brother Yi. Li Liang was very touched. The three of them got into the truck. Where to now? Lung Yi asked. Let's find a place to eat first, then we bring over the steel bars at 3 o'clock this afternoon to exchange for points, Yang Qing said. Okay. Lung Yi nodded. The new urban area had just been built, and there were no shops yet, so Lung Yi drove the truck to a secluded spot, where Yang Qing took out some fast food from her spatial storage. They rested in the truck for 2 hours, then found an even more remote place, and took out about 10 tons of steel bars from her spatial storage, loading them onto the truck. Then, they returned to the administrative center, and found a staff member from the morning. We brought a truckload of steel bars to exchange for points, Yang Qing said. The staff member recognized her. After all, people as beautiful and fair-skinned as Yang Qing were rare in the apocalypse, leaving a strong impression. I sent someone out to inspect them immediately, the staff member said. Then someone went out with Yang Qing and the others, climbed onto the truck, and checked. It was indeed all high-quality steel bars. They were told to drive the truck to the weighbridge, and weigh it along with the truck. Because much of what they received was building materials, a weighbridge was specifically set up here. Subtracting the truck's weight, the steel bars weighed approximately 10 tons. After getting their tickets, Yang Qing and the others returned to the administrative center, and had the staff deposit their points into their cards. Now we can go choose a villa, Yang Qing said to Leng Yi with a smile. Okay, Leng Yi nodded, happy to see his wife happy. You only have 50,000 points right now, so you can only choose the smallest villa. Why don't you go find some more supplies and stock up so you can choose a larger one? The staff member suggested. They seemed like very capable people. No need, it's enough for the three of us, Yang Qing smiled. It's the apocalypse now, even though it's their own house, no one knows how long they live there, so there's no need to waste resources on it. As long as it's livable, it's fine. At least it's much more comfortable than living in an apartment building. The three of them went to the second-floor sales area to choose a villa. The staff member scanned their cards, a little over 50,000 points. You can only choose the smallest villa, about 200 square meters. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. 200 square meters was pretty good, much larger than in the official base. Which other villas are available? Yang Qing asked. The staff member pulled out a map of the villa area, glanced at it, and marked the selected villas. Only these two small apartments are left. Yang Qing looked and saw only two remaining, one in the far east and one in the far west, right next to the wall. Although a bit out of the way, it was actually quite good. In case of emergency, they could easily escape by climbing over the wall. Then I take the one on the right, Yang Qing pointed to the map. There wasn't much difference between the left and right sides, so it didn't matter. The staff member nodded, took the points card to deduct points, and asked for Yang Qing's ID to process the property certificate immediately. Then they gave them the key to the iron gate. This is the key to the outer iron gate. There's no door inside, and it's unfurnished. You have to figure out how to decorate it yourselves. It's a bare shell? Lu Lin asked. She thought it would be like the apartment buildings, at least with doors, windows, and plaster. Yes, the people living in villas are all wealthy, and their tastes are all different. We can't have a uniform decoration. You have to do it yourselves, the staff member said. All right. Yang Qing nodded. Fortunately, she still had a lot of decorating materials in her space, otherwise she wouldn't know what to do. Chapter 243. The three drove their truck to the villa area. The villa area was surrounded by high walls, presumably for security reasons to prevent outsiders from entering. The main gate was a large iron gate, but it wasn't closed, and there were no security guards. It seemed no one was managing it. There were quite a few vehicles coming and going, mostly delivering construction materials, indicating that people were already renovating houses. Lung Yi drove in through the main gate, briefly circling the villa area to get a feel for it. The entire villa area consisted of over 30 villas, the largest of which was in the center, occupying over 1,000 square meters. It had 4 floors, was lavishly decorated, and had many flowers, plants, and trees in the yard. There was even a swimming pool in the backyard, extremely luxurious. Lung Yi inquired, and the construction workers said that this villa was worth 1 million points. Yang Qing gasped. 1 million, 20 times theirs. Even in the apocalypse, there are still rich people. Others occupied areas ranging from 6 or 700 square meters to 3 or 400 square meters, some 3 or 4 stories high. Yang Qing's 2-story house, at just over 200 square meters, was the worst. It's okay, as long as we can live there, Yang Qing reassured herself. Actually, the resources in her spatial storage could probably be exchanged for a large villa, but she felt it wasn't necessary. She thought it was better to keep a low profile. This was the apocalypse, and being too prominent would attract attention. After driving to their small villa, the group got out, and Leng Yi unlocked the iron gate. There's a yard. Lu Lin exclaimed in surprise, thinking that 200 square meters meant the house area. Should we plant some flowers and plants like they do? Forget it, Yang Qing shook her head. It's the polar night now. Without sunlight, plants won't grow well. Let's not bother with all that fancy stuff. A garage would be more practical. Lu Lin pouted. You really don't understand romance. Leng Yi looked around. The wall isn't high enough. We need to raise it a bit, and stick some shards of glass on top. Entering the villa, it was unfinished, but the structure was there. The rooms, bathroom, and kitchen were already partitioned, so there was no need to build walls, just proceed with the renovation. There was no pre-installed wiring in the villa, so it seemed they have to figure that out themselves. However, people who could afford to live in this villa complex probably didn't lack generators. There was water, though. Yang Qing turned on the main valve, filled a bottle with some water, and tasted it. It was probably purified seawater. With a lot of chlorine added for disinfection, the taste wasn't good. She needed to build a water tank and fill it from her spatial storage. How do you plan to renovate? Luxurious or simple? Leng Yi asked Yang Qing. Simple is fine. I just make sure my own room is nice, Yang Qing said. She felt she might not live here forever. In her previous life, she survived 6 years in the apocalypse, experiencing too much. She didn't think she could settle down so quickly. Moreover, many things happened in this life that didn't happen in her previous life, and she had absolutely no control over her future. So, a simple renovation that's habitable will suffice. If she has to move again later, she won't feel regretful. Whatever you say, Leng Yi nodded. He didn't care. When he was on missions before, he could sleep anywhere in the wilderness, and besides, he had this big villa, which was so much better than before. But it can't be too shabby. Yang Qing looked around. Tile the floor, install a simple suspended ceiling, cabinets in the kitchen, aluminum ceiling panels in the bathroom. Basic hard furnishings are necessary. It can't be like before in Yunshan, just a coat of epoxy floor paint that wouldn't feel like home. Leng Yi laughed. Okay, just simple furnishings then. We get a good set of furniture, and do some nice soft furnishings later. It won't be bad, Yang Qing said. The three of them started working, first cleaning everything up, then laying out the leather they bought at the furniture factory in the living room, and putting a tent on top for sleeping. The next day, Yang Qing took out cement, sand, and red bricks from her spatial storage, first raising the height of the fence to ensure security. Leng Yi did most of the work, while Yang Qing and Lu Lin assisted. Do you think we should hire a few people? It's too slow if we do it ourselves, Yang Qing asked Leng Yi, and we don't know how to do the interior decoration ourselves. Leng Yi nodded. We should hire people, but we don't know anyone here. Aren't some of those big villas almost finished? Maybe we should ask around. Maybe someone's willing to come, Yang Qing said. Okay, I go ask later, Leng Yi nodded. Suddenly, his walkie-talkie rang. Leng Yi took off his gloves and picked it up. It must be Li Liang and his team. No one else knew his frequency. He pressed the talk button. Hello? Brother Yi, this is Li Liang. Have you chosen a villa yet? Yes, we're starting renovations today. Are you going to renovate it yourselves? Brother Yi, we can come over and help. Leng Yi thought about it. It was indeed worth having them come over to help. Asking others was pointless anyway. He'd feel more comfortable having them come. Then we come over to your place for lunch. It's not convenient for us to cook here right now, Leng Yi said. Yang Qing had mentioned wanting to have a housewarming meal yesterday. They might as well eat at their place. Okay, Li Liang readily agreed. Yang Qing then took out some ingredients from her spatial storage. Li Liang and his family didn't have much to begin with, so she couldn't just eat their food for free. She took 2 jin of cured pork, some dried radish, 2 jin of beef, 3 jin of potatoes, 10 eggs, and some greens. She figured if they asked, she could just say it was from a trade. It was a villa area. After all, what couldn't they have? When they arrived at Li Liang's house, the living room was still empty. Only the bedroom had a straw mat, and the kitchen had the cooking utensils they had given them. Nothing else was there. But it was enough for cooking. Yang Qing gave the ingredients to Li Liang, who was embarrassed. Sister-in-law, you gone to so much trouble. Why are you being so polite? Yang Qing smiled. Li Liang went to cook, and Lu Lin came over. Let me help you. Okay. Li Liang blushed. At noon, they cooked all the ingredients Yang Qing had brought. Stir-fried cured pork with dried radish, stewed beef with potatoes, scrambled eggs, stir-fried greens, and a cold dish. The soup was a simple seaweed and egg drop soup. Even in the apocalypse, this was considered a feast. The aroma of food wafted from the corridor, and several families opened their doors. Someone was stewing meat. It smelled delicious. Since the apocalypse, many people hadn't eaten meat. Buying a house here meant using up a lifetime savings. As everyone was eating, a loud thumping sound came from outside the door. It wasn't knocking. It sounded like someone was trying to break down the door. Li Liang frowned slightly. I go see. As soon as he opened the door, a ball came flying at him. Li Liang dodged, and the ball flew straight into the house. Yang Qing caught the ball. What's going on? Yang Qing picked up the ball and walked towards the door. He saw Li Liang grabbing the thin arm of a 7- or 8-year-old child, and said sternly, Whose child are you? Who told you to bang on my door? The child burst into tears at Li Liang's harsh words. Chapter 244. I'm sorry. An old man walked out from across the street. Teacher Zhang? Yang Qing exclaimed in surprise. You are? Miss Yang? Teacher Zhang was also surprised to see Yang Qing. Li Liang looked at Yang Qing, sister-in-law. Do you know each other? Yang Qing nodded. Yes, we used to be neighbors. Looking at the child, it was indeed Teacher Zhang's grandson. He seemed a little taller after more than a year, but very thin. That's understandable. Survival in this apocalyptic world is difficult enough, and few families can afford to eat their fill. You live here too? Teacher Zhang asked happily. No, this is my friend's house. I came over for dinner today, Yang Qing said, looking at the child and squatting down. Do you still recognize me? The child timidly hid behind Teacher Zhang, secretly glancing at Yang Qing, too afraid to speak. Yang Qing handed him the ball. In the future, if you need anything, just knock on the door. Don't bang on other people's doors with a ball, it's impolite. The child took the ball, and quickly hid behind Teacher Zhang again. I'm so sorry. This child is naughty. I definitely discipline him. Teacher Zhang said apologetically, then patted the child's head. Quickly apologize to your uncle. The child pouted but didn't speak. This child. Teacher Zhang smiled apologetically at Li Liang, then looked at the child seriously. Tell me, why did you break down someone else's door? The child licked his lips. I smelled meat. I want to eat meat. Teacher Zhang blushed and looked at Li Liang. This. I'm sorry, I didn't teach the child well. Yang Qing smiled and called inside, Lin Lin, get Teacher Zhang a bowl of potato and beef. No need. Teacher Zhang quickly waved her hand. Lu Lin quickly filled a bowl with potatoes and beef, adding extra beef. Lu Lin smiled and handed the bowl over. Teacher Zhang, Please don't be so polite. We're old friends. It's fate that we meet here. Teacher Zhang's eyes immediately reddened. You're here too? And that young man? I'm here, Teacher Zhang. Leng Yi came out. You're all alive. That's wonderful. Teacher Zhang's eyes were wet. How are you? Is Zhang Yan alright? What about Lin Xueting? Yang Qing asked. But being able to buy a house here shouldn't be too bad, right? Zhang Yan is at home, cooking. Xueting, she. Teacher Zhang paused, her expression somewhat sorrowful. She disappeared when the tsunami hit. She was pregnant at the time. Yang Qing frowned. Letting her get pregnant at this time? Even if she didn't die, could they raise 2 children? Look how thin the older one is. Moreover, in a tsunami situation, Lin Xueting might have a chance of survival alone, but because of her pregnancy, the chances of her dying were much higher. Yang Qing didn't know what to say. It's good that she's alive. There's still hope for the future. Teacher Zhang brought the dishes into the house, filled her own bowl, washed it, and returned it to Li Liang. Thank you, thank you. Li Liang nodded. It's nothing. We're neighbors now, so it's only right to look after each other. The group returned to their room and closed the door. Lin Feng asked curiously, Brother Yi, do you know each other? Leng Yi nodded. We used to be neighbors. We lived on the 7th floor, and they lived on the 6th. They were nice people, so we looked after them from time to time. If anything happens in the future, help if you can. Of course, if it involves money or supplies, then forget it, they have to rely on themselves for that. Li Liang nodded, understood. During dinner, Yang Qing mentioned the renovations, saying he needed to find people to help with the house renovations. Li Liang and Lin Feng naturally agreed. They hadn't found jobs yet, and working for Yang Qing would definitely be a good opportunity for them. How about we ask Zhang Yan if he's free? We can ask him to come along, it'd be a way to help them too, Yang Qing said, looking at Leng Yi. Okay, Leng Yi nodded. He might not be a mason, but he could at least help mix mortar and hand over tools, right? As for wages, I ask around with other renovation workers. We won't pay less than them, Yang Qing said. If it were just Li Liang and Lin Feng, a little more wouldn't hurt, but it's impossible to hire only the 2 of them. If the difference in pay is too big, what if the other workers feel resentful and try to sabotage the renovations? Li Liang and Lin Feng both nodded. Having work was enough. They might not get as much as they could from outside. After dinner, Yang Qing knocked on Teacher Zhang's door and told him about the renovations. She asked Zhang Yan if he had any work and if he wanted to come along. Yes, yes. Teacher Zhang readily agreed, calling Zhang Yan out. Go help Miss Yang out, do a good job. Zhang Yan was a little embarrassed and said, Miss Yang, thank you. You're welcome, Yang Qing smiled. Then come with us, we start this afternoon. Zhang Yan quickly changed into some old clothes and went downstairs with them. Li Liang drove the pickup truck, taking Lin Feng and Zhang Yan with him, while Leng Yi continued driving the van. The renovation required a lot of materials, and they needed to look like they were sourced from elsewhere, so a truck was essential. Upon arriving at the villa area, they found a large truck parked at the gate, completely blocking it. Leng Yi honked his horn, but the car in front didn't move. He honked again. How could they be so inconsiderate as to stop in the middle of the road? What's with the rush? The driver in front leaned out of the driver's window, looking fierce. Can't you see the traffic jam ahead? How are we supposed to get through if they don't move? Traffic jam here? Yang Qing frowned, opened the door, and got out to see what was going on. As she reached the car in front, the person inside suddenly exclaimed, Sis, is that you? Yang Qing turned her head. Oh, isn't that Husky? What a coincidence. Sis, it really is you. Husky jumped out of the truck, his face beaming with surprise. You little rascal, you're still alive? Yang Qing laughed. Husky scratched the back of his head. I'm lucky. I almost died during the tsunami, but luckily Sister Kai had someone rescue me. Still with her? Yang Qing asked. How's your sister? Yeah, my sister's here too, helping Sister Kai take care of the child, Husky said. Yang Qing was surprised. Kai Qing has a child? Yes, the child is 6 years old, but... Husky lowered his voice. I never seen the child's father, and I don't know who he is or if he's still alive. Yang Qing laughed. You're quite gossipy. I'm just curious, but I never dare ask Sister Kai. It seems to be her Achilles heel, Husky said. Then she called the driver down. Dajwan, let me introduce you. This is Sister Yang, whom I always told you about. About 80% of the things we exchanged before were thanks to Sister Yang. Hello, Sister Yang. Dajwan nodded quickly, a little embarrassed. I didn't know you were someone Husky knew. It's all right. Yang Qing smiled faintly, looking at Husky. You really made something of yourself, buying a villa here? How could that be? This is Sister Kai's house. I'm just here to help with the renovations, Husky said. I just brought in a truckload of materials and got stuck here. Oh, it's Kai Qing's. Yang Qing asked thoughtfully. Which one? We can visit each other sometime. It's the small villa on the far left. Husky seemed a little guilty. Wasn't Kai Qing quite wealthy before? How come she bought the worst one? Yang Qing was a little surprised. Mouse gave a wry smile. When the tsunami hit, we didn't manage to salvage many supplies. It's a miracle we survived. Yang Qing nodded. Indeed, the tsunami came suddenly. Without preparation, the wealthy would have been completely reshuffled. Chapter 245. Sis, what about you? Which building is yours? Husky asked. My building is in the opposite direction from yours. Mine is the innermost one on the right, Yang Qing said. Husky scoffed. Aren't you the worst one too? Making fun of us? Yang Qing laughed. In terms of strength, we couldn't compare to Kai Qing before. Husky shook his head. Sis, don't I know you? You're definitely no worse than Sister Kai. We couldn't find so many supplies before, but you found them all. The supplies you exchanged were so easy. Yang Qing glared at him. Watch your mouth. Husky quickly shut his mouth, making a zipping gesture. I understand. Sis always likes to keep a low profile. What happened up ahead? Why is the car blocked at the gate? Yang Qing asked. I don't know. It was already blocked when we came. Husky shook his head. I go check, Dazhuang said and ran forward. By the way, you're helping Kai Qing with her renovations. Do you have any spare people? I also need to renovate, but I haven't found anyone yet, Yang Qing said. Yes, we have a renovation team. Perfect timing. Sister Kai said before that it's okay if her house renovations are delayed. Sister, why don't we start with yours? Husky said. Why does she want to delay? Yang Qing asked curiously. It's because we don't have all the renovation materials. Some need to be replaced. This truckload of materials I brought is just from a replacement, so we're putting it in the villa first. Sister, if you have all the materials, we start with yours, Husky said. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. How are their wages calculated? They're the same as everyone else. 25 jin of grain a month, plus 1 lunch. Normal work is 20 jin of grain, but renovation workers get an extra 5 jin because it's a bit harder, Husky said. No problem, Yang Qing nodded. But I have 3 more people here, and I already decided to use them. That's fine. More people means faster work and a shorter project time. If it's less than a month, we can pay them daily. It's the same, Husky said. Yang Qing smiled. Husky, it's been a year, and you become more and more experienced. Husky smiled shyly. Sister, I'm 18 now, an adult. Yang Qing sighed. Back then, you only be a senior in high school or a freshman in college. Husky sighed too. We were just unlucky. We got caught up in the apocalypse. But sister, to be honest, I wasn't a very good student before. I couldn't even get into university. Without a diploma, you can't find a good job. But now you're free. The more you work, the more you earn. Everyone's back to the starting line. It's quite fair. Yang Qing chuckled. Indeed, in the apocalypse, even college graduates mostly had no use for their skills, and might not even survive because they were too weak. It's those eloquent people like Husky who thrive in the apocalypse. A while later, Dazhuang ran back. What happened? Husky asked. 2 cars had a minor collision up ahead, and neither will give way, so they're stuck there, Dazhuang said. Yang Qing rolled his eyes. It's the apocalypse. There are no traffic police or insurance companies. What's the point of this standoff? How many cars in this world are still in good condition? A minor collision is normal. Yang Qing ran ahead and saw 2 luxury cars, and quite new ones at that. It seemed 2 rich kids were at odds. These people are just bored and have nothing better to do. They haven't suffered enough. Yang Qing stepped forward and exclaimed, Can you 2 stop arguing? You're blocking the way. If you want to argue, go to the side. Don't be so inconsiderate. What's it to you? One of the women turned around, her face freezing when she saw Yang Qing. Yang Qing looked up and saw Xiafei. So lucky, she is still alive. Back then, Xiafei was staying at Lin Xueting's house, but she conspired with Qin Qi to let the building manager, Xiong Shimen, into the house to bully Lin Xueting. Later, Yang Qing and Li Shengnan went to help. Lin Xueting killed the 2 men, but Xiafei escaped by jumping out of the window. Unexpectedly, after so many disasters, she actually survived. It seems she even managed to hook up with a rich second-generation heir. Oh, isn't this Xia Feifei? Yang Qing's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. Feifei, who is she? The rich second-generation heir looked at Yang Qing, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. In the apocalypse, girls this beautiful are rare. She was my former colleague. Xia Feifei said weakly, glaring at Yang Qing, afraid she would reveal her past. She and this rich second-generation heir met while drunk at a party. Afterwards, she lied to him, saying she was still a virgin. The rich heir thought this was extremely rare in the apocalypse, so he made her stay with him. She couldn't let Yang Qing talk about her past. After Qinchi died, she stayed with Xiong Shimon's brother-in-law for a while. Later, when that man became impotent, she went on to have relationships with many other men. Although Yang Qing didn't know what happened after that, she knew about Qinchi, Xiong Shimon, and Zhang Biao. She absolutely couldn't let her reveal that, otherwise the rich heir wouldn't want her. Aki, maybe we should forget about it, and go home quickly. Xia Feifei tugged at Zhang Qi's sleeve. Zhang Qi looked at Yang Qing, raising an eyebrow. Fine, I let it slide for Feifei's sake. The other person rolled their eyes. You think I want to argue with you? If you hadn't been so persistent, I wouldn't have bothered with you. The man glanced at Yang Qing, feeling she looked vaguely familiar, but couldn't quite place her. The two rich kids drove off, finally clearing the road. Everyone got back into their cars. Sis, let's unload the materials first, then I go check on things over there before bringing people over, Husky said. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. Leng Yi drove the truck home first. Li Liang and the others got out of their car, looking at the villa. Though it was unfinished, it was still much better than their small house, and they were filled with envy. Leng Yi pointed to the half-built wall and said, You guys help me finish this wall first, then stick broken glass on top, and then we go get the other materials. Yang Qing stopped him. Let's wait for Husky to come. He has professional decorators. He can calculate how much material we need, so we don't have to bring too much. Okay. Leng Yi nodded. Leng Yi connected a high-powered lamp to the generator, and hung it under the eaves of the second floor, illuminating the entire yard brightly, making things easier. Li Liang, Lin Feng, and Zhang Yin rolled up their sleeves and started working. Yang Qing went to prepare drinking water. Lunchtime was over, and dinner wasn't included, but water would still be provided. About half an hour later, Husky arrived with 7 or 8 decorators. Yang Qing told them that they would receive the same monthly salary and grain allowance as everyone else, 25 jin, approximately 12.5 kilograms, and 1 lunch included. They would generally work from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., with a 1-hour break at noon. Of course, they can decide for themselves based on the workload. It doesn't matter if it's a little earlier or later, so the timing isn't that strict. Chapter 246. Yang Qing explained her renovation requirements, mainly a simple renovation, laying floor tiles, plastering, installing doors and windows, and then installing ceilings and cabinets in the kitchen and bathroom. Custom-made cabinets weren't possible right now, so she used tiles or marble for the cabinet bodies. For the cabinet doors, she liked solid wood for a nicer look, but simple curtains would suffice. Furniture didn't need to be made, ready-made pieces would be delivered later. An experienced renovation contractor roughly calculated the amount of sand, cement, tiles, and other materials needed, and Leng Yi and Yang Qing went out to haul them. They made 3 trips that afternoon, bringing back almost all the necessary materials. Explosion-proof doors and windows were also brought out so the door openings would fit properly during installation. The cabinet doors would be made of solid wood. Yang Qing had plenty of solid wood planks she'd previously gotten from a furniture factory, which would come in handy. The renovation then proceeded in full swing. First, the floor was leveled, sand and cement were poured in, and then the tiles were laid. It took so many people 3 days to completely finish the tiling. Lunch was cooked by Yang Qing and Lu Lin in the yard. Each meal consisted of 3 dishes, 1 meat and 2 vegetable, with unlimited rice. Everyone ate happily. They felt the employer was incredibly generous. They never got such good food working for other companies. Even oil was rare, let alone meat. So everyone worked very hard. By the way, sister, are you tiling the exterior walls too? These are all floor tiles. They're hard to install on walls and easily fall off, Husky said. Let's not tile the exterior walls. A little cement paint will do. This small house doesn't need to be so extravagant, Yang Qing smiled, emphasizing a low-key approach. The decorators naturally had no objections to the employer's suggestion. Then came the waterproofing and ceiling installation in the bathroom and kitchen. The contractor also waterproofed the rooftop terrace to prevent leaks during heavy rains. The waterproofing required a leak test, which took 3 days, and the entire project took 5 days to complete. Then the entire house was plastered and painted with latex paint. The living room only had a simple plaster ceiling. A specialist made the kitchen cabinets, and a carpenter made the cabinet doors, which took about 2 days. Next came the installation of doors, windows, hardware, and lighting fixtures, which took about a day. Then came the paving of the yard for a carport, and the construction of the entire villa's exterior walls. The house was finished in just half a month. The main reason was the simple design, the lack of custom furniture, the relatively dry weather, the large number of workers, and the ample supply of materials, making the work very fast. When the workers left, they were paid on a half-month basis, and Yang Qing gave each of them 13 jin of rations, which made everyone very happy. This half-month was the best they had eaten since the apocalypse. The work wasn't strenuous, and some even gained a little weight. They wished all the hosts were this generous, but unfortunately, some were quite stingy, eating only pickled vegetables every day with insufficient rice, leaving everyone too weak to work. After finishing with Yang Qing's work, they went to work on Kai Qing's house, so it didn't take up too much time. Seeing Li Liang and the other two working so hard, Husky called them over as well. Besides, their renovation team also had contracts for other villas, so they worked alongside them, keeping them busy. After the villa renovation was completed, Yang Qing and the others set up a tent on the rooftop and stayed there for 3 days before moving inside. Since it was just laying floor tiles and plastering, with no glue used and almost no formaldehyde, they could move in after a few days of airing out. Then the two pretended to go out and haul supplies, making several trips. They took furniture out of their spatial storage and arranged it. For Lulin's room, they used her old bed, her favorite single sofa, a small desk, cushions, plush toys, a rug, plants, and curtains. The room was completely transformed. In the living room, Yang Qing brought out a high-end leather sofa and coffee table, with a rug underneath. Then came a wine cabinet, a sideboard, a dining table, chairs, a TV cabinet, a large color TV, and several large decorative paintings on the walls, along with some plants. It almost felt like home. In Yang Qing and Ling Yi's room, they brought out a heavy leather bed and a mattress worth millions, a long-haired rug, a dressing table, a lamp, a wardrobe, decorative paintings, and a rocking chair. A comfortable room was complete. Finally, we have our own home again. Yang Qing hugged Ling Yi tightly. This time we should be able to stay for a while longer, right? Yes, as long as nothing unexpected happens. We can live here forever, Ling Yi nodded. But in this apocalyptic world, you never know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. Living in one place for a lifetime has become a luxury. By the way, can we let Aki and Xiaoxiu out now? Yang Qing asked. For the past 6 months, the 2 dogs have been herding sheepdogs in the space, growing plump and strong, the 2 little ones becoming 2 big ones. Standing up, they're as tall as a person, looking majestic, and a little intimidating. Yes, if Li Liang and the others ask, we say they were fostered by someone else before. It's our business, nothing is impossible. But they're not the gossipy type, Ling Yi said. The 2 went out, put the truck into their spatial dimension, took out Night 15, and put Archie and Xiaoxiu in the truck, pretending to have picked them up from outside. Archie and Xiaoxiu arrived at their new home, running around curiously, sniffing everything, looking very excited. This is our new home, behave yourselves, and don't destroy anything. Yang Qing patted Archie's head. Huskies are notorious for destroying things. If they weren't taken out to play, their boundless energy would eventually tear the sofa apart. Archie whimpered, I know, human. Xiaoxiu licked Yang Qing's hand, as if to say, I know too. Yang Qing noticed that their intelligence seemed to have increased, wondering if it was because they had lived in the spatial dimension for so long. The spiritual energy in the dimension seemed to have an effect on them, but a positive one. They seemed to have developed some intelligence. There were 3 rooms downstairs. Yang Qing took one for Archie and Xiaoxiu, laying out a long-haired blanket so they could sleep more comfortably. They were then made to familiarize themselves with the toilet area and learn how to use it properly. They weren't allowed to urinate anywhere, or they get a beating. The 2 dogs seemed a little unhappy. They weren't the kind of dogs that would relieve themselves anywhere anymore. They were civilized dogs. Other villas also saw a steady stream of residents moving in. In the central luxury villa, the rich second-generation heir who had run into Yang Qing suddenly slapped his forehead. Brother Rui, I finally remember. That beautiful woman I met at the door the other day, I was wondering why she looked so familiar. It's her, the woman who brought us water. On the day of the earthquake, you were planning a swimming party, and it was them who brought the water. That's the woman. Lin Rui was shocked. What? My sister is still alive, and she lives in this neighborhood too? Yes, it's her. Where do they live, Zhou Jin? Take me there. Lin Rui became excited. I paid special attention that day. Their car drove to the right, so they must live over there, Zhou Jin said. Chapter 247. The two drove their luxury car to the right, passing rows of unfinished houses. Lin Rui recognized some of the houses. They were clearly not Yang Qing's. Finally, at the end of the villa area, under a wall, they saw a two-story white building. Zhou Jin stopped the car. This isn't it, is it? Lin Rui got out of the car and looked up at the villa. It was incredibly simple. The exterior walls weren't even tiled, just white cement. At first glance, it looked like a rural house. However, it suited Yang Qing's low-key nature. Lin Rui went up and rang the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. Yang Qing, Lung Yi, and Lu Lin were drinking tea in the living room. Aki and Shishua, lying on the carpet at their feet, jumped up at the sound and barked loudly at the door. Who could it be at this hour? Yang Qing and Lung Yi exchanged a glance. Could it be a rat? I go check. Lung Yi got up. He turned on the light in the hallway and went to the iron gate. To his surprise, it was Lin Rui. Brother-in-law, is it really you? Lin Rui was pleasantly surprised. Lung Yi sighed. This rich kid was too overly familiar. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was really his brother-in-law. Young Master Lin, is there something you need? Lung Yi asked casually. Brother-in-law, you still remember me. That's great. Lin Rui smiled broadly, glancing inside. Is my sister home? Yes, come in. Lung Yi opened the iron gate. Lin Rui and Zhou Jin followed Lung Yi inside, curiously looking around. The decor was simple, but warm and cozy, and not cheap at all. Just look at that imported lambskin sofa. It's worth over $1 million. Yang Qing was also very surprised, not expecting it to be Lin Rui. Sis, it really is you. Lin Rui rushed over to hug Yang Qing, but Lin Yi placed a hand on his forehead and gave him a cold look. Lin Rui grinned. I'm just too excited. It's so great to see you, sis. Yang Qing couldn't help but chuckle. This was the most unpretentious rich kid he ever met. Yang Qing poured tea for the two of them and teased. Didn't the tsunami sweep you away last time? Sis, you have no idea how dangerous it was last time, Lin Rui said, suddenly becoming animated. You guys had just delivered the water, and I was even thinking about whether to go and fetch some seawater when the earthquake struck. I lost my balance and fell into the swimming pool, almost splitting my butt in two. Lin Rui recounted with great enthusiasm, while Lu Lin covered her mouth and laughed beside him. Later I realized it was an earthquake. Luckily, I was lying face down in the pool and didn't get hurt. Then my dad sent a helicopter to pick me up, and that's how I escaped, Lin Rui said. That means you're lucky. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. Their wealthy family background was undeniable. They sent a helicopter without hesitation. How could an ordinary person possibly do that? That's all thanks to you, sister. If I hadn't been waiting for your water over there that day, I might have been crushed to death in my room, Lin Rui laughed. Yang Qing smiled. This kid knew how to flatter, but it wasn't offensive at all. Zhou Jin, standing nearby, was surprised. The Lin family was the richest family in Xia City. Before the apocalypse, Lin Rui could practically do whatever he wanted in Xia City, never having to worry about anyone's feelings. Why was he being so polite to someone living in such a small house? Before, knowing she had fresh water, he was at most a middleman. Why did Lin Rui seem to respect her so much? How is Grandpa? Yang Qing asked. It's still the same old story, Lin Rui sighed. With the current situation, finding a bone marrow match is even more difficult. Sister, do you still have that medicine? Yang Qing smiled, waiting for her. I don't know. I haven't contacted him online for a long time, and I don't even know if he's still alive. But the medicine is probably worth even more now. What can you trade it for? Lin Rui's expression darkened. Sister, to be honest, if you want a cruise ship, I really can't afford it. Our Lin family suffered heavy losses in that tsunami. Luckily, we still had some fishing boats, otherwise we wouldn't have survived. Yang Qing smiled. Don't be modest. Isn't that the biggest villa in the middle of the neighborhood yours? You can't buy such a big villa without some financial strength, and it's decorated so luxuriously. Sister, have you seen it? Lin Rui smiled. That skinny camel. Even a wrecked ship has some nails left, bigger than a horse. But we really don't have any extra cruise ships. Lin Rui said. By the way, sister, what about your cruise ship? Is it still there? Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. That's not ours. We gave it to our superior. As for where he took it, whether it's still there or not, I don't know. Lin Rui secretly pursed his lips. His sister just wouldn't admit it. He was sure it was theirs. His brother-in-law could even drive a cruise ship. It couldn't be simple. Then what do you want? I want to give my dad another box of medicine. And my nephew? He's out of asthma medicine too. Yang Qing thought for a moment, really not knowing what to ask for. She seemed to lack nothing. How about we get you a luxury car? Lin Rui paused after speaking. When he came in, he noticed a Night 15 parked in the yard. Although it wasn't the most expensive, it was still very luxurious, something he didn't even own. Heh, you don't seem to need it, Lin Rui chuckled awkwardly. How about you get us a batch of weapons? Ammunition would be best, Leng Yi suddenly suggested. Although they had some, aside from the few guns they initially got from the shooting range, the rest were stolen from Bai Yi. Using them might attract the Bai family's attention. If Lin Rui could provide some, they could use them openly later. Besides, they had many guns, but very few grenades and explosives. Having those might come in very handy later. Lin Rui was taken aback. Brother-in-law, this is a bit difficult. How about I just give you a helicopter? Lin Rui asked hesitantly. Although many people in the apocalypse possessed guns, and his family had some, it was impossible to own a large quantity, and those things were extremely difficult to obtain. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. They already had a helicopter, and they wanted to keep a low profile. A helicopter they were giving away wouldn't be easy to hide. Many people would be watching, making it impossible to remain discreet. No need, Yang Qing shook his head. Why wouldn't we need it? Lin Rui explained anxiously. Look at this apocalypse. If another earthquake or tsunami hits, only helicopters can save lives. Brother-in-law, if you don't know how to fly, I can send someone to teach you. Then will you provide aviation fuel? Leng Yi asked. Lin Rui hesitated. They didn't have much aviation fuel, they could only provide it once at most. But if they only used it once, wouldn't the helicopter be useless? What's the difference between a helicopter that can't be used and a toy? Then I get you a bigger villa? Lin Rui asked. Yang Qing smiled. I think living here is fine. Besides, we decorated this place ourselves, and we haven't even lived here for a few days yet. I can't bear to give it away to others. Lin Rui understood. This sister wasn't lacking in ability. If she wanted to, she could definitely buy a big villa. She was hiding her strength by staying in this small villa. Chapter 248. Lin Rui, somewhat helpless, picked up the tea from the coffee table, took a sip, and his eyes lit up. Sister, your tea is quite good. Yang Qing smiled. This was tea she gotten from a CEO's office during a shopping spree. It was probably high-end, but she couldn't really taste any difference. My grandfather used to have this tea too, but it's hard to get now. Sister, you're so resourceful, Lin Rui said. Yang Qing was startled. Could that CEO's office be the Lin family's? But the office style didn't seem like an elderly person's, and it contained so many top-quality ingredients and some bows and arrows and other cold weapons. Perhaps it belonged to Lin Rui's older brother. His older brother was the heir, so it was most likely his office. Here's what we do. We don't need too many weapons. 3 pistols, 3 rifles, a box of bullets, and a box of grenades. Surely we can get those, Leng Yi said. Lin Rui looked at them. He knew they had guns. They almost killed him during the tracking incident. Maybe they'd lost their guns for some reason? There were exactly 3 of them. This should be enough for them. It's not too much. Okay, I go back and discuss it with my father. It should be fine, Lin Rui said. Yang Qing nodded. Then I contact my supplier and see if he's still around. As the two left Yang Qing's house, Zhou Jin couldn't help but ask curiously, Brother Rui, are those people really that powerful? Even you were so polite to them? That's because you don't know them, Lin Rui said, his earlier smirk gone. My dad needed to change his medication, and we couldn't find anyone. In the end, they provided it. And the medication looked like it was refrigerated and well preserved. Given those conditions during that period, how could their strength be lacking? They gave us a cruise ship for just 1 box of medicine. Even if they didn't use it themselves, how much food could they exchange for it? I later found out that the rabies vaccine Bai Yi received after being bitten by a dog was also provided by them, in exchange for an amphibious aircraft. They sent many people to track them, but it was taken away without anyone noticing. Their strength is unfathomable. I think Sister Yang's husband is from the military or police force. He's not simple. Besides, with so much medicine, what couldn't they exchange for? And they didn't even mention the food, vegetables, or meat that ordinary people needed, which means they weren't lacking at all. In a time of widespread water shortage, they could still provide truckloads of fresh water. Who else could do that? Zhou Jin pondered. So they really aren't to be underestimated. Of course, they are capable people. You mustn't offend them. They might be able to help you if anything happens to your family someday, Lin Rui said. Zhou Jin nodded, understood. Lin Rui returned home, and his grandfather was furious the moment he saw him. You just moved in and didn't even check if there was anything we could help with. Running around everywhere, you haven't learned a thing. Lin Rui's older brother, Lin Chen, smiled. He's just naturally active, can't stay still. He's been cooped up for so long, it's good for him to get some fresh air. You just spoil him. Lin Huaishu glared at his eldest son. My older brother still loves me the most. Lin Rui made a face at Lin Chen and sat down opposite his grandfather. Dad, you misunderstood me this time. I went out today on important business. What important business? Lin Huaishu rolled his eyes at him. Wasn't it just hanging out with your bunch of cronies? Brother, look at Dad. Lin Rui said, sounding a little aggrieved. Lin Chen smiled. Then tell me what important business you went out to do. Dad. Lin Rui squeezed next to Lin Huaishu. I found the person who changes your dressings. She lives in our neighborhood. Really? Lin Huaishu and Lin Chen spoke at the same time, looking at Lin Rui suspiciously, wondering if he was exaggerating. Of course it's true. I already negotiated with them. I get another box of medicine, and some asthma medication for Xiao Luo. Lin Rui said proudly. What do they want? Lin Huaishu asked. They want this. Lin Rui gestured with a gun, lowering his voice, 3 pistols, 3 rifles, a box of bullets, and a box of grenades. This? Lin Huaishu hesitated. Guns were easy enough, they had them. Before the apocalypse, they didn't dare carry guns, but after the apocalypse, order collapsed, and the black market quickly became a channel for purchasing them. To save their lives, they bought quite a few. But grenades were more difficult to obtain. Dad, do we still have some? Lin Rui said. They just want this. I offered them a big villa, even a helicopter, but they wouldn't take it. Lin Chen nodded. Those things can't be taken, but guns are lifesavers. They probably don't lack them, Lin Rui said. When I followed them last time, they both had guns. Maybe they'd lost them during the tsunami? I don't know. Lin Huaishu thought for a moment. Tell them it's okay, they can get the guns from the basement. As for grenades, get some on the black market. Leave that to me, Lin Chen said. When it comes to medicine for his father and son, he can't be careless. The next day, Lin Rui loaded everything into his car and drove to Yang Qing's villa. Yang Qing was surprised that he arrived so quickly. Sis, I brought what you asked for. Open the iron gate, I drive the car in. It's inconvenient outside, Lin Rui said with a smile. Lungi opened the iron gate, and Lin Rui drove his Mercedes-Benz G-Class into the yard. Your car is nice, Yang Qing said. Heh, how can it compare to your car, sis? Lin Rui scoffed. My car is only a little over 2 million, yours is over 10 million. Mine is just a fraction of yours. Sis, did you trade this car for? Yang Qing smiled. I rented it before the apocalypse, and then I didn't have to return it. Lin Rui gave a thumbs up. Sis, you're awesome. Then he started unloading the things. Brother-in-law, could you help me? These are all. Lungi and Yang Qing went to help. Once in the living room, Lungi closed the door to prevent passers-by from seeing. Lin Rui opened the boxes one by one, and Archie and Xiaoxue came over to sniff them. Wow, your dog is so well cared for. I haven't seen such a good dog since the apocalypse. Lin Rui ruffled Archie's hair, and Archie barked at him, baring his teeth. Don't touch me like that, my head isn't for just anyone to touch. Lin Rui was startled. It's pretty fierce. Just because they let you in doesn't mean you're their friend, Yang Qing smiled. If just anyone could touch it, it would be easy for someone to kidnap it. Xiaoxue squatted to the side, only watching Archie. If it made any move, she would definitely go to help. 3 pistols, 3 rifles, a box of bullets, and a box of grenades, it's all here, Lin Rui said. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. We haven't even gotten our stuff yet, aren't you afraid? Lin Rui laughed. What am I afraid of? Don't I trust you, sister? Besides, you're living here, do you think I'd be afraid you run away? Yang Qing nodded. This trust made her feel very comfortable. We haven't received the medicine yet, we give it to you in a couple of days. It's the same as last time, 1 box of nimuzil mesylate, and 3 vials of asthma inhaler. Sister, you have such a good memory. Lin Rui smiled. Okay, a couple of days won't make a difference. Chapter 249. For the next 2 days, Yang Qing and Lingyi pretended to go out, drove around a bit, and then took out the dialysis medication and asthma medication for Lin Rui. The Lin family became increasingly certain that Yang Qing and his group possessed a large quantity of medicine themselves. If, as they claimed, their superior hadn't been in contact for a long time and was probably dead or alive, how could they have reconnected so quickly? There was only one possibility. The superior they were referring to was themselves, but they weren't telling the truth. Such people could only be befriended, not offended. After staying home for a few days with nothing to do, Yang Qing thought about Hao Zhigua and his group, who had also been in Xia City for quite some time, and decided to go check on them. The research center had moved to Xia City. They should also be involved in the cultivation of Chinese medicinal herbs. He wanted to see how it was going, since he had nothing else to do anyway. Upon arriving at the administrative center, he discovered that it had changed significantly in the past 2 weeks. 2 streets had been opened between the administrative center and the residential area, filled with many shops. There were shops selling daily necessities and dried goods, but fresh vegetables and fruits were scarce. After all, Xia City had only been newly built for a few months. Even planting would take time. Besides, before Hao Zhigua arrived, the area was focused on infrastructure construction, leaving no time for agriculture. Further along, they saw some clothing stores, but most sold second-hand clothes. With the food problem unresolved, light industry was out of the question. While most of the clothes were in good condition, many were likely salvaged from the dead, and Yang Qing had no interest in them. The two arrived at the place where they had redeemed points last time, only to learn that Hao Zhigua's office wasn't there, but in the building behind. Walking further back, they discovered 2 more buildings, one an office building, and the other seemingly dormitories, presumably for staff and their families. Upon reaching the office building, they noticed an office sign outside. It housed not only administrative departments, but also functional departments, like the police and tax bureau. The new city was being built, and everything was slowly returning to normal. A security guard stood watch in front of the building. Yang Qing approached. Excuse me, which floor is Director Hao Zhigua on? The guard glanced at them. Director Hao is on the 6th floor. What can I do for you? Well, we worked at Director Hao's research center in Mingsheng before, and we like to speak with him. Please tell him that Yang Qing and Lengyi are looking for him, Yang Qing explained. The guard, recognizing them as acquaintances of Director Hao, immediately made an internal call to report. You can go up now, 6th floor, room 603, the guard said. Thank you. The two nodded. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Assistant Su was already waiting at the entrance. Ms. Yang, Mr. Leng? Assistant Su greeted them warmly, knowing they were capable individuals, and that their superiors valued them. Assistant Su, long time no see. Yang Qing smiled. They had arrived in Xia City about 2 weeks earlier, and it had been over a month since they last saw each other. Yes, Leader Hao was just mentioning you. I wonder how you were doing. I can't believe he showed up like that, Assistant Su said with a smile. Upon arriving at room 603, Hao Zhigua immediately stood up to greet them. Oh, long time no see. The 2 men smiled and shook hands with Hao Zhigua. Long time no see. I was just talking about you with Su Wen. I didn't expect you to be here so soon, Hao Zhigua said with a broad smile. What's up? Did the leader want to see us? Yang Qing asked. After our research center moved here, we immediately built a new breeding farm and plantation. The plantation mainly grows vegetables and medicinal herbs, but it's the polar night now, so the planting results are very poor. I was thinking that since you're Professor Bian's student, maybe you could help. Isn't Chenro here? She can't help either? Yang Qing asked. Back in Mingsheng, it was polar day, with sunshine, so growing plants was relatively easy. But now it's polar night. Without the sun, they can't photosynthesize, and many plants can't grow. Hao Zhigua sighed. We could use supplemental lighting, Yang Qing said. Yes, most of our electricity is supplied there, but it's still not very effective. I wonder if Miss Yang has any ideas. Hao Zhigua looked at Yang Qing. She's not only Bian Qingjuan's student, but also Xie Yunfang's student. She should know more about traditional Chinese medicine. Perhaps she could think of a solution. Yang Qing frowned. I have no experience with this. Shall we go take a look together? Hao Zhigua said. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. When they arrived at the herb garden, Yang Qing was surprised. It was a glass-enclosed building, at least several hundred square meters, brightly lit inside, even equipped with humidifiers, fans, heaters, and cooling systems. It seems they've gone all out. Yang Qing? Chenro was surprised to see Yang Qing. What brings you here? I just came to take a look around out of boredom. Leader Hao said you hit a bottleneck, so I came to check it out. Yang Qing smiled. Look! Chenro pointed to the wilted seedlings in the greenhouse. When we were trying to encourage germination, the supplemental lighting helped, but once they grew a little, they stopped growing. It's probably because there's no natural ultraviolet light. Even the shade-loving, damp plants like Dryopteris crassorrhizoma aren't growing anymore. I wonder if the environment here isn't as good as in Mingcheng. Yang Qing frowned. I'm not too sure about that either. The Dryopteris crassorrhizoma plants she cultivated in her space were also grown from spores obtained from Mingcheng. But because of the spiritual energy and lack of darkness in her space, they grew very well. Look at this, Chenro said, pulling up a seedling. Its base was already withered and sunken, as if it had been snapped off. It'd die in a couple of days. What about the vegetable garden over there? Yang Qing asked Hao Shigua. Similar to here, Hao Shigua shook his head. At this rate, the plants won't grow, and the food problem will be unsolvable. Hao Shigua looked worried. Food is the foundation of a nation. Without food, resources will run out, and everyone will starve. I really don't know about that, Yang Qing shook her head. Her previous achievements in Mingcheng were largely due to the climate and environment. She hadn't really done anything special, just made some improvements. However, I have some medicinal herbs that have already grown. We can transplant them and try, Yang Qing said. She had so many in her space. With the spiritual energy from it, they might be able to survive outside. Really? Hao Shigua was pleasantly surprised. How did you grow yours? Actually, I tried growing them back in Mingcheng. I brought them with me when I moved. I've been keeping them under UV lights, and they seem fine, Yang Qing lied. Then, Hao Shigua looked at her eagerly, but hesitated to speak. I'd bring them over tomorrow. I also have some vegetable and grain seeds there, all improved varieties. Maybe they adapt to the current environment, but I can't guarantee it, Yang Qing said. Since she already said it, she might as well offer a little more, even if it's just a contribution to human development. That's great. Hao Shigua exclaimed happily. Yang Qing, don't worry, we won't take your things for nothing. We can trade them for grain. Yang Qing smiled. These things were valuable in some ways, but worthless in others, just some seedlings and seeds. She didn't know how to trade them. She let Hao Shigua decide. Okay, I bring them over tomorrow, Yang Qing said. Chapter 250. The next day, Yang Qing took out 10 plants each of Dryopteris crassorrhizoma, Isatis indigotica, Pagostum and Cablin, and Forsythia suspensa from his spatial storage, dug them up with the soil still attached, and packed them in a box. Then she took a small packet each of 3 common vegetable seeds harvested from her spatial storage, and a pound of rice seeds. She dared not take out any more. When she delivered them to the research center, everyone was astonished. How long had it been since they seen plants growing so well? How were they grown? Everyone looked at Yang Qing with great interest. Yang Qing then realized she shouldn't have taken these out. Had she revealed something? She suddenly remembered that the energy she had collected from the centipedes and put into her spatial storage might have a positive effect on these plants. The centipede powder from other cities that she hadn't collected energy from might still contain energy, which might be useful for growing plants. Actually, I had someone plant these in the mountains when I was in Mingcheng, so they've been alive ever since I brought them here. However, I did add some centipede powder as base fertilizer, Yang Qing said. Centipede powder? Everyone was surprised. What did that mean? Boss, do you remember when we used to collect centipedes to make centipede cakes? Those centipedes smelled awful back then, and I had to create a special agent to get rid of the odor. Back in Yunshan, I grew vegetables there. At first, I caught centipedes and buried them in the ground without treating them, and later I discovered that the vegetables in that plot grew exceptionally well. So later in Mingcheng, when I had people plant these, I added a little centipede powder to the soil as fertilizer, which is why they grew so well. Untreated centipede powder, I think other cities should still have some. Let's exchange some with them, and see if it works. But this is Xia City, and it's polar night here, so I'm not entirely sure, Yang Qing said. It's alright, we know once we try, the plantation manager said. As long as these survive, there's hope. And these grain seeds. I really never seen such excellent varieties before. Did you grow these too? No. Yang Qing quickly denied. I traded them for on the black market. He said they were improved, but I don't know. I haven't planted them yet, But they seem like good seeds. Yes, they are indeed very good, the manager said. I never imagined there was such a master hidden among the common people. It would be great if I could meet him. Yang Qing felt a slight chill. Actually, these were the selected seeds that Dr. Zhang had kept in the refrigerated cabinet, and after being improved by his own spatial abilities, they were indeed better than before. Are these really that good? Hao Zhigua asked. Priceless. The manager nodded. Hao Zhigua was satisfied. This meant he could confidently pay them. The manager put the seeds away and arranged for someone to plant them. Hao Zhigua then called Yang Qing and the others to his office. Miss Yang, why don't you stay? We really need you here. And Mr. Lung, we can also arrange work for you. The two men exchanged a glance. Although Yang Qing wanted to help, she didn't want to be tied down here. Director Hao, we go back and think about it. However, we're naturally free-spirited and don't want a 9-to-5 life. Of course, if you need anything, I definitely help if I can. My house is the last one on the right side of the villa area. You can send someone to find us if you need anything. Alright. Hao Zhigua didn't want to force them. Then you should think it over carefully. I really hope you can come. Leader Hao wrote a note approving 300 jin of grain for Yang Qing and her family. Yang Qing was quite surprised when she received the grain. 300 jin was a considerable sum these days, and Leader Hao was very generous. However, compared to what she had given them, especially the grain seeds, if they could be grown and cultivated generation after generation, the value would far exceed 300 jin. Back at the villa, just as they entered, the doorbell rang. The two turned around and saw Lin Rui. Why was he here again? Sister, brother-in-law. Lin Rui waved with a smile. Yang Qing went over. What is it now? Lin Rui looked distressed. Sister, why do you dislike me so much? I haven't offended you, have I? No. Yang Qing smiled, finding this rich second generation rather amusing, though a little strange. It's like this, sister, my family is having a housewarming party in a week, and we like to invite you and brother-in-law, and of course your daughter, what's her name again? Lin Rui had met Lu Lin before, but had never interacted with her. Lu Lin. Oh, so her name is Lu Lin. Lin Rui raised an eyebrow. Please, the three of you, do us the honor of attending. Lin Rui handed over the invitation. Yang Qing took it and glanced at it, not refusing. After all, they were from the same neighborhood, and for the son of the richest man to personally deliver the invitation, he had to give them some face. Okay, we be there. Yang Qing nodded. See you in a week? Lin Rui said with a smile. Back inside, Yang Qing told Lu Lin about the invitation. Ah, I only ever seen those kinds of scenes on TV. There will definitely be a lot of rich heiresses and young masters there. I'm a little scared. Lu Lin looked at her casual clothes, and we don't have any formal attire. What's the big deal? I have dresses in my space. I just dress up nicely then. Those rich young ladies and gentlemen are used to being pampered and have no skills whatsoever. Why be afraid of them? If anyone dares to disagree, we beat them until they submit. Yang Qing said. Lu Lin laughed. Nonsense. How can you fight in a place like that? I was just saying, don't mess with us. If they really anger us, we're not pushovers either, Yang Qing said. Next, the people from each villa gradually moved in, and their yards became more and more beautiful. They built artificial hills, installed fountains, planted flowering trees, and laid lawns. No one knew where they got all that stuff, but it was even better than the research centers. But most likely, it was shipped from another city. They're rich, these things are nothing to them. 2 days later, it was time for the Lin family's housewarming banquet. Lu Lin suddenly said she wouldn't go, saying she had menstrual cramps, and didn't want to embarrass herself in such a setting. Yang Qing had no choice but to let her go. She found Lung Yi a black designer suit, and after dressing him up, he looked like a completely different person. He was already tall, and had a handsome face. In a suit, he was the epitome of a domineering CEO. My husband is so handsome. Yang Qing couldn't help but sigh. I wonder how many girls he attract later. Lung Yi smiled. I'm yours. I won't even glance at another woman. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. She wasn't that petty, who wouldn't like a handsome man. She herself would take a second look at a handsome guy. She knew Lung Yi wasn't easily swayed, so she wasn't worried. Yang Qing didn't like wearing skirts, so she found a white suit set. It was a V-neck short-sleeve top underneath, with a suit jacket and white wide-leg pants. She styled her hair with gel, applied sophisticated makeup, and wore a platinum necklace with a vibrant green jadeite. She exuded elegance, like a powerful female CEO. You're different today. Leng Yi stared intently at Yang Qing. Yang Qing raised her chin. I can't let people look down on me. I need to overwhelm them with my presence first. Chapter 251. By the way, since it's a new edition, shouldn't we give a gift? Yang Qing asked. Yes. Leng Yi nodded, but choosing a gift is tricky. What don't these rich people have? Yang Qing thought for a moment. Before the apocalypse, people usually gave cash gifts, but now money is useless, so that wouldn't work. As for antiques, calligraphy, paintings, gold, silver, and jewelry, they have plenty of those too. Everyone else would probably give the same things, so she needed to give something unique. I think we should just go into our space and pick a basket of lychees and send it over, Yang Qing said. While rich people can get fruit, lychees are different from other fruits. Even in cold storage, they don't stay fresh for more than a few days, let alone in this apocalyptic world. Alright, it's a small gift but a heartfelt gesture, Leng Yi smiled. The two went into their space, climbed a tree, and picked a basket of lychees. Then they packed them in a cardboard box, lined it with ice to keep them fresh, and took the box of fresh lychees to the Lin family. The Lin family villa was brightly lit, with colorful lights lining the entire road from the iron gate to the villa. Upon entering, the hall was resplendent with gold and silver, a crystal chandelier several meters high hanging from the ceiling, shimmering brilliantly. The young masters and heiresses of various wealthy families, dressed in limited edition designer clothes and adorned with gold and silver jewelry, were a dazzling display of elegance, making it hard to believe they were in the apocalypse. Yang Qing and Leng Yi first presented a box of fresh lychees to the gift-receiving area. The accountant hesitated for a moment upon seeing the lychees, but still obediently recorded them. Just then, Lin Zhongyuan, the Lin family's steward, walked over and, seeing the lychees, asked with some surprise, "Who sent these?" "It's from Villa number 38, the last villa on the right," the accountant replied, glancing at the gift list. "So it was them." Lin Zhongyuan nodded. He knew the master's medicine was obtained from them. Those people were no ordinary individuals. While lychees themselves weren't valuable, they were extremely rare in the apocalypse. He instructed his servants to take the lychees to the kitchen, collecting half a box. The rest were peeled, placed on plates with ice, and the lychee flesh arranged on the ice before being taken to the buffet area outside. The buffet area offered various fruits, pastries, and cold cuts of cooked meat, but lychees were not available. Other fruits could be kept in the freezer for a long time, but lychees couldn't. Even refrigerated, they would turn black after a few days, and freezing was even worse. It would spoil. Therefore, such fresh lychees were truly a rare find. Yang Qing and Leng Yi entered the hall, attracting considerable attention. After all, the man was cool and the woman was dashing, quite different from others. Most of the other young ladies were dressed in elegant gowns, exuding grace and charm, while Yang Qing was dressed in a neutral style, with bright red lips, long, bright green jade earrings, and a matching necklace, clearly very expensive and eye-catching. "Who is that? I never seen her before. Which family's daughter is she?" "Not from any wealthy family, just from that little white building on the far right. Looks like a middleman? TCH, I thought it was someone important. Why does the Lin family invite just anyone? Even someone like this, who's not presentable enough?" Yang Qing and Leng Yi remained calm, completely ignoring their words. These people had no skills whatsoever. If it weren't for their family backing, they might be worse off than a beggar in the apocalypse. Even now, all they do is talk nonsense. Yang Qing looked down on them completely. "Miss Yang." A voice suddenly rang out. Yang Qing turned her head and saw Kai Qin. She was wearing a red, form-fitting long dress, her hair styled in large waves. She was still incredibly charming, though her face seemed a little more haggard than before. She had also been invited. It seemed the Lin family had invited everyone in the neighborhood. "Sister Kai." Yang Qing smiled. "Why didn't you bring the child?" "You know?" Kai Qin was a little surprised, then smiled. "She's at home. Lin Jin is looking after her for me. I go see the child when I have time," Yang Qing said. "Thank you very much then." Kai Qin nodded, somewhat amazed by Yang Qing's appearance. She looked completely different from before. She knew they were capable, but also knew they weren't some wealthy family. She just hadn't expected that in the 2 years since the apocalypse, they hadn't fallen on hard times, but had actually prospered, even surpassing her own achievements. "I heard about you from Husky a few days ago. I was really happy to learn you were in this neighborhood too. However, because my house isn't finished being renovated yet, I haven't had time to visit," Kai Qin said. "Sister Kai, you're too kind," Yang Qing said with a smile. The hosts hadn't come out yet, So the three of them went to the buffet area to get something to eat. Looking at the dazzling array of ingredients, they were all a little impressed. The wealthy were indeed wealthy. Their style was undeniable. What's wrong? Are you seeing things? Haven't eaten here before? A voice suddenly came from beside them. Yang Qing turned her head and saw Shinting and Sun Liwen standing next to her. What were they doing here? Miss Yang, we meet again. Sun Liwen looked at the two with a half smile, a hint of hatred in her eyes. If it weren't for them, how could her husband have died? How could she and her daughter have ended up living as dependents? So it's Secretary Sun and Miss Shin. Yang Qing chuckled. What's wrong? Can't you stay at the official base anymore? Or is Leader Shin still asleep? You? Shinting was about to explode when Sun Liwen pulled her back, implying she couldn't lose her temper here. Shinting sneered. I don't know how you got in here. Is the Lin family a place you can just come to? Shinting glanced at Yang Qing's attire, a hint of jealousy flashing in her eyes. I think you better leave quickly, lest the master finds out and kicks you out. Kai Qin was about to say something when Yang Qing gave her a wink, signaling her to ignore it. And you too? Did the Lin family invite you? I didn't know the Shin family was also a wealthy family. Yang Qing countered. Sun Liwen's face darkened. Since Shin Yuanming's death, they couldn't stay at the base anymore. Later, she ran into her first love by chance, and, knowing he was coming to Xia City, followed him. Upon arriving, she learned his wife was still alive, but she had been paralyzed in the disaster after being hit by a rock, unable to fulfill their marital duties. Sun Liwen was that man's unrequited love. Seeing that she still retained her charm even in middle age, he developed the idea of being with her. Sun Liwen was furious to learn that his wife wasn't dead, but she was powerless. She couldn't survive without him and her daughter, so she had no choice but to compromise and seek power. Fortunately, his family was well off, and the mother and daughter received excellent care. Their lives improved, making it even harder for them to leave. To the outside world, the man claimed to have adopted Shinting as his goddaughter, but in reality, he was keeping Sun Liwen as his mistress. Everyone knew about his family's affairs. It was just an open secret. My godfather is Wang Hong from Building 33. I have an invitation, unlike some people, Shinting sneered. Someone nearby asked curiously, Tingting, do you know this middleman? Middleman? Shinting was taken aback, then realized they were referring to Yang Qing and chuckled. So you sneak in while delivering goods? Since we know each other, I won't report you. Hurry up and eat something good while no one's around. You won't have this chance again. Chapter 252. Don't underestimate me. Kai Qin's face was a little unpleasant. They kept calling her a middleman, including her in their insults. What hasn't Miss Yang seen? Why would she care about these things? Kai Qin said. While there was a variety of items, most were quite common. The Lin family was wealthy, but a buffet wouldn't serve caviar, top-grade steak, or French foie gras. That would be a waste. Being the richest family wouldn't do something so foolish just for a little face. So, while the dishes were exquisitely prepared, most were still made with ordinary ingredients. Not interested? Let's not even talk about anything else. Just look at these lychees. They're so fresh, like they were just picked from the tree. Who else but the Lin family could produce that? You say it's nothing? Can you even produce that? Shinting sneered. Ha! Yang Qing almost laughed in anger. If I could produce these, would you bark like a dog 3 times? You? Vulgar. Shinting glared at her. If you could produce lychees this fresh, I'd do a handstand right now. You said it yourself. Yang Qing grabbed Shinting's hand, heading towards the gift-giving area to show her the lychee she had just delivered. What are you doing? Shinting struggled. You resort to violence because you can't win an argument? Someone come here. Sun Liwen also grabbed Yang Qing's hand. What do you want? This isn't a place for you to act wildly. Wang Hong said the Lin family was the richest family in Xia City. Even in the apocalypse, they were unmatched. The Lin family's second young master hadn't been engaged yet. This housewarming banquet was likely a way for them to choose a daughter-in-law. Shinting was pretty. If she could catch the second young master's eye, the Wang family would receive a boost, and she could live with the Wang family indefinitely. Actually, the other heiresses were all thinking the same thing, so they were all eagerly waiting for Lin Rui to come out. Leng Yi stood in front of Sun Liwen, coldly looking at her. You were the ones who spoke rudely first. Before he could finish speaking, a voice rang out. What's going on? Second young master. Second young master. Everyone cried out, the socialites hurriedly touching their hair and adjusting their clothes, afraid of making a mistake in front of Lin Rui. Second young master. Shinting looked at Lin Rui with tears in her eyes, her face full of grievance. They bullied me. Who are you? Lin Rui frowned at Shinting. Shinting's face stiffened, and Sun Liwen quickly said from the side, we are from the Wang family. Wang Hong is Tingting's godfather. So Wang Hong is your godfather? Lin Rui laughed, with a hint of sarcasm. Some people nearby burst into laughter. Although godfather and adoptive father mean the same thing, their implications are completely different. Everyone looked at Shinting with disdain, wondering if the mother and daughter had slept together with Wang Hong. Wang Hong was truly lucky. Second young master, how could you? Shinting's face was pale, but she dared not say anything unpleasant. Lin Rui looked at Yang Qing and immediately smiled. Sister, when did you arrive? Why didn't you tell me you were here? I could have met you at the door. Everyone's expression changed. Just who was this woman that the second young master had to personally pick her up? Wasn't she just a middleman? Shinting and Sun Liwen's faces turned pale. Why was the second young master calling this woman sister? What was their relationship? I ran into some trouble, but I'm dealing with it now. Yang Qing smiled faintly and released Shinting's hand. Did she bully you? Lin Rui glared at Shinting. Lung Yi sighed. Who would dare bully his wife? She said I'm unsophisticated and came to your house to freeload, Yang Qing said with a smile, but her voice was cold. She also said if I don't eat now, I never have another chance. She said she never even seen such fresh lychees before, let alone had the chance to produce them. Lychees? What lychees? Lin Rui was surprised. He had personally organized this banquet and had seen all the ingredients. He didn't remember lychees being listed on the menu. Someone quickly brought over a plate of lychees from the buffet area. Lin Rui picked one up and popped it into his mouth. His eyes lit up immediately. These lychees were delicious, tender, juicy, sweet, and most importantly, fresh, like they'd just been picked from the tree. Where did these lychees come from? Lin Zhongyuan hurried over. This is... He glanced at Yang Qing and Leng Yi. They were delivered by this Miss Yang and Mr. Leng. What? She delivered them? How could that be? Where did she get such fresh lychees? She really has some skills. Shinting's face changed drastically. She had just told her to eat more, saying she wouldn't be able to eat them again. She never expected it was her who delivered them. Why didn't she say so earlier? Was she just waiting for her to jump into a trap? This woman is too vicious. Sun Liwen hurriedly stepped forward, her face full of obsequious smiles. Second young master, there's a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? Yang Qing sneered. Didn't Miss Shin just say that I never even seen them before, let alone produce them? I said, what if I could produce them, and she barked like a dog. Now everyone can be my witness, you can bark. Everyone looked at Shinting with a mocking expression. Shinting felt both angry and annoyed, so ashamed she wanted to disappear into the ground. Second young master. Shinting looked pitifully at Lin Rui, hoping to gain his sympathy. Lin Rui, however, remained unmoved. Since it's a bet's a bet. Bark. I didn't agree. Shinting quickly said. Oh right, I was the one who said I had to bark like a dog, and you didn't agree. But you said that if I could produce something, you would do a handstand right now. You said it yourself, and this lady can be my witness. Yang Qing pointed out the woman, who had just called herself a middleman. The woman's face flushed red, but she dared not offend Yang Qing further. Shinting did say it, I heard it all. Lin Rui immediately became interested. Doing a handstand right here? That's interesting. Come on, do one for me. Shinting practically wanted to die on the spot. How could this second young master be so insensitive to a woman's feelings? Second young master. Shinting pouted and bit her lip. Lin Rui's face darkened. If you can't do it, why make a promise? I hate people who break their promises more than anything. Wang Hong hid behind the crowd, too embarrassed to come out. Shinting's face paled. Was she really going to do a handstand right there? She was wearing a skirt, and underneath, a very sexy black lace panty. If she did a handstand, the skirt would fall down, and she'd be exposed. The men around her imagined all sorts of scenarios. Their expressions varied. What happened? Lin Shin walked over from the side. Young master. Young master. Everyone greeted him. Brother. Lin Rui called out, leading him to Yang Qing. This is Sister Yang Qing, whom I often told you about, and her husband, Leng Yi. Lin Shin looked at the two, surprised by their striking good looks. He smiled slightly at them. Miss Yang, Mr. Leng, welcome. Chapter 253. Young master, you're too kind. Yang Qing smiled. I just made a bet with this young lady, but she lost and refuses to admit it. Oh, really? Lin Shin looked at Shinting, his brows furrowed, and turned to ask Lin Rui beside him, Whose daughter is this? Lin Rui scoffed. She's no one's daughter, just Wang Hong's newly adopted goddaughter. I don't know who brought her in. Upon hearing this, Wang Hong was even more embarrassed to show his face in front of everyone and hurriedly retreated. Since she's not a guest of the Lin family, please leave. Lin Chen showed no mercy. The bet? Lin Rui looked at Shinting with a half smile. Yang Qing knew that asking her to do a handstand in public was unrealistic, so he generously said, forget it, let's be lenient. I won't hold it against her. Shinting's face was pale, showing no gratitude towards Yang Qing. In her heart, she thought, it's over. There's no future with the second young master. She glared fiercely at Yang Qing, her hatred undisguised. Why her again? Every time she runs into her, she's so unlucky. If it weren't for her bringing Lu Lin to the base, Lu Lin wouldn't have recognized her parents, none of what happened afterward would have occurred, and her father wouldn't have died. It's all because of her. Today, she ruined everything again. Lin Chen, seeing this, frowned slightly. Uncle Lin. Lin Zhongyuan quickly stepped forward. Miss, madam, please. Sun Liwen's face flushed red. She had never been so humiliated before. When she was an official's wife, everyone treated her with utmost respect. Now, she was being kicked out on the spot, but there was no way she could stay now, so she could only pull Shinting away dejectedly. Stepping out of the Lin family's gate, Sun Liwen was furious. Pointing at Shinting, she yelled, Why did you go and provoke that woman? Didn't I tell you back at the base that they're not to be trifled with? Mom, I just can't swallow this. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be in this mess. Dad wouldn't be dead. It's all because of that woman. Shinting gritted her teeth. Even if it's because of her, don't you know where you are? Is the Lin family a place you can cause trouble? Sun Liwen was utterly exasperated. There was still a chance, but now it's all ruined. I'm just not reconciled. How can someone like her be allowed into the Lin family? I heard from others that she's a middleman, and I just can't help it. Even if she is a middleman, she's a capable one. Otherwise, why would second young master invite her? Why would he be so polite to her? Can't you use your brain? How should I know? Second young master wasn't here when we were arguing, and you didn't stop me, did you? You? Sun Liwen was speechless with anger. She had indeed been hoping to see them make a fool of themselves, but she never expected the Lin family to value Yang Qing so much, to kick them out in front of so many people. She had never lost face like this in her life. And Uncle Wang? He was the one who brought us there, but he didn't dare to step in when he saw us being bullied. Mom, he's not sincere towards you at all, Shinting said indignantly. Sun Liwen smiled bitterly. How could I not know? The reason he brought us here was because of an obsession. With his family background, he could easily find another young and beautiful woman. Why did he choose me? Wasn't it to fulfill a dream he had from his youth? But once this dream shatters, and we can't offer him any real benefits, do you think he still let us stay? Then, what do we do? Shinting panicked. If even Wang Hong doesn't want them anymore, they truly be left with nowhere to turn. How about we wait until the banquet is over, and your Uncle Wang comes back? You can go and talk to him properly. Maybe he soften his heart and not kick us out. Sun Liwen said somewhat guiltily. Shinting was shocked. Mom, you want me to go and please Uncle Wang? He's your benefactor. Then what do you suggest? Sun Liwen said angrily. You're definitely not good enough for the Lin family. As long as you can marry into any family in this neighborhood, we won't be homeless. But after what happened today, who would dare to take you in? Nobody dares to offend the Lin family. Both of them fell silent. Now they truly understood the cruelty of the apocalypse. Before, because of Xin Yuanming, they could practically do whatever they wanted, both before and after the apocalypse, never experiencing any hardship, thinking the apocalypse was nothing serious. Now they realized that on their own, they couldn't even survive, let alone anything else. Wait a minute, Mom, Yang Qing and the others are here, but where's Lu Lin? They're so close, they couldn't possibly be separated, right? Didn't Yang Qing publicly declare Lu Lin as her sister when they were at the base? She couldn't possibly abandon Lu Lin, could she? Before, in Mingcheng, Lu Lin had surgery and hasn't woken up. Could she be dead? Sun Liwen was also shocked. Let's go ask around, Shinting said. Almost all the other families in the villa had moved in and hired security guards, but they hadn't officially started their shifts yet. Only 2 were guarding the main gate. Shinting went to the security guard to inquire, and learned that Yang Qing lived in villa number 38 at the very back. 3 people had moved in, Yang Qing and her husband, and a girl. It must be Lu Lin, Shinting said bitterly. I can't believe she's still alive. Don't talk about your sister like that, Sun Liwen said, her face a little awkward. She is, after all, your own sister. Your own sister? Shinting's voice suddenly rose. Does she even treat me like her sister? Does she even treat you like her mother? If it weren't for her, how could we have ended up like this? Sun Liwen sighed. What's the use of saying all this now? Let's go find her. Maybe, for my sake, she'd help us. Mom, you still expect her to help? If she really had a conscience, she wouldn't have treated us like that in Mingcheng, and Dad wouldn't have died. Shinting shouted angrily. Then what else do you suggest? Go find Wang Hong, or go find Lu Lin. The choice is yours. Sun Liwen was speechless. This daughter was so insensible. Shinting was speechless. She didn't want to fawn over that old man. You go yourself, I'm not going. Shinting turned her face away. Sun Liwen had no choice but to return to the Wang family home, grab a flashlight, and find villa number 38. She rang the doorbell, and Aki and Xiaoxue started barking wildly. Mom, there's a dog. Shinting shrank back in fear. What are you afraid of? The dog's inside, it won't come out and bite us. Sun Liwen really couldn't bear to watch. Lu Lin, hearing the commotion outside, felt a little strange. If Yang Qing and the others were coming back, Aki and Xiaoxue definitely wouldn't be barking so loudly, they would just run out to greet them. Lu Lin looked out through the glass window. The hallway light was on, and she could see two people outside the door, two women. She took out her binoculars and saw Shinting and Sun Liwen. What were they doing here? Had they come specifically to find her? Lu Lin didn't want to pay them any attention. She had never felt anything for them to begin with, and after what had happened at the base, she didn't want to consider them family at all. She should just pretend she never had any family. She'd grown up in an orphanage and never had any relatives either. They come looking for her because they couldn't make ends meet. If they had better days, would they still think of her? Lu Lin knew perfectly well what was going on. Chapter 254. The two rang the doorbell for a long time, but no one answered. Shinting was getting impatient. Mom, is she doing this on purpose? Does she just not want to talk to us? Sun Liwen looked helpless. What can we do? We need her help. If you continue with this attitude, she'd be even less likely to help us. Tingting, after everything you've been through, you should be more sensible. Living under someone else's roof, you have to know when to bow your head. Shinting remained silent, but she was furious. Why should Lu Lin, who had harmed her, have to bow down to her? Once Lu Lin agreed to let her and her mother live with her, she would definitely make her pay. Lu Lin silently watched the two's ugly faces from inside the room, sneered, and let Aki and Xiaoxue out. The two rushed to the iron gate, barking wildly at the two women, their ferocity suggesting they wanted to break through the gate and tear them to pieces. Shinting was terrified, her face pale. Mom, that bitch won't come out. Let's go! What if she unleashes her dogs to bite us? Sun Liwen, helpless, shouted through the iron gate, Lin Lin, I know it's you. Mom's here. Mom's come to see you. What we did before was wrong. Now your father is gone. Sun Liwen choked up. I only have you and Tingting as my family. Come out and see Mom. Lu Lin was stunned. Shin Yuanming was gone? When Lin Feng came out of the base, he only said he was unconscious and in a vegetative state. He didn't expect him to be dead, but under those conditions, how could the base possibly keep them alive indefinitely? Even before the apocalypse, let alone now, they might not have been able to provide unconditional care indefinitely. Lu Lin felt no unease. It was all their own fault. If they had cared for her even a little bit back then, Yang Qing would have donated the brain microscope to the base hospital, and none of what happened afterward would have occurred. It was simply retribution. Their attitude that time completely severed their father-daughter bond. From then on, she had nothing to do with them anymore. Sun Liwen called for a long time, but no one came out. People who hadn't attended the banquet shouted from across the building, What are you yelling about? Are you wailing at a funeral? If you don't leave, I'm calling security. The two exchanged a glance, both ashamed and angry, and slunk away. The Lin family, with Lin Chen giving Yang Qing and her companion ample face, treated them politely. Miss Yang, do you still have any lychees? I'd like to exchange some. Yes, but these aren't cheap, Yang Qing smiled. Of course, even exchanging a single green vegetable isn't cheap these days, let alone lychees. There's nothing I can do, my mother just loves them. Alright, come find me at building 38 tomorrow, and I see how many are left. Yang Qing smiled broadly. Several other people also approached Yang Qing. She knew they were doing it out of respect for the Lin family, so she naturally didn't refuse. Lin Huaishu, watching the people below from the second-floor staircase, asked Lin Zhongyuan, were they the ones who changed our bandages? Yes, sir. Lin Zhongyuan nodded. They certainly seem like capable people. Lin Huaishu observed Yang Qing and Leng Yi. They had good bearing, remaining neither servile nor arrogant among this group of wealthy families, a rare quality. Fortunately, his two sons were sensible, and hadn't offended them for anyone's sake. His younger son usually seemed carefree, but his judgment of people was quite good. The second young master has grown up. He handled both of these matters, Lin Zhongyuan remarked with admiration. He'd been with the Lin family for decades, watching both children grow up. Lin Huaishu snorted. He's had quite a few girlfriends, but none of them have settled down. That woman, however, is different. Could he be interested in her? Not likely, Lin Zhongyuan quickly said. I think he's just idolizing them, but those two are indeed very capable. That's good. Lin Huaishu nodded. That kid's not young anymore. It's time to find him a wife and settle down. Yes. Lin Zhongyuan nodded. But look at what's below. Which of these rich young ladies is worthy of the second young master? Lin Huaishu rolled his eyes. Any of them is worthy. That kid has only accomplished 2 things, and he's already getting cocky. I think it's not that he's capable, it's that he's lucky. If it weren't for that young couple, what could he have accomplished? Lin Zhongyuan smiled. The second young master has always been very lucky. The Lin family's fortune might even be tied to him in the future. Lin Huaishu fell silent. Although his eldest son was capable, he was too steady and inflexible, while his younger son was too impulsive and lacked composure. It was truly a difficult situation. Yang Qing and Leng Yi returned from the Lin family and told Lu Lin about their encounter with Shenting and Sun Liwen and the conflict they had had. Lu Lin was silent for a while. No wonder they came to her door. It seemed they were desperate. They didn't really care about her. They only remembered her when they needed something from her, just like in Mingsheng. I know, they came to see me earlier, Lu Lin said. What? They found this place? Yang Qing was taken aback. But I didn't let them in, I ignored them, Lu Lin said. They must have found out you were here, Yang Qing said. Lin, what about them? I won't acknowledge them. My family died long ago, Lu Lin shook her head. If you see them again, don't worry about me. Just do what you need to do. Yang Qing nodded, and put his arm around Lu Lin's shoulder. People like that aren't worth your sadness. I'm not sad, Lu Lin shook her head. I just find it ridiculous. Why do they think I helped them? Just because of that laughable blood relation? Besides, they don't even know if I'm their biological daughter. But how did they find their way here? Yang Qing smiled. It was just a coincidence. I heard that Sun Liwen was the first love of the man surnamed Wang who owned Villa number 33 over there. They met by chance, and knowing Sun Liwen's plight, they felt sorry for her and let the mother and daughter stay at their home. And that old Wang's wife is still alive, just paralyzed, and they openly got together. Lu Lin sneered. They really have no shame. So what they did has nothing to do with you. If they mention you in the future, just don't admit it. Anyway, it was all speculation at the time. Yang Qing said. I understand. Lu Lin nodded. She had long since given up hope on the mother and daughter, and would never have a trace of attachment to that so-called kinship again. After sitting for a while, with nothing to do, Yang Qing thought about how Shigua's situation and decided to try planting some Chinese medicinal herbs and vegetables at home to see if he could grow anything in this polar night. After discussing it with Leng Yi, he tidied up the backyard and moved some seedlings and medicinal herbs from his spatial storage to try planting them. Building 38 is at the very edge, some distance from the community wall. Since no one's going to come here anyway, we might as well put up an iron gate between the villa wall and the community wall to enclose it, making full use of the land inside. We could even raise some chickens and ducks. Firstly, it's an experiment. Secondly, it's something to show others. Then we have an excuse to eat vegetables and meat later. Chapter 255. Yang Qing planted vegetables in the backyard, raised chickens and ducks, and even caught a few rabbits to keep as pets. She had Leng Yi build a shed and hang LED lights to supplement the plant's lighting. Small animals can't live in darkness forever, or their eyesight will deteriorate. The next day, Kai Qin brought gifts and a little girl to visit. Yang Qing quickly told Aki and Xiaoxue to hide aside so as not to frighten the child. Your place is nice. Kai Qin led the child inside, looking around. Not at all, it's just a simple renovation. Probably not as nice as Sister Kai's, right? Yang Qing smiled politely. Pretty much, my house is also simply decorated. Kai Qin smiled, taking the child's hand. This is my child, Guogua, And this is Sister Yang Qing. Say hello to her. Hello, sister, the child said in a sweet, childish voice, blinking her big eyes at Yang Qing. Good girl. Yang Qing squatted down, had Lu Lin bring out some candy, and put it in the child's hand. Here, baby, have some candy. Guguo looked at Yang Qing, then at her mother, hesitated to take it. Kai Qing smiled and said to the child, Thank you, sister. Guguo then took the candy and said with a smile, Thank you, sister. Yang Qing patted her little head. Kai Qing had taught her well. She shouldn't accept things from strangers so easily. Even in the past, let alone in the apocalypse, this was how she should have been taught. Come, sit down. Yang Qing picked the child up and placed her on the sofa, taking out the leftover lychees from yesterday from the refrigerator. Sister will peel some lychees for you, okay? They're so sweet. No, these are too precious, Kai Qing quickly said. Since we already brought them, they spoil if we don't eat them. We might as well eat them while they're fresh. Yang Qing smiled. Sister Kai, you sit down too, let's eat together. Kai Qing smiled and sat down, while Lu Lin sat beside her, peeling lychees for the child. I didn't expect we'd be so lucky to meet again here, Kai Qing sighed. When the tsunami hit, many of my men died, and we couldn't salvage much. Yes, you never know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident, Yang Qing sighed as well. That's why we should cherish our lives even more. Guiguo, seeing Aki and Xiao Shui beside her, was curious and tugged at Lu Lin's hand. Can I play with them? Lu Lin hesitated. The two dogs were too big and might frighten the child. We have rabbits at home. Shall I take you to see them? Okay. Guiguo blinked, looking at her mother. Mommy, I want to go see the rabbits with my sister. Go ahead. Kai Qing smiled gently. Lu Lin then took Guiguo to the backyard. I can tell you really like children. So, have you decided to have one? Kai Qing asked Yang Qing. Yang Qing paused, glanced at Lengyi beside her, and shook her head. We're not planning on having one yet. It's the apocalypse now. Who knows when another disaster might strike? It's too unstable. Actually, you're so well off, it's not like you can't afford to raise one, Kai Qing said with a smile. It's not a matter of affordability, it's just too insecure. We adults live on the edge, let alone a child. Yang Qing shook her head. That's true, Kai Qing nodded. When the tsunami came, she was my biggest worry. If I hadn't been concerned about her, I could have left sooner and salvaged more. When that happens, her life will be more important than anything else. Yes, that's why we won't have a child until things are stable. Although she'd bring us joy, she can also be a burden sometimes. If she falls into the hands of bad people, she could become a weapon, a threat. I don't want that to happen yet. Kai Qing nodded. Yang Qing was indeed a very rational person. The child was now her Achilles heel. She had to prioritize her in many things. Without her, she could be bolder and do more. But having a child meant considering many things, always thinking about whether it would involve her, so she dared not do many things. But she didn't regret giving birth to this child. It was a bittersweet experience. Not long after, Lu Lin returned with Guiguo. The little girl's face flushed with excitement. Mommy, mommy, their bunny is so cute. I want to raise a bunny too. This? Kai Qing hesitated. Yang Qing smiled. If the little one wants to keep them, I get her too. I have some at home anyway. That's too much trouble. It's nothing, they're not worth much. Yang Qing smiled and said to Lu Lin, Get Sister Kai 2 little rabbits, preferably a male and a female. Okay. Lu Lin responded and went to get the rabbits. They were packed in a cardboard box with a few vegetable leaves inside. Rabbits are omnivores. Although they eat mostly vegetables, they can also eat solid food, Yang Qing said with a smile. With Kai Qing's means, keeping 2 rabbits shouldn't be a problem. Okay, thank you. Kai Qing smiled, affectionately patting the delighted child. The child looked up at her, smiling, her eyes sparkling. Yang Qing rarely saw Kai Qing's gentle side. She had always thought of her as aloof and alluring, but it turned out she was also a loving mother. After Kai Qing left, the woman who had promised to exchange lychees for rice the day before took a bag of rice and exchanged it for 2 pounds of lychees. Then Lin Rui came again. Sister, almost everyone in our community has moved in, and we decided to set up a management committee. Like the old property management, we hire security guards to ensure community safety, cleaners to maintain cleanliness, and some plumbers and electricians to normalize community life. Everyone unanimously wants our Lin family to be the chairpersons of the management committee, and I'd like to invite you and brother-in-law to join. Shouldn't we pass? Yang Qing and Lengyi exchanged a glance. They didn't want to meddle. Sister, you and brother-in-law are so capable, If you don't join, who is qualified? Lin Rui was anxious. Joining the management committee isn't without its advantages. We can decide everything in the community together. Our community is so big, we definitely need to collect management fees, and committee members can reduce those fees as appropriate. Yang Qing scoffed. Did she care about a little management fee? She just didn't want to be constrained. Forget it, whatever your rules are, whatever the management fee is, we follow them. The management committee is out of the question. We're lazy. We don't want to manage anything. Lin Rui was helpless. He had wanted to recruit Yang Qing, so he could involve her in everything. What, if we don't join the management committee? Will you make things difficult for us? Yang Qing said deliberately. Of course not. Lin Rui grinned. With just one word from me, let's see who dares to make things difficult for you, but... Then thank you for your consideration, second young master. Yang Qing interrupted him with a smile. Lin Rui was a little helpless. This woman was truly impervious to reason. Chapter 256. Have you decided how much management fee each household will pay? Yang Qing asked. We haven't decided yet, but the initial plan is 20 jin of grain per household, Lin Rui said. 20 jin per household. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a bit unfair? My family is so small, only 3 people, while yours is over 1,000 square meters, with dozens of people. Are we going to pay the same management fee? Well, Lin Rui chuckled awkwardly, it does seem a little unfair, doesn't it? More than a little, it's very unfair, Yang Qing laughed. We need more security guards patrolling your front door, and 2 more cleaners. Then, how about calculating it based on area? Lin Rui said. I'm inexperienced with this. I never done this before. Others always do it, and I don't even have to worry about our management fees. Based on area, that's fine. Based on population is hard to determine. Some people come and go, and the number of people living there might be. He'd be leaving in a few days, Yang Qing said, glancing sideways at Lin Rui. So, the once aloof second young master is going down to earth too? Well, my old man wants me to learn more. He says I used to be good for nothing but playing around. Yang Qing chuckled. Isn't that right? Oh right, I came here for something else. Lin Rui became serious. We decided to hire 20 security guards, but the quality of the recruits is uneven. I like my brother-in-law to be their instructor and train all the security guards in our community. It's the apocalypse now, and it's the polar night, so I'm afraid many people will try to take advantage of our community. I'm worried those security guards won't be able to protect us. Don't worry, sister, I definitely pay brother-in-law higher salary than others. Are we people who lack that little bit of salary? Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. Lin Rui smiled wryly. Sister, I know you don't lack that little bit of salary, but we all live here, and you want a safe environment, right? To be honest, I don't trust anyone else. I only trust you and brother-in-law. Yang Qing was surprised. How can you trust us so much? Although I may not have much ability, I still have a good eye for people. Lin Rui patted his chest. With our relationship, who else would I trust if not you? Lung Yi smiled. It's not that I can't be an instructor, but the time can't be long, a maximum of 2 hours a day, the rest of the time let them train on their own. We have our own things to do. Okay, no problem. Lin Rui immediately said. Lung Yi then went with Lin Rui to the security team, first meeting 20 security guards, looking at their information, and then finalizing the training plan and schedule. Lin Rui saw that the training was in combat techniques, and he was itching to learn, clamoring to learn too. After learning for only 2 days, he couldn't endure the hardship and wanted to quit, but after being mocked by Lung Yi, he gritted his teeth and went back to learn. To everyone's surprise, after a week, he seemed to enjoy it more and more. Lin Huaishu, observing this, remarked with some emotion, I didn't expect this guy surnamed Lung to actually have some skill. He can even teach a lazybones like the second son. Lin Chen smiled, yes, he's a truly capable person. Judging from his skills, he must have been in the military or police force, and not just any ordinary department. But Xiao Rui has indeed become more sensible than before, so Dad can rest assured about that. Lin Huaishu shook his head, he just thinks it's fun. Without a family and career, he can't settle down. Dad. Lin Chen looked at his father, in this world, do you still want Xiao Rui to get married? Our Lin family isn't what it used to be. If we don't form an alliance through marriage, how can we guarantee our future status? Lin Huaishu sighed. Lin Chen remained silent. When he was with his first love, his family strongly opposed it. She left, but a year later, she sent a child back through someone, claiming it was his. A paternity test confirmed it was his. He was heartbroken then, and afterwards, no matter what his father said, he refused to marry again. Now the burden of an alliance falls on his younger brother. But it's the apocalypse. Who can he rely on for a marriage alliance? Who knows? One day the whole family might be wiped out. However, he could understand his father. If the Lin family declined under his leadership, he would have no face to face their ancestors. Having a child made him understand his father's good intentions even more. Although he didn't want his child to end up like him, he genuinely hoped his future wife would come from a good family of equal standing, so he wouldn't have to worry for the rest of his life. People are sometimes so contradictory. After the security team finished training, Lin Rui called out to Leng Yi, Brother Yi. Leng Yi had been training the security guards lately, and everyone called him Instructor Leng. Lin Rui couldn't very well call him brother-in-law anymore, so he started calling him Brother Yi. I want to get some equipment for the security team. What do you need? Let's go buy it together, Lin Rui said. Leng Yi thought for a moment. It wasn't possible to equip them with all the guns. Even though it was the apocalypse, carrying guns was still illegal, at least ostensibly. Then we get some batons, stun guns, shields, stab-proof vests, etc. We go to the administrative center. There are quite a few shops there. I went to check it out before. They had some second-hand items, and the prices weren't expensive, Leng Yi said. A security guard chimed in, Instructor Leng, there's one in the old city too, much cheaper than in the administrative center. The old city? Lin Rui exclaimed in surprise. There's an old city? Of course. I came from the old city. The guard was equally surprised. They hadn't known. Leng Yi didn't know either. They all assumed that since the tsunami had destroyed the entire city, Xia City would be deserted before the new city was built. Even the survivors would have moved to other cities, right? Where do the people in the old city live? Leng Yi asked. A few buildings didn't collapse, and they're packed with people. Some are former survivors, and some are temporary residents from other cities, who want to buy a house, but haven't accumulated enough points. Some people have gathered materials, and built temporary shelters on the ruins. As more people built, it became a shantytown. It's basically a slum. With so many people, there's naturally a place to trade, and things are much cheaper than in the new city. Shall we go take a look? Lin Rui asked curiously. Okay. Leng Yi nodded, getting into his Night 15. This car was fully bulletproof, blast-proof, and stab-proof. Even if attacked in the slums, there was no need to worry. Brother Yi, can I drive it? Lin Rui looked at the car with envy. Leng Yi glanced at him, then moved to the passenger seat. You drive. Hey, thank you, Brother Yi. Lin Rui exclaimed with delight. Upon arriving in the old town, they discovered just how appalling the conditions were. Everything was filthy, garbage was everywhere, swarms of mosquitoes roamed, and people were urinating and defecating indiscriminately. Some houses were simply propped up by a tattered rag, half-collapsed structures. Others were supported by a few planks of wood, the kind that would collapse in a gust of wind. Lin Rui frowned. He had never been to such a filthy place before, and almost didn't want to go in. Brother Yi, should we leave? Leng Yi nodded. Even cheap things wouldn't be good in such an environment. It was too dirty. Just as Lin Rui turned around, several people rushed out, grabbing wooden sticks and smashing them down on the car. With a few loud bangs, the car was unharmed, but the sticks the men were carrying snapped in two. Leng Yi drew his gun, intending to give them a warning. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Brother Yi, is that you, Brother Yi? Leng Yi stared intently, then froze. It was Jiang Hao? Chapter 257. Brother Yi, is that really you? Jiang Hao asked, his face beaming with surprise. Leng Yi, gun in hand, opened the car door and got out. The robbers, seeing his gun, fled in a flash. Leng Yi looked at Jiang Hao, who was filthy, terribly thin, and with sunken cheeks. What are you doing here? Where are Li Shengnan and the others? Leng Yi asked. They. Jiang Hao paused, a look of guilt on his face. They're not with us. We got separated. What happened? Leng Yi frowned. They had said they were going to the official base. Yang Qing had given them a pickup truck, and they still had several hundred kilograms of food and other supplies. How did things end up like this? Brother Yi, how about we find somewhere else to talk? Lin Rui, standing beside him, looked at Jiang Hao with disdain, then at the flies buzzing around, not wanting to stay a minute longer. You take my car back first. Tell Yang Qing I found one of our friends, Jiang Hao, and have her contact me, Leng Yi said. There's no cell phone now. How can my sister contact you? Lin Rui asked. She knows. Leng Yi waved his hand. You go back first. I talked to my friend some more. Lin Rui sighed, but he really didn't want to stay there. so he started the car and drove off. Where's Wang Min? Surely she's not with you either, Leng Yi asked. She is, but she's sick and resting at home, Jiang Hao said. Take me to see her, Leng Yi nodded. Jiang Hao led Leng Yi through a maze of turns to a shantytown made entirely of wooden planks and corrugated iron, filthy and smelly everywhere. Leng Yi followed without flinching. People occasionally shone flashlights around, curiously eyeing a well-dressed and handsome man. This is it. Jiang Hao pushed open a crooked door. The house was so low that Leng Yi had to duck to enter. You're back? A weak voice came from inside. When Wang Min saw Leng Yi, she froze. Leng Yi saw Wang Min lying on a bed made of a door panel, a thin, black, tattered blanket. Plastic bags containing unidentified items hung everywhere. Wang Min was terribly thin. In the dim candlelight, her face was sallow, and it was unclear what illness she was suffering from. Leng Yi? Wang Min's face flushed red, then she coughed violently. I get you a glass of water, Jiang Hao said quickly, shaking the broken kettle. It was already empty. Leng Yi took a bottle of mineral water from his bag and gave it to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's eyes immediately reddened. Thank you. Brother Yu. He couldn't finish the sentence, because there was nowhere to sit except on the bed, but the bed was so small and made from a converted door panel that there was no way to sit. Jiang Hao felt both ashamed and guilty. How did you end up like this? Leng Yi asked. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Jiang Hao said, his face full of remorse. We were on our way to the official base when we ran into two fellow villagers, who were also relatives, the kind of people we were very close to back in our hometown. They begged me to let them ride in the back of our pickup truck. Li Shengnan and the others initially refused, but I agreed. That evening, the villagers said they wanted to thank us for the ride and treated us to dinner. Li Shengnan and the others said it wasn't necessary, but they brought out some food and offered it to everyone. Who knew they had ulterior motives? They drugged the food. When we woke up, they were gone, had driven our truck away, and taken everything from inside. Even our belongings and guns were taken. Jiang Hao was filled with shame as he said this, while Wang Min looked utterly defeated. Li Shengnan and Gao Yang went berserk and parted ways with us. Without our points cards and supplies, we couldn't enter the official base, and we don't know where they went. We couldn't get into the base either, so we had to scavenge for supplies outside to survive. But Mingqing's supplies had already been almost completely looted, and there were also professional freelance teams. We couldn't compete with them at all, and we were constantly going hungry. Later, I don't know if it was something bad from eating or what, but Wang Min got sick and has been like this ever since. Leng Yi fell silent. Although Jiang Hao and the others had brought it upon themselves, Yang Qing probably wouldn't abandon them now that they were in this state. Besides, they had been deceived in the first place. They hadn't intentionally wanted to harm Li Shengnan and Gao Yang, and they themselves were also struggling. The walkie-talkie on his waist crackled to life. Leng Yi picked up the walkie-talkie and went outside to speak. The smell inside was unbearable. Leng Yi, is it really Jiang Hao and the others? And what about Shengnan and the others? Yang Qing's urgent voice came through the walkie-talkie. Leng Yi gave a brief summary of what Jiang Hao had said. Yang Qing fell silent. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. It's been so long since the apocalypse, and they still haven't been on their guard, allowing themselves to be outmaneuvered? Wang Min seems quite ill, and the environment here is really terrible, Leng Yi said. Lin Rui said when he came to the villa earlier that no outsiders were allowed in, probably because he saw Jiang Hao's condition. Yang Qing pondered. See if we could let them stay with Li Liang for a while, like renting his place. We pay the rent. One room is enough for the two of them. If it really doesn't work out, Li Liang can stay with Lin Feng for a while, but I don't know if they agree. I talked to them, Leng Yi said. He had given Li Liang a walkie-talkie before, so he should be able to contact him. When the walkie-talkie connected, Li Liang was at home. He had almost finished all the work in the villa area, and he hadn't found any other work yet. He didn't want to bother Yang Qing and the others, so he hadn't contacted them. Hearing Leng Yi say that he was temporarily renting his house to a friend, he agreed without hesitation. After settling things with Li Liang, Leng Yi told Yang Qing, and she said she would come pick them up right away. Come with me, let's find somewhere else to stay. The environment here is too bad, it's not good for recuperation, Leng Yi said. Brother Yi, we can't keep dragging you down, Jiang Hao said, feeling deeply ashamed. This is Yang Qing's intention, Leng Yi said. Besides, Wang Min is so ill, how can she get better here? Leng Yi then looked at Wang Min. Yang Qing knows you're sick, and is very worried. You know she's a loyal and devoted person, Don't let her down. Wang Min's tears fell instantly. She felt utterly useless. She had only been able to live such a good life because of him. Later, she had even dragged Li Shengnan and the others down with her. Her illness was retribution. Pack your things. Let's go, Leng Yi said to Jiang Hao. Just pack a few changes of clothes and take any medicine you have. Don't take anything else. Jiang Hao's face flushed. He had only tattered clothes. Taking them to someone's house would only dirty their place. He packed a few clothes and helped Wang Min get out of bed. They went outside, and he carried Wang Min on his back. It took them a long time to reach the main road, where Yang Qing drove up in an ordinary car. Chapter 258. Wang Min. Yang Qing's eyes reddened instantly upon seeing Wang Min's condition. How could she be so sick? Yang Qing. Wang Min also wept uncontrollably. Leng Yi sighed. Let's get in the car first. We talk about the rest later. When they arrived at Li Liang's building, Jiang Hao carried Wang Min up to the 5th floor. Panting heavily along the way, Yang Qing asked if he needed help, but he shook his head and insisted on carrying Wang Min up. Upon arriving at Li Liang's house, they knocked on the door, and Li Liang immediately opened it, letting them in. Carry her into the room. Then you. Yang Qing looked at him. His house only had one bed. It's all right. Lin Feng and I have already agreed that I live with him from now on. Anyway, he has a spare room. Li Liang smiled. I moved all my things over, so you can stay here without worry. Big brother, thank you. Jiang Hao said gratefully. Yang Qing then asked Leng Yi to go downstairs and bring up the things she had put in the trunk. There were new mats and bedding, new clothes, grain, ingredients, and drinking water. 20 jin of grain was given to Li Liang as rent, but he refused to accept it, saying it was too much. His monthly salary only amounted to about 20 jin of grain. How could he accept so much? Finally, Yang Qing said that the grain would be considered 2 months' rent, and they could discuss it again after 2 months. Li Liang reluctantly accepted it. Actually, when he heard that these two were their friends, Li Liang hadn't planned to accept rent. He and Lin Feng owed their current situation to them, and helping his friends was the right thing to do. However, Yang Qing insisted, so he had no choice but to accept it. Yang Qing asked Jiang Hao to give Wang Min a good bath, while she and Leng Yi went to the kitchen to cook. After dinner, Wang Min had showered and changed into new clothes, looking much cleaner, though terribly thin. Do you know what illness it is? Yang Qing looked at Wang Min's face. It was an unnaturally yellowish hue. I don't know, there's nowhere to see a doctor, and I don't have the money. Jiang Hao couldn't lift his head. Let me take a look, Yang Qing said, gesturing for Wang Min to extend her hand and taking her pulse. How do you know how to treat illnesses? Wang Min was surprised. She remembered not knowing anything about this before. Yang Qing smiled. I studied with an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor for half a year, so I know a little bit. As she took the pulse, Yang Qing's expression gradually became serious. How is it? Jiang Hao asked. It seems she has liver disease. Yang Qing frowned. Ah? Is it contagious? What about you too? Wang Min suddenly became anxious. It's all right. It won't spread like this. But Jiang Hao has been with you the whole time. I wonder if he's caught it, Yang Qing said. Then can you take a look at him too? Wang Min asked. Yang Qing nodded, then had Jiang Hao extend his hand. She checked his pulse, smiled, and said, he should be fine, at least I couldn't diagnose it. Maybe he has antibodies, so he didn't get infected. So what do we do now? Can Wang Min's illness be cured? Jiang Hao asked. It should be. It's not too serious, just a slow recovery, Yang Qing said. I prescribed some medicine for her, and bring it over this afternoon. You can brew 1 dose for her every day for half a month and see. Thank you, Yang Qing, but... Jiang Hao looked at her apologetically. We don't have anything right now. It's all right. You can give it to me when you earn some money, Yang Qing smiled. The most important thing right now is to cure Wang Min's illness. Yang Qing, I'm so sorry. Tears streamed down Wang Min's face. She truly regretted it. She should have stayed by Yang Qing's side instead of going to that official base. Judging from the owner of this house, they must be friends they met later. If they could afford a new house here, their old friends must be even better off. She had overestimated her abilities. And she had been too trusting. In this apocalypse, she shouldn't have trusted anyone except Yang Qing and Li Shengnan. She should have dissuaded Jiang Hao back then. She was filled with remorse. Have you heard from Li Shengnan and the others? Yang Qing asked. Wang Min shook her head. We haven't seen them since they left. It's all our fault, Wang Min said, tears streaming down her face. Yang Qing sighed, unsure what to say. She had no right to forgive them on Li Xingnan's behalf. Don't think too much, just focus on getting better. You'll be fine once you're fully recovered. Thank you, Yang Qing. Wang Min was extremely grateful. They might have died in the slums if it weren't for her. Let's eat first. I go back and get the medicine and bring it over later. Yang Qing patted her hand. Eat before you go, Jiang Hao quickly said. No need, you eat yourselves. We go back first. Yang Qing shook her head and left with Lung Yi. Wang Min scolded, my illness is contagious. We can't let them eat with us. I forgot. Jiang Hao lowered his head. Never mind, let's eat first. Wang Min sighed and turned her head to the side. Back in the car, Lung Yi took out disinfectant wipes to clean Yang Qing's hands. It's not that bad, Yang Qing said. It's better to be careful. Lung Yi insisted on wiping her hands with a wet wipe. The virus was unpredictable. What if something happened? I didn't expect things to turn out like this. I wonder how Sheng Nan and Gao Yang are doing, Yang Qing said worriedly. They're much more capable than Jiang Hao and the others. They should be able to survive. Lung Yi reassured Yang Qing. Back in the villa area, Lin Rui was waiting for them at the gate. She was a little surprised to see the two of them return in another car. Sis, your car. Lin Rui patted the Night 15. Drive it to my house for me, Yang Qing said. Lin Rui followed Yang Qing into her yard. Was that person really your friend today? Lin Rui asked curiously. How could their friend have fallen to the point of living in a slum? Yang Qing nodded lightly, not wanting to elaborate. Don't worry, we didn't let them move in. Lin Rui chuckled awkwardly. Normally, we can't control how many people live in a home and who comes over, but that person looked really dirty. I was worried they might have some kind of disease. Yang Qing sighed inwardly. They really did have a disease. They definitely couldn't let them move in. Even if they weren't sick, it was best to arrange for them to stay outside if possible. Living together meant having to be wary of them discovering her secret, which was quite troublesome. Yang Qing went back to her room, used her spatial storage to prepare some medicine, and had Lin Yi deliver it to Wang Min. Sister, you can treat illnesses? Lin Rui asked, surprised. I learned a little from an old Chinese medicine doctor before. What, are you sick? Or is something wrong with you? Yang Qing looked Lin Rui up and down. Sister, you're joking. Lin Rui's ears turned red. This woman really didn't act like a man. Could you take a look at my grandfather? Lin Rui asked. You overestimate me. I can't treat your old man's illness. Yang Qing shook her head. Uremia? She didn't have the skills for that. As for Wang Min, she only prescribed medicine according to ancient remedies. As for whether it could cure him, she wasn't sure. Chapter 259. Lung Yi delivered the medicine to Jiang Hao, also bringing a clay pot to teach him how to decoct it. While busy decocting the medicine, Jiang Hao recounted some recent events. Brother Yi, there's something. Jiang Hao hesitated. Just say it, Lung Yi said. Could you help me find a job? We can't keep relying on you all. I need to work to support Wang Min. Jiang Hao looked ashamed. Lung Yi pondered for a moment. Wang Min is quite ill. You take care of her first, and we talk about it when she's better. Don't worry about the job, I help you. He was currently an instructor in the villa area. Hiring someone as a security guard wouldn't be difficult. But you're too thin now. You need to take good care of yourself. Don't forget the skills you learned before. Finding a job isn't hard if you have the skills. Oh, thank you, Brother Yi. Jiang Hao thanked him repeatedly. We're currently staying in the villa area at the back. Outsiders are generally not allowed in. If you need anything, you can contact Li Liang. He has a walkie-talkie. Just have him let us know, Lung Yi said. Okay, Brother Yi, Jiang Hao nodded. Then keep an eye on the water. Don't burn the medicine. I head back now, Lung Yi said. Jiang Hao saw him to the door. 2 days later, Yang Qing brought Wang Min some meat and eggs again. She can't just take medicine now. She needs nutrition. Part of her liver disease is caused by malnutrition. Yang Qing, I don't know what to say, thank you so much. Wang Min's eyes welled up with tears. She hadn't expected Yang Qing to still care for her as always. Once I get better and can work again, I definitely pay you back. Yang Qing smiled. Don't think about so much now. Getting better is the most important thing. Don't be impatient either. Illness comes like a landslide, but recovery is slow and gradual. The more you rush, the slower you recover. Once you feel better in a few days, and can brew your own medicine, we find Jiang Hao a job. So please don't rush. Don't think about returning our things anytime soon. We're not in a hurry. Okay. Wang Min's eyes were red. After chatting for a few more minutes, Yang Qing and Leng Yi said goodbye. Since we're out, I want to go to the research center. I wonder if the transplanted Chinese herbs and vegetable seeds were successful last time, Yang Qing said. Okay, I go with you, Leng Yi nodded. When they arrived at the research center, Chenro was very happy to see them. Yang Qing, come and see. The herbs you brought last time are still alive, and they even grown a little. Really? That's wonderful. Yang Qing was also pleasantly surprised. The vegetable she moved from her spatial dimension to the courtyard survived, but those were watered with spiritual spring water. Surprisingly, the ones here survived even without spiritual spring water. It seems the centipede powder really works. Did you use centipede powder? Yang Qing asked. Yes. Chenro nodded. So we added centipede powder to the culture medium, and the planted vegetable seeds all sprouted. The director is very happy, and has decided to start cultivating the 1 pound of rice seeds you gave us. Then we'd be able to harvest grain in the future. Yang Qing smiled, truly happy for them. That's wonderful, your hard work hasn't been in vain. Chenro looked at Yang Qing. If you hadn't said centipede powder was useful, we would never have thought of that. You're the one who made us succeed, your contribution is the greatest. She felt Yang Qing was truly an incredible person. With her around, everything became better. No wonder both teachers liked her so much, there was a reason. It was just a coincidence, Yang Qing said modestly. I'm just a little luckier than others. I hope your luck stays this good, so we can all benefit from your success, and even all of humanity can benefit from it, Chenro said. That's an exaggeration. I'm not God, Yang Qing laughed. You're much more useful than God right now. If there really is a God, why would he bring this disaster upon us? Why would he make us suffer? Chenro shook her head. I never believed in any God. Yang Qing nodded. Right? We can only believe in ourselves. Only by relying on ourselves can we find a way out. Director Zhou, the head of the research center, was very happy to see Yang Qing and said that to thank her for providing the seeds and methods, he wanted to treat her and Leng Yi to dinner. Yang Qing didn't refuse, and the group went to eat at a restaurant outside. Yang Qing then discovered that many new shops had opened, including snack shops. There were stir-fry restaurants, as well as barbecue and dessert shops. What do these shops use for exchange? Yang Qing asked curiously. You don't know yet? The government has issued a new currency called the New City Coin. You can pay at any shop in the New City District, Director Zhou said with a smile. Really? Yang Qing was surprised. Isn't that practically currency? Yes, otherwise we have to carry several kilograms of grain over just to have a barbecue, which would be too much trouble, Director Zhou said. If the shop owners receive the New City coins, but don't use them, they can exchange them for grain at the administrative center. It's the same thing. I see. Yang Qing nodded. That's much more convenient, the only inconvenience is for the shop owners. However, the owner only needs to change every few days. There's no need to change them every day. It's my treat today, order whatever you like, Director Zhou said. But even though he said that, Yang Qing and the others felt embarrassed to order too much. After all, he was only receiving a salary. Looking around, the shop didn't have much meat, only pork and beef. Most of the other items were potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, gluten, and other easily preserved foods, probably stockpiled from before. There were very few green vegetables, since they are difficult to preserve, and the research center hadn't grown them yet, so they had to be sourced from other cities, which would be more expensive. Everyone ordered 2 or 3 items. Director Zhou ordered pork belly and beef for himself, calculating 2 skewers per person. The owner grilled them for them, using his own secret spices, and soon the aroma filled the air. Yang Qing sniffed, it smells so good. It's been so long since I had barbecue, Chenro also exclaimed. Just then, several people in uniform walked by. Yang Qing looked at the back of one of them. Why did he look so much like Li Shengnan? Shengnan? Yang Qing chased after him to the door, and called out again, Li Shengnan? 2 people turned around. It was indeed Li Shengnan and Gao Yang. Yang Qing? Li Shengnan was both surprised and delighted, and quickly ran over. Shengnan! Yang Qing stepped forward and hugged Li Shengnan, overjoyed. Leng Yi also came out, and Gao Yang stepped forward and hugged him. Brother Yi, long time no see. Long time no see. Leng Yi patted his back, also very excited. What are you doing here? Li Shengnan looked at Yang Qing with delight. She hadn't changed at all. No, she was even more beautiful than before. We're having something to eat with friends here. Yang Qing pointed to the barbecue restaurant. Come on, let's eat together. No need, you're with your friends, we shouldn't disturb you. Li Shengnan hesitated. What does it matter? We're all friends. Yang Qing smiled and took Li Shengnan's hand, then said to Gao Yang, come along. Okay. Gao Yang smiled, greeted the others, and followed Yang Qing into the barbecue restaurant. Chapter 260. Yang Qing pulled the two of them to Director Zhou and his group. I ran into some friends, Director Zhou, you don't mind, do you? But don't worry, this meal is on me. No need, we're all friends, let's all come together. Director Zhou quickly said. No, it's still my treat. I've been reunited with my friends after so long, it's my turn to treat. Yang Qing said. Then we won't stand on ceremony. Director Zhou didn't refuse again. Leng Yi went to order some more skewers, brought them over, and also ordered 2 bottles of drinks. Are you from the security team? Director Zhou looked at Li Shengnan and Gao Yang's uniforms. Yes. Li Shengnan nodded. Let me introduce you. This is Director Zhou from the Research Center, and this is my classmate Chen Rou, who also works in psychology. Yang Qing introduced them. Hello. Li Shengnan and Gao Yang greeted the two. When did you return to Xia City? Yang Qing asked. We came not long after the new urban area was rebuilt. Li Shengnan said. Yang Qing was surprised. They had arrived much earlier than them. They only came when the building was almost finished, while Li Shengnan and her group had arrived several months earlier. Director Zhou and Chen Rou, seeing that they wanted to reminisce, quickly finished their meal and left. Yang Qing. Li Shengnan and Gao Yang exchanged a glance, their eyes hesitant, before finally speaking. We parted ways with Wang Min and the others. I know, Yang Qing nodded, we ran into them a few days ago. Ran into them? They're also in Xia City? Li Shengnan was surprised. Yes, they're in the old city area. Yang Qing nodded. Wang Min is very ill, I just visited her today. Li Shengnan opened her mouth in shock, wanting to say something but unable to. I know about what happened between you two. It's Jiang Hao's fault, and he regrets it very much, Yang Qing sighed. After you separated, they didn't have a good time, which is why Wang Min became so ill. Li Shengnan and Gao Yang both fell silent, unable to utter the words of accusation. Actually, we can't entirely blame him. If we had firmly objected when he wanted his fellow villager to take the bus, perhaps none of this would have happened. Li Shengnan sighed. That's because we considered his feelings. Otherwise, why would we have agreed? Who knew? Gao Yang retorted. He was too careless. In this apocalypse, you shouldn't trust anyone except your best brothers, who have gone through life and death together, Yang Qing said. Hearing Yang Qing say this, Gao Yang felt a little better, as it was clear Yang Qing was on his side. Li Shengnan was soft-hearted. Although she was angry at the time, she forgave them afterward. But she harbored resentment, which she kept bottled up inside for so long. But now, hearing from Yang Qing that they've been having a tough time, and Wang Min is seriously ill, she can't muster any more anger. After you separated from Wang Min and the others, where did you go? Yang Qing asked. Actually, we went to the official base later, but we couldn't find you. We were very surprised at the time, wondering why you hadn't entered the base. I never expected something like this to happen. Li Shengnan took a sip of her drink. We separated, but we still got to the vicinity of the base. But because we ran out of points cards, we couldn't enter. So we looked for supplies nearby. Later, we met a group of freelancers. They saw that we were quite skilled and invited us to join them. But we couldn't get into the base. We could only stay outside, waiting for them to leave before going out with them to find supplies. But back then, because they were blocking our way from entering the base, they gave us very little when distributing supplies. We were fooled a few times, and didn't want to cooperate with them anymore. We came back later, but by then you weren't living in 701 anymore. I don't know where you went. We stayed in 701 for a while, then left too. We went to Mingcheng, where we also worked as security patrolmen. Although the salary wasn't high, there was some under-the-table income. Yang Qing nodded. During the extreme cold, they had worked as security patrolmen. When they encountered thieves or robbers, they would search their bodies for supplies. If they caught a fat target, it could be equivalent to several months' salary. We also lived in Mingcheng for half a year, and we didn't even run into you, Leng Yi said. But back then, they only went between the hospital and the government compound. They didn't go anywhere else. It wasn't surprising that they didn't run into you. You also lived in Mingcheng? Didn't you just say you went into the base? Li Shengnan was surprised. Yes, but we left the base in less than a month. If we'd known you weren't there, we wouldn't have gone in. We wasted several points cards, Yang Qing said. He recounted what happened to Lu Lin after they entered the base. I never imagined she'd actually find her biological parents, but they were such people, Li Shengnan sighed. Later, She suffered a severe head injury, and her parents refused to help her, which is why we completely broke ties with them, Yang Qing said. He then recounted everything that followed. When Li Xingyan heard that Lu Lin's father was dead, she shook her head. They deserved it, they brought it on themselves. Who says otherwise? Yang Qing smiled. But that mother and daughter aren't dead yet. They live with us in the villa area now, and they're doing just fine. Didn't they run into Lu Lin again? Li Xingyan asked, surprised. Yes, but Lin Lin ignored them, and doesn't want to acknowledge them anymore, Yang Qing said. It's better not to acknowledge family like that, Gao Yang nodded. Where do you live now? Yang Qing asked. We live in the dormitory building in the administrative center. Although it's better than the houses in the old city, we don't have our own rooms. 7 or 8 people share one, which isn't convenient, Li Xingyan sighed. But we're accumulating points. Once the second phase of the buildings is completed, we might be able to buy our own house, Gao Yang said. Yang Qing nodded, happy for them. They were much more capable than Jiang Hao and his group. Would you like to move in with us? Yang Qing asked. Wang Min's place isn't suitable, she has contagious liver disease, and it's not appropriate for you to live together. No need, we're fine now. Li Xingyan shook her head, feeling quite emotional knowing that Wang Min and the others had been living in the shantytown. How about we go visit Wang Min sometime when you have time? Yang Qing asked. Li Xingyan hesitated for a moment, but nodded. After all, it wasn't a deep-seated hatred, they had even gone through life and death situations together, and they didn't want things to turn out that way. Leng Yi handed them his walkie-talkie. Contact us if anything comes up. Thanks, Brother Yi. Gao Yang took it. The group happily finished their barbecue. Yang Qing didn't have any new city currency, so he paid the bill with a few kilograms of grain. They agreed to visit Lu Lin and Wang Min in a few days. It's better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester. Whatever happened, they should talk it out and remain friends. Chapter 261. Yang Qing and Leng Yi returned to the villa area and found a large crowd gathered outside the security booth, with occasional shouts and arguments. Leng Yi honked the horn, and a security guard quickly came to open the gate. Instructor Leng. What's going on up ahead? Leng Yi gestured with his chin. A resident came out to walk her dog, and said she was tired and asked our people to walk it for her. We initially refused, but the resident was arrogant, and we didn't dare offend her, so we sent someone to take the dog. Who knew that the dog would suddenly go crazy and bite our person? We confronted the dog owner, but she not only refused to compensate us, but also claimed that our people had abused her dog, which is why it bit us, and that's how the argument started. Leng Yi frowned and drove the car in. He saw a middle-aged woman walking a black and yellow dog, its teeth bared, ears perked up, looking fierce. The dog owner was pointing at one of the security guards, her finger almost poking his face. If you hadn't hit it, why would it bite you? My dog never bites. Why did it bite you? Did you hit it when it wasn't looking? I'm already being lenient by not asking for compensation. You want me to pay? That's wishful thinking. I didn't hit it, I just petted it, and before I could react, it suddenly bit me. The security guard was red-faced with anger, a large bite wound on his arm still bleeding. Who told you to touch it? My dog is a purebred Canary Mastiff. I bought it for a fortune. Can you, a security guard, afford to pet it? The dog owner said arrogantly. The other security guard was annoyed. What's wrong with being a security guard? Security guards are people too. Can't they even pet a dog? Then don't let anyone walk your dog. Now that it's bitten someone, you should take responsibility. Forget compensation, you should at least get a rabies vaccine, right? Rabies vaccine? Him? The woman scoffed. He's the one who got the nerve to touch my precious dog and dirty it. I haven't even settled accounts with him yet. Besides, my dog has always been vaccinated, it's perfectly healthy. It's been 2 years since the apocalypse. When did you get that vaccine? Is it still effective? Several security guards surrounded her. You're not leaving today without paying compensation. What, you want to hit me? The woman wasn't afraid at all, puffing out her chest as she stepped forward. Come on, hit me here, let's see if you dare. The dog barked wildly, looking ferocious. Everyone backed away. The woman's face twisted in mockery. What, chickening out? What can you do if I don't compensate you? You're just a bunch of watchdogs, eating worse than my dog, and you dare to talk back to me? Everyone was furious. Who are you calling watchdogs? We work here to ensure the safety of the residents. Without us, could you live here in peace? Without you, plenty of others would do the job. If you don't want to work, fine, get out. Tomorrow, tons of people will be applying. The woman scoffed. Yang Qing frowned. Even in this apocalyptic world, she's still so arrogant. Isn't she afraid of retaliation? Someone saw Lung Yi and his group approaching and quickly stepped forward. Instructor Lung, you be the judge. Lung Yi got out of the car and looked at the woman. No matter the reason, a dog that bites someone has to be held responsible. Rabies vaccines are hard to find these days, so let's settle this with some extra food. Why should we? The woman rolled her eyes, glancing at Lung Yi. You're their instructor? Looks like the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam is crooked too. You're the one who trained them, aren't you? Get out of my way. A good dog doesn't block the way. The dog in her arms barked wildly at Lung Yi, snarling and growling, ready to pounce. Yang Qing narrowed her eyes. Daring to treat her husband like that? She picked up a sharp pebble from the ground and struck an acupoint on the woman's leg. The woman's legs went weak, and she lunged at the dog. The dog reacted swiftly, turning and biting down on the woman's shoulder. Ah! The woman screamed in agony. Everyone was startled and quickly backed away. Wei, let go! The woman yelled. The dog, whether provoked or tasting blood, became even more agitated, biting harder and harder, almost making the sound of bones breaking. Help! It hurts so much. Someone help! The woman screamed shrilly, but no one dared to approach. First, they were afraid the dog would retaliate. Second, they felt this woman was getting her just desserts. She said her dog wouldn't bite, but now she'd been bitten herself. Let's see what she has to say then. Someone sneered, we don't have that ability. We're just watchdogs, not even as good as dogs. How could we possibly save you? Yeah, you can't even touch this dog. Who dares to pull it away? Are they looking for death? You all, pull the dog away. The woman was both shocked and furious, yelling at the dog while punching and kicking it. The dog became even more agitated, its eyes bloodshot. What do we do now? Someone worried. Who cares? She brought this on herself. This dog is so fierce. If it bites you, you might lose your life. Whoever wants to go can go, but I wouldn't dare. Whoever saves me, I give them 10 pounds of grain. No, 20 pounds. 50 pounds. The woman shouted. Everyone looked at each other, unmoved. Please save me, the woman pleaded, looking at Lung Yi. He was the instructor, surely he could help. If you save me, I compensate you all. You can ask for anything. Tears streamed down the woman's face. Yang Qing scoffed. If only you known this would happen. This dog is too ferocious. It doesn't even listen to you, its owner. We can't do anything about it, Lung Yi said coldly, pulling out his pistol. We have no choice but to kill it. No. My family spent a fortune on this dog, the woman cried. It can't die. I can't face it if it dies. Then I have no choice. Lung Yi put away his gun, pretending to leave. Is your life more important than the dog's? Think about it. Of course, the dog's life is more important. Someone laughed. In this apocalypse, human life is worthless. Her life probably wouldn't even buy a pot of dog meat. Aye. Tears streamed down the woman's face. Please save me. I repay you. Lung Yi raised his gun and aimed it at the dog's head. I shoot then. I won't be responsible if you kill it. The woman closed her eyes, tears falling. Go ahead. With a gunshot, the dog collapsed to the ground. Someone went to notify the woman's family, who took her away. Everyone stared at the dog lying on the ground, exchanging bewildered glances. What should we do with this dog? Instructor Lung, why don't you take it? It's meat after all. Such a big dog, at least several dozen pounds, so much meat. Someone drooled. Lung Yi's face was cold. I don't want it. You can deal with it yourselves. He didn't eat dog meat, but he couldn't stop others from eating it. In this apocalyptic world, sometimes even people were eaten, let alone a dog. But this dog can bite. Could it have rabies? Is it safe to eat? Who cares? Cooking it will kill any viruses. If you don't want it, I take it. Lung Yi got into the car, not looking at the dog again, and went home with Yang Qing. Chapter 262. Did you just do something to that woman? Lung Yi asked Yang Qing. Yang Qing touched her nose. You noticed? Lung Yi chuckled. How could that woman suddenly collapse, and right on top of the dog? I just can't stand that woman cursing you. She dared to say your dog wasn't blocking her way. She's asking for it. Yang Qing snorted. Lung Yi pulled Yang Qing onto his lap. What? Feeling sorry for me? Of course, who else would feel sorry for their own husband? Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. A sweet feeling welled up in Lung Yi's heart. He cupped Yang Qing's face and kissed her. Lu Lin happened to come out of the room. Seeing this, she explained and immediately turned around. You guys continue, you guys continue. Yang Qing blushed, slapped Lin Yi, and stood up. Lin, I ran into Li Sheng'an and Gao Yang today. Really? Where are they? Lu Lin turned around in surprise. They're at the administrative center, working as security patrol officers. They got back to Xia City even earlier than us, Yang Qing said, recounting how she met them at noon. They also said they come to see you and Wang Min when they have time. Lu Lin nodded. It's good that they're not having as much trouble as Wang Min and the others. They're capable people, Yang Qing nodded, but what happened with Jiang House still affected them quite a bit. Then they're still willing to visit Wang Min? Lu Lin asked. I told them Wang Min is quite ill now, and they regret it. Li Sheng'an has come to terms with it, and although Gao Yang still harbors some resentment, he seems to have let it go. After all, there's no deep-seated hatred, and they didn't do it on purpose. Lu Lin nodded. They used to have feelings for each other. Actually, they spent more time together than we did. Yeah. Yang Qing sighed. Nobody expected that to happen. If it weren't for that, they might still be doing well at the official base. Things are unpredictable. Lu Lin nodded. Yang Qing went back to her room to rest. 2 hours later, Lin Rui suddenly arrived. What's up? Leng Yi asked Lin Rui. Brother Yi, I heard from a resident that you killed her dog? What exactly happened? Lin Rui said. Leng Yi frowned. Didn't that person say why I killed her dog? No, Lin Rui shook her head. She said she asked a security guard to walk her dog, but the guard hit her dog, the dog bit the guard, and then you shot and killed the dog. She said she wanted you to compensate her for her dog. Her dog was a purebred Canary Mastiff, and she spent a lot of money to buy it. Yang Qing sneered. These people really know how to twist the truth. If Leng Yi hadn't killed the dog, that person might have been bitten to death, and she's still trying to shift the blame? What exactly happened? Lin Rui asked. The woman said she was tired from walking her dog and asked the security guard to walk it for her. The guard just petted the dog, and it bit him. The guard demanded compensation from the woman, but she refused and even cursed them as guard dogs. Leng Yi and I happened to be coming back from outside when we encountered this. That woman and her dog were so arrogant. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought someone else's dog had bitten her. Later, the woman somehow twisted her ankle and fell on the dog. The dog reacted and bit her. Everyone was too afraid to help her because the dog looked so fierce. That woman begged Leng Yi, but Leng Yi had no choice. He wouldn't dare fight a dog barehanded, would he? That dog is so fierce, what if it bites you? He suggested shooting it dead. The woman was reluctant at first, but she had no choice but to agree. Leng Yi also said he wouldn't be responsible if the dog was killed, and the woman agreed. Now she's turning the tables? Lin Rui frowned. Is that how it is? Yang Qing scoffed. She definitely didn't say that, did she? You rich kids are clearly so wealthy, yet you won't even give compensation for a few pounds of grain, and you're twisting the truth. Is this what the rich people's values are? Sister, don't generalize. I'm not like that, Lin Rui quickly said. Didn't you ask the security guards? Didn't you just not believe them? Yang Qing sneered. This? Lin Rui's face turned slightly red. I can't believe their side of the story either, can I? You believe everything we say? Yang Qing asked. Of course. How could I not believe what my sister and brother Yi say? Lin Rui hurriedly said. You wouldn't waste bullets on a little dog meat. Yang Qing scoffed. Those people don't treat security guards like human beings at all. I seen them ordering them around more than once, making them take out the trash, walk the dogs, and move things. Not only are they ungrateful, but they're also bossy. Aren't security guards human? Are they just supposed to let them beat and scold them? They're just doing a job here, not selling their lives to them. If it weren't for those security guards, could you rich people sit inside and enjoy your lives so comfortably? She even cursed Leng Yi, the instructor. You also learned Kung Fu in the security team before, so weren't you a watchdog too? Lin Rui's face changed. That's definitely going too far. I saved that woman, and she still wants me to compensate her? Leng Yi sneered. Come on, let her come find me, and I shoot her. Anyway, this gun was given to me by the Lin family, so I can possess it openly. Lin Rui smiled bitterly. Brother, are you trying to drag me into this? Aren't you going to care? Isn't your Lin family the chairman of the management committee? I'm also a resident here. Just because I'm not a rich second generation doesn't mean I have no rights. Leng Yi asked. Lin Rui thought for a moment. Brother Yi, I handle this properly, don't worry. Then she added, the Zhao family is asking if anyone has rabies vaccines. Sister, do you have any? I heard that Bai Yi from the Bai family got his rabies vaccine through Kai Qin, which was yours, right? Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. We got that through someone else too. It's all gone now. But didn't that woman say her dog was vaccinated and wouldn't have any problems? What, is she scared herself? Well, better safe than sorry, Lin Rui smiled. No. Yang Qing shook her head. Actually, she had some in her spatial storage, but she wouldn't give it to someone like that. Even if she did, what do you think her family could offer in exchange? We helped someone get an amphibious aircraft back then. Could her family offer anything better than that? Lin Rui shook his head. They couldn't. The Zhao family is already much worse off than before, let alone now. So what gives them the right? Yang Qing scoffed. We let her taste what it's like to be bitten by a dog. Let her know how obedient her dog is. She really has her own fault. Lin Rui nodded. I know what to say. You have to mediate this kind of thing? When did you, the second young master of the Lin family, become a neighborhood committee auntie? Yang Qing laughed. Lin Rui was embarrassed. Sister, you're joking. It's just that my grandfather made me manage the neighborhood. I have to do everything myself, saying it's to train me. You can let others do it. If you do everything yourself, people won't respect you, and your Lin family will fall from grace. Yang Qing said. Lin Rui seemed thoughtful. He realized he'd been a bit too approachable lately, making people think he was easy to talk to. It seems you can't be too friendly, or you get all sorts of trouble. Chapter 263. The next day, Lung Yi went to the security team for training as usual, but the security guard, who had been bitten by the dog the day before, was nowhere to be seen. Did the one who got bitten yesterday take a day off? Lung Yi asked. A bite like that was quite serious. A few days of rest was normal. You mean Xiao Chen? He was fired, a security guard said. Fired? Lung Yi frowned. They're bullying us too much. Xiao Chen didn't do anything wrong. He was just walking a resident's dog, got bitten, and not only did he not get compensation, he was fired. They don't treat us like human beings at all. I don't want to do this anymore either. Don't be impulsive. Where can you go if you quit? You might feel good for a moment, but what about your family, who can't even afford to eat? Everyone fell silent. There's no right to be impulsive in this world. After a while, Lin Rui arrived, and Leng Yi asked him about the security guard's dismissal. That was to give the Zhao family an explanation. After all, Mrs. Zhao was bitten quite badly, Lin Rui said nonchalantly. It was her own dog that bit her. Why fire our security guard? Little Chen was also bitten by her dog, and not only did he not get compensation, he was fired. Is this how you do things? Lung Yi's face was stern. Brother Yi, it's just a security guard, Lin Rui said indifferently. Lung Yi sneered, indeed, just a security guard. I'm just a security instructor, right? He then took off his hat and uniform. I quit, you can find someone else. Hey, Brother Yi, why are you doing this, for a security guard? Lin Rui was dumbfounded, not expecting Lung Yi's reaction to be so strong. I thought you would be different from them, so I came to help you. Lung Yi scoffed, turns out you're nothing special. They don't dare quit because they have families to support. Do you think I'm short of a little salary? If it weren't for your sake, would I be working for the security team? But you're such a disappointment. Lung Yi tossed his clothes aside and left. Lin Rui stood there, stunned, unable to process what had happened. Yang Qing was surprised to see Lung Yi return so early today. She asked what had occurred and learned what had just transpired. It's better if he doesn't work there. We can do what we want. There's no such thing as true empathy in this world. These rich kids will never understand ordinary people. They only learn their lesson after suffering a great loss. We're not on the same page. Let's not interfere in their affairs anymore, Yang Qing said. Lung Yi nodded, deciding to stay home and live his own life. Half an hour later, Lin Rui arrived with 2 pounds of fruit, saying the homeowner had bought it at a high price to thank Lung Yi for saving his life. Lung Yi didn't open the door for him. Standing behind the iron gate, his face expressionless, he said, "No need. My family doesn't need that little bit of fruit." Lin Rui looked a little embarrassed. Brother Yi, I didn't handle this well. I lack experience. Please give me another chance. Come back. Our security team can't do without you. Without me, the villa area won't function? If I move out tomorrow, will you all die? Lung Yi sneered. Lin Rui choked. Brother Yi, our security team isn't strong enough. Without your guidance, they can't protect us. What does that have to do with me? I can protect myself and my family. What do your lives have to do with me? Lung Yi remained unmoved. Lin Rui fell silent. Indeed, It had nothing to do with him. He was just an ordinary homeowner. He had no obligation. If it weren't for some prior acquaintance with him, he wouldn't have agreed at all. Now he messed things up. He hadn't expected those security guards to hold such a significant place in Leng Yi's heart. He was wrong. It wasn't that the security guards were that important to Leng Yi. It was Leng Yi's attitude towards people that made him realize such people could never be true friends, and there was no need to work for them anymore. In this world, apart from Yang Qing, no one else mattered. Go away. I won't go back. My family lacks nothing. Nothing can change my mind, Leng Yi said coldly. Lin Rui returned home dejectedly and told his father about Leng Yi's actions. Lin Huaishu pointed at him, exasperated. I just praised you for 2 days, and you did this stupid thing. You're hopeless. Dad, what do we do now? Lin Rui asked, disheartened. What can we do? Just let it be. Lin Huaishu glared at him fiercely. Let's leave it for now, calm down for a few days, and talk about it later. Even if they don't help you, you can't offend them. They're truly capable people. I know. Lin Rui pursed his lips. He only lowered himself to try and get close to them because he knew. Would he have done that before? He has his pride too, you know? 2 days later, Gao Yang contacted Leng Yi via walkie-talkie, saying he had a day off tomorrow and wanted to visit them and Wang Min. They arranged a time, and Li Shengnan and Gao Yang came to the villa area together. They told the security guard they were looking for Leng Yi, and a guard quickly came to inform them. Leng Yi came to the gate and welcomed them in. The management is stricter now. Outsiders must be personally greeted by a resident to enter the community. Otherwise, letting in just anyone who claims to know them could easily cause trouble. This was a rule Leng Yi established after joining the security team. It wasn't as strict before. When Leng Yi brought them in, Yang Qing and Lu Lin were already standing at the door to greet them. Lu Lin was very excited to see Li Shengnan and rushed forward to hug her. Shengnan, long time no see. Why is your hair so short? Li Shengnan asked in surprise. I was injured before and had surgery. Lu Lin smiled. Oh right, Yang Qing mentioned it the other day. Is everything alright now? Li Shengnan patted Lu Lin's head. Everything's alright. Lu Lin smiled, then looked at Gao Yang. Brother Gao, long time no see. Long time no see. Gao Yang smiled and handed over the gifts he had brought. Entering the villa, the two women looked around and exclaimed, Your place is so nice, so beautiful. Beautiful? It's just simple decor. Didn't you see those villas ahead? Those are truly grand, Yang Qing said, gesturing for them to sit down and pouring them tea. There's no need to compare ourselves to others. You're already doing very well here, much better than us, Li Shengnan said with a smile. Among us, you guys are the most capable. We're just lucky, Yang Qing smiled. Shall we go see Wang Min together later? Yes. Li Shengnan and Gao Yang exchanged a glance. Yang Qing, there's something I want to tell you. What is it? Yang Qing asked. These past 2 days, while we were patrolling, we noticed a lot of strangers coming into the city, from outside, all concentrated in the old town. Although they haven't done anything yet, I'm worried they might cause trouble. You must be careful, and try to stay home as much as possible during this time, Li Shengnan said. Yang Qing nodded. They're probably refugees from other places. Seeing that Xia City is building a new city, they thought there would be a better life. But when they arrive and find they still have no food and can't afford housing, they'd definitely be dissatisfied. That caused trouble. Okay, I'd be careful, Yang Qing nodded. I also tell Wang Min and the others to be careful. Chapter 264. Yang Qing brought some groceries and arrived at the apartment complex with Li Shengnan and the others. Jiang Hao was surprised to see Li Shengnan and Gao Yang together. Brother Yang, sister Shengnan. Jiang Hao was overjoyed and quickly ushered them inside. He called out loudly, Wang Min, look who's here. Wang Min came out of the house and, seeing them, burst into tears. Shengnan. Li Shengnan's nose also felt a little sore. You're still sick, don't come out. Go back inside and lie down. I'm much better now, Wang Min said, smiling through her tears. There weren't any extra chairs in the living room, so everyone sat on the floor. They talked about what had happened since they parted, all sighing with emotion. Wang Min looked guilty. Shengnan, Gao Yang, I'm so sorry about what happened before. It's all in the past. Li Shengnan smiled and patted Wang Min's hand. Then she told them about the large number of refugees appearing in the city, and warned them to be careful. If anyone knocks on the door, don't open it if you don't know them. 1 or 2 isn't a problem, but if a group comes, you won't be able to handle it, Yang Qing said. Understood, Jiang Hao and Wang Min nodded. By the way, It's almost Chinese New Year. Why don't you all come and celebrate with us? We have plenty of space, Yang Qing said. They all celebrated Chinese New Year together last year. It's hard to believe a year has passed so quickly. Time flies. Great. Everyone was very happy. In this apocalyptic world, everyone is safe and sound, and being able to get together is a rare treat. Before leaving, Yang Qing also told Li Liang and the others about the refugees, inviting them to come and celebrate the new year with him. Neither of them refused. Back home, Yang Qing, thinking about Li Xingnan's words, called Lun Yi and Lu Lin over. What Shengnan said today might not be so simple, she said. When those refugees really run out of food, they might become mobs, and our villa area will be the first to suffer. They could rob other places, but an entire building might not have as many supplies as one family in this villa area, so we need to be prepared. Lun Yi nodded. It was polar night. It was too easy to cause trouble. It was also the end of the year, and everyone was busy preparing for the new year, so they wouldn't be paying attention to them. The perfect opportunity. Lun Yi looked outside. The iron gate was the original one, very flimsy, and couldn't withstand much impact. If a few more people came, it would be knocked down in no time. Let's dismantle the iron gate, leaving only enough width for a car. We install a blast door, and then put an electric fence on the wall. Even if someone comes, they won't be able to do anything to us. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. They got right to work, and the three of them dismantled the iron gate, built a brick wall, and installed a blast door. Then, they installed an electric fence on the wall and plugged it in. The wall was already over 2 meters high, and with the electric fence, it was 3 meters high. Most people couldn't climb it. Besides, with electricity, anyone who dared to climb up would get a taste of being electrocuted. Lin Rui had been watching Yang Qing and his group's movements closely. Seeing them suddenly remove the iron gate, install a blast door, and then the electric fence, he was puzzled. I heard there are a lot of refugees in the city, Lin Chen said. Lin Huaishu nodded. Their actions must be related to this. I didn't expect them to be so cautious. No wonder the three of them have managed to survive so well in the apocalypse. They really have some skills. Lin Rui, we need to strengthen our defenses. Better safe than sorry. Yes, father. Lin Rui nodded. Time passed day by day, and nothing seemed amiss. Yang Qing and the other two didn't go out anymore. They spent their time at home growing vegetables, feeding the rabbits, chicks, and ducklings. Using spiritual spring water, they grew very quickly, and would be ready to eat by the new year. Finally, New Year's Day arrived. The neighborhood was decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, filled with a festive atmosphere. Many homes had hung red lanterns. Yang Qing felt uneasy for some reason, and called Li Shengnan and Li Liang over early in the morning. They brought some simple gifts and ingredients. Although they knew Yang Qing and the others needed nothing, they couldn't come empty-handed. Wang Min was almost fully recovered. Her complexion was no longer sallow, and she had even gained some weight after a month of rest. Yang Qing took her pulse, then smiled and withdrew his hand. You're almost fully recovered. With some more rest and recuperation you'll be fine. Wang Min was very excited. Yang Qing, thank you so much. I might be dead if it weren't for you. It wasn't that serious. You were just suddenly ill, not at the point of life or death. If you were, I wouldn't be able to treat you, Yang Qing said with a smile. It's New Year's Day today, so everyone can't just sit around doing nothing. Let's help out with the chores. The group went to the backyard and were amazed to find that they had planted vegetables and raised chickens, ducks, and rabbits. Only Yang Qing could live so successfully in the apocalypse. Gao Yang and Jiang Hao helped catch chickens, ducks, and rabbits to kill. Yang Qing had prepared seafood such as fish and crabs in the refrigerator beforehand, and asked Wang Min to help clean them. Lu Lin was busy frying pork ribs and stewing pig's feet. Li Liang and Lin Feng helped pick and wash the vegetables, admiring their freshness. Lung Yi and Yang Qing pasted up the couplets they had bought. How is it? Is it right? Lung Yi held the horizontal scroll of the couplet above his head and placed it on the lintel. A little to the right, yes, just like that. Yang Qing looked from below. Just then, Lin Rui carried over a box of things. Sister, Brother Yi, Happy New Year. The two women glanced at him, but didn't speak. Lin Rui smiled. It's New Year's. This is a New Year's gift from my grandfather to you too, to thank you for changing his medicine, allowing him to live another year. We already received payment for that, no need, Yang Qing said calmly. Sister, are you still angry with me? Lin Rui smiled bitterly. I was wrong, I apologize, isn't that enough? You're not wrong. We just have different views. We can't work together if we're on different paths. Yang Qing shook her head. My grandfather already scolded me for that. I know I was wrong. It's the new year. This is a token of his good wishes. Lin Rui said, dropping the package and running off. Yang Qing opened it and saw a box of seafood. Right? Their family used to run a fishing business, so they weren't short of this. Although Yang Qing and his family weren't short of it either, they couldn't just leave this box there. What if it went bad? Just then, Husky came over, also carrying a box. There was fruit and some large gift packages. Perfect. Yang Qing gave him half of the seafood, telling him to tell Kai Qin they had guests and wouldn't be coming over, and wishing her a happy new year. A little after 5 p.m., the New Year's Eve dinner was ready. A large table full of dishes, with fish, meat, seafood, and vegetables. Everyone was very happy. It's the new year. Let's have a drink together, Yang Qing suggested. Another year has passed. It's been a tough year for everyone, but it's good to be alive. Yes, everyone's alive. That's wonderful. Let's celebrate that we're all alive. Everyone laughed. Eat up, don't be shy, we have to finish everything today. Yang Qing picked up his chopsticks. Everyone ate heartily. It had been so long since they had such a sumptuous feast, it was almost too delicious to bear. The New Year's Eve dinner lasted a full 2 hours, with everyone chatting and eating. Just as they were about to leave, a piercing scream suddenly came from outside. Wait! Yang Qing quickly stopped them, grabbed his night vision binoculars from the room, and ran to the rooftop. What's wrong? The others asked, following him. A thug has broken in. Don't leave. Yang Qing's face turned serious. Chapter 265. Lung Yi took the night vision binoculars and saw dozens of armed men rushing towards different villas in several groups. Someone dragged a middle-aged woman out of a villa, punching and kicking her as they did so. Lung Yi looked closer and recognized her as the woman bitten by the dog. The man grabbing her was the dismissed security guard. Lung Yi's pupils contracted. How did he get in? Looking closer, he saw several other men also wearing security guard uniforms. They must still be on duty. Were they colluding with someone inside? Lung Yi had been training in the security team for about 10 days. The management was strict. Outsiders shouldn't be able to get in, but it seemed there was an inside man. Then, several more wealthy young ladies and playboys were dragged out and brought to the door. Several men wielding batons swung at them, and screams of agony filled the air. The young ladies were shoved and groped in the arms of several men, crying and begging for mercy, but no one spared them. Then, they were dragged into the room, where piercing cries could be heard. Lung Yi's face was grim. He put down the night vision binoculars to show others, and he and Yang Qing quickly went downstairs, turned off all the lights, checked the doors and windows, drew the curtains, and ensured the power supply to the electric fence on the wall was working. Then he took out several guns and distributed one to each person. He took a submachine gun, Yang Qing took a sniper rifle, and they also put a few grenades in their pockets. The night vision binoculars were returned to Yang Qing, who raised them to observe the situation outside. The woman who had been bitten by the dog was being forced to crawl between the thug's legs. They laughed as they grabbed the woman's hair and forced her to open her eyes wide to see clearly. The woman's face was already bruised and swollen, covered in blood and tears. Boxes of belongings were carried out of the house and loaded onto a truck outside. As the group left, they stabbed the woman and her family to death. The thugs drove the truck into another house. The ornate iron gate crumbled easily, and the people inside screamed in terror. One by one, the men were dragged out. The thugs grinned as they pulled women into their arms, humiliated the terrified men, made them bark like dogs, crawl on the ground, and even urinated on them, laughing triumphantly. At another villa, the thugs carried boxes of supplies out of the house. Someone rushed to grab them, but the thugs kicked him to the ground and shot him dead. Yang Qing was shocked. They even had guns. This scene played out in villa after villa, leaving the villa area in a state of devastation. Screams came from next door, but the thugs didn't come to their side. It was unclear whether their side was dark and inconspicuous, or for some other reason. Just then, Lung Yi's walkie-talkie suddenly rang, startling everyone. Lung Yi quickly turned down the volume and answered the phone. Brother Yi, how are you guys? Lin Rui? Lung Yi was a little surprised. How did you know my walkie-talkie channel? Well, I saw you use it in the security room before, so I remembered it. Lin Rui chuckled awkwardly. Are you guys alright? How's my sister? She's fine. Lung Yi glanced at Yang Qing. We're all fine. Be careful. He then hung up. That was Lin Rui. Lung Yi said to Yang Qing. He's checking on you. Yang Qing nodded. He hadn't expected Lin Rui to still be thinking of him at this time. It made his previous help worthwhile. Just then, intense gunfire erupted outside. The direction was probably the center of the residential area, the Lin family's house. The villas around them were all quite tall, blocking Yang Qing's view even from the rooftop. However, the Lin family definitely had guns, so there shouldn't be any major concerns. If they could provide him with guns and grenades, they must have their own as well, enough to hold them off for a while. Yang Qing and his group didn't dare to recklessly attempt a rescue. There were too many thugs, and they were armed, outnumbered. Going out would be suicide. Besides, none of the people in the neighborhood were worth rescuing. Yang Qing was worried about Kai Qin and Husky. Kai Qin had such a young child. Just then, Leng Yi's walkie-talkie rang again. It was Husky. He said he learned Leng Yi's channel from Li Liang, who had previously worked on his renovation team. Leng Yi glanced at Li Liang but didn't speak. "Are you all right?" Leng Yi asked. "It's all right," said Husky. "Sister Kai dug a basement. The supplies and people are hidden down there. Even if those thugs break in, they won't find us." Yang Qing was surprised. Kai Qin was quite capable. No wonder she, a woman with a child, could raise a group of men. "Brother Yi, do you want to come over? We're safe here." "No need, we're fine. Going over now would only attract attention." "Don't come out, be careful." The riot lasted all night. Yang Qing and the others took turns standing guard on the rooftop, while the others went back to their rooms to rest. If everyone stayed on the rooftop, they wouldn't get rest and wouldn't have the energy to deal with any thugs who came. Outside gradually calmed down, but because it was polar night, it was still dark. The thugs, exhausted from looting and smashing all night, all left. Yang Qing and Leng Yi went up to the rooftop and looked out through night vision binoculars. The scene was one of utter devastation. The exquisite statues and fountains that the socialites' pride and joy had been smashed to pieces. The ornate doors were destroyed, and the windows were broken. Corpses and severed limbs were scattered everywhere, on the paths, outside the villa, and in the yard. Some had been violated, their clothes gone. Others had crawled out of their houses, their hands outstretched as if pleading for help. Those who hadn't died were weeping uncontrollably, clutching their loved ones. Children who had hidden themselves were running barefoot to their mothers, sobbing uncontrollably. It was a scene of utter devastation, a stark contrast to the luxurious villa adorned with colorful lights and red lanterns. The group emerged from their rooms, took the night vision binoculars from Yang Qing, and took turns peering outside, all falling silent. It was too horrific. Despite everything they had experienced, this was the first time they had witnessed such a man-made tragedy. Yang Qing instructed Li Shengnan and Gao Yang to keep watch on the rooftop, while the others went downstairs for breakfast. She knew this riot wouldn't end so quickly. Perhaps this was just the beginning. Yesterday's rioters were just a small group of security guards colluding with others. There were so many refugees who, seeing their success last night, would certainly not let this opportunity pass. Li Shengnan and Gao Yang kept a close eye on the entrance to the residential area, constantly monitoring its movements. The polar night had lasted for 3 months, and the weather was getting colder every day, now approaching 0 degrees Celsius. The two stood on the rooftop, pulling their clothes tighter, not daring to relax for a moment. Suddenly, countless torches appeared at the entrance, and a continuous stream of people surged into all parts of the residential area. "They're here again!" Li Shengnan quickly ran downstairs to inform Yang Qing and the others. The group grabbed their weapons and went up to the rooftop, 2 dogs guarding them, baring their teeth and growling. Chapter 266. "Everyone, be careful. The thugs might not let us off the hook today." Yang Qing's voice was cold and stern. Yesterday, the security guards colluded with outsiders to rob the place. Perhaps they knew this was Instructor Leng's residence and deliberately ignored it. Today, these refugees don't care about that. They attack indiscriminately. Groups of refugees surged in like a tide, some leading the charge towards the various villas. Leng Yi frowned deeply. These aren't ordinary people. They must be led by organized crime, otherwise, they wouldn't be so organized. "Everyone, be on high alert." "Yes." Everyone responded in hushed tones. Soon, it began everywhere. The sound of smashing, crying, and screaming filled the air. Many who had escaped last night were dragged out, begging for mercy. Beatings, humiliation, the villa area was like a living hell. Some families had strengthened their defenses, but the thugs were also better prepared. Cars rammed into doors, ladders were used to climb walls, and weapons were wielded indiscriminately. The hidden supplies were found again. Nothing in the house was spared. Another group stormed the Lin family villa, but the Lin family outnumbered them and had plenty of guns. They took cover in their fortified stronghold, and with each burst of bullets, a large number of riders fell. The riders were bloodthirsty, but they weren't stupid. After suffering losses, they immediately moved to a new position. A group of people approached Villa number 38. "Ready!" Lungi ordered. Before they could get close, Lungi fired a burst of bullets. Rat-a-tat-tat. The first row fell, and the riders, terrified, stopped abruptly. This house has such high walls, there must be something good inside. They have submachine guns. Charge, you who aren't afraid to die. Yang Qing, looking through his night vision scope, took them down one by one. Although Gao Yang and Li Shengnan were armed with ordinary guns, they were no match for them at such close range. Another large group fell. Some panicked and turned to run. Others, defiant, set up ladders and climbed the wall. But as soon as they reached the top, they were electrocuted by the electric fence and collapsed, shuddering. Some tried to break down the blast door with wood, but it was impenetrable. What do we do? Should we retreat? This is tough. The tougher it is, the more supplies it contains. We can't give up like this. Lungi sneered. I'm afraid you come here alive, but not leave alive. He pulled out a grenade, yanked the pin, and threw it into the middle of the riders. Boom! A deafening roar. A large group of people were blown up. Some died instantly, others were hit by stray bullets, writhing on the ground in agony, howling like demons. Seeing they still weren't leaving, Lungi threw down another grenade, leaving even more men behind. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Run! The leader panicked. He didn't want to lose everyone before even getting any supplies. If this bone was too tough to crack, they'd find something softer. Lin Rui stood on his rooftop, watching the scene through binoculars, his shock overwhelming. Brother Yi and his men were truly formidable. Several of them were comparable to an army. His entire family couldn't compare to them. The riders shifted their position, avoiding Building 38. Survival was paramount. Yang Qing and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Under overwhelming firepower, humanity couldn't withstand the test. No one wanted to be cannon fodder. Suddenly, a sharp siren blared. It seemed the police were coming to their rescue. Lung Yi's walkie-talkie crackled to life, Lin Rui's excited voice coming through. Brother Yi, it's the police I contacted. It's me, it's me. Yang Qing couldn't help but chuckle. How childish of him, still seeking praise at a time like this. Why didn't you call the police last night? Lung Yi's voice was stern. The other man paused. Brother, do you think the police station is my family's property? You don't know, things were chaotic outside last night too. The apartment building was looted, and we simply didn't have enough manpower. They were able to get here so quickly, it's already because of my family's influence. Li Liang and the others were shocked. Their own house had been looted too. They wondered what had happened to their own home. Luckily, Brother Yi came, otherwise they might have lost their lives. It was also fortunate that Brother Yi had such strong firepower, otherwise they would have been reduced to ashes like the others in the villa. The riders didn't immediately flee upon hearing the sirens. There were only a few dozen police officers, but hundreds of them. Some people ran around carrying supplies, trying to evade capture. Police cars blocked every intersection, their bright lights making the riders impossible to hide from. Gunfire swept through, showing no mercy. This was no peaceful era, but a brutal apocalypse. To show them mercy was to be cruel to ourselves. Within half an hour, the riders were either dead, wounded, or arrested. The riot was finally quelled. Old Master Lin emerged from the villa, shook hands with high-ranking police officers, and thanked them for their assistance. Yang Qing and the others finally relaxed and returned to their rooms to rest. An hour later, the neighborhood loudspeaker blared, summoning all survivors to the Lin family home. Li Liang and Li Shengnan also prepared to leave. They weren't residents of the neighborhood and wanted to check on their own area. Yang Qing didn't keep them any longer. Everyone gathered at the Lin family's house. Many were disheveled, their clothes in disarray, some covered in wounds. Upon seeing old Master Lin, they all began to weep. Lin Huaishu remained expressionless, instructing Lin Zhongyuan to tally the number of people from each family. The neighborhood, originally home to over 200 people, was now less than half remaining. Some families had been completely wiped out. The Zhao family was utterly destroyed. 6 other families were also completely wiped out. One family had only a 3-year-old child left. The Wang family, however, was different. Wang Hong, his wife, and child were all dead, but Shenting and Sun Liwen were alive, which was quite intriguing. But now wasn't the time to investigate that. No one cared how they died. Yang Qing saw Kai-Qin with her child, along with Hausi and Linjin. It seemed the two of them had been following Kai-Qin for a long time. How are you all? Are you all right? Yang Qing asked. It's all right, everyone's fine, just the child was a little frightened, Kai-Qin said. Are you hurt? No, Yang Qing smiled faintly. We're both all right. That's good. Kai-Qin sighed. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Luckily, we dug a basement early on, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yang Qing nodded. Sister Kai, you were very thoughtful. Actually, she hadn't forgotten, but she felt it wasn't necessary. She had her spatial ability. If things got really bad, she could hide in it. However, she genuinely hadn't expected to encounter Wang Min and Li Shengnan again, otherwise she might have made more preparations. Do you think this matter will just pass like this? Kai-Qin asked Yang Qing in a low voice. Not necessarily. Yang Qing shook her head. This time, a large number of refugees flooded into Xia City. Today's suppression was only a small portion. There will definitely be more people causing trouble. It's better to be careful in the future. That's true. Kai-Qin nodded, holding her daughter's hand tightly, a look of worry on her face. Yang Qing sighed. It was indeed not easy to take care of such a young child in the apocalypse. If it weren't for their basement, where the child would have given away their position if he cried out of fear, they would have been in grave danger even with guns. Chapter 267. Grandpa Lin, what do we do now? My family's supplies have all been looted. We have nothing left. My father is seriously injured. Does anyone have any medicine? Everyone was pouring out their grievances, but almost every family had suffered losses, and no one had an obligation to help others. Quiet down, everyone. Lin Huaishu spoke up. The most urgent thing now is to clear the bodies from the neighborhood. If we don't, the bodies will rot in a few days, breeding germs, and if a plague breaks out, none of us will survive. Shouldn't these things be done by the official departments? We're supposed to collect the bodies ourselves? My family only has my daughter and me left. I can't do it. Lin Huaishu coldly glanced down. Do you know how many places in the city have rioted? The government only has a few staff members. Do you expect them to? You better rely on yourselves. This is the apocalypse, not the era of your arrogance. Haven't you learned enough from the past 2 days? Still acting high and mighty, trying to order others around? Do you even have the ability? Ask yourselves honestly what contributions you made to the authorities. If it weren't for the Lin family donating a large amount of supplies, the police wouldn't have come today, and everyone in our community would be dead. You're still being picky, saying you can't do this or that. If you can't do it, then get out of the community. Seeing that old Master Lin was furious, everyone immediately fell silent. If they were kicked out of the community, they wouldn't be able to survive. Besides the large number of refugees, some of the rioters were also from the community's security guards. It was their inside help that allowed the rioters to enter the community so quickly. Why did this happen? It's largely due to your usual behavior. You're rich, but you don't treat them like human beings, like watchdogs, insulting and beating them. They're human too, and anyone would fight back. Look at the Zhao family. Not a single one survived. If you had been a little more polite to them, this wouldn't have happened. Someone protested. They got such high wages and salaries, yet they betrayed us. They're a bunch of despicable bastards. Yes, they lost their conscience. They deserve a terrible death. Lin Huaishu was speechless. Even now, they were still saying such things. Did they want it to happen again? It's hard to reason with such idiots. Lin Huaishu really didn't want to waste his breath. To prevent this from happening again, I propose that each family send 2 people to take turns on duty. That way, no one will betray us, right? Lin Rui said. What? We have to work shifts ourselves? I can't do that. That's too tiring. Who's going to pay us? Lin Rui was so angry she wanted to curse. We're working for ourselves now, and you still want a salary? If you don't want to work, get out. Nobody's obligated to work for you for free. Do you think you're still some high and mighty wealthy family? Don't you know your own limitations? Everyone fell silent. Many families had almost all their supplies looted. Although some had managed to hide some, and perhaps some from other places, they were already severely weakened. On the other hand, the Lin family had firearms and suffered few losses. The gap between them and the Lin family was widening. If anyone thinks it's too hard and doesn't want to work, then get out of the community. We won't let you suffer a loss. The Lin family will buy your villas. Everyone fell silent again. Outside the villa area, they'd be dead in a heartbeat. At least the Lin family was here to protect them. What about those whose entire families died? Someone asked. Why don't you wake them up for duty? Lin Rui glared at the man. Wasn't that obvious? What else could they do? There's only a 3-year-old child left in villa number 17. Whoever wants to adopt him gets the villa, Lin Huaishu said. Everyone looked at each other. Who had the time to raise someone else's child at a time like this? What use was another villa? They couldn't eat it. They couldn't even defend their own villas when the thugs came. Why should they defend someone else's? No one spoke. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. They couldn't possibly adopt the child. He was too young and would be a huge problem. Although he was pitiful, life was too difficult in this apocalypse. They didn't want to be saints. Kai Qing gripped Guoguo's hand tightly, looked at the child, and shook her head. She couldn't even take care of one, let alone two. Seeing that no one was willing, Lin Huaishu was also helpless. He couldn't just leave the child alone at home. The child would starve to death in a couple of days. Let's leave him at the Lin family's house for now. The eldest son's child is only 6 or 7 years old. The two children can play together. After the meeting, Lin Rui started dividing the group into teams, with several people at a time to collect the corpses from various locations. Some people who had been hiding in the villa and hadn't come out yet were so horrified by the sight of the gruesome corpses that they vomited violently. The socialite's daughter turned pale, but had to suppress her nausea and help carry the bodies. Yang Qing, Leng Yi, and Lu Lin naturally formed a team, first clearing the bodies in front of their own house, dozens of them, more than in front of He Renren's house. The bodies were carried to a designated area, where Lin's bodyguards then loaded them onto trucks and transported them to the officially designated disposal site. Some bodies were kept at home by family members who couldn't bear to transport them, so they kept them for a day of mourning before cremating them themselves, leaving some ashes. A grand funeral was impossible at this point. The crematoriums were too dry to handle the bodies individually, so they had to cremate them themselves. Otherwise, the stench would be even more unbearable. Others' bodies were simply thrown outside without hesitation, like a dead dog. Reality was that cruel. It took 2 days to dispose of all the bodies. The Lin family cleaned up the homes of several families with no heirs, finding some of their hidden food and medicine, which they distributed to those in need. Then everyone started taking turns. Those not on duty began reinforcing their homes, abandoning impractical embellishments. Sturdy walls and blast-proof doors and windows were the most useful. Suddenly, Kai Qing's business boomed. Only she could procure those supplies. She made a fortune, and no one looked down on her as a middleman anymore. When it was Yang Qing's turn to be on duty, she would bring Aki and Xiaoxue with her. At the slightest disturbance, the two dogs would immediately become alert, preventing several small-scale attacks. So everyone followed suit. Families with dogs brought their dogs along for a greater sense of security. The young ladies, patrolling in their high heels, complained as they went, but gradually adapted, realizing that times had changed. It was no longer their time to act arrogantly. If they didn't do their job, they would be kicked out, and no one would tolerate them anymore. During this time, Lin Yi inquired about the situation with Li Liang and Jiang Hao. Their door had been broken into, and almost all their supplies had been stolen. Fortunately, they didn't have much to begin with. If they lost it, they would have to earn more. Later, through Li Xingnan's introduction, he also became a security patrolman, at least earning a living. Li Xingnan's side fared better. After all, they were in the administrative center, with official guards, so they suffered no losses. However, when they went out on patrol, they often encountered scattered members of the riders, which led to conflicts, and they suffered several minor injuries. Chapter 268. Lin Rui invited Leng Yi over again. Given the traumatic experience, Leng Yi agreed to help strengthen the defenses. The original iron gate to the residential area was replaced with a sturdy all-steel gate, with only one pedestrian exit open normally. The gate was electrified and kept closed under normal circumstances, only to be switched on if riders approached. An alarm system was installed at the gate, triggering an alarm at the slightest disturbance to alert those inside. A high platform sentry post was even built, guarded by dedicated personnel. An alarm would sound upon seeing any riders approaching, and firearms were placed there. If the riders were confirmed to be riders, they would be shot dead. Of course, this was all done by the Lin family. They managed the firearms themselves, and wouldn't allow anyone else to interfere. Leng Yi also helped manufacture some petrol bombs and firearms. In case of a large influx of riders, the petrol bombs could be dropped to stop them from advancing, allowing those inside to prepare. These measures were very effective. Several waves of refugees that attempted to enter were deterred. Life in the residential area gradually returned to normal. Conflicts, both large and small, continued outside, causing widespread anxiety and severely impacting people's lives. The authorities issued a decree. Anyone reporting riders or their gangs would be rewarded with 10 caddies of grain for each successful arrest. The generous reward spurred action, and people rallied together. Some even formed their own anti-riot squads. With numbers increasing, many riders hiding in the old city were brought to justice. Some refugees who had previously been allied with the riders dared not cause trouble anymore. Once discovered, they were handed over to the authorities, and public order improved considerably. The authorities also distributed some relief grain. With food available, people stopped causing trouble. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. When Yang Qing woke up that day, she found it was already dawn. The polar night was over. Cheers erupted outside. The polar night lasted 6 months, 6 months of utter darkness, like living in hell, without a glimmer of light. The sun was out, its warm rays bathing everyone, giving them hope that the apocalypse might soon be over. However, Yang Qing knew it wouldn't be that easy. Many more disasters lay ahead. But this life was vastly different. In her previous life, both the polar day and polar night lasted a year, and in those 2 years alone, countless people suffered mental breakdowns and lost all hope of survival. In this life, only half a year had passed, yet many things seemed to have accelerated. This made Yang Qing uneasy, because she couldn't predict many of the disasters, and she didn't know when they would strike. She could only live in the present, cherishing each day. That day, as the three of them were having dinner, Ling Yi's walkie-talkie suddenly rang. "Brother Yi, it's me, Lin Rui. Are you home?" "Yes. I'm coming right away." "What's wrong?" "Something terrible has happened at my house." Lin Rui's voice was anxious. A moment later, Lin Rui rushed over, banging on the door. Lin Yi went to open the door, and Lin Rui looked panicked. "What's wrong?" Lin Yi frowned. "My dad's gone." "What do you mean gone? The old man isn't home?" Lin Yi was surprised. "Come in and tell me." "You know my dad has uremia and has been doing dialysis at home. But we had information left at major hospitals throughout the province for a bone marrow transplant. But then the apocalypse came, and many hospitals were abandoned, so we basically gave up hope. Yesterday, I suddenly received a call from the provincial hospital. They said there's someone who's a match for my dad, and that person is brain dead, in a vegetative state, and has no family. His kidney can be given to my dad." Yang Qing frowned. In the past, without family members and their consent, a hospital definitely couldn't donate a patient's kidney. But this is the apocalypse. There aren't so many rules. If there's a generous reward, a doctor might do it. Too many people have died in the apocalypse. Many didn't even make it to a hospital. Some places don't even have hospitals anymore. Perhaps the provincial hospital has better equipment, maybe like the hospitals in Ming City, concentrating resources from various hospitals, which is why they have the capability to perform the surgery. But finding a match is extremely rare. My dad and my third uncle went to the provincial capital early this morning to do another tissue matching test. The old data is so old, we're worried about making mistakes. And if it's a match, the surgery can start immediately. It should only take 3 or 4 hours to get to the provincial capital. Even in these bad times, it should only take 6 or 7 hours at most. But we haven't received any news of my dad's safe arrival. We called the provincial hospital satellite phone, but they said my dad hadn't arrived. We called my dad's satellite phone, but no one answered. Something might have happened to my dad." Lin Yi frowned. "Could he have been kidnapped on the way? There are countless highway robbers along the way, it's hard to say. Didn't he have bodyguards with him?" "Of course he did," Lin Rui said. "Besides my third uncle, there were 2 bodyguards. They were all carrying guns and some supplies, just in case they tried to extort money from travelers. I offered to go with him, but he refused, saying he wasn't there and my brother was the only one there, and he was worried he wouldn't be able to manage. He asked me to help him. I thought if he needed surgery, he might not be back for a month or 2. My third uncle was there, so it should be fine, and I didn't go. Who knew something like this would happen? Maybe nothing serious, just a delay on the way," Lu Lin said. "He would definitely call us, and how could his phone not go through? It's a satellite phone. As long as the satellite is in orbit, it will definitely connect. And I can call everyone else without any problem, only my dad's phone won't go through," Lin Rui said anxiously. Lin Yi frowned. "So what do you want to do?" "I want to go find my dad." "Where to?" Lin Rui stammered. "Yes, where to look?" The old man didn't even know where the accident happened. "Even if you search all the way there, if he's been kidnapped, do you think he'd be waiting for you on the road?" Lin Yi said. "Did they bring a lot of supplies?" Yang Qing asked. Not much, just a few dozen kilograms of grain, basically just for the journey. Lin Rui shook his head. If it's some kind of criminal gang, they probably won't let your dad, this big fat sheep, go so easily. They might just detain him first, and then call for ransom later, Yang Qing said. What if they're just ordinary robbers? Lin Rui's heart pounded. They might just kill him to silence him. Your dad's car should be bulletproof, right? He had 2 bodyguards and guns. Could ordinary robbers really take him? Unless the bodyguards and the robbers were in cahoots. That's impossible, Lin Rui shook his head. Those 2 bodyguards have worked for my family for a long time. We treated them well, and they always been loyal to the Lin family. Then be patient and wait for the robber's call, Leng Yi said gravely. Lin Rui's expression changed drastically. The old man's health wasn't good to begin with. If he really fell into the hands of criminal gangs, he wouldn't last long. Chapter 269. Sister, Brother Yi. Lin Rui looked at Yang Qing and Leng Yi. If my dad really gets kidnapped, can you help me rescue him? The two remained silent, seemingly having no obligation to help him. Their relationship with the Lin family wasn't particularly good. They only made a few deals. Whatever you want, as long as the Lin family can afford it, we give it to you without hesitation, Lin Rui said urgently. He knew that getting Yang Qing and Ling Yi's help would come at a considerable price. This time it was a rescue mission, and there would be danger involved, completely different from previous deals. To be honest, we don't like anything, Yang Qing said. Lin Rui's eyes reddened. I know you and Yi are capable people, but I really couldn't find a suitable replacement. What if something happens to Grandpa? Lin Rui suddenly knelt down. Sister, I beg you. What are you doing? Yang Qing quickly helped him up. Although Lin Rui was a bit of a playboy and his beliefs might differ from others, he wasn't a bad person. At least he had a much better conscience than other rich kids. Sister. Lin Rui's tears were almost falling. Get up first. Go home and wait for news. What if Grandpa Lin is alright? Yang Qing frowned. If you keep kneeling like this, we won't allow it. Lin Rui quickly got up, wiping his eyes. He used to be fearless, always having his family cover for him when he got into trouble. He never knelt before anyone except his parents. But now, with something so serious happening, he'd be willing to kneel, even eat shit. He knew that Yang Qing and Leng Yi were truly capable people. If the old man had really been kidnapped, there was a better chance of rescue with their help, as none of his own bodyguards had their abilities. Don't even think about the police, that would only alert them, and they might kill him. I go back first, just in case, just in case. Lin Rui's eyes were red. I contact you again if I have any news. He then ran off. The three looked at each other, completely unprepared for this. To be honest, old Master Lin is a pretty good person. It wouldn't be so peaceful in our neighborhood if it weren't for him. His family is also quite well-mannered, unlike those other wealthy families, who are arrogant and look down on everyone. However, if old Master Lin really was kidnapped, it's definitely not an ordinary person. It's very dangerous. We don't need to get involved in that mess. The three fell silent, conflicted. Let's talk about it when we have news. Thinking about it now is useless, Leng Yi said. It wasn't until after 10 p.m. that the security door was pounded on again. Leng Yi went to open the door. This time, even Lin Chen came. Brother Yi. Lin Rui's eyes were filled with tears. He must have received the news. Come in. Leng Yi ushered the two in. Yang Qing and Lu Lin also came out of the room. Seeing the serious expressions on the two men's faces, the situation seemed quite serious. The kidnappers called, using my father's satellite phone, Lin Chen said. Is Grandpa alright? Did you hear his voice? Leng Yi asked. Yes, I heard him, Lin Chen nodded. He's alright for now. What do they want? Yang Qing asked. 100,000 jin of grain, 10 kilograms of gold, and a box of medicine, Lin Chen said. The Lin family should be able to afford these things, right? Yang Qing said, adding that it wasn't a large sum. However, this made things even more suspicious. They went through all that trouble to kidnap Grandpa Lin, and this was all they wanted. And 100,000 jin of grain would require at least a large truck to carry. Such a huge target, aren't they afraid of being exposed? Yes, these things are no problem for our Lin family, but we're afraid they go back on their word. Sister, Brother Yi, we still need your help, Lin Rui said. Lin Chen looked at his brother, hesitant to speak. Yang Qing looked at him. Is there something you're hiding? What's hiding? Lin Rui asked, surprised. Lin Chen pursed his lips. Everything else is fine. It's mainly this box of medicine. Give them whatever medicine they want. If you don't have it, come to my place to exchange it. Lin Rui said impatiently. Yang Qing rolled her eyes. It was easy for her to say. She didn't have every kind of medicine she had. They have a specific medicine they want? You don't have any? Yang Qing looked at Lin Chen. Yes. But... Lin Chen paused, seemingly unsure how to answer. Since the young master refuses to tell the truth, then we have nothing to talk about. Yang Qing's face turned cold. He was already hesitant about whether to save them, and now that they were hiding something, why should he risk his life for them? Brother? Lin Rui seemed confused as to what his older brother couldn't say. At this point, of course, their father's life was more important. Lin Chen pursed his lips, finally seeming to have made up his mind, and made a satellite phone call to Lin Zhongyuan. Uncle Zhongyuan, bring the things over. Young master. Lin Zhongyuan seemed hesitant. Master said. Bring them over. There's no time to worry about that now. Lin Chen quickly made his decision. A moment later, there was a knock at the door. Lu Lin went to open it, and brought Lin Zhongyuan in. Lin Zhongyuan glanced at Lin Chen, seemingly wanting to say something, but Lin Chen waved his hand. Uncle Zhongyuan, you should go back first. The house can't be left unattended. Lin Zhongyuan sighed, put down a silver briefcase, and went out. Yang Qing's pupils contracted when she saw the briefcase. This briefcase looked so much like. This is what they want. Lin Chen picked up the briefcase, placed it on the table, entered the combination, and opened it with a snap. Inside were 10 light green syringes, faintly glowing, somewhat eerily. What is this? Lin Rui asked in surprise, seemingly unaware that such a thing existed in the house. A flicker of shock crossed Yang Qing's eyes, but she quickly lowered her gaze to conceal her emotions. What is this? Yang Qing asked deliberately. Her heart was in turmoil. This was too similar to the box of syringes Dr. Zhang had given her, which he said could change the world. Even the box was the same. Except that her syringes were blue, these were green. The energy contained in these injections was faintly perceptible within her own body. 2 years into the apocalypse, having experienced so much, she hadn't encountered anything similar since that one time, and she almost forgotten about this box of things in her spatial storage. Actually, I don't know either. Lin Chen shook her head. Don't know? Yang Qing was surprised. What do you mean? You don't even know about our own things? How do you know we have this? Lin Rui was very curious. Where did this come from? Lung Yi asked. He seemed to have seen a similar box in Yang Qing's spatial storage, but hadn't opened it. Although Yang Qing tried her best to hide her emotions, he still sensed it. Actually, it was found in a batch of imported goods before the apocalypse. At the time, our family hadn't imported this kind of thing, and we suspected someone had mistakenly put it in the container. The people below didn't dare to embezzle it, and handed it over. At the time, I found several lockpicking experts, but they couldn't open this box. Suddenly, I realized that what was inside might be extraordinary, so I brought it home and told my father, Lin Chen said. Chapter 270. Later, we found a computer expert who opened the box. It used a special locking system that ordinary locksmiths couldn't open. After opening it, my father saw the box of syringes. He felt it must be something very important, so he didn't dare let anyone else know, except Uncle Zhongyuan. Later, we extracted a little bit of the liquid from one of the syringes and had it analyzed, but they couldn't determine its composition. But the person said it seemed to be beyond current technology and extremely important. Lin Chen continued, later, my dad hid it and never took it out again. How did the kidnappers know your family had this box? Lu Lin asked. Lin Chen shook his head. I don't know. Maybe I didn't take it seriously at first, and then I had someone pick the lock, which already gave me away. But the box wasn't open then, so they probably didn't know what was inside. Later I inquired, and those people all died after the apocalypse. Logically, no one else should know, not even Lin Rui. Besides you, old Master Lin, and the butler, no one else in your family knows? Yang Qing asked. Logically, yes, but when I brought the things back, I didn't pay much attention. Who knows if someone saw them? Lin Chen shook his head. So, there might be a mole within your Lin family this time. Lung Yi suddenly said. The two brothers were shocked. How could that be? Lung Yi tapped the table with his finger. How many people are in your Lin family now? Besides 10 bodyguards, we have over a dozen. Lin Rui said. Who are they? Lung Yi asked. Me, my dad and my brother's family, my second uncle's, and third uncle's families, and my aunt's children, Lin Chen said. Your aunt's family is with you too? Yang Qing asked, surprised. Yes, my aunt passed away, and my uncle remarried. The children don't like their stepmother, so my dad, worried they'd be mistreated, brought them all home, Lin Chen explained. Yang Qing frowned. Old Master Lin was truly kind-hearted, but with so many people living together, it was possible some might have ulterior motives. Your second and third uncles never separated either? Lung Yi asked. Actually, they didn't live with us before, but they all helped out at my family's company. After the apocalypse, their houses collapsed, so my dad had to move back. What are your second and third uncles like? Have they ever expressed any dissatisfaction with the old man? Yang Qing asked. Lin Chen and Lin Rui exchanged a glance. My dad is the eldest son, the rightful heir to the Lin family. Besides, he's been good to my second and third uncles. They shouldn't be like that, right? That's hard to say. You can't see into someone's heart. Maybe they always been resentful of the old man. You just don't know it. Yang Qing shook his head. How many people know that the old man is going to the provincial capital today? Our whole family, my second and third uncles, all know. After all, this isn't a small matter, Lin Chen said. Since the old man trusts your second and third uncles so much, why did he keep Lin Rui here instead of letting him go with him? Yang Qing asked. Well, right now, our family is mainly responsible for the Lin family's affairs. My second and third uncles only do some miscellaneous tasks, so... Lin Rui frowned, seemingly also feeling something was amiss. Although he seemed to be managing some things, they were mostly minor matters. Couldn't his second and third uncles handle them? Was the old man also wary of them? It's not that your second and third uncles are necessarily problematic, but we can't rule out the possibility. What if it was either of them who accidentally found out your family had this injection, and then, tempted by a high price, betrayed the Lin family? Yang Qing said. Lin Rui gritted his teeth. If I find out who it is, I tear them to pieces. That's just speculation. What if it was an accident before? Lin Chen frowned. It's possible, but we can't rule it out. If you want to save the old man, you have to be careful from now on, Lung Yi said. Lin Chen nodded. After we get back, I put everyone under close surveillance and confiscate their satellite phones, so they can't contact the outside world. However, this matter is extremely serious. Can you two help? Lin Chen looked at Yang Qing and Lung Yi. Yang Qing remained silent. If this box of items was indeed the same as the one Dr. Zhang had given her, it might involve foreign powers. She remembered Dr. Zhang saying that she and her mentor hadn't received research funding, but a wealthy Chinese businessman from the United States had sponsored them. Therefore, the other party might be aware of their research results. Dr. Zhang had mentioned that the blue syringe was extracted from a meteorite, and this green one might too. However, due to different technologies, the results differed. Getting involved in this struggle with foreign powers would be extremely serious. The secrets of her own spatial dimension could be exposed. Was it really necessary to take such a risk? This is a serious matter. We must consider it carefully, Lung Yi said, noticing Yang Qing's hesitation. Brother Yi, my father. Lin Rui cried out anxiously. Lin Chen raised his hand. This matter has nothing to do with you, so careful consideration is necessary. Miss Yang, Mr. Lung, if we can get your help, the Lin family will give everything to repay your father's kindness. Yang Qing was taken aback by Lin Chen's serious tone, but this matter was far more complex than it seemed. If the kidnappers only wanted some food and gold, that would be one thing, but they specifically wanted those things. The food was likely just a smokescreen. They had no idea the situation was far more serious than they imagined. Give us one night to consider, Yang Qing said sternly. But my father can't wait. Lin Rui couldn't help but say. Yang Qing's face darkened. What, if we weren't there, you wouldn't save the old man? That's not what I meant, Lin Rui said weakly. Besides, we're not even sure we can save the old man. You know how dangerous this is, second young master. If we lose our lives because of this, can you bring us back to life? Yang Qing looked at him coldly. We have plenty of food and clothing. We have everything we need. Why take this risk? Lin Rui's face flushed. Indeed, the old man's affairs were none of their concern. There was no need for them to get involved. If you agree, I give you the biggest helicopter in my house, Lin Rui said through gritted teeth. We don't need it. Lung Yi glanced at him indifferently. Lin Rui and Lin Chen were taken aback. No wonder they refused when he offered it last time. It turned out he already had one. This one is different. It's a large helicopter. It can hold more than a dozen people. I know you have some friends. In case of another disaster, you can bring your friends along, Lin Rui said. Li Shengnan and the others came on New Year's Day. Lin Rui naturally knew, and he had been watching through binoculars during the gunfight. Yang Qing paused. Indeed, the helicopter in the space now had 4 seats, and she, Lung Yi, and Lu Lin had no problem escaping together during the tsunami. But if such a severe disaster were to strike again, would she abandon her friends and run away alone?